You've seen how many people are here today, and Captain Wang's subordinates have died quite a few. All of these need to be taken care of, and kept quiet. Giving you 100 million is already the greatest sincerity we can offer. If you want to double it, to 200 million, we simply can't afford that. Not being able to afford it was false, but giving it to 7th Uncle Mu just like that was also impossible. It was normal for them to be reluctant. With so much money, who would be willing to give it to others? 100 million was already their psychological limit of what they could afford. However, trying to fool 7th Uncle Mu like this was also impossible. 7th Uncle Mu was no fool. He could naturally guess that if they could offer 100 million, it meant they earned even more, and while it might be easy to silence others, silencing him, 7th Uncle Mu, was clearly not so simple. After all, he, 7th Uncle Mu, was not afraid of Captain Lu and Captain Wang. Looking at Captain Lu and Captain Wang's pained expressions, 7th Uncle Mu chuckled, "You two don't try to fool me. I didn't ask how much money you extorted from Yi Qing, but it's clearly a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such an attitude towards Yi Qing. However, I don't care how much you extort, give me 200 million, and I'll agree to your terms. I know you two can produce this 200 million, and what's left over will definitely not be a small profit. Gentlemen, we're friends now. You're eating meat, so you should let me have some soup, right? Besides, we're all in the same boat. After this, if you ever need my help, feel free to ask. After all, if you do well, I can benefit too, can't I?" Seeing Captain Lu and Captain Wang still hesitating, 7th Uncle Mu knew he had guessed correctly. Even if he was given 200 million, they would still have a considerable amount of money in their hands, perhaps even more than him individually. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu even wanted to go back on his word and ask for more. "Gentlemen, have you thought it through? To be honest, I even feel that asking for 200 million might be a bit too little." As soon as these words were spoken, Captain Lu and Captain Wang no longer hesitated. Even though they cursed 7th Uncle Mu for his greed in their hearts, they couldn't do anything about him, nor could they let 7th Uncle Mu become even more greedy. "Alright, 200 million, we agree. Chapter 795 Are you worthy of my teasing?" As expected, he agreed. Although 7th Uncle Mu had already guessed that Captain Lu and Captain Wang would agree, this quick agreement still made 7th Uncle Mu a bit dazed. Captain Lu and Captain Wang had indeed hesitated, not wanting to give it to him. However, this was 200 million, and they didn't hesitate for even 2 minutes, not even trying to bargain with him, before directly agreeing. So, how much money had Yi Qing given them? 7th Uncle Mu felt a bit regretful. Captain Lu and Captain Wang also noticed 7th Uncle Mu's hesitation and immediately frowned, saying, "7th Uncle Mu, 200 million is the limit, we don't have any more than that." Of course, if 7th Uncle Mu thinks it's not enough, then you can ask Yi Qing for money yourself, or rather, we'll just wash our hands of it, nobody needs to earn this money. After all, if there isn't enough profit, we don't want to take such a big risk. Captain Lu spoke directly, cutting off 7th Uncle Mu's thoughts. This meant he was reminding 7th Uncle Mu that they could just part ways, and no one would get anything. 7th Uncle Mu also realized that if he continued to be greedy, Captain Lu and Captain Wang would genuinely get angry, so he stopped saying anything more. After all, he hadn't contributed anything and was getting 200 million in cash for free. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Looking at Captain Lu and Captain Wang, 7th Uncle Mu smiled and said, "Gentlemen, 200 million is enough. I'm not an insatiably greedy person, it's just that, are you sure Yi Qing will pay the money? And can he even come up with that much money? This is no small fortune, can he do it?" Captain Lu heard this and sneered, "If he can, that's best. If he can't, then we don't need to hold back. Yi Qing isn't a fool, he doesn't want to make things difficult, he knows very well that this is Paidu. Alright, no more talking, let's get this done quickly and get the money, that's the main thing." 7th Uncle Mu shrugged and didn't say anything more. With 200 million in hand, many things really didn't need to be so urgent. Lang Han, to him, was actually insignificant. It wasn't as if he absolutely had to kill Lang Han in 7th Uncle Mu's eyes. Lang Han was an ant, to put it unpleasantly. Even Lang Han's life wasn't worth much money in his eyes. Captain Lu then turned, and the three of them walked towards Yi Qing. Looking at Yi Qing, Captain Lu said with a chuckle, Mr. Yi, the problems have all been resolved. What happened here won't be known to anyone. You can rest easy. This was considered good news, he thought. In his opinion, Yi Qing should be very happy and excited. However, Yi Qing's expression remained indifferent, as if he wasn't interested in what Captain Lu was saying at all. Yi Qing looked at Captain Lu and said indifferently, everything's resolved, right? So, that means you've already settled things with Mu Qishu? Captain Lu nodded and said, yes, that's right. Although we paid a heavy price, we finally settled it, and we didn't make you spend more money. We'll just take the loss. Consider it making friends. At this point, Captain Lu was still trying to take credit for himself. Yi Qing, however, smiled and said, alright, then have Mu Qishu come over and kneel before my big brother Leng Han to apologize. As soon as these words came out, Captain Lu's face immediately changed. He looked at Yi Qing and frowned, saying, Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Didn't I already say that the problems have been resolved? Seventh Uncle Mu won't spread rumors, and he has already agreed not to trouble Leng Han anymore. Mr. Yi, did you mishear just now? Yi Qing heard this, looked at Captain Lu, and said indifferently, I didn't mishear, and I didn't say anything wrong. Whether he spreads rumors or not is your business. As for him agreeing not to trouble Leng Han? You're the ones who got it wrong, aren't you? It's not him troubling Leng Han, it's me who wants him to kneel and apologize to Leng Han. Do you really think I have this much free time to mess around with you? Do you really think me calling Leng Han Big Brother is just for fun? Big Brother Leng Han saved me. I'm taking care of his business. I came to Paidu for two main reasons, and one of them is to avenge Big Brother Leng Han. If seventh Uncle Mu wasn't here today, then so be it. I'll definitely visit him tomorrow or the day after, but since he's here today, let my big brother Leng Han collect some interest first. Alright, have him come over and kneel. At this moment, everyone could see that Yi Qing was not joking at all. He wanted to humiliate seventh Uncle Mu, and perhaps even play with Captain Lu and Captain Wang. Yes, it was indeed a game. This possibility was very high. Captain Lu and Captain Wang's faces were extremely grim at this moment. They really wanted to turn hostile, but they couldn't bear to give up the 100 million in cash that might truly exist. Captain Lu took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Mr. Yi, have you really understood the situation? I won't say anything else, but you wanting seventh Uncle Mu to kowtow and apologize is probably unrealistic. How about this? This is your business. We won't interfere. You give us the money, and then you resolve your own matters. How about that? Or, have you never intended to give us money from beginning to end? Are you playing with us? At this moment, Captain Wang also stood by, looking at Yi Qing with cold eyes. He also wanted to see how Yi Qing would answer. Yi Qing looked at Captain Lu and Captain Wang and sneered, playing with you? You overestimate yourselves and underestimate me. Yes, that's right, I might just be playing with you. But the 100 million in cash, I genuinely intend to transfer it to you on this point. I haven't lied to you. But my money isn't that easy to get. Surely, you don't really think I'm a big sucker, do you? Ha ha ha. Yi Qing laughed and shook his head, seemingly disdainful. However, what he said somewhat relieved Captain Lu and Captain Wang. At least, Yi Qing genuinely intended to give the money and wasn't planning to default. This was good news, meaning the money still had a chance of ending up in their hands. But perhaps, this money wouldn't be so easy for them to get. Captain Lu was about to say something when Captain Wang directly pulled Captain Lu, looked at Yi Qing, and said in a deep voice, Yi Qing, we admit that we want your money, but if you think you can play with us using money, then you are greatly mistaken. Since you don't know the gravity of the situation, we have nothing more to say. Tell us, what do you need us to do, and how much, to get this 100 million out? Don't do one thing and then have another. Nobody's a fool, let's be direct and just say it. Captain Wang realized that this money was hot to handle. Whether Yi Qing gave it or not, they wouldn't get it easily. So, it was better to be direct. And Yi Qing had no intention of hiding it. Seeing Captain Wang speak first, Yi Qing smiled and said, Smart, the money I offer is naturally not just a simple hush money. Of course, the things I want you to do are actually not difficult. My matter with seventh Uncle Mu is actually very easy to resolve. Shut him up, or kill him, that's it. But there's another matter where I might need you. And this matter is even simpler, haha. If Yi Ching hadn't said it this way, Captain Wang and Captain Lu wouldn't have felt anything, but now, the more casually Yi Ching spoke, the more nervous the two captains became, and the more they felt that the matter was absolutely serious. Chapter 796, Insult to the Superior. Captain Wang took a deep breath and said, "We can temporarily ignore 7th Uncle Mu's matter now. You can tell us what the other thing you need us to do is." At this moment, Captain Lu's eyes were also fixed on Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing much. I came here today to go to Nine Kings Hall. That's my first reason. And when I go to Nine Kings Hall, I am indeed going to kill people. Originally, it didn't matter whether you were there or not, but since you insisted on running into me, then, come along with me. After all, I don't have many escorts on this trip to Paida. You guys are mediocre, so just help me put on a show." As soon as Mr. Yi spoke these words, Captain Lu and Captain Wang finally took a sharp intake of breath. Mr. Yi had no intention of giving up his trip to Nine Kings Hall from beginning to end. Before, he wasn't joking, he was serious. He was going to Nine Kings Hall if this was true, then going to Nine Kings Hall to kill people and cause trouble was probably also true. Of course, no matter whether Mr. Yi was going to kill or cause trouble, neither of them could follow him. Not only could they not follow, but they also had to stop Mr. Yi, and even arrest Mr. Yi, and kill Mr. Yi. Otherwise, once it was discovered that they were on such good terms with Mr. Yi here, the consequences they would face would definitely not be good. This was no longer a matter of 1 billion yuan. Even if they were given 100 billion yuan, they wouldn't have the guts. It's fine to earn this money, but they also needed to be alive to spend it. Captain Lu gritted his teeth at this moment, looking at Mr. Yi, and angrily said, "Mr. Yi, you dare to play with us?" Mr. Yi heard this and looked at Captain Lu indifferently, saying, "Play with you? What did I play with you about? I paid 1 billion yuan in cash for you to lead the way and act as my escorts. What's wrong with that? Play with you? Have you ever seen someone take out 1 billion yuan to play with people? You guys, are you taking yourselves too seriously? Are you worth 1 billion yuan?" Mr. Yi looked at Captain Lu and Captain Wang with disdain, his expression full of contempt. At this point, if Captain Lu and Captain Wang still couldn't see that Mr. Yi was just playing with them, then they truly had no brains. It couldn't be blamed on them. After all, an astronomical sum of wealth had just been thrown at their heads. It was unrealistic to say that they weren't dizzy from it. It's just a pity that this money was ultimately a mirage, a fleeting dream, and had nothing to do with them. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu had heard everything and was also amazed by Mr. Yi's grand gesture, but at the same time, he became even more certain that Mr. Yi probably never intended to pay from the beginning, but was deliberately playing with people. However, this was also good. Although 7th Uncle Mu was also promised 200 million, it was false to say he wasn't disappointed at all. But he wasn't short of money and didn't hold too much hope, so now, he was much calmer. Moreover, there was no need to worry about Captain Lu and Captain Wang turning against them now, which was a good thing. Taking a few steps forward, 7th Uncle Mu laughed. "Captain Lu, Captain Wang, hee, you really are crazy for money. Do you really believe Mr. Yi can come up with 1 billion yuan? What a grand gesture, 1 billion yuan. Even if my Paida Mu family wanted to come up with that much money, it would be a huge strain. He just moves his lips and can come up with 1 billion yuan? You guys, you really believed it. This is clearly just playing with you. I think there's no need to say anything more to him. Just take him down based on their egregious behavior. It will definitely be a great achievement." Moreover, looking at how he speaks, his defiant attitude, and constantly talking about going to Nine Kings Hall to kill people, just based on this point, they cannot be spared. Perhaps they are also enemies of some important figure. Capturing them, even if there isn't 1 billion yuan, getting a reward from that important figure would also be a good thing. 7th Uncle Mu was clearly trying to undermine them and sow discord now. Without the 1 billion yuan pressing down on them, his instigation was very effective, because Captain Lu and Captain Wang were practically seething with hatred. 1 billion yuan, just like that, gone. What was lost was not just money, but also their subsequent series of beautiful dreams, and their opportunity to rise to prominence and change their fate. How could they not hate? From heaven, they fell into hell. All of this was Mr. Yi's fault. If it weren't for him, how could they be so disappointed? Captain Lu took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Yi, and gritted his teeth. "Mr. Yi, don't say we didn't give you a chance now. Immediately transfer 1 billion yuan in cash to us, and I will let you leave Paidu alive, otherwise. Otherwise what, Captain Lu didn't say, but there was no need to say anything, because his attitude was already very clear. $1 billion yuan, this was no longer about hush money or anything like that, this was already an attempt at blatant robbery. Mr. Yi looked at Captain Lu and chuckled, I really do have $1 billion yuan, but why should you take it? Just because of your phrase, leave Paidu alive? Then I'll also give you a chance now, everyone, kneel down and break your own arms, and I will let you live. Come on, begin. There's only this one chance. If you miss it, there will be no more opportunities. Mr. Yi was 100 times more arrogant than Captain Lu, but Mr. Yi had the strength to back it up. What he said, he could do. When Captain Lu was about to say something else, Captain Wang directly stopped him and gritted his teeth, Old Lu, there's no need to say anything more to him from the beginning, this Mr. Yi was just playing with us, interesting, truly interesting. Then, let's see how arrogant he really is. Does he really think he can run wild in Paidu just because he has some strength? Dream on. As his voice fell, Captain Wang roared, men, seize them for me. If you can't capture them alive, then kill them. And Captain Lu was also furious at this moment, roaring, that's right, everyone attack and kill them. Black Bone's deterrent power from killing earlier had not disappeared. The corpses on the ground were still lying there. However, at this moment, Captain Lu and Captain Wang were furious at this time, they didn't care about anything else, they only wanted to kill, only wanted revenge. Looking at the crowd surrounding them, Mr. Yi smiled indifferently and said, it seems you have made your choice then, there will be no more chances. Mr. Yi nodded at Black Bone, his hands clasped behind his back, with no intention of attacking. The people in front of him didn't even require Mr. Yi to make a move. A fierce glint flashed in Black Bone's eyes as he looked at the crowd and roared, presumptuous. How dare you attack Mr. Yi, committing insubordination, you deserve to die. As he spoke, Black Bone directly attacked, even more swift and brutal than before, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, immediately beginning to slaughter everyone. The words he roared before he attacked made Captain Lu and Captain Wang freeze for a moment. Insubordination? Black Bone actually used such a term? Was he uncultured? What did insubordination mean? What relationship did Captain Wang or Captain Lu have with Mr. Yi that it became insubordination? However, at this moment, they couldn't afford to think so much, because Black Bone was simply too brutal. Captain Lu and Captain Wang roared and also attacked directly, trying to capture Black Bone. The great battle immediately erupted. Chapter 797 Uncle Mu Chi takes action. At this moment, Black Bone alone was fighting everyone. The people who hadn't made a move yet, besides Yi Qing, were Lung Han and 7th Uncle Mu. 7th Uncle Mu frowned slightly, watching the fierce battle on the field, and involuntarily retreated 2 steps. It seemed like they had a lot of people on their side, but in reality, they didn't have any advantage if they continued to fight like this, their chances of winning were probably very low. A gentleman does not stand under a tottering wall. 7th Uncle Mu didn't want to fall into danger the next second. However, as if seeing 7th Uncle Mu's small movements, Yi Qing spoke indifferently, Mu Qishu, it's come to this point today, and you bear a large part of the responsibility. What? Do you want to run now? Hearing Yi Qing's mockery, 7th Uncle Mu stopped, took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and gritted his teeth. Yi Qing, I know you were very strong, but just now, before Captain Lu and Captain Wang started fighting, they had already called for reinforcements, and they used a high-level distress signal, so very soon, many people from Paidu will come to surround and kill you. At this time, you should be the one who is nervous and scared, right? Don't think that just because you have some strength and can deal with these people, you can walk around as you please. There are plenty of people who can kill you. These words were not said to embolden himself. 7th Uncle Mu had truly seen Captain Lu and Captain Wang's small actions, and at the same time, he was genuinely warning Yi Qing. Paidu was not just Captain Wang and Captain Lu, they had even higher-ranking people above them, not to mention anything else. Just with this signal sent out, even if 7th Uncle Mu hadn't seen it, he could imagine that countless people were probably rushing in this direction right now. He really had nothing to fear. As long as he held on for a few minutes at most, he could rest easy. However, what made him feel most uneasy was that he thought Yi Qing's expression would surely turn ugly after he said these words, but the result was that Yi Qing's expression was indifferent, without even a hint of nervousness. It was as if he didn't care at all. Was he not believing his words? Seventh Uncle Mu gritted his teeth. Yi Qing, do you think I'm lying to you? No, I'm not lying to you, you'll regret it soon. You can't escape now when the time comes, let's see how you cry. Looking at Seventh Uncle Mu who was threatening him, Yi Qing smiled and said, you want to see me cry, don't you? Alright, then I'll give you some time to see clearly whether it's you who cries or me. But, Mu Qishu, haven't you figured it out yet? Even if I really get caught or even killed by these people from Paidu, can you survive? Don't forget, you are right in front of me now. Yi Qing's indifferent words instantly made Seventh Uncle Mu's expression change drastically. He was so focused on how miserable Yi Qing would be later that he forgot he hadn't run yet, and he was just a few steps away from Yi Qing. At this moment, Seventh Uncle Mu directly retreated 2 steps and roared, what are you still standing there for? Protect me. The bodyguards behind Seventh Uncle Mu heard this and immediately stood in front of Seventh Uncle Mu. It was only then that Seventh Uncle Mu seemed to feel a bit of security. He looked at Yi Qing and gritted his teeth. Yi Qing, don't try to scare me. I admit your subordinate is very strong, but no matter how strong he is surrounded now. It will take at least a while for him to break through the encirclement and come to you to help you catch me, and that time will be enough for Paidu's reinforcements to arrive. So, Yi Qing, you should be worried about yourself. At this point, Seventh Uncle Mu's eyes lit up slightly. He looked at Yi Qing and gritted his teeth. No, you've caused such a big commotion now, making yourselves enemies of all the big shots and magnates in Paidu at this time. If I capture you, Black Bone wouldn't dare to make a move, right? The problem would be solved, right? I might even be able to take this opportunity to advance to a higher level. Yi Qing, you shouldn't have reminded me. Ha 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 ha, now, you can't escape. At this moment, Seventh Uncle Mu no longer wanted to run. Instead, he wanted to actively capture Yi Qing. He hadn't seen Yi Qing make a move, but where would there be so many strong people? Black Bone was already strong enough. He didn't believe it. Could Yi Qing still be a strong person? Yi Qing heard Seventh Uncle Mu's words and burst out laughing. It was full of disdain and mockery, as if he was laughing at an ant daring to contend with a dragon. Feeling humiliated, Seventh Uncle Mu immediately gritted his teeth. Go, capture Yi Qing. Alive! As Seventh Uncle Mu gave the order, several of his bodyguards immediately walked menacingly towards Yi Qing, intending to take him down. At this moment, Lang Han's expression changed, and he immediately stood in front of Yi Qing. He knew Yi Qing was not simple, but he had never seen how strong Yi Qing's actual power was. However, he still remembered that Yi Qing's injuries had not fully recovered. Therefore, he instinctively stepped forward, wanting to block the enemy for Yi Qing. Mu Qishu, you bastard, if you dare to touch Yi Qing, I'll fight you to the death. Lang Han threatened Seventh Uncle Mu, but his threat had no effect on Seventh Uncle Mu at all. In Seventh Uncle Mu's eyes, Lang Han was an incompetent good-for-nothing, an ant-like existence. If such a person's threat could be taken seriously, then Seventh Uncle Mu might as well smash his head against a wall and die. Lang Han, a good-for-nothing like an ant, do you even qualify to threaten me? If Yi Qing hadn't protected you, do you think you would be qualified to stand in front of me? You would have died long ago, but it's not too late now. You're dead. No, I won't let you die painlessly. I'll make you suffer endless pain, collapse in despair, and then die. Just then, Seventh Uncle Mu's bodyguard had already reached Lang Han. The huge fist directly smashed towards Lang Han's face. However, just as Seventh Uncle Mu's bodyguard's fist was about to smash into Lang Han's face, Yi Qing took a step forward, stood to the side, and then casually grabbed the fist. The next second, with a slight exertion of force, a tragic scream instantly rang out. Even with just a slight exertion of force from Yi Qing, the bodyguard's arm was already unnaturally twisted, and he had fallen to his knees on the ground in pain. At this moment, Yi Qing was still holding the bodyguard's fist, looking down at him with a cold smile. Then, he kicked out, and the bodyguard was directly sent flying backward, spitting blood nonstop and unable to stand up again. And that wasn't all. Yi Qing's expression was indifferent as he looked at the remaining bodyguards who rushed forward. He directly clenched his fists and, with one punch each, sent these bodyguards flying. In just a few seconds, Yi Qing directly dealt with Seventh Uncle Mu's bodyguards. The people might still be alive, but every bodyguard lay on the ground, groaning in pain, completely unable to stand up or display any fighting power. Yi Qing's actions were extremely clean and decisive. At this moment, both Captain Lu and Captain Wine looked at this scene with grim expressions. They had originally thought that having only Black Bone as a strong person was enough trouble for them. They had hoped that Yi Qing was just an ordinary person, or at most, a little stronger than an ordinary person, which would be understandable. But now, it seemed their wish had completely fallen through. The strength Yi Qing displayed was far more terrifying than they had imagined. However, at this moment, the most uncomfortable person was not them, but Seventh Uncle Mu, who was already standing in front of Yi Qing with no one obstructing him. Chapter 798 I Kneel. At this moment, Seventh Uncle Mu was no longer arrogant, all that remained was terror. He had repeatedly provoked Yi Qing, but he never expected to now be in Yi Qing's hands. Watching Yi Qing walk towards him step by step, Seventh Uncle Mu gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Qing, don't come over, I'm warning you, don't come over." Yi Qing smiled disdainfully and said, "You are truly adorably ignorant, so foolish that I can't even be bothered with you. Come here, kneel down, kneel before Long Han, and kowtow an apology." Seventh Uncle Mu's face was extremely grim looking at Long Han behind Yi Qing. He felt like dying. Make him kneel and kowtow to Long Han? What a joke. He, Seventh Uncle Mu, was a man with bottom lines and a temper. What was Long Han? In his eyes, Long Han wasn't even worth a single hair from a dog he owned, making him kneel to Long Han? He'd rather be killed. Yi Qing, you'd better be clear, is Long Han worth you helping him like this? I am Mu Qishu, a core member of the Mu family. I possess immense power in Paidu. If you touch me, you will absolutely not have a good outcome. Yi Qing, it's still not too late to give up now. At most, I won't bother Long Han anymore in the future. That should be acceptable, right? For Amir Long Han to become enemies with me, and with our Mu family, Yi Qing, it's not worth it. Seventh Uncle Mu kept emphasizing his importance and belittling Long Han's existence, hoping to make Yi Qing think clearly, so he wouldn't do something he'd regret. But he had forgotten that if Yi Qing listened to him, the situation wouldn't be like this now. Yi Qing frowned slightly, looking at the incessantly chattering Seventh Uncle Mu, and said coldly, "So much nonsense. It seems making you kneel voluntarily is impossible. Alright then, I'll just break your legs, so you can never stand up again in this life." As he spoke, Yi Qing stepped directly in front of Long Han and grabbed Seventh Uncle Mu's shoulder. At this moment, Seventh Uncle Mu was so scared he felt his soul scatter. He felt Yi Qing's grip was very strong, and he couldn't break free at all. Hearing Yi Qing wanted to break his legs, he almost went crazy. Long Han, say something. Why aren't you speaking? Yi Qing is helping you like this. Are you going to get him killed? Look around you, look at all of this, look at how many people have died already. Haven't you seen any of this? Yi Qing has already made enemies with so many people. For your sake, do you still want to watch him gain another enemy like the Mu family? Yi Qing doesn't know the strength of my Mu family. Long Han, don't tell me you don't know either. Make Yi Qing let me go. I swear, I won't be your enemy anymore. We can talk things out. This is how you save Yi Qing, otherwise, you'll be harming him. Seventh Uncle Mu knew that he couldn't stop Yi Qing, so he could only place his hope on Long Han, hoping that Long Han would be more rational and persuade Yi Qing. Long Han was an ordinary person. He was also very kind and righteous. But he hated Seventh Uncle Mu to the bone. However, the scene today was something he had never witnessed before. Blood and corpses littered the ground, and this was just the beginning. He truly didn't want to cause Yi Qing more trouble because of himself. So, at this moment, Long Han was indeed a bit hesitant. At this time, Yi Qing seemed to notice Long Han's hesitation, smiled slightly, and said, "Brother Lang, don't listen to anything he says. Don't forget who I am. I don't care about the Mu family. Besides, I already have some grievances with the Mu family, and what's more, they are far from enough to threaten or deal with me. Today, I will first make this Mu Qishu kneel before you and kowtow an apology, collecting a small interest. After I finish my business at Nine Kings Hall, I will help you get your revenge properly and let you have a satisfying time." After saying this, Yi Qing directly slapped Seventh Uncle Mu's face hard and said coldly, "At a time like this, you still dare to scare people? Is the Mu family very impressive? Even if the Mu family is very impressive, what are you? Do you even deserve to threaten me?" You have 2 seconds left. Either you voluntarily kneel and apologize to Lung Han, or I will break your legs. You can disbelieve me, but try it. Seventh Uncle Moo's face was already swollen on one side. Yi Qing's slap was not light. It not only made blood flow from the corner of his mouth but also broke many of his teeth. Looking at Yi Qing's indifferent expression, he knew that he probably really had no choice. Yi Qing truly dared to break his legs. I'll kneel. Seventh Uncle Moo didn't dare to gamble since Yi Qing appeared. He hadn't killed anyone, including Seventh Uncle Moo's bodyguards, who, although badly injured, were still alive. However, Black Bone had been killing people, and the corpses on the ground were almost piling up too high. If Black Bone was like this, then what about Yi Qing? So, Seventh Uncle Moo didn't dare to gamble when under another's roof. One has no choice but to bow one's head. Looking at Yi Qing, Seventh Uncle Moo slowly knelt on the ground, his head bowed, feeling utterly ashamed. His face, his dignity, at this moment, completely vanished without a trace. However, was that enough? Yi Qing looked at Seventh Uncle Moo kneeling at his feet, sneered, and directly kicked Seventh Uncle Moo's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. You dog, who are you kneeling to? I told you to kneel to Lung Han. What are you doing kneeling in front of me? If you dare to play such petty tricks with me again, I'll chop you down immediately. This was indeed a petty trick Seventh Uncle Moo was playing. He did kneel, but he wasn't facing Lung Han when he knelt. Instead, he knelt in front of Yi Qing, facing Yi Qing. At least, in Seventh Uncle Moo's heart, kneeling to Yi Qing was much easier to accept psychologically than kneeling to Lung Han. But now that this petty trick was exposed by Yi Qing, he could only honestly kneel towards Lung Han. Seeing Seventh Uncle Moo's reluctant expression, Yi Qing said indifferently, crawl on your knees, to Lung Han's front, and properly repent and apologize. Don't make me say it a second time. You know I don't have that patience. This wasn't enough, he even had to crawl on his knees to Lung Han's front and apologize. Seventh Uncle Moo gritted his teeth, not daring to speak, but the act of crawling on his knees towards Lung Han made him feel utterly humiliated. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Why haven't Captain Lu and Captain Wang dealt with Black Bone yet? No, even if they don't deal with Black Bone, as long as they deal with Yi Qing, all the troubles will be gone. Captain Lu and Captain Wang, what the hell are they doing? Seventh Uncle Moo was almost going crazy at this moment. Looking at Captain Lu and Captain Wang, who were still fighting Black Bone in the arena, he roared, you two bastards, you're all useless. Can't you see who should be caught first? Bastards, useless. If it weren't for your uselessness, how would I, Mu Chishu, suffer such humiliation? At this moment, Seventh Uncle Moo knew he shouldn't speak, but he still roared in anger, because he had already seen Lung Han's face, and the more he looked, the more his anger burned, and the more he looked, the more he felt utterly humiliated. Clearly, he could turn the tables. He could turn the tables right now. But even if he did turn the tables, he, Mu Chishu, would live with shame from now on, unless he killed both Yi Qing and Lung Han, dismembering them into 1,000 pieces. Only then could he wash away the humiliation. Chapter 799, Capture the Thief and the King. Seventh Uncle Moo finished his roar, feeling much better, but the next second, he knew he had been impulsive. Yi Qing was standing right beside him at this moment. Yi Qing's hand was placed directly on his head, pressing him down as if he were a small dog, humiliating him. Yi Qing seemed not angry at all, chuckling, don't be nervous, I didn't plan to kill you since I told you to kneel, and you've already knelt, I still want you to live. After all, your death might be a release. It's better to live when Brother Ling's anger subsides, then you can die. Now, you can kowtow to Brother Lang and apologizes for wanting to see me captured or killed. You'll have to wait, because right now, you're in my hands. At this moment, Yi Qing and Lung Han stood face to face, with Seventh Uncle Moo kneeling beside Yi Qing. Lung Han, at this moment, was truly emotional. More than just emotional, he was excited, a kind of unutterable exhilaration, a feeling of long-standing vengeance finally being avenged. Yi Qing, thank you. For Lung Han, anything he said now would be useless, would seem superfluous. Thank you was the only thing he could say to Yi Qing, and the only way he could express his feelings. No, thank you couldn't even express a fraction of Lung Han's current feelings, but it was the only thing he could say. Without Yi Qing, Long Han, in this life, let alone avenging himself or seeing seventh Uncle Mu kneel before him, might not even have known if he could live, or for how long. It was Yi Qing who changed his destiny, it was Yi Qing who gave him a new life. Yi Qing looked at Long Han and chuckled, "Brother Lang, it's a small matter I promised you, so of course I'll do it for you besides, this is just the beginning, everything has just started. First, let you collect some interest." With that, Yi Qing directly slapped seventh Uncle Mu's head and said coldly, "Do I need to remind you again? Hurry up if you annoy me, I don't want to kill you, but breaking your legs or cutting out your tongue are all irrelevant matters after all, I just need you to be alive, that's enough." These words were far more threatening than killing seventh Uncle Mu. Seventh Uncle Mu even imagined that scene. At this moment, his face was full of terror. His head slammed directly onto the ground. However, this was not seventh Uncle Mu willingly kowtowing, it was forced down by Yi Qing's slap, but that was fine, at least, he didn't have to struggle anymore. At this time, Captain Lu and Captain Wang had already heard seventh Uncle Mu's shouted words, "Catch the leader first." How could they not understand this principle? It was just that they had indeed been carried away, wanting to take down Black Bone. But now, Black Bone was like a grim reaper, leaving corpses everywhere he went. Captain Lu and Captain Wang were almost on the verge of collapse, so many subordinates, all dead just like that. To put it bluntly, even if it was because Black Bone was too powerful, if they survived, they would definitely be held accountable. "Old Wang, don't worry about Black Bone anymore, seventh Uncle Mu is right, catch the leader first." Is Yi Qing even more powerful than Black Bone? I don't believe it. Are we really so lucky to encounter one guy after another who's stronger? Kill. Charge towards Yi Qing first. As long as Yi Qing is controlled, Black Bone will be hesitant and won't dare to do anything. Captain Lu and Captain Wang discussed it, this was the only thing they could do now. Captain Wang heard this and gritted his teeth. "You saw Yi Qing's move just now. Although his specific strength isn't clear, he's definitely not comparable to an ordinary person. Since we're going to act, let's make it a decisive strike. Go! Attack! Take half of the elites and surround Yi Qing." They truly didn't know Yi Qing's strength, nor could they discern it. Although Yi Qing had already made a move just now, seemingly providing them with a reference, in reality, it was completely useless. After all, seventh Uncle Mu's bodyguards, though considered elites, were defeated too quickly, so fast that it was dazzling, and nothing could be seen clearly. But at least, it proved one thing, Yi Qing was definitely not an ordinary person without the power to truss a chicken. Yi Qing had strength, though they didn't know how strong, he was definitely not weak. Seeing the crowd surrounding him, and even Captain Wang and Captain Lu abandoning their encirclement of Black Bone to rush towards him, Yi Qing smiled. Were they really treating him like a soft persimmon? Had they not considered that if his subordinate Black Bone was so powerful, then how powerful must he himself be? Of course, having powerful subordinates doesn't necessarily mean one is equally powerful. That is also a fact. After all, few of the 9 kings possess dragon ranking strength, and some 9 kings aren't even tiger rankings experts, yet they still serve as 9 kings. This includes the big shots of the underground world. Some are ordinary people, but it doesn't prevent them from having a cloud of experts under them. Sometimes, powerful subordinates truly don't mean the boss is also powerful. Captain Lu and Captain Wang probably thought the same. In fact, they both had this mindset, and because they saw almost no hope of taking down Black Bone, they thought of catching the leader first and trying to capture Yi Qing. As long as Yi Qing could be captured, Black Bone would surely surrender. However, soon, Captain Lu and Captain Wang's hearts sank a little. Because, even though they were clearly deploying troops to charge at Yi Qing, Black Bone was indifferent? This didn't conform to common sense. Black Bone, at this moment, should have been furious and rushed over to protect Yi Qing, but Black Bone was indifferent, still killing enemies, even with a hint of mockery on his face. Who was he mocking? Captain Lu's heart sank, and he gritted his teeth, looking at Captain Wang. "Old Wang, something isn't quite right. This Black Bone is ignoring Yi Qing. He shouldn't be acting like this, unless he believes Yi Qing is very strong and won't be harmed at all." Anyone at this moment would think the same. Captain Wang also guessed it, but at this point, they had to find a way to break the situation. Otherwise, even though reinforcements would arrive quickly, if they had no results and watched their men all die like this, then none of them would have an easy time in the end. Never mind. Catch the leader first, we have to try. I don't believe it. Could Yi Qing also be an unmatchable expert? Kill. Seeing Captain Wang's attitude, Captain Lu couldn't say much more. Besides, he thought the same. As the two reached a consensus, a large number of people began to turn towards Yi Qing, attacking him. At this moment, Lang Han's expression became a little uneasy. After all, so many people charging at Yi Qing looked very frightening. Yi Qing, however, smiled slightly, looked at Lang Han, and said, "Brother Lang, don't be afraid, just stand here. As for me, it's a good chance to stretch my limbs." Chapter 800, Saving People in a Curve. Warm up? Looking at the overwhelming number of enemies charging over, anyone else would treat it as a life-or-death battle and proceed cautiously, yet, in Yi Qing's words, it was merely warming up. However, Lang Han dared not say much. He couldn't help Yi Qing with anything, so he could only watch Yi Qing act. Furthermore, not causing trouble was already a good thing. Yi Qing rotated his neck, looked at the charging crowd, and chuckled, "Truly, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Well then, I'll play along with you." As he spoke, Yi Qing didn't even wait for these people to reach him. His figure directly transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly charging towards the enemies. In an instant, screams rose one after another wherever Yi Qing passed. People and horses were overturned, and someone fell down at any moment. However, compared to the continuous screams from Black Bone's side, there was no screaming at all on Yi Qing's side, only the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. But the more this was the case, the more terrifying it became. This indicated Yi Qing's swiftness and ruthlessness, which caused these enemies to lose all combat effectiveness before they could react, and they couldn't even let out a scream. This was absolute crushing. Captain Lu and Captain Wang were almost driven mad at this moment. They had imagined Yi Qing was powerful, but they never expected Yi Qing to be so powerful. Crushing, it was truly like crushing ants, leaving people with no hope in their hearts, only despair. However, what was even more despairing was that Yi Qing had already arrived in front of Captain Lu and Captain Wang. At this moment, everyone had silently fallen to the ground. The remaining few, even if they wanted to escape, had no chance. Captain Wang and Captain Lu were in despair at this moment. "You, who exactly are you? You, how can you be so strong?" Captain Lu gritted his teeth, looking at Yi Qing, his eyes filled with apprehension and fear. Yi Qing looked indifferently at Captain Lu and Captain Wang and said, "I told you, I am Yi Qing. I gave you a chance, even offered you money, but you wouldn't listen. Then there's nothing I can do. Reaching this point is your own choice. Who else can you blame?" These words made Captain Wang and Captain Lu even more distraught. So, it was their own fault that things had come to this point? What did he mean, giving them a chance and money? Where was the money? But at this point, it was clearly unnecessary to discuss this matter further. At this very moment, the battle on Black Bone's side had also ended. However, compared to Yi Qing's calm demeanor, Black Bone's side appeared much more tragic, especially Black Bone himself, covered in blood, with a lot splattered on his face, looking extremely fierce and making people's scalps tingle. "Mr. Yi, should we kill them?" "I can handle it. There's no need for you to personally take action for such a small matter." These words were just short of directly saying that Captain Wang and Captain Lu were two ants, and killing them would dirty Yi Qing's hands. But at this moment, neither Captain Wang nor Captain Lu dared to refute or say another word. Even one more word would likely lead to a life-or-death crisis, and they didn't have the courage. Death. Sometimes people say they are fearless of death, as if they aren't afraid of dying, but when truly facing a life-or-death crisis, how many can genuinely be unafraid of death? At least now, Captain Wang and Captain Lu, looking at the bodies scattered everywhere, had already fallen to the brink of despair and collapse. 200 people, all died just like that? No, some were still alive, but the death toll had exceeded half, and even those who weren't dead had already lost their combat capability. Now, only 3 people were still alive, standing, and capable of resisting, the 2 of them, plus 7th Uncle Mu, who was now kneeling on the ground, already terrified and dumbfounded. A desperate situation, an irreversible desperate situation. No, it couldn't be considered a desperate situation. This was Paidu. After all, although these people couldn't defeat Yi Qing, there were many, many people in Paidu, and there were also many, many powerful individuals, especially at this critical juncture. The number of powerful individuals gathered in Paidu was frighteningly high. As long as they could survive and hold on, everything would be fine. After all, they had already called for reinforcements. But now, the fear was that they didn't have much time, because Yi Qing might not give them time. Captain Wang gritted his teeth at this moment and suddenly looked at 7th Uncle Mu, not blaming 7th Uncle Mu for causing trouble, but rather thinking that in this situation, there was only one way to struggle: take down Leng Han. Use Leng Han's life to threaten Yi Qing into stopping. Although it might not threaten him for long as it lasted until their reinforcements arrived, that would be enough. If possible, Captain Wang would have liked to act directly, but the problem was that Yi Qing and Blackbone were right in front of them, making them unable to move. Only 7th Uncle Mu, only he, had this ability. Leng Han was definitely not a strong person. Not only was he not strong, but his physical fitness was probably not even comparable to that of an ordinary person. This wasn't just talk, it was clearly visible. Leng Han's complexion clearly showed that he was not in good health. Even if he looked normal, he couldn't hide it from others, nor could he hide it from them. Coupled with their knowledge of the feud between Leng Han and 7th Uncle Mu, they naturally knew that Leng Han's body was missing parts, which meant that Leng Han's physical fitness was definitely weaker than that of an ordinary person. 7th Uncle Mu was big and strong, and even if he didn't exercise daily, his physical fitness was excellent. Having him deal with Leng Han would definitely work. Thinking of this, Captain Wang immediately glanced at Captain Lu, then looked at 7th Uncle Mu. Captain Lu was momentarily bewildered, then immediately reacted after realizing. Captain Lu suddenly saw hope and immediately looked at 7th Uncle Mu as well. However, it was better not to look. Seeing 7th Uncle Mu made them almost spit blood in anger. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu was still kneeling in front of Leng Han, his face clearly showing despair and terror, and of course, besides that, unwillingness and anger. But no matter how unwilling and angry he was, he still knelt there obediently. He dared not resist. That's right, if it were them, wouldn't they also not dare? But now, they couldn't afford not to dare. What angered them most was that they couldn't directly shout it out. Otherwise, if Yi Qing and Blackbone heard them at this distance, they would definitely react. If they couldn't shout, they could only communicate with their eyes, but at this moment, 7th Uncle Mu wasn't looking at them at all. Captain Lu gritted his teeth and couldn't help but shout loudly. 7th Uncle Mu, you bastard, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would things have come to this point? How would we be facing this situation now? 7th Uncle Mu, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Your feud with Leng Han, you two should settle it yourselves. What's the meaning of dragging us into this? You dog, did you hear me? You, speak. Chapter 801 Yi Qing, it's your turn to kneel down. Captain Wang and Captain Lu's petty schemes didn't bother Yi Qing and Blackbone. In their eyes, these two were just ants, and no matter how much they jumped around, they wouldn't be able to achieve anything. So, if they wanted to shout, let them shout. If they wanted to make a fuss, then let them. Blackbone sneered, Mr. Yi, they are clearly stalling for time now. Do you find it noisy? If you do, I'll cut out their tongues so they can't make another sound. These words instantly made Captain Wang and Captain Lu break out in cold sweat. This wasn't something Blackbone said lightly. If he said it, he could definitely do it. After all, he had already killed so many people. What was cutting a few tongues? However, Yi Qing's indifference saved their lives, allowing them to relax. No need let them stall at this time. The Nine Kings Hall should still be arguing. Waiting is fine when we go later. Everyone who needs to jump out will have already jumped out, preventing any fish from slipping through the net. Let's just stay here and play with them. At this moment, Captain Wang and Captain Lu's bodies trembled violently upon hearing Yi Qing's words. If they didn't believe Yi Qing would truly go to Nine Kings Hall before, there was no doubt about it now. Yi Qing had no reason to lie about this matter. He had already started a massacre here, so what reason was there to lie? But what was he saying? What he said made Captain Wang and Captain Lu completely unable to understand, and hearing his words made them break out in a cold sweat. It was terrifying. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to say anything more. The most important thing was that their minds were full of 7th Uncle Mu, hoping that 7th Uncle Mu could understand their hints and then act according to their intentions. That way, they could save their lives. And 7th Uncle Mu was not a fool. After watching Captain Wang and Captain Lu's gazes for a long time, seeing them look at himself and then at Leng Han, he was initially a bit confused, but then he immediately understood. After understanding, 7th Uncle Moo's mind spun frantically. Was it feasible? Was it really feasible? But there seemed to be no other choice. At this moment, Yi Ching and Black Bone were both facing away from him, and Lung Han was right in front of him, within arm's reach, truly within arm's reach. With Lung Han's small build, as long as he made a move, he could definitely control him quickly. At that time, Lung Han would be in his hands, and neither Yi Ching nor Black Bone would dare to do anything to him, as they would be afraid of damaging the object of their concern. Thinking of this, 7th Uncle Moo's eyes flashed with monstrous rage. It was feasible. Even if it wasn't feasible, it had to be feasible. He was still kneeling here. How long would he kneel? What then, after kneeling? Even if reinforcements came and rescued them, he would have lost all face. What's more, if he didn't resist, even if someone truly came to rescue them, Yi Ching and Black Bone would definitely be able to kill him before they died. No. Absolutely not like this. He had to resist, there was no other choice. Thinking of this, 7th Uncle Moo no longer hesitated. He suddenly looked up, glaring fiercely at Lung Han. Then, before Lung Han could react, he quickly stood up, grabbed Lung Han, and fiercely choked Lung Han's neck. It wasn't until he felt that Lung Han was truly under his control that 7th Uncle Moo laughed heartily. Yi Ching, Black Bone, you bastards, how dare you humiliate me like this? Now, Lung Han is in my hands, aren't you going to surrender? Captain Lu, Captain Wang, when will the reinforcements arrive? I've already controlled Lung Han, they won't dare to do much. You two hurry over. Yes, at this moment, 7th Uncle Moo still felt a surge of fear, so he wanted Captain Lu and Captain Wang to come to his side. Only then could he feel some sense of security. And Captain Lu and Captain Wang also smiled at this moment. 7th Uncle Moo was not stupid, he really understood their intentions and successfully controlled Lung Han. This was a good thing. However, provoking Yi Ching at this moment was clearly unnecessary. If they really angered Yi Ching, it wasn't impossible for him to kill them in retaliation. Captain Lu looked at Yi Ching and smiled. Yi Ching, now Lung Han is in our hands. I think, with your brotherly affection for Lung Han, you wouldn't just watch him die like this, would you? Let us come over, we can talk things over properly. Yi Ching heard this, looked back at 7th Uncle Moo, and then looked at Lung Han with a smile. Brother Lang, don't worry, you'll be fine. Lung Han was startled, but after hearing Yi Ching's words, he immediately felt at ease and was no longer afraid. And when 7th Uncle Moo was about to say something, he saw Yi Ching's icy gaze and was so scared that he didn't dare to utter another word. Yi Ching looked at Captain Lu and Captain Wang and smiled. I wasn't planning to kill you now anyway. Alright, since you want to come over, then come over. Yi Ching's expression was calm, as if Lung Han hadn't been controlled at all. Not only did Yi Ching have this expression, but Black Bone did too, and Black Bone's expression was even more direct, looking at them as if they were idiots. Yi Ching suddenly became so agreeable, but Captain Lu and Captain Wang had a bad feeling in their hearts. Being too agreeable was truly not good. However, they still hurried to 7th Uncle Moo's side. In short, the further away they were from Yi Ching, the more secure they felt. It wasn't until they reached 7th Uncle Moo's side that Captain Lu's communicator rang. Captain Lu, are you still there? We'll be there soon, hold on. Upon hearing this, Captain Lu quickly shouted into the communicator, the enemy is not one strong person with tiger ranking strength, but two. Moreover, it is highly suspected that the enemies are among the strongest, even within those with tiger ranking strength requesting strong support. Captain Lu felt he had made himself clear enough. Two strong people with tiger ranking strength, and among the strongest within the tiger ranking, meant the arriving support would definitely not be weak. Sure enough, after hearing Captain Lu's words, a domineering voice sounded from the communicator. Don't worry, support is already on its way at the highest level. Two strong people from the hall have come with me, and the investigation department and Paidu Governor's Mansion have also sent two strong people with tiger ranking strength as support. Daring to cause trouble at this critical juncture is simply seeking death. You hold on, we'll be there in 2 minutes at most. There was no longer any sound from the communicator. However, at this moment, joy appeared on the faces of Captain Lu and the others. At least 4 strong people with tiger ranking strength coming as support, plus hundreds of elites this time, who dared to say they would lose. At this moment, Captain Lu and Captain Wang couldn't help but want to act arrogant again. And the most arrogant and most satisfied was 7th Uncle Mu. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu seemed to have already seen Yi Qing and Blackbone being beaten to death and laughed wildly. Yi Qing, Blackbone, kneel. King kneel for me now. How you humiliated me just now return it to me. Chapter 802 Don't worry about me, kill me. At this moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Yi Qing looked at 7th Uncle Mu, Blackbone also looked at 7th Uncle Mu, and even Captain Lu and Captain Wang, who were standing beside 7th Uncle Mu, opened their mouths wide and looked at 7th Uncle Mu. They had seen crazy people, but they had never seen anyone this crazy. Was he tired of living? Making Yi Qing and Blackbone both kneel before him? Who did he think he was? What did he think he amounted to? Even though Captain Lu and Captain Wang were temporarily out of danger, and even though they had received accurate information that strong reinforcements were coming, would they dare to say such life-threatening words to Yi Qing? They wouldn't, because they still had their wits about them. But 7th Uncle Mu, had he gone mad? If he hadn't gone mad, how could he have said something so foolish? Making Yi Qing and Blackbone kneel before him? To return all the humiliation he had just suffered to Yi Qing, not only did 7th Uncle Mu have this idea, but Captain Lu and Captain Wang did too. All the people who had died were their subordinates, and among them were many longtime friends and confidants. If there was anyone who hated more, it was them, but they hadn't spoken, so how dared 7th Uncle Mu? Yi Qing was still alive, Blackbone was still alive, and reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Did he truly believe that by seizing Lung Han, he could make Yi Qing do all sorts of humiliating things? Mad, he must be mad. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu saw everyone looking at him without speaking, and at this point, he didn't know if his brain was truly injured and stimulated, or if he was just too foolish. He not only didn't reflect, but instead became even more aggressive. Why are you all looking at me? Do you think I'm crazy? That's right, I am crazy. I, a dignified core member of the Mu family, was forced to kneel and kowtow to this useless Lun Han. I'm not crazy, I'm dying. Even if I manage to leave alive today, will I have the face to leave? If today's events get out, how will I ever hold my head up again? I will become a laughingstock in the Mu family, and everything I possess will be taken away. So, I'm crazy, I'm just crazy, and I must go crazy today. Only by thoroughly clearing my grievances can I reclaim what belongs to me, otherwise, I might as well die. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu was very agitated, because the facts were just as he said. Perhaps it wouldn't be this severe, but becoming a laughingstock was certain. He wasn't without rivals or enemies in the Mu family, and he could already imagine the desperate situation he would face once he was kicked while he was down. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to enter the core of the Mu family. By then, he would be reduced to a point where anyone could bully him, and that was not what he wanted. Seeing Captain Wang and Captain Lu still hesitating and shocked, 7th Uncle Mu roared, "What are you two still hesitating for? What are you afraid of? Lung Han is in our hands." Yi Qing is so arrogant, and his feelings for Lung Han are so deep, he won't abandon Lung Han. Don't forget what you two have lost. Everyone is dead, completely dead at the very least. It's a punishment for ineffective handling and untimely reporting by then, let alone your captain positions. I'm afraid you won't even be able to live. At this point, you're not thinking about getting even? Are you just waiting to die? These words made Captain Wang and Captain Lu's faces extremely grim. It wasn't that 7th Uncle Mu's words were unreasonable, on the contrary, they were too reasonable, and everything he said was true. Thinking of this, and then thinking of being deceived by Yi Qing, who said he would give them $1 billion, which led them to fantasize about a beautiful future, Captain Wang and Captain Lu's moods became extremely bad. Gritting his teeth, Captain Lu directly placed a dagger on Lung Han's neck and said coldly, "7th Uncle Mu, at this point, we are already in the same boat. You're right, we have nothing left to lose now. We can't keep embarrassing ourselves at this point, we must at least get some revenge." Seeing Captain Lu do this, 7th Uncle Mu sneered, "Don't worry, we're definitely getting even. Moreover, the initiative is in our hands now. As long as we are united and work together, perhaps we will not only avoid fault but even earn merit." He said this without much confidence himself, but now, there was no other choice. After 7th Uncle Mu finished speaking, he looked at Captain Wang, who was still standing in place, and said coldly, Captain Wang, open your phone and record will record everything here. We need to let everyone know that we are not the ones who are humiliated. After he finished speaking, Captain Wang didn't hesitate and immediately took out his phone. Indeed, it seemed they still had a chance to turn things around, but if they did nothing, even if they survived, they wouldn't be able to recover. At this moment, Leng Han couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, he was the one being controlled now, and if it weren't for him, Yi Qing would not be threatened at all. Would Yi Qing save him? Yes, this thought had just crossed Leng Han's mind when he immediately knew that Yi Qing would definitely save him, but saving him would mean being bullied and humiliated by 7th Uncle Mu and the others, which was not what Leng Han wanted to see. Yi Qing, don't mind me, do what you oughta do. I, Leng Han, have known you as a friend in this life, and I have no regrets even if I die. Don't let them humiliate you for my sake. If you truly do that, I might as well die directly. Remember, just avenge me, and I, Leng Han, will die without regrets, ha ha ha. By this point, Leng Han had already disregarded life and death. He was, in fact, already content. If it weren't for Yi Qing, he, Leng Han, would never have reached this point in his life, and he might never have had the chance to get revenge. But today, he not only came to Paidu but also personally saw 7th Uncle Mu kneeling before him. It was worth it, it was enough. Dying, too, held no regrets. Moreover, he believed that even if he died, Yi Qing would help him get his kidney back, so what else was there to regret? It was merely not seeing it with his own eyes. However, even though Leng Han said that, Yi Qing didn't agree to his death. Even now, Yi Qing and Black Bone still had calm expressions. This calmness was not because they didn't care about Leng Han's life, but because, for them, Leng Han would not be in any danger. 7th Uncle Mu, Captain Wang, and Captain Lu might have overestimated Yi Qing enough, but in fact, for Yi Qing, they still underestimated him far too much. However, before Yi Qing could speak, 7th Uncle Mu directly slapped Leng Han on the head and roared, Leng Han, what do you think you are? If it weren't for Yi Qing, would you even be worthy of standing in front of me and speaking? With trash like you, are you even worthy of me kneeling and kowtowing to you? Shut your stinking mouth, otherwise, I'll make your life worse than death. After speaking, 7th Uncle Mu looked at Yi Qing and gritted his teeth. Yi Qing, Leng Han is in my hands, but I believe you will absolutely not stand by and let him be killed by us, right? At this moment, Yi Qing looked at 7th Uncle Mu and the others, chuckled softly, and nodded faintly, saying, that's right, Leng Han is my brother, I will not stand by. Chapter 803 Cold and Frosty. As soon as Mr. Yi spoke, Leng Han was not only moved, but also deeply touched. Mr. Yi had no intention of abandoning him, even in this dangerous situation, and even when there was a possibility of being humiliated, he still had no intention of abandoning him. At this moment, besides being moved, Leng Han also felt a sense of guilt towards Mr. Yi. Meanwhile, 7th Uncle Mu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was a genuine sigh of relief, as if a long-awaited mystery had finally been unveiled, and the content of the mystery was a good outcome for them. Mr. Yi not abandoning Leng Han meant that Mr. Yi would not make a move against them, at least, while Leng Han was still in their hands, Mr. Yi would be hesitant, and at this time, he could not and would not dare to make a move against them. This was a good thing, otherwise, if Mr. Yi truly gave up Leng Han's life, then they would have nothing left to threaten Mr. Yi with. Killing them would be too easy for Mr. Yi. 7th Uncle Mu burst into laughter, looking at Mr. Yi and saying, Mr. Yi, although we are enemies, I have to say, you are indeed very good to Leng Han, extremely good. But don't you think you're a fool? For a useless person like Leng Han, who has no value to you whatsoever, you actually don't hesitate to offend so many of us, and don't hesitate to walk into a trap. Mr. Yi, you're simply an idiot. 7th Uncle Mu had let himself go. Of course, it wasn't just letting himself go, almost everything he was saying now was his true feelings. Mr. Yi's brain was truly sick, otherwise, he would know how to choose even with his eyes closed. What was Leng Han? To make enemies with them for the sake of one Leng Han, what was that if not sick? And these words were also the true feelings of Captain Lu and Captain Wang. Looking at Mr. Yi, Captain Lu slightly frowned and said, 7th Uncle Mu, stop talking. Mr. Yi, although 7th Uncle Mu's words are unpleasant, they are all facts. For a Leng Han, what do you gain? Now, if you surrender, there might still be hope. We might not be unable to intercede for you, although so many people have died. your and Blackbone's strength is evident here. As long as you are willing to defect, I think you might be able to atone for your crimes. These words were not said casually, they were carefully considered by Captain Lu. His and Captain Wang's sins were not so easily absolved, but if they could win over Mr. Yi and Blackbone to their side, then everything would be different. Although so many people had died, Mr. Yi and Blackbone's value exceeded that, enough to offset some of the sins. Upon hearing this, Seventh Uncle Mu immediately became displeased, gritting his teeth and saying, "Captain Lu, it's come to this, what kind of nonsense are you thinking?" "No, I don't agree." Captain Lu heard this but ignored Seventh Uncle Mu. It was not yet the right time to fall out with Seventh Uncle Mu. At this moment, Captain Wang also pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Mr. Yi, Captain Lu's words also represent my meaning. You heard the call just now, our strong reinforcements will arrive soon. Once they arrive, even if you want to defect to us, it will be impossible. This is your last chance." Mr. Yi stood indifferently, looking at Captain Lu and the others, and chuckled, saying, "It's come to this, and you still haven't given up, still want to win me over? Haha, then I'm curious, do you really want to win me over, or are you still coveting my money? Moreover, it's come to this, and you still don't know who I am? Truly, so foolish that you deserve to die." These words were truly humiliating to the extreme. Captain Lu looked at Mr. Yi and said coldly, "Mr. Yi, you're on the verge of death, yet you still dare to be stubborn. Fine, then don't regret it." And Seventh Uncle Mu said coldly, "Why waste words with him? For people like him, no matter how much you say, it's useless. Only by making him feel pain will it work." "Arrogant, are you? Then let him be arrogant. I'd like to see how arrogant he'll be when he kneels before me, and if he'll still dare to be arrogant." After saying this, Seventh Uncle Mu pointed at Mr. Yi and roared, "Mr. Yi, kneel. Now, immediately, kneel before me with your lackey and kowtow to apologize, right now. Otherwise, I'll kill Long Han. If you want to protect Long Han, then kneel down immediately. Otherwise, he's dead, I swear, he's dead, no one can save him." As if to prove that he wasn't bluffing, and also to make Mr. Yi take him seriously, as he spoke, Seventh Uncle Mu directly made a small cut on Long Han's neck, and blood instantly flowed out. Seeing this scene, Mr. Yi's expression remained indifferent, as if the Mr. Yi who had just been so loyal and righteous, saying he would never abandon Long Han, was fake. And when Blackbone saw this scene, he frowned slightly, looked at Mr. Yi, and softly said, "Mr. Yi, if it's not working, should I make a move and rescue Long Han first? Although these people certainly don't dare to kill Long Han, I'm afraid Long Han will suffer quite a bit." To intimidate Mr. Yi, Long Han was in their hands. To say he wouldn't suffer at all or shed a drop of blood would be a lie. Blackbone didn't know what Mr. Yi was thinking, but he could make a move, and he was confident he could rescue Long Han. It was just that Captain Lu and the others were watching closely now, so Long Han would probably have to suffer some injuries. Mr. Yi, however, shook his head, looked at Long Han with blood flowing from his neck, and softly said, "No need. When it's time to make a move, I will. Long Han, if he has to suffer, then let him suffer. I deliberately didn't stop them and let them capture Long Han, and I also deliberately didn't rescue him. For now Long Han is too kind. After going through so much, he's still very kind. He doesn't even realize it himself. He says he wants revenge, but in reality, he can't get much revenge." Speaking of this, Mr. Yi sighed, saying somewhat helplessly, "He's too kind, too benevolent." From the moment Seventh Uncle Mu knelt before him, his heart had already wavered. Just let him truly experience whether he can get revenge without us. And also let him clearly understand that even if he is willing to let these people go, these enemies will not let him go. Kindness is good, but sometimes, it's just foolish. Blackbone said no more. He understood Mr. Yi's meaning. He wanted Long Han to understand some things himself. Otherwise, even if he could lay hands on Seventh Uncle Mu today, what about when he faced Ernyo? That woman, Long Han had once given his all for her, only to be abandoned, betrayed, and even humiliated by her. Long Han's current obsession was to find Ernyo, get revenge, and get his kidney back. This was originally an unachievable wish, but because of Mr. Yi, everything was different. However, when Long Han truly met Ernyo, would he be able to go through with it? Especially when the other party pleaded bitterly, would he just let it go? This was not the situation Mr. Yi wanted to see. This was Long Han's business, and logically, Mr. Yi could have ignored it, but he didn't want to. He just wanted to see Long Han become like his name, cold and chilling when facing enemies. After saying all this, Mr. Yi looked at 7th Uncle Mu slightly, and said, "So, if I kneel, will you let him go?" Chapter 804 Become a King, Become the King of Southeast. 7th Uncle Mu hadn't expected Yi Qing to kneel. He was just saying it, just yelling, at least to vent his anger and humiliate Yi Qing. But now, hearing Yi Qing actually respond, 7th Uncle Mu instantly became excited. He's really willing to kneel for him to save Lang Han? Are there still such foolish people in this world? Yi Qing, you have no room to bargain now. If you don't immediately kneel for me, then Lang Han will die instantly. Kneel as long as you honestly kneel before me and kowtow an apology. I won't take Lang Han's life. At this moment, Yi Qing sighed, looked at 7th Uncle Mu, and said, "Are you really not afraid?" 7th Uncle Mu gritted his teeth and said, "What am I afraid of?" Yi Qing, stop trying to scare me. Either you come and kill us now, in which case Lang Han will also die. Or, you immediately kneel. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Qing sighed softly, looked at 7th Uncle Mu, and said, "It's not impossible." As soon as these words came out, a look of excitement instantly appeared on 7th Uncle Mu's face. Yi Qing actually didn't refuse, and even seemed to want to agree and really kneel. This was an unexpected joy, a huge surprise. At this moment, Lang Han was almost going crazy, looking at Yi Qing and roaring frantically. "No! No, no, no! Yi Qing, how can you kneel for me? How can you kneel for me? Even if I die, you absolutely cannot kneel for them. Yi Qing, my death is nothing. I should have died long ago. After I die, you can avenge me. You cannot kneel for them, absolutely not." 7th Uncle Mu was furious when he heard Lang Han's words, and he slapped Lang Han hard on the head. He didn't want Lang Han to ruin this excellent situation for him. "Shut up, you dog! Shut up immediately, otherwise, even if I don't kill you now, I'll cut out your tongue. Yi Qing, if you don't want him to die, then hurry up and kneel. Kneel." At this moment, Yi Qing's expression was somewhat pitiful, seemingly pitying Lang Han, and also, seemingly pitying 7th Uncle Mu and his group. "You really want me to kneel, huh? Ha, you've got guts, but aren't you afraid of regretting it later? Forget it, I won't say more to you later. I will let you live, and then, I will personally watch you kneel on the ground, begging bitterly." After saying this, Yi Qing looked at Lang Han and smiled. "Brother Lang, you know what this feeling is now, right? Pain, hatred. It's okay if you have a little more. Let you suffer a little grievance temporarily, but it doesn't matter. They won't dare to do anything to you later. I will let you get out all this pent-up anger." After speaking, Yi Qing stood with his hands behind his back, simply standing still, not to mention kneeling. He didn't even have any intention of continuing to negotiate. This made 7th Uncle Mu and his group all stunned. No more talking? No more kneeling? Is he not caring about Lang Han anymore? Yi Qing, what do you mean? You don't want Lang Han's life anymore? 7th Uncle Mu spoke directly, threatening Lang Han's life again. And Yi Qing, this time, looked at 7th Uncle Mu and Captain Lu extremely indifferently, and said coldly, "I'm standing right here. Do you dare to kill them? Kill one, let me see." These words made 7th Uncle Mu and his group feel a bit helpless. Yes, Lang Han was in their hands, and they used him to threaten Yi Qing. But kill Lang Han? Don't joke around. Although they could really crush Lang Han to death right now, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to now. If they killed Lang Han, they would have no leverage whatsoever, and then, it would be their turn to die. Captain Lu gritted his teeth, looked at Yi Qing, and said, "Yi Qing, even if we can't kill Lang Han, we can make him wish he were dead, wish he were alive. He's in our hands. We can kill him whenever we want. Don't say you don't believe it." That's right, Lang Han was still in their hands. The dagger was at Lang Han's neck. With just a little force, Lang Han would instantly have his throat cut. This was real, not fake. At this moment, Lang Han could no longer hold back and roared, "Yi Qing, kill them! How can a great figure like you be threatened by trash like them? Kill them! Even if I die, you can't be threatened. Don't forget, you still have to go to Nine Kings Hall and do the important things you need to do. Don't delay all this for me. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it." A great figure, Nine Kings Hall. 7th Uncle Mu and his group heard this statement again, and each of them felt a chill in their hearts. If they could have dismissed it as arrogance from Yi Qing and his group before, now, they had to take it seriously. Whether the 10 billion was real, they didn't know, but at least, Yi Qing and Black Bone's strength was evident. These were clearly absolute powerhouses, and powerhouses who had reached this level were, in themselves, great figures. Moreover, going to Nine Kings Hall might not be false either. Captain Lu took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and gritted his teeth. Yi Qing, who exactly are you? Tell us your identity. Perhaps we don't need to fight to the death. Perhaps we've just had a misunderstanding. Yi Qing smiled when he heard this. A misunderstanding, huh? It wasn't impossible. However, it was a different kind of misunderstanding. Looking at the time, Yi Qing shook his head and said, "It's quite boring. The matter here should be resolved, and their reinforcements should be arriving soon." Blackbone nodded when he heard this, and said, "They'll be here soon, but our people will also be here soon." Yi Qing nodded, looked at Captain Lu and smiled. "Sima Deshao, he's very formidable, but if you want to use his name to scare me, you're overthinking it." Captain Lu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Yi Qing, you've indeed heard of our lord." "Yes, our lord is Capital Garrison Overlord, Mr. Sima. However, Capital Garrison Overlord is about to become a thing of the past, because our lord is about to become a king." "Yi Qing, do you really want to be an enemy of a king?" As soon as these words came out, a cold smile played on Yi Qing's lips, and he said, "Sima Deshao is going to become a king?" Becoming a king meant that Sima Deshao was truly involved. He had indeed sided with the enemy. Because even if Yi Qing wasn't clear about some things, he at least knew one fact. He knew very well who the Nine Kings Council was targeting this time. Whoever's position was vacant, it belonged to his own people. Captain Lu, at this moment, still thought this news had intimidated Yi Qing, and quickly said, "That's right, our lord is about to become a king, the Southeast King." "Yi Qing, do you dare to be an enemy of the Nine Kings?" As soon as these words came out, Yi Qing's expression became playful. Blackbone lowered his head and laughed. Even Long Han, who was controlled by Seventh Uncle Mu and his group, was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit speechless. Sima Deshao is going to become a king. Alright, if you want to be a king, then be a king, but you become the Southeast King? Then, if you are the Southeast King, what is Yi Qing? Chapter 805. Who am I? Seeing Yi Qing and Blackbone stunned, Captain Lu and the others immediately became excited. He was stunned. Yes, Yi Qing was stunned. Indeed, it was all fake. There might be enemies of Yi Qing in Nine Kings Hall, but would Yi Qing dare to be an enemy of Nine Kings? In the entire Dragon Country, how many people would dare to be an enemy of a hegemonic giant like Nine Kings? Even if Yi Qing truly had such enemies, he probably wouldn't want, and certainly wouldn't dare, to add another enemy like Nine Kings. If he had known it was this simple, he would have said so earlier. At this moment, Captain Lu was a bit depressed. Looking at Yi Qing, Captain Lu said somewhat smugly, "Yi Qing, why aren't you speaking? You're scared, aren't you?" "I'm not trying to provoke you. After all, who would dare to be an enemy of Nine Kings? If you surrender now, you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, my lord won't let you off." At this moment, Seventh Uncle Mu's eyes also lit up. Looking at Yi Qing, he roared, "That's right, Yi Qing, it's still not too late to kneel down and repent now. You've killed so many of Sima's subordinates, why aren't you surrendering quickly?" Seeing these people clamoring like this, Yi Qing truly didn't know what to say. The name of Nine Kings might scare others, but could it really scare him? Yi Qing looked at Captain Lu and the others, and said with a playful expression, "You said your Sima Deshao is going to become a king? And he's going to be the Southeast King?" Upon hearing this, Captain Lu thought Yi Qing didn't believe him, and immediately said, "Yi Qing, do you think I'm lying to you? Impossible, who would dare to joke about such a thing? These are all facts, and we all know it now. My lord Sima has already allied with Flower King, Sea King, and many other giants. This time, he is determined to win the position of Nine Kings. Moreover, the position of Southeast King has already been promised to my lord, so my lord's position as Nine Kings is a certainty. I know you don't quite believe it, but these are all facts. You, Yi Qing, are also a strong person. You can't be so ignorant of the underground world, can you? Now the underground world is extremely turbulent. The change of kings is inevitable today. My lord has enough strength and enough allies. It's only right for him to take the position of king. Yi Qing, it's still not too late to surrender now. Believe me, with your strength, as long as you sincerely repent and submit to my lord, you will definitely have a place in the future. Luring, Captain Lu once again began to lure Yi Qing. He did want to kill Yi Qing. After all, Yi Qing had caused him to be in his current predicament, and he wouldn't be satisfied even if Yi Qing died 10,000 times. However, he also had to consider his future, so luring Yi Qing, luring Black Bone, and luring two tiger-ranking strong individuals, he could at least atone for his sins. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu's expression became very ugly. It was fine for Captain Lu and Captain Wang to lure Yi Qing. Shaking hands and making peace might not be impossible then. But the problem was, he, 7th Uncle Mu, couldn't. There might not have been any enmity between him and Yi Qing. No, there already was, and it was a deep-seated one. Yi Qing actually made him kneel to that useless Lung Han in public, and the most crucial thing was that he actually knelt. This was a great humiliation, an irreconcilable hatred. Of course, he wasn't unable to give up revenge, but even if he could give up revenge, could Yi Qing let him go? Not to mention that Yi Qing probably wouldn't let him go for Lung Han's sake. Even without Lung Han, could Yi Qing really let him go? One must know that he had just been clamoring for Yi Qing to kneel down and kowtow to him to apologize. If Yi Qing truly turned the tables, it would be strange if he let him go. Therefore, he must be stopped. There's no need to even think about this matter. Captain Lu, Captain Wang, no, we cannot subdue Yi Qing. This person is ruthless and has done such insane things. How can we just let him go? Kill him, he must be killed, otherwise, will all your subordinates have died for nothing? Also, is Sima's face not important anymore? As soon as these words came out, Yi Qing had no reaction yet, but Captain Lu was already furious. More harm than good. This 7th Uncle Mu was simply an idiot. Did he really think they had a sure win now? Yi Qing was temporarily holding back out of fear, but his strength was there. If he were truly angered and saw no hope, the first to die would be them. Moreover, they were still hoping to successfully lure Yi Qing and gain benefits from him. Shut up, 7th Uncle Mu, what nonsense are you talking about? My lord Sima values talent the most. Mr. Yi is so young and already so powerful. If he submits to Sima, he will definitely be greatly reused by him. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will be the first to not spare you. After speaking, Captain Lu seemed to feel that it wasn't sincere enough, so he immediately kicked 7th Uncle Mu to the ground, then grabbed Lung Han alone, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, don't listen to 7th Uncle Mu's instigation. There's no hatred between us, it's all a misunderstanding. Lung Han is right here, I guarantee I won't harm him. Mr. Yi, this is enough of my sincerity, isn't it? Of course, I also know that you have a grudge with the Mu family. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can assure you that as long as Mr. Yi submits, then our misunderstanding will definitely be resolved, and Sima will absolutely not interfere with the Mu family's side. No, not only will he not interfere, he will even help you deal with your enemies from the Mu family. That's not a problem either. Mr. Yi, I'm not joking. These are all possible things, but the premise is that we must stand together, don't you agree? Captain Lu promised a lot, and it must be said that what he said was not without reason. Yi Qing was still young, and Black Bone's strength was definitely not weak. With such strong individuals submitting, Sima Dejiao's strength would definitely greatly increase. It was certainly not worth retaliating for some ordinary elites. Of course, everyone's thoughts are different, but this was absolutely possible. So, it must be said, it was very sincere. However, sufficient sincerity was useless. Because Yi Qing was not just anyone else. Between him and Sima Dejiao, even if there was no prior enmity, once Sima Dejiao wanted to seize the position of 9 kings, or even the Southeast King, that enmity was already terrifyingly great. Yi Qing looked at Captain Lu with a playful expression, chuckled lightly, and said, Is there no misunderstanding between us? Or rather, is it just a misunderstanding? Upon hearing this, Captain Lu immediately nodded heavily and said, Yes, Mr. Yi, even if there is a misunderstanding, it's just a small one. As long as you submit, then none of that matters. Yi Qing nodded, then sighed, and said something that made Captain Lu and the others all gape. But if he's the Southeast King, then who am I? Chapter 806. He is Yi Qing, Yi Qing. If he is the Southeast King, then who am I? What he said made perfect sense. Because Yi Qing is the Southeast King, one of the 9 kings, the Southeast King of the underground world of Dragon Country. He defeated Old Qin, won the battle for the throne, and successfully occupied the Southeast as the Southeast King. If Sima Deshao is the Southeast King, then what is he, Yi Qing? However, it was this perfectly logical statement that stunned Captain Lu and Captain Wang. What does he mean? They genuinely couldn't understand what Yi Qing was saying. Aren't we talking about surrendering? Aren't we talking about Sima Deshao being crowned king soon? What does this have to do with you, Yi Qing? It's not surprising that Captain Lu and the others are still confused, as they never considered this possibility from the start. In their eyes, no, in everyone's eyes, Yi Qing was already a dead man. A dead man who simply wouldn't appear, so why bother thinking about it? Looking at Yi Qing, Captain Lu, after a moment of stunned silence, chuckled dryly and said, "Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? Are you asking what position and treatment you would receive if you surrendered to my lord?" That's how he understood it, and in fact, understanding it that way wasn't really a problem. After all, Yi Qing said, if Sima Deshao is the Southeast King, then what is he, Yi Qing? This could also be interpreted as a way of asking for a position. Although it was a stretch, at present, it seemed to be the only interpretation that was most acceptable. Before Yi Qing could speak, seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope for Yi Qing's agreement, Captain Lu quickly continued, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I can guarantee that your status will definitely be much higher than mine as long as you are willing to surrender. Lord Sima will surely give you a satisfactory position. My Lord Sima values talent the most, so he will not disappoint you. Especially since my lord is about to become one of the 9 kings at that time, the entire underground world of the southeast 5 provinces will be under my lord's command. In addition to Paidu, my lord will not give up on it either. Therefore, the territory my lord will actually control will be the underground world of the southeast 5 provinces plus Paidu." Mr. Yi, you are a discerning person, and I believe you understand what this represents. So, my lord is truly in need of manpower, especially powerful talents like Mr. Yi. As long as Mr. Yi is willing to surrender to my lord, I can't say anything else, but a very high position is certain. It's even possible to control the underground world of a province. After all, now is a time of breaking and rebuilding, and everything needs to start anew. This is very appealing. If it were an ordinary person, to put it bluntly, it would be impossible not to be tempted. After all, what Captain Lu said, even if it contained some exaggeration, was still very likely. Who would have thought that Sima Deshao, indeed a newly crowned king among the 9 kings, would have a larger territory but might lack manpower? Not to mention Sima Deshao, even Yi Qing, after taking over the underground world of the southeast 5 provinces, also faced a shortage of talent, to the extent that even after taking over this territory and becoming the true southeast king, many of the old veterans were not moved. Of course, this also had a great deal to do with the fact that Yi Qing had taken over the territory for too short a time and then went abroad to participate in the war, leaving no time for consolidation. And now, if Sima Deshao were facing such a situation, it would probably be not much different from Yi Qing. Of course, perhaps it would be much easier than for Yi Qing. After all, Sima Deshao, having been the capital garrison overlord for so many years, had cultivated many talents in this regard. But none of these are the problem. The biggest problem is, if Sima Deshao became the Southeast King, what would Yi Qing be? So, upon hearing Captain Lu's sincere overture, Yi Qing laughed. "Captain Lu, you are truly very sincere, and I genuinely feel that sincerity. But, I still say the same thing, if he becomes the Southeast King, then what am I?" Yi Qing repeated the question, "He is the Southeast King, what am I?" Captain Lu was getting a bit annoyed hearing this. He felt he had already explained it, but why did Yi Qing seem not to understand? "Yi Qing, haven't I already said? After Lord Sima becomes the Southeast King, he will need manpower, so rest assured, as long as you surrender to Lord, your future will definitely be boundless, and it's even possible to become the overlord of a provincial underground world." Captain Lu's tone was a bit impatient now. Yes, it was impatient, and his emotions were directly evident. Because he had already seen, not far away, cars speeding towards them one after another. Their reinforcements had arrived. However, at this moment, Captain Wang paused, then his eyes widened, and widened even more. His mouth also opened wide, but then he shook his head, thinking it impossible. Yes, impossible, the thought in his mind was too unbelievable and too terrifying. Impossible, how could this be? But at this moment, Yi Qing looked at Captain Lu, sighed, and said, "Are people from Paidu all that stupid? How many more times do I have to say it? Actually, I didn't want to say it even once, but right now, I'm asking you, if Sima Rennie becomes the Southeast King, then what am I? Do you understand? If he is the Southeast King, then who am I? Captain Lu, do you really not know who I am?" Captain Lu was also getting angry at this moment. However, just as he was about to erupt, Captain Wang suddenly grabbed him. He looked at Captain Wang, and as he tried to shake him off, he saw Captain Wang's body trembling violently, and fear appeared in his eyes. An unprecedented fear, as if he had seen a peerless fierce beast. Captain Lu frowned and said to Captain Wang, "Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Why are you holding me? This Yi Qing simply doesn't understand what I'm saying. I still need to have a good talk with him." Captain Wang's face was pale at this moment, and he was almost collapsing. Yes, Yi Qing. It was that name. How could they have forgotten it? That name that rose like a meteor a month ago, shocking the entire underground world of Dragon Country. That name, which countless people had also mentioned this past month. How could they have forgotten? Everyone else could forget this name, but they couldn't. Because Sima Rennie is the capital garrison overlord, and the position of Southeast King that Sima Rennie wants to seize, originally belonged to Yi Qing. Yi Qing, Yi Qing, Yi Qing. This name, the entire underground world, no, the entire Dragon Country, anyone with the qualifications to know it, should have heard it resoundingly, but they actually forgot. It's simply damnable. Captain Wang trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Captain Lu, his teeth chattering as he spoke. Captain Lu, he is Yi Chang? Chapter 807 now, Neil? Captain Lu was somewhat bewildered by what was said. Why was Captain Wang trembling? Normally, even when he met the governor of Paidu, or Sima Deshao, he didn't tremble or get scared like this. Moreover, what was he saying? Wasn't that Yi Qing? They all knew that was Yi Qing, so why did it seem like he didn't recognize him and was asking who that was? Captain Lu said with some dissatisfaction, "Old Wang, are you so excited that you can't speak because you see the reinforcements are arriving soon? Or do you think that since reinforcements are about to arrive, there's no need to win over Yi Qing anymore, so you want to remind me that he killed many of our people and we shouldn't win him over? But that won't do." Seventh Uncle Mu might not be clear, but you are very clear that we suffered too many casualties and losses today. Even if we kill Yi Qing and his people, our sins will not be erased, unless we make a great contribution. So, it's better to win him over. It's fine, aren't I about to finalize the talk? Don't be anxious, it will be settled soon. After Captain Lu finished speaking, he seemed a bit disdainful and was about to continue talking with Yi Qing. But Captain Wang's face turned ashen as he listened to Captain Lu's words. He hoped his guess was false. No, this was no longer a guess, was it? From beginning to end, Yi Qing did not hide his identity, he kept saying his name. He even said he was going to Nine Kings Hall and showed his Qinglian badge. Yes, that's right, it was the Qinglian badge. Captain Wang remembered that Yi Qing's subordinates also participated in the Nine Kings Council and wore Qinglian badges. Although he hadn't gone and hadn't seen them, they had messages relayed to each other. If it wasn't Yi Qing, could he have such terrifying skill? If it wasn't Yi Qing, would he dare to break into Paidu and go on a killing spree at this time? And would he dare to say in front of them that he was going to Nine Kings Hall, and to kill people there? Every sentence, every scene, which he had not taken seriously before, only thinking they were exaggerations. Now, if Yi Qing's identity was substituted, was this still an exaggeration? The dignified Southeast King naturally has the right to enter Nine Kings Hall. Especially, Yi Qing is not an ordinary strong person, he is someone who fought multiple dragon-ranking strong individuals overseas at the same time he is in existence, who has killed countless people since his debut, shaking the entire underground world of Dragon Country. This is an existence who directly launched a war of succession and annihilated a king. Is it not normal for him to go to Nine Kings Hall to kill people? This is an existence who, as long as he survives, is called a quasi-emperor. Old Lu, stop talking. Looking at the incessantly talking Captain Lu, and then at Yi Qing, who was smiling ambiguously, Captain Wang felt like his whole being was about to explode. His guess was probably correct. But at this moment, he wished his guess was wrong. Captain Lu had not reacted yet at this time, and looking at Captain Wang, who was shouting at him, he said very unhappily, "Old Wang, why are you acting so fiercely? Am I wrong in what I said?" But Captain Wang ignored Captain Lu at this moment, and instead looked at Yi Qing, swallowed his saliva, and cautiously, even respectfully, said, You are Yi Chang?" When he said this, Captain Lu was already very displeased, even without Yi Qing speaking. If it wasn't Yi Qing, who was it? They had been targeting Yi Qing for a long time. Could Yi Qing still turn into someone else at this moment? "Old Wang, has your brain been muddled by the beating? Isn't this Yi Qing? What? Do you have other thoughts?" Captain Wang looked at Captain Lu, who was still stubbornly uncomprehending and hadn't reacted, and gritted his teeth. "Old Lu, you are the one whose brain is muddled. Think again carefully, don't you think this name sounds very familiar?" Familiar? Captain Lu truly didn't know what Captain Wang was trying to say at this moment, and gritted his teeth. "Of course it's familiar, how could it not be familiar? Old Wang, although we've only just started dealing with Yi Qing, we've been calling his name for a long time. Why are you saying this now? Why are you so wishy-washy? Just say what you want to say directly." Seeing Captain Lu's ungrateful expression, Captain Wang was so angry his teeth itched. Was he wishy-washy? Well, he was wishy-washy. He was afraid that directly revealing Yi Qing's identity would scare old Lu to death. The most crucial thing was that Captain Wang still didn't dare to truly confirm if this Yi Qing was really the Yi Qing he was thinking of in his mind. However, at this point, thinking too much was useless. Looking at Captain Lu, Captain Wang gritted his teeth. "I'm not talking about the name, no, it is also the name. Don't you think the name Yi Qing sounds familiar? Don't forget, this name has been almost universally known and famous recently." As soon as these words came out, Captain Lu froze for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and his eyes widened like brass bells. His eyes were filled with disbelief, incredulity, and also awe and fear. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Wang, you're crazy, you're absolutely crazy. If you weren't crazy, how could you think in that direction? That Yi Qing is dead, he's already dead. Everyone agrees on it. Even if he wasn't dead, would he really dare to come to Paidu at this time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Captain Lu couldn't believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. If this really was the Southeast King Yi Qing he imagined, then he wouldn't just be incredibly lucky, he would be crying and begging to die, and it probably wouldn't even be easy. At this moment, Yi Qing, seeing that they had guessed his identity, spoke indifferently. "Just because you didn't find me, you thought I should be dead? Heh, truly, quite arrogant, aren't you? It seems you never intended for me to return alive from the beginning. Unfortunately, I'm still alive, and I've even come." Yi Qing, this counted as personally admitting who he was, right? However, it would have been better if he hadn't admitted it. With his admission, both Captain Wang and Captain Lu were on the verge of collapse. Especially Captain Lu, who couldn't accept this fact. He accepted that Yi Qing was a strong person, he accepted that Yi Qing was an important figure, but Yi Qing couldn't be the Southeast King. "No, liar, fake, it's all fake, you liar are deceiving us." "Yes, that's right, you are deceiving us. You saw our reinforcements were about to arrive, so you used this identity to make us let you go. Yes, it must be like this. Fake is fake, Yi Qing. No, perhaps your name isn't even Yi Qing. You've been impersonating this identity from beginning to end. You're dead, you're dead. This identity isn't something just anyone can impersonate. You're finished, you're completely finished." Captain Lu pointed at Yi Qing, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge Yi Qing's identity. And Yi Qing, with his hands behind his back, looked indifferently at Captain Lu, and sneered, "Is that so? If you want to think that way, then think that way. You don't deserve for me to explain anything to you, do you? Now, I want to ask you, will you do as I just said? I said you would voluntarily release Leng Han, and then all kneel on the ground, repenting. Now, will you kneel?" Chapter 808. Yi Qing is really still alive. Should they kneel? Should they kneel to Yi Qing? This was Yi Qing's demand, and this time, no one dared to disregard Yi Qing's words. No matter how frantically Captain Lu insisted Yi Qing was fake, in reality, he probably couldn't even deceive himself fake? Could it be such a coincidence? Especially after after learning of Yi Qing's actions, all the previously unreasonable points now made perfect sense. The dignified Southeast King Yi Qing, arriving in Paidu with the bloody prestige of his killings overseas, what wouldn't he dare to do? What couldn't he do? He had already killed more than one dragon ranking expert, and he had killed a 9 kings. He said he was going to 9 Kings Hall to kill people others might not dare, but Yi Qing truly dared. Moreover, at 9 Kings Hall, something unfavorable to Yi Qing was currently happening. He couldn't possibly not know it was precisely because he knew that he came. No wonder Yi Qing said that Lung Han's matter would be dealt with after his own affairs were handled. This was about first resolving the matters at 9 Kings Hall, resolving the 9 Kings' affairs. Captain Wang despaired looking at Yi Qing's indifferent eyes, his legs were turning to jelly. 101 Cancom fully handwritten, error-free site. That's right, he wanted to kneel. Because if he didn't kneel, there truly wasn't a shred of hope, or even a chance to live. And just at this moment, a frantic voice rang out. It was none other than 7th Uncle Mu. He was right there. How could he not hear the conversation between these people? Yi Qing, was he actually the Southeast King? No wonder he would say, if Sima Disha was the Southeast King, then what was he? He was dead. 7th Uncle Mu was dead. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu was the most desperate person. He didn't know what fate awaited Captain Lu and Captain Wang, or if they had a chance to survive. But he knew that he absolutely had no chance of surviving. Unless Yi Qing died. But how could Yi Qing die? Moreover, he absolutely could not let Captain Wang and Captain Lu hesitate. Once they hesitated and chose to surrender, then 7th Uncle Mu would truly be finished. Many people might have only heard of Yi Qing's fearsome reputation, but for 7th Uncle Mu, the Mu family truly had core disciples who died at Yi Qing's hands. The Mu family's name could make others wary and give face, but to use it to make Yi Qing give face and show mercy was absolutely impossible. Besides, Lung Han was still there. Captain Wang, Captain Lu, don't be afraid, don't be scared. Whether he is that Yi Qing or not, the most important thing now is that our reinforcements are almost here, and if he really is that Yi Qing, this might not be the best opportunity to gain merit. That Yi Qing was rumored to be dead, and even if not dead, he was in a critically wounded state. Don't think that Yi Qing standing here looks fine. In fact, he is injured, severely injured. At this moment, if we can join forces and capture him, it's a great achievement. A monumental achievement. The entire underground world of Dragon Country will reward you. Captain Wang, Captain Lu, it's not time to admit defeat yet. Fight for it. You must fight for it. As he spoke, 7th Uncle Mu directly walked behind Lung Han again, pressing the dagger against Lung Han's neck once more. At this moment, it seemed only by doing so could he feel a sense of security. Captain Wang and Captain Lu both heard 7th Uncle Mu's words. They had to admit, it was tempting, but it also instilled more fear. A giant dragon, even if injured, was still a giant dragon. Moreover, Yi Qing stood right there. Where did he look severely injured? But, they were enemies. That went without saying. What should they do? What on earth should they do? At this moment, Captain Lu and Captain Wang were also completely caught in a struggle. One wrong step, and it was an abyss. And Yi Qing shook his head, seemingly a little disappointed, and said, how truly boring. Just because I don't make a move, do you really think I'm someone who can be threatened by anyone? Besides, are you sure you can threaten me? All 3 of you, kneel down now, and I'll let you die quickly, otherwise, you'll all be handed over to Blackbone for disposal. As soon as these words came out, Captain Wang and the others were all stunned. What did he mean by obey and kneel, die quickly? It meant he was going to kill them. He never intended to let them go. But, what did it mean to be handed over to Blackbone for disposal if they didn't obey? Could it be that being handed over to Blackbone was even more terrifying than death? At this moment, all 3 of their gazes fell upon Blackbone. And Blackbone, at this moment, was actually full of excitement, as if an ordinary person had won the lottery. Mr. Yi, I think there's no need to discuss anything with them. Once they're caught and in my black jail, torture them well, and then they'll know what to do. Yi Qing ignored Blackbone and looked at Captain Lu and the others, seemingly waiting for them to make a choice. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu looked at Yi Qing and gritted his teeth, saying, Yi Qing, I don't care who you are, you won't let me go, but don't force me. Ling Han is in my hands. If you force me, I'll kill him, I'll make him die. Yi Qing sighed, checked the time, and shook his head, saying, how truly boring. Since you won't obey, then, none of you will obey. As his voice fell, just as seventh Uncle Mu and the others didn't know what Yi Qing was saying but felt a sense of unease, the next moment, seventh Uncle Mu felt a sharp pain in his wrist and involuntarily released his grip on Ling Han. And Captain Lu and Captain Wang were not spared before a sense of danger even arose. Both of them felt a sharp pain in their knees, and then, they all involuntarily knelt down. Only then did they see that Yi Qing had already, with an indifferent expression, walked in front of them and stood beside Ling Han. Looking at seventh Uncle Mu and the others, Yi Qing said coldly, do you really think that just because of you, you can threaten me? Playing around with you, and you actually took it seriously. Heh, ignorant, foolish. Seventh Uncle Mu's face was ashen at this moment. He slumped to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he couldn't even utter words of pleading. And Captain Lu and Captain Wang were no better off by this point. How could they not understand that from beginning to end, they were a joke? Everything, from the very start, was under Yi Qing's control. Captain Lu, kneeling on the ground, said with a pale face, Mr. Yi, spare us. We are still useful. Please, spare our lives. Pleading for mercy, this was instinct, an instinct in the face of a life and death crisis. And there was no time more dangerous than now. They had offended a king. And one who was a terrifying killer, a king slayer who usurped positions. Yi Qing looked at Captain Lu and the others and said lightly, useful? What use could you possibly be to me? Since you are useless, living is also useless. Better to die. As he spoke, the reinforcements from Paidu had also arrived. These people, seeing seventh Uncle Mu, Captain Lu, and the others all kneeling before Yi Qing, and seeing the ground covered with corpses, became furious and immediately roared. Damn bastards, how dare you act wildly in Paidu? We'll kill you. Chapter 809, Strong Reinforcements Arrive. The reinforcements Captain Lu called for have arrived. For Tiger-ranking powerhouses and hundreds of elites have now completely surrounded the area. Whether it was the 4 Tiger-ranking powerhouses or the hundreds of elites, their eyes were filled with fury from the moment they arrived. But more than that, there was vigilance. There was apprehension. Not everyone at the scene was dead, but the death toll had already exceeded half. With over 100 bodies lying on the ground, the surroundings turned into a pool of blood, the strong smell of blood stinging the nose. This scene, let alone in Paidu, was probably not something one could easily witness anywhere. And the enemy, it seemed, was only 3 people? 3 people accomplishing all of this was enough to prove their ruthlessness and how strong they truly were. At this moment, the 4 Tiger-ranking powerhouses, though roaring in anger, were all incredibly vigilant. Especially when they saw Captain Lu and Captain Wang kneeling before Yi Qing, they immediately knew who the true master was. Who are you? How dare you be so audacious? This is Paidu, have you gone mad? Yi Qing had heard such words so many times today that his ears were callous. Looking at the newcomers, Yi Qing did not speak, but instead looked at Captain Lu and Captain Wang and smiled, saying, do you know what is the most despair-inducing thing? Captain Lu and Captain Wang looked at Yi Qing blankly, not knowing what he was talking about. Yi Qing smiled and said, that is, powerlessness. Watching everything happen, feeling powerless, is the most despair-inducing, especially watching the people you called for constantly being killed. That kind of despair will make people collapse. You say, with so many lives on your shoulders, even if you survive, will you still be able to sleep at night? As soon as these words were spoken, Captain Lu and Captain Wang's faces instantly changed dramatically. Yi Qing's words brought back the scene of Yi Qing wantonly slaughtering all their people. And they could only kneel there, unable to do anything, only watching so many people die helplessly. Despair, a suffocating despair. Yes, so many lives, although not killed by them, or called by them. No, Mr. Yi, Southeast King, please be merciful. Mr. Yi, spare them, they are all innocent, completely innocent. Your enemy is not us, it has never been us. Yi Qing sighed lightly upon hearing this and said, yes, my enemy is not you, my enemy is at Nine Kings Hall. But you insist on using your blood and lives to announce my return. How can I refuse? As he spoke, Yi Qing slowly turned around. As he turned, a red glow, cold and terrifying, appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. all of you, kneel, or die. Yes, without any extra words, Yi Qing only said this one sentence, all of you, kneel, or all of you will die. Just now, he could play with Captain Luan's seventh uncle move for so long because he was waiting. But now, there was no need to wait for anything. What he needed was blood and lives to forge his prestige. Everyone knew who he was, knew his powerful combat strength, his unparalleled killing ability, and knew his ruthlessness, that he was not someone who could be bullied. This had been warned to the world again and again with blood and lives. But what was the result? Those who should be besieging him were still besieging him. Those who should be plotting in secret were still plotting. Those who should be scheming against him and his relatives, weren't they still scheming all of this? Since that was the case, it meant he hadn't killed enough, and his methods weren't ruthless enough. Otherwise, how would they dare? The four powerhouses who came to support him were also stunned at this moment. Their instincts told them it was extremely dangerous, and it was best to do as Yi Qing said, but how could they kneel to an enemy like Yi Qing the moment they met him? Let alone Yi Qing being an enemy, even if he wasn't, the dignity of a powerhouse would not allow them to do so. Bastard, what are you, daring to threaten us and make us kneel? You, surrender immediately, or we'll kill you. Yi Qing was even too lazy to ask their names now. Do dead people need names? Dead people don't need to be remembered. At least, these people, in front of Yi Qing, no longer had the right to be remembered. They were just ants. Yi Qing looked at them, said nothing, but turned to Captain Lu and the others, chuckled softly, and said, their lives will be on your shoulders. After saying this, Yi Qing had already turned around. But Captain Lu and Captain Wang went mad. They knew that Yi Qing could do it. Yi Qing had the strength and the courage to kill all the people who came to support him. Especially when they saw the red glow in Yi Qing's eyes, their hearts trembled violently. The cold breath of death made them nearly collapse. Yi Qing was going to kill. Without a single wasted word. He was going to kill without even asking a question, and he was going to kill everyone. No, it couldn't be like this. Captain Lu and Captain Wang, from this moment on, even felt as if they were being haunted by vengeful spirits. They couldn't accept this fact. Nor did they want this fact to happen. No, Mr. Yi, spare them, please spare them. After speaking, Captain Lu and Captain Wang no longer spoke to Yi Qing, but instead roared frantically at the people who came to support them. Kneel, all of you kneel, do as Mr. Yi says, he is Southeast King, he is Southeast King, quickly kneel, all of you kneel. All the people who came to support them were stunned. What the hell? Were Captain Lu and Captain Wang crazy? They must have been scared senseless by Yi Qing. They weren't overjoyed to see them, instead, they were helping the enemy, saying they should all kneel? What a joke! Especially the four powerhouses, at this moment, all frowned. What did he mean, he is Southeast King? Captain Lu, Captain Wang, are you crazy? You're telling us to kneel to the enemy? Simply outrageous, insolent. We strong ones, even if we die, we must die with dignity. To be defeated without a fight and even kneel to the enemy, your bones may be soft, but ours are not. And what do you mean he is Southeast King? Simply mad. Captain Lu and Captain Wang were indeed going mad at this moment. They wanted to save these people. They were truly scared by what Yi Qing said. If so many lives really died, and they had to bear all of them, just thinking about it would make them collapse. But these bastards, not only were they ungrateful, but they also said their bones were soft? Fine, if your bones are hard, when you die, you'll know whether your bones are hard or not. But at this moment, they still couldn't let these people just die like this. Bastards, don't you understand human language? I said, he is Southeast King, he is Yi Qing, Southeast King Yi Qing. Quasi-Emperor, Yi Qing. He's not dead, he's alive and back. You bastards, you are simply foolish. Chapter 8:10, Help! Help now! The words were already blunt enough, beyond blunt. They had even directly spoken Yi Qing's name. If they still didn't understand, then it was truly a case of good words failing to persuade the doomed. However, it must be said, these words had an effect. As Captain Wang and Captain Lu revealed Yi Qing's identity, everyone present, including the four Tiger ranking experts, were all stunned. The originally chaotic scene instantly became extremely quiet. Yi Qing? Southeast King Yi Qing? How could they not have heard of this name, which resounded like thunder in the underground world, making countless people envious and awestruck? But, wasn't Yi Qing already dead? How could he still be alive, and moreover, alive and in Paidu, face to face with them? No one believed it, especially the 4 Tiger ranking experts. They simply could not believe this fact. Are you kidding? If it was understandable for ordinary people not to know what Yi Qing had gone through, then as Tiger ranking experts, no one knew better than them how terrifying Dragon ranking experts truly were. They were beings who, if one of them casually walked out, could sweep them aside and easily kill them. To put it unpleasantly, those Dragon ranking experts, if truly considered, could even no longer be counted as human. What kind of person was Yi Qing? The target of a joint encirclement by 5 Dragon ranking experts, plus that all-destroying explosion. Could he still be alive? He would have to be a god. Therefore, no one believed Yi Qing was still alive. Everyone universally agreed that Yi Qing was already dead as could be. This didn't require seeing a corpse, because there could be no other possibility. But now, what were Captain Wang and Captain Lu saying? They actually said that this person in front of them was Yi Qing? Are you too crazy? To actually say this person is Yi Qing, you damn scoundrels, how can you even utter such a lie? I think you truly don't want to live anymore, you cowards, simply trash. I'm telling you, after we deal with them, we won't let you off next. The 4 experts were furious. They certainly didn't believe the enemy in front of them was Yi Qing, the Southeast King, but even if they didn't believe it, they were still startled. This filled them with anger towards Captain Wang and Captain Lu. They felt that these two were scared silly, their spines too soft, and were colluding with Yi Qing to deceive them. Captain Wang and Captain Lu, at this moment, also found it hard to speak, their hearts filled with anger. They were speaking the truth, and they were doing it to save them, yet they were being threatened, being told that after Yi Qing was dealt with, they wouldn't be let off either. Where could they even go to reason with that? Captain Lu gritted his teeth and roared, "You idiots, I'm saving you! He really is Yi Qing, he's the Southeast King." At this moment, Captain Wang looked at Captain Lu and shook his head, saying with some despair, "Oh Lu, no need to say more, they won't believe it, just like us. If it weren't for this situation, would we have believed it? Let them be, this is their fate." Captain Lu paused upon hearing this, then his eyes dimmed. Indeed, these people wouldn't believe it even if they truly believed. If there was even a 1 in 10,000 chance, they wouldn't surrender, and as long as they didn't surrender, Yi Qing wouldn't let them go. Yi Qing was utterly ruthless, killing without batting an eye. At this moment, Yi Qing shook his head, chuckled lightly, and said, "Don't say you don't believe it, I don't believe it either, but the truth is, I really survived. However, it doesn't matter anyway, you are all dead men." Black Bone, at this moment, clenched his fists and grinned ferociously, "Mr. Yi, let me handle it." Yi Qing shook his head and said faintly, "No need, I'll stretch my limbs, who knows how many more battles there will be later. I want to finish this quickly. Playing with them here is meaningless. I'd rather go see what kind of expressions those 9 kings bigshots will have when they find out I'm still alive." Blackbone laughed heartily upon hearing this, nodding, "That expression will definitely be very interesting." At this moment, the 4 Tiger ranking experts, seeing that Yi Qing was not nervous at all upon seeing them, but rather chatted and laughed with Black Bone, mentioning 9 King's experts as if everything he said was true, as if he, Yi Qing, truly was the Southeast King. Involuntarily, their hearts grew increasingly tense. But even so, it was impossible for them to directly kneel before Yi Qing. "Who exactly are you?" The 4 Tiger ranking experts who had come as reinforcements looked at Yi Qing, their expressions solemn as they spoke. "I see that your strength is not weak at all, so you should know what kind of place this is and who is here at a time like this, to dare to cause trouble here. You have great courage. Surrender, and there's still a way out, otherwise, no one can save you." It was only because these experts were wary in their hearts. Otherwise, if they truly thought Yi Qing and his group were soft targets, easy to handle, they probably wouldn't be wasting words and would have charged forward already. Yi Qing looked at the 4 Tiger ranking experts, and at the hundreds of enemies surrounding him, and chuckled. "If it were before, I could chat with you for a few sentences, but now, I'm not in the mood. Besides, what's there to chat about with dead people?" After saying this, Yi Qing looked towards the 9 Kings Hall and murmured softly, "Paidu, this is my first time here. Nine Kings Hall, it's also my first time going. Even being crowned king, it's the first time. Then, let blood in your lives serve as a red carpet, paving a path to send me into the Nine Kings Hall, to sit upon the throne. Were these words spoken by a human? Even the 9 kings, no, even the former heavenly kings, had never been so arrogant. Yi Qing actually wanted to use the lives and blood of so many people to dye the Grand Avenue red and send him to the throne. This was a demon. A demon who slaughtered all living beings. However, at this moment, a strong sense of crisis swept in all directions. The first to sense this were the 4 Tiger ranking experts who had come as reinforcements. They didn't believe Yi Qing was the Southeast King, but at this moment, that intense sense of crisis made cold sweat pour down them. However, before they could react, Yi Qing's figure disappeared from their sight, until, the next moment, one of the Tiger ranking experts felt an intense crisis and tried to retreat, only to find that he could no longer retreat. Yi Qing had actually appeared directly in front of him, his eyes carrying specks of red light, and he smashed a punch fiercely towards this Tiger ranking expert's face. With just that one punch, this Tiger ranking expert died directly without even letting out a scream. That's right, one blow. Just one punch, directly killed a Tiger ranking expert. The remaining 3 Tiger ranking experts were all utterly horrified and began to retreat rapidly. Whether this Yi Qing was the Southeast King or not, they didn't know. But they knew that the strength of the person who died, even if not as good as theirs, wasn't far off, yet he was simply killed with one punch. Yi Qing, at the very least, possessed the strength of a dragon ranking expert. This was now beyond doubt. Retreat. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements immediately. Enemy suspected to be a dragon ranking expert. Call for reinforcements immediately, to the governor's mansion, to the 9 Kings Hall, for reinforcements. Chapter 811, Blood-Paved Red Carpet. Seeking assistance was the only method these reinforcements could conceive. They had come to provide support, yet as soon as the battle began, they found themselves needing help still. There was no shame in it. Anyone facing a dragon ranking expert, especially one who kills without a single word of warning, would need assistance and be filled with dread. A faint smile on his face, Yi Qing watched the enemies scattering in all directions and chuckled, "Can you escape? Besides, weren't you here to kill me? If you run now, then how will you kill me? So many people here, it would be a shame if they all ran away." As he spoke, Yi Qing directly caught up to an elite, delivering another punch that nearly flattened the person into a meat patty. In just a few words, over a dozen elites had fallen to Yi Qing's hands. The remaining 3 Tiger ranking experts, however, dared not advance, only watching helplessly as Yi Qing slaughtered at will. Devil, you are a devil. No matter who you are, for causing such widespread slaughter, you are doomed, absolutely doomed. This is Paidu, where experts are countless. You are doomed, you are doomed. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing wore a nonchalant smile. His newly worn clothes were already stained with blood, and even his face was splattered, yet he remained unconcerned. However, while he was unconcerned, others could not afford to be. Yi Qing, with a smile on his face, reaped lives wherever he went, like the god of death, causing people's scalps to tingle. Even Blackbone, though feeling excited at this moment, still instinctively shrunk his neck, looking at Yi Qing with immense awe. Yi Qing, at this moment, felt like a demon to him, a demon with monstrous demonic flames and monstrous slaughter. And Lang Han had never seen Yi Qing like this before. Even though Yi Qing had just made his move, it wasn't like this. The current Yi Qing felt completely different from before, as if he were truly a demon unleashed from the deepest hell, filled with demonic nature from head to toe, even the kind that would drag everyone into hell. One glance was enough to instill fear, a fear that made one dare not look a second time. Actually, what I dislike most is slaughter. Isn't it better for everyone to close their doors and live their own lives? But you insist on causing me trouble. Since that's the case, since you all force me, then let's kill. After killing all of you, if the enemy is still not afraid, then I will continue to kill. Eventually, the whole world will tremble with fear, and perhaps then, true peace will descend. Yi Qing spoke these words with extreme indifference, yet to everyone's ears, they were filled with murderous intent and monstrous slaughter. Yi Qing's killing intent was so heavy that he truly seemed to be on the verge of becoming a demon. No, not on the verge, but perhaps he truly had become one. Now, Yi Qing's every action gave the impression of a demon, one who cared nothing for anyone's life, who could kill everyone, even a demon willing to sacrifice everything to destroy the world. This feeling was very subtle, yet at this moment, everyone looking at Yi Qing thought the same. Yi Qing was a demon who destroyed everything. And this destruction even included Yi Qing himself. He's insane, this man is insane, he's not human, he's a devil. If he doesn't die, all of us will die. Kill him, we must kill him, otherwise, none of us will survive. The remaining 3 Tiger ranking experts who had come to reinforce watched Yi Qing indifferently move through the crowd, like the god of death, effortlessly reaping lives. At this moment, whether he was Yi Qing or the Southeast King no longer mattered. What mattered was that if they couldn't kill Yi Qing would definitely kill them. And Yi Qing seemed to have heard their words, turning back to them with a smile he thought was brilliant, but which in reality could scare people out of their wits. That's right, all of you must die. So, running is useless. As if to prove Yi Qing's words were true, Yi Qing turned around and, with an imperceptible speed, appeared before another Tiger ranking expert. Then, with a single punch, he struck their chest. Visibly, the chest of this Tiger ranking expert collapsed directly, and then they were beaten to death. One punch, still one punch. Even a Dragon ranking expert killing a Tiger ranking expert shouldn't be this easy. But Yi Qing did it. At this moment, he was the god of death, constantly reaping lives. And at this moment, the 2 remaining Tiger ranking experts were already on the verge of collapsing from fear. Yi Qing was too terrifying, truly too terrifying. Southeast King, spare us, Southeast King. Don't kill us, we'll kneel to you, we surrender, we give up. When truly facing a life and death crisis, it is like this: who would want to die if they could live? Just like before, Captain Lu and Captain Wang, if they had even a glimmer of hope, they would show a different face to Yi Qing, but only when hope was lost did they know to beg for mercy and kowtow. But it was already too late. Yi Qing went directly to a Tiger ranking expert, grabbed his wrist, and with a forceful pull, actually tore off the Tiger ranking expert's arm. Blood instantly spurted out. This terrifying scene completely broke everyone's resolve. Hundreds of elites were no longer besieging Yi Qing, but instead, began to scatter and flee. Even the 4 Tiger ranking experts were killed by Yi Qing with one punch each. What use was it for them to stay? Especially when Yi Qing literally ripped off that Tiger ranking expert's arm, it was too terrifying at this moment. Anyone who said Yi Qing wasn't a demon must have been out of their mind. Bathed in blood, Yi Qing, though still calm and smiling, became increasingly terrifying and frightening. His face, dotted with blood, appeared incredibly ferocious. Captain Lu, Captain Wang, and even 7th Uncle Mu, were all stunned in place at this moment, unsure of what they were thinking. Compared to the people before them, they seemed truly fortunate. Otherwise, judging by Yi Qing's current display, they would probably have all died as soon as they met, and perhaps in an even more tragic way. Not daring to speak, or even breathe deeply, this was the feeling of Captain Lu and the other 2 at this moment. Just like this, they quietly watched Yi Qing kill, watched the scattered elites flee, and watched as the last Tiger ranking expert was also directly slain by Yi Qing. However, the slaughter continued. The blood on the ground grew thicker, the smell of blood more intense, yet this ground covered in blood now seemed to truly become a special red carpet. It seemed to be welcoming Yi Qing as he walked towards Nine Kings Hall. Chapter 8:12, He has become a demon. Time passed bit by bit, seemingly long, but in reality, very short. Many corpses were left at the scene, including those 4 Tiger ranking powerhouses. As for the people they brought, except for those killed by Mr. Yi, all the others who could run, ran. Mr. Yi did not chase after them one by one, for him, there was no need. Finally, there were no more enemies. Black Bone took out a handkerchief, walked up to Mr. Yi, and said with immense reverence, "Mr. Yi, you have blood on you, would you like to wipe it off first? I'll arrange for someone to prepare clean water for you." Mr. Yi heard this and smiled, shaking his head, "No need today, I came here to kill people. Getting blood on me isn't a bad thing. Besides, if I don't get it on me now, won't I get it on me later?" After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at the scattering figures who were still faintly visible in the distance and said with some emotion, "I am still too kind-hearted otherwise, where else could they have run?" These words made 7th Uncle Mu and Captain Lu, who were kneeling trembling to the side, feel even more emotional, and even, they found it utterly ridiculous. Mr. Yi, too kind-hearted? Looking at the blood-soaked ground and the corpses everywhere, they truly didn't understand how Mr. Yi could say such a thing. However, while they didn't understand, Black Bone said with a respectful and serious expression, "Yes, Mr. Yi, you are indeed too kind-hearted, otherwise, these people wouldn't have died so painlessly. If you handed them over to me, my black jail would gain some devils who wish to live but cannot, and wish to die but cannot. It wouldn't be long before so many people, seeing you, would desperately beg you to kill them." Black Bone spoke with a serious expression. 7th Uncle Mu and Captain Lu felt their scalps tingle. What exactly was black jail? They all had an extremely ominous feeling now. This black jail seemed to be managed by Black Bone, and it seemed to be a prison specifically for torturing people. And they, still alive, seemed to have been promised by Mr. Yi to Black Bone, to be sent into black jail. At the thought of this, Captain Lu and Captain Wang's faces turned extremely grim. At this moment, they even wondered if committing suicide now would be more painless. Moreover, this might truly be a question worth considering. Otherwise, when the time came that they wished to die, would they truly be able to die painlessly? Just then, a long convoy of vehicles drove over. Subsequently, elite individuals, each wearing a Qinglian badge, disembarked from the vehicles one by one. These were all Mr. Ye's subordinates. Their numbers were not many, but did they need to be? Mr. Yi alone was enough to awe the world. After all the people had disembarked, they each respectfully bowed to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi nodded and chuckled. "You all just continue on your way in the vehicles. You don't need to interfere with other matters. I will walk to Nine Kings Hall step by step." It was agreed that this would be a path with a red carpet dyed by fresh blood, so we must follow through. Black Bone heard this and did not stop Mr. Yi's decision, but still smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, your identity has now been exposed. Soon, all those people meeting at Nine Kings Hall will know. In fact, they probably already know. Are you sure they will still send people to stop you?" Indeed, the news that Mr. Yi was still alive and was on his way to Nine Kings Hall, killing along the way, would soon reach the ears of those giants in the meeting. Given their apprehension towards Mr. Yi and the current state of the enemy, it would be truly strange if they allowed Mr. Yi to walk safely into Nine Kings Hall. Mr. Yi heard this and had a calm expression, but his eyes glowed faintly with red light. "If they don't stop me, will they just let me walk into Nine Kings Hall like this? Ha, if they were really that kind-hearted and arrogant, that would be great. But I am very sure that many of them, right now, want to see my corpse even more. Since that's the case, how could they not make a move?" As he spoke, Mr. Yi's lips curved into a cold smile, saying, "For them, if it were just one or two individuals who knew my news, perhaps they wouldn't dare to act. After all, even if I, Mr. Yi, am severely injured, I am still someone who fought his way back from overseas. Without absolute certainty, would one or two individuals dare to attack me alone? If they don't act, perhaps nothing will be exposed, but as soon as they act, they will inevitably become enemies. They wouldn't be that foolish. But now, the situation is different. Just as they said, this is Paida here. The Nine Kings meeting is being held. All the underground world bosses and giants have gathered, and powerhouses from all sides have also come. This is their strongest moment. If they miss this opportunity, will they have another chance? Besides, since they are already enemies, they will not give me a chance to recover." Mr. Yi had already seen everything clearly. Those people had to make a move, whether they wanted to or not. This was a foregone conclusion. Moreover, this kind of opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If they missed it once, there might not be another. Therefore, this short path to Nine Kings Hall was destined to be dyed red with blood, and even Mr. Yi could not guess how many powerhouses would try to assassinate him. It might be more than the battle in overseas, or it might be less. But, regardless of whether it was more or less, it meant that continuous bloody battles were to come. Black Bone seemed to have thought of that scene as well, frowning slightly, and saying with some concern, "Mr. Yi, at this point, there's no need to hide anything, right? Do you think we should find a way to summon Pejuan and Red Eyes, and also inform Elder Feng and Queen Hongxiu?" The next part was the final stretch of road to Nine Kings Hall. It seemed short, but in reality, it was the most dangerous path. Mr. Yi had delayed too much time here, not only to make the people from Nine Kings Hall jump out but also to give the enemy some psychological preparation. But the enemy having psychological preparation meant that Mr. Ye's danger had greatly increased. Especially now, Mr. Yi was alone, at most with himself and the elites behind him, but in reality, they couldn't help too much. And the people at Nine Kings Hall, knowing the situation here, probably wouldn't actively inform Pujuan and Red Eyes. That meant that this next path was truly Mr. Yi's to walk alone. Very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Mr. Yi couldn't possibly be unaware. Looking at Blackbone, Mr. Yi smiled and shook his head. No need, since they are attending the Nine Kings meeting. Let them listen while I will walk this path alone. In fact, I should walk it alone. From life, I walk towards death now. I walk from death, back to life. However, this time, I want to reach the peak, ascend to the throne, and make everyone, firmly remember what kind of person I, Mr. Yi, truly am. From now on, I want to make them, even if they try every possible means and have absolute certainty of killing me, not dare to easily lay a hand on me. And even more, I want to make them, before truly confirming my death, never dare to lay a hand on the people around me again. As his voice fell, Mr. Yi took a direct step forward, walking onto this path destined to be dyed red with blood. Everyone looked at Mr. Yi's back and saw loneliness, desolation, and determination. Like a demon, walking towards the deepest skeletal throne of hell. And also like a god, walking step by step towards the sky, towards the cloud throne. Chapter 8:13 Red Eyes Rage. At this very moment, inside Nine Kings Hall, the atmosphere was also tense. The Mad King's sudden change disrupted the plans of the Flower King and the Sea King. Not to mention the Flower King and his group, everyone present today was surprised and taken aback. The Mad King was actually a supporter of Ruan Hongxiu? No, he shouldn't be called a supporter, but rather an admirer and follower. Even when Ruan Hongxiu clearly rejected the Mad King and barely gave him a good look, the Mad King not only didn't mind but even thought of helping Ruan Hongxiu, which truly left everyone feeling bewildered. When did the Mad King become so agreeable? However, the Mad King and Ruan Hongxiu had almost no private contact, and ordinarily, the Mad King hadn't expressed his feelings, so how did he become so madly in love with Ruan Hongxiu? He even betrayed the alliance of the Flower King and the Sea King, abandoning huge benefits. No, it wasn't just abandoning huge benefits, it was also placing himself in a subordinate position to Ruan Hongxiu. He was crazy, absolutely crazy. If he wasn't crazy, could he have made such a crazy move? As for Ruan Hongxiu's current reaction, it seemed she was really going to agree to the Mad King's demand to kill Pujuan and Red Eyes, which didn't surprise many people. After all, Mr. Yi was already dead. If Mr. Yi's subordinates could be brought over, it would be good, but how many could actually be brought over? Ruan Hongxiu indeed had such an opportunity, but Ruan Hongxiu herself was in a precarious situation, so why would she need to win over people's hearts? It would be better to truly follow the Mad King's words, kill Pujuan and Red Eyes, secure her queen's position, and incidentally gain a powerful ally. This was the best solution, at least, in everyone's eyes. Ruan Hongxiu should choose this. The Mad King was very excited. He also felt that Ruan Hongxiu had no choice. He had given so many conditions, and Ruan Hongxiu hadn't agreed now. What he was offering, in his opinion, was practically a good deed given to Ruan Hongxiu. How could Ruan Hongxiu not agree? Queen Hongxiu, make your move. As long as you can kill Pujuan and Red Eyes at this moment, no one can take your queen's position from now on. I, the Mad King, will advance and retreat with you. Make your move. If she made her move, everyone knew that Pujuan and Red Eyes would definitely not be Ruan Hongxiu's opponents, even if Pujuan had entered the dragon ranking. It was because Ruan Hongxiu was a top 3 powerhouse on the dragon ranking. Her strength was unfathomable. At this moment, Red Eyes' body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from anger. His anger wasn't that Ruan Hongxiu had softened her stance, but that his own strength wasn't enough, and he had become a living target. Pujuan, I'm really angry. I really want to go on a killing spree right now. Red Eyes' patience was nearing its limit at this moment. His talk of wanting to go on a killing spree wasn't just talk, he genuinely wanted to do it. Of course, it was just a thought after all. This was where the Nine Kings held their meeting. Besides the capital envoy and the Nine Kings, there were 18 big shots from the underground world sitting here today. None of these people were easy to provoke. Perhaps many of these people were ordinary, or hadn't even reached Tiger ranking strength, but they couldn't just be attacked at will, and it was also uncertain if they could even be attacked. If the safety of these big shots couldn't even be guaranteed, then what was the point of holding this Nine Kings Council? The Nine Kings might as well just slit their own throats and commit suicide. Pujuen looked at Red Eyes and said in a deep voice, thinking about it is fine, but as for actually doing it, let's forget about it. Red Eyes, don't worry, there will be a time for you to go on a killing spree, but it's not now. Red Eyes heard this, remained silent for a moment, then looked at Pujuen and said, is there still a chance? Ruan Hongxiu might really make a move against us. Are we really going to surrender without a fight? I know that he went to battle for Mr. Yi and was seriously injured. In fact, Mr. Yi owes her for this, and we also owe her. If not for that, she probably wouldn't have encountered this tribulation today. But to just stand here and let her kill me, I'm unwilling. At least let me kill to my heart's content before I willingly die. Red Eyes' voice held some anger and some despair. He had even prepared himself to die at Ruan Hongxiu's hands, not even planning to fight back. Just as he said, this was what they owed Ruan Hongxiu. Just repay Ruan Hongxiu, that was all. It was just, unwilling. He was truly unwilling. What he was unwilling about wasn't death, but that before he died, he hadn't sought revenge, and he hadn't fought to the death. Pujuen looked at Red Eyes and sighed softly. He understood Red Eyes' unwillingness. In fact, was he, Pujuen, willing? But sometimes, even if you're unwilling, there's nothing you can do. However, things might not be as desperate as they imagined. When that time truly came, they would still have to fight. They could die, but their death had to be valuable. Preserving Ruan Hongxiu's queen's position was repaying a favor. If they could kill even one enemy, or even a Nine King, before they died, then it would be worth it. As for whether they would face retaliation after doing such a thing, that was a joke. They would be dead, so what would they fear retaliation for? Red Eyes, calm down. Queen Hongxiu hasn't said anything yet. Let's wait until she makes a decision. Don't worry, even if we are to be killed by her, we will definitely retaliate against certain enemies before we die. Hearing Pujuen say that, Red Eyes slowly calmed down. Indeed, there was no point in saying more now, everything could only wait. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu had become the focus of the entire hall. Everyone was waiting for her decision. In fact, almost no one believed Ruan Hongxiu would be rejected, because there was simply no reason to refuse. Ruan Hongxiu was currently in a desperate situation. At such a time, hope suddenly surged, and she gained an opportunity to survive and even seek revenge. What was she waiting for? If Ruan Hongxiu waited any longer, she would truly be an idiot. The Mad King looked at Ruan Hongxiu and chuckled, Queen Hongxiu, my conditions are not high at all. I'm just asking you to completely sever ties with Mr. Yi, nothing more. You wouldn't even refuse this, would you? If Mr. Yi were still alive, I could understand your hesitation, but Mr. Yi is already dead at this point. Do you still need to think so much? A dead person has no value whatsoever. Ruan Hongxiu, don't stall for time. Make your choice. At this moment, Elder Foam also seemed unable to hold back. He looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said, Queen Hongxiu, I know that at this time, I actually don't have the right to say anything. After all, no matter how you choose, it's your freedom, especially since this time, it concerns life and death. But, I still want to say one thing. Do you really want to kill Pujuen and Red Eyes? Killing them, just to sever ties with Mr. Yi? Just to prove it to the Mad King? Chapter 8:14. The Mad King has gone crazy. Feng Lao didn't say much more, but in fact, what he said was already quite a lot. Killing Pujuen and Red Eyes was merely to prove something to the Mad King? Just that one sentence represented a lot of things. When did the dignified Queen Ruan Hongxiu need to prove herself to others when doing things? Especially in this situation, when she was forced into a desperate corner, this was taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Could Ruan Hongxiu truly accept it? At this moment, the Mad King looked at Feng Lao and said coldly, Feng Lao, you can't even protect yourself, and at this time, you're still here trying to sow discord and influence Queen Ruan Hongxiu's thoughts. Do you really want to die? After speaking, the Mad King looked at the Flower King and the Sea King, and said coldly, my alliance with you is not over. I am only doing this for Queen Ruan Hongxiu, everything else remains as usual. Later, when it comes to old man Feng Lao, I will definitely stand with you. Logically, when the Flower King and the Sea King heard this, they should have been overjoyed. After all, what the Mad King was doing couldn't truly be called a complete betrayal of them. At the very least, he hadn't caused them a complete loss. But at this moment, whether it was the Flower King, the Sea King, or anyone else who heard it, they all felt an extreme sense of speechlessness. This Mad King was being a bit too mad. He betrays when he wants to betray? He joins when he wants to join? Here, because Fong Lao said a few words that displeased him, he immediately teamed up with the Flower King and Sea King to kill Fong Lao. This was truly quite speechless. However, the Flower King and Sea King couldn't possibly shut the Mad King out due to some dissatisfaction in their hearts. They had also realized that this Mad King was an unreasonable individual. If you don't satisfy him now, he might turn around and team up with others to suppress them later. Don't doubt it, this scoundrel would do it. The Flower King forced a dry smile and said, easy to say, easy to say. He neither agreed nor refused, but clearly, he had no intention of provoking the Mad King. With this attitude, the Mad King said nothing and was considered satisfied. He had already made a significant splash today. And Fong Lao looked at the Mad King, sighed, and said nothing more. Targeting himself? Would the Mad King not target him if Fong Lao didn't speak up? Don't be ridiculous. Among the 9 kings present today, he and Ruan Hongxiu were both listed as enemies by those people, and their positions were definitely going to be seized, so they were already enemies, and there was no longer any consideration for past favors. Of course, for Fong Lao, there was still some difference. The biggest difference was that his grandson, Feng Wuhan, had come, and Feng Wuhan was now Elder Chen's grandson-in-law, currently sitting in the capital envoy's position. Coupled with Feng Wuhan's current formidable strength, to put it bluntly, if Feng Lao's situation was previously one of certain death, now there was hope. Moreover, the Feng family was very powerful now. If you really think about it, although the overseas war resulted in heavy losses of elites, Wind Dragon was still alive, and with Feng Wuhan, who was also a dragon-ranking powerhouse, the Feng family now had a double dragon-ranking family. Their strength was definitely not weak. However, Feng Lao didn't say much, and those enemies clearly had no intention of giving up just like that. The Mad King looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said with a smile, Queen Ruan Hongxiu, what are you still hesitating about at this moment? You wouldn't still be thinking about Yi Qing, would you? Ha, he's just a dead man. Not to mention that there was never any affection between you two. Even if there was, facing this situation now, you know what choice is best for yourself, right? So, don't hesitate anymore. Do it. Ruan Hongxiu looked at the Mad King, looked at everyone present, stretched, and said with a smile, Mad King, you're really trying to make a big splash today. Are you sure you really want to abandon your alliance, then stand with me, and even obey me from now on? Hearing Ruan Hongxiu say this, the Mad King laughed heartily and said with utmost seriousness, Queen Ruan Hongxiu, everyone here knows what kind of person I, the Mad King, am. I'm a man of my word, unyielding. Once I say something, I will definitely do it. So, you don't need to doubt my words, and even less, doubt my, the Mad King's, credibility. If these words were spoken in the past, there would have been nothing wrong with them, as the Mad King's character truly was roughly like that. But now, the Flower King and Sea King truly wanted to spit on the Mad King's face. Nonsense about being a man of his word. If that were truly the case, then this betrayal wouldn't have happened. Moreover, this was absolutely a betrayal. Upon seeing Ruan Hongxiu, he abandoned the alliance directly. What was that? Does he get weak in the knees when he sees a woman? It was simply hateful. However, these thoughts could only be kept to themselves. After all, things hadn't reached the final critical moment, and they didn't want to fall out with the Mad King, which would lead to the Mad King directly standing against them. Ruan Hongxiu also had no intention of dwelling on the meaning of the Mad King's words. Looking at the Mad King, Ruan Hongxiu said indifferently, I don't doubt your words, but this benefit seems a bit too great, making one unable to help but wonder if there's some conspiracy. After all, why would you give me such a great benefit for no reason? This not only makes my throne as stable as a mountain but also doubles my strength. Mad King, your benefit is so great that it's impossible not to be suspicious. Indeed, the benefits were too great, frighteningly so. Anyone would have to think more about it. And the Mad King also became a bit anxious. Looking at Ruan Hongxiu, he said, it's not for no reason. Queen Ruan Hongxiu, have you forgotten? I, the Mad King, love you. The words I love you were practically roared out. The venue was silent. Everyone was stunned by the Mad King's madness. Was this still a king? The Mad King, one of the 9 kings, with his status and position, to put it bluntly, with just one word from him, How many women wouldn't he be able to have? Various races, various skin colors, anything he wanted, he could have. But he stubbornly didn't want anyone else, and suddenly fell in love with Ruan Hongxiu, and it was the kind of crazy love. This made many people suspect whether Ruan Hongxiu had put a spell on the Mad King. Ruan Hongxiu also felt her scalp tingle from the Mad King's shout. Looking at the Mad King's crazed expression, Ruan Hongxiu roared, "Mad King, shut up! If you say anything more about love, I'll kill you." Facing Ruan Hongxiu's harsh words, the Mad King wasn't angry at all. Instead, he said with an expression of enjoyment, "As long as you like it, what if you kill me? I, the Mad King, am willing to die by your hand." Crazy, this was truly completely crazy. And Ruan Hongxiu gritted her teeth, then suddenly shook her head and said, "Mad King, although I don't know what your purpose is, let's not waste any more words. You say you love me, right? And you're even willing to die by my hand, then why do you have to make things difficult for me? Don't kill the person, how about you just ally with me directly? Ruan Hongxiu was no pushover either. You love me, right? Fine, if you love me, then listen to me. If you're willing to die for me, then doing something for me, doing something without any reward, shouldn't be a big problem, right? Chapter 8:15 Do you dare to fight? If one truly loves someone to the point of obsession, even madness, then one is willing to give everything for that person, including his own life. Mad King, in everyone's eyes at this moment, was precisely that mad. However, just after Ruan Hongxiu said these words, Mad King's mad expression actually receded, once again becoming indifferent. "Queen Hongxiu, I love you, of course I love you to my very bones. For me, you're not marrying me is not even a bad thing, because, in my opinion, you are like a goddess, an existence to be admired from afar, not to be defiled. Marrying me would also be an insult to you. No one in this world is worthy of you, and no one has the right to defile you." A madman is a madman. This time, everyone confirmed that Mad King was indeed mad, having fallen into the so-called love, mad for Ruan Hongxiu. Who could have imagined this? An existence who had committed countless massacres and held sway in the underground world, ended up falling in love like this, and in an irreversible manner. Who could understand this? But Mad King did exactly that. However, at this moment, Mad King didn't care what others thought. In his eyes, there was only Ruan Hongxiu. "Queen Hongxiu, I can give everything for you, including my life. But, you must fulfill my condition." "What about Mr. Yi? What about a quasi-emperor? Does he have the right to defile you, to be close to you?" When he said this, a trace of mad-killing intent flashed in Mad King's eyes, along with a hint of monstrous rage, as if he truly couldn't accept the inexplicable relationship between Mr. Yi and Ruan Hongxiu, and his anger was soaring. He doesn't have that right, not to mention that Mr. Yi is already dead. Even if he were still alive, he wouldn't have that right. Even if he stood before me, I, Mad King, would kill him. You, Ruan Hongxiu, are an existence like a goddess. No one has the right to be close to you, to defile you. So, kill them, kill Pujuan and Red Eyes, to prove that you have no relation with Mr. Yi. As long as you kill them and prove this, I, Mad King, am willing to do anything for you. With words spoken to this extent, no one felt that Mad King's words were problematic. He, Mad King, loved Ruan Hongxiu to the point of madness, treating her like a goddess, so, disliking those who had once had a somewhat intimate relationship with Ruan Hongxiu. Was that not perfectly normal? What exactly was the relationship between Mr. Yi and Ruan Hongxiu was truly hard to say. Ruan Hongxiu saying she had no relationship with Mr. Yi was not entirely unbelievable. After all, they had genuinely only met twice, at most twice. It was common knowledge that they had never known each other before. But, in just those 2 meetings, Mr. Yi called Ruan Hongxiu's sister repeatedly. As for Ruan Hongxiu's feelings for Mr. Yi, there was even less to say. She had even gone abroad to fight for him, fearless of death, giving her all. Who could question this friendship? 101 Cancom, fully typed, no error site. So, Mad King's suspicion was also understandable, right? For the undefilable goddess in his heart, asking her to kill Mr. Yi's subordinates, it truly made perfect sense. They understood, at least many people at this moment understood, why Mad King would do this. Of course, understanding is understanding, but feeling that Mad King was truly insane, that was also true. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Mad King, her brows tightly furrowed. She hadn't expected Mad King to be so mad originally. She thought Mad King was still hiding some conspiracy, but now it seemed unlikely. And just then, Pujuan spoke with a gloomy expression. Mad King, you want to kill Red Eyes and me, no problem, but the words must be clear. Mr. Yi and Queen Hongxiu are innocent. Your repeated questioning, is it to insult Mr. Yi, or to insult Queen Hongxiu? I don't want to waste so many words with you. You want to kill us, right? Fine, I've long heard that Mad King's Mad Blade is used with divine skill. I, Pujuan, am not talented, but I wish to experience it. If I die by your hand, then I will be content. Mad King, do you dare to accept my challenge? Whether it was not wanting to make Ruan Hongxiu difficult, or simply being unable to tolerate it and wanting to take action himself. At this moment, Pujuan voluntarily spoke, wanting to fight Mad King. And at this time, Red Eyes also stood up with a gloomy face, his eyes extremely red. Anyone could see that Red Eyes had long been unable to bear it, reaching his limit. Mad King, I, Red Eyes, have tiger ranking strength, but I want to challenge you. Do you dare to fight? You want to kill me? You can. I, Red Eyes, will stand right here. I'll give you the chance to kill me, but do you dare? If you dare, then accept my challenge, to the death. I want to see if I, Red Eyes, can bite off a piece of flesh from you before I die by your hand. Mad. Everyone was mad, and everyone was equally insane. Mad King's madness was known to all, and his insane demeanor today was unforgettable, impossible to forget even if one tried. But, were Pujuan and Red Eyes any less? Looking at Pujuan and Red Eyes, who were shouting at him, Mad King remained composed, as if, in his eyes, Pujuan and Red Eyes were utterly insignificant, not even worthy of making him angry. Pujuan, Red Eyes, I know you two are not weak, but don't think about provoking me, and don't think about anything else. In my eyes, you are merely Mr. Yi's subordinates. That's all. These words were very clear, even carrying a hint of insult. You are merely Mr. Yi's subordinates, so you are not qualified to speak or fight with me. That was Mad King's meaning. Just as Red Eyes was about to say something more, Pujuan stopped him, looked at Mad King, and sneered, Mad King, I, Pujuan, now at least possess the strength of a dragon ranking expert. What? In your eyes, I'm not even worth mentioning, not even worthy of fighting you? Are you looking down on dragon ranking experts? At these words, Mad King sneered, Pujuan, don't try to provoke me. For me, whether you live or die is not important at all. But who told you to be Mr. Yi's subordinates, and to insist on attending this meeting today? Since that's the case, then you can only die. If you want to blame someone, blame Mr. Yi, who told him to be idle and dared to provoke Queen Hongxiu. If he weren't dead, I, Mad King, would definitely kill him. Upon hearing these words, Pujuan immediately burst into laughter. If Mr. Yi weren't dead, Mad King would definitely kill Mr. Yi? Mad King's strength was indeed not weak, but in reality, it was only at the level of a dragon ranking expert. Not even an opponent for Ruan Hongxiu could he kill a quasi-emperor level Mr. Yi? No one present took these words seriously, they all treated them as a joke. It was only because Mr. Yi was dead. Otherwise, if Mr. Yi were present, would Mad King truly dare to say that? And at this moment, Ruan Hongxiu spoke with a smile. Mad King, you don't need to say so much. I understand your meaning. Then how about we discuss these matters in private? After all, what you're saying is simply unrealistic. This is the Nine Kings Council, and killing is forbidden here. Haha, you want me to kill Pujuan and Red Eyes right now? Are you sure you're helping me, and not harming me? Chapter 8:16 Changing the Rules. It's hard to say if Ruan Hongxiu was looking for an excuse to decline. However, what Ruan Hongxiu said was indeed true. This was the Nine Kings Council, and to put it bluntly, not only was this the main venue for their meeting, but even within the Nine Kings Hall, fighting was prohibited, and even loud noise was forbidden. The underground world of Dragon Country's most prominent figures were gathered here, and there was even the capital envoy present at a time like this. To cause trouble? To kill someone? This was truly showing no regard for anyone. Who could accept that? Who could approve of that? So, let alone the fact that such rules already existed, even if they didn't, how many would dare to act? Whoever dared to act would be showing no regard for anyone. Aside from the Heavenly King who directly assaulted someone during a meeting back then, no one has ever dared to cause such a disturbance at a time like this. Even the Heavenly King back then only assaulted a prominent figure, he didn't kill anyone. Therefore, Yuan Hongxiu's words made sense. Upon hearing this, Mad King seemed to have already anticipated Yuan Hongxiu would say such a thing, so he immediately chuckled, "Queen Hongxiu, I understand the rules. Not only do I understand, but everyone present understands. However, I believe that I, Mad King, still have some influence. I say, if I ask Queen Hongxiu to kill Pujuan and Red Eyes, I don't think many people would object. After all, neither Pujuan nor Red Eyes are 9 kings, they aren't even prominent figures today, they don't even have the qualifications to attend this meeting. Although they were specially permitted to enter the venue, since they came in and took on this responsibility, their deaths are well deserved. It's just a rule, so let's vote. I think, if Queen Hongxiu personally acts to kill Pujuan and Red Eyes, there shouldn't be many people present who object. So, Queen Hongxiu, rest assured, I, Mad King, love you so much, how could I let you fall into a situation of breaking the rules? I propose now that Queen Hongxiu take action to kill Pujuan and Red Eyes. I ask all the prominent figures present to vote together to determine if it is feasible." After Mad King finished speaking, he directly raised his right hand and chuckled, "I, Mad King, am the first to vote in favor. Others can now vote." No one expected Mad King to propose a vote at this moment. This was no longer a reckless act. If it were a reckless act, it would be breaking the rules and showing no regard for anyone. However, voting was a different matter entirely. At the very least, it showed that Mad King still respected everyone and gave them face. So, offending Mad King or offending a deceased Yi Qing, it seemed, no longer required much thought. As for Feng Wuhan and Yuan Hongxiu's thoughts, at this moment, very few people truly cared. After all, this was a vote to kill Pujuan and Red Eyes, not a vote to kill them. Even if their past relationship with Yi Qing was good, the fact was that Yi Qing was already dead. Were they going to resent so many prominent figures for the sake of Yi Qing's subordinates? It was Flower King and Hai Wang who found themselves in a difficult position at this time. They certainly had no objections to Pujuan and Red Eyes dying. Mad King was even their ally, so logically, they should have been the first to vote in support of Mad King. But there was a crucial point that gave them an immense headache. That was, if they voted in favor of Yuan Hongxiu killing Pujuan and Red Eyes, then Mad King would be even less likely to turn against Yuan Hongxiu. The two of them would truly stand together, and they would become outsiders, fulfilling Mad King and Yuan Hongxiu's desires. The anticipated position of queen would inevitably be lost. This was not the outcome they desired. However, if they didn't vote, they would definitely offend Mad King. With Mad King's current temper, he might just turn against them directly. So, it was difficult. They were truly in a bind. As individuals began to vote, either in favor or against, Flower King and Hai Wang's headaches grew worse. "Hai Wang, what should we do? Are we really going to vote in favor? If that's truly the case, then the queen's position will truly be out of the question later. We might even be retaliated against by Yuan Hongxiu. After all, Yuan Hongxiu is hostile towards us, and with Mad King being so reckless, it's hard not to have a headache." Hai Wang was also extremely speechless. Things were chaotic and not at all as simple as they had initially imagined. How did it come to this situation? One should know that they had initially planned everything out, to put it bluntly, not to say that today's 9 Kings Council should have been a clean sweep, overpowering everything. It was at least supposed to overshadow everyone. As a result, one variable after another appeared, leading to them being somewhat speechless now. Looking at Flower King, Hai Wang also said helplessly, "Then voting against is even more out of the question. Mad King could turn against us right now. Forget it, let him be. At least, for now, we are still allies at this time. It's better to choose to support him. Otherwise, if we truly turn against him, that would truly force Mad King to the opposite side." As his voice fell, Hai Wang, though helpless, still cast his vote in favor. And Flower King, wanting to say more, finally shook his head helplessly and cast his vote in favor regardless. At least Pujuan and Red Eyes were certainly dead. Only Qiao Yue's face was grim. She was the one who was supposed to contend for Yuan Hongxiu's queen position. She didn't care about other king positions, but the queen's position was hers alone. But she also realized that today, she really didn't know what bad luck she had. It seemed many people were targeting her. She could endure everything else, but if she couldn't get the queen's position, how could she endure it? If Ruan Hongxiu really killed Pujuan and Red Eyes, and Mad King truly stood with Ruan Hongxiu, what would Zhou Yue do? From now on, she wouldn't have to worry about whether Ruan Hongxiu lived or died, she should be worried about whether she herself lived or died at this point. All pretense was gone, it was a fight to the death. Yet, she couldn't influence anything. At this moment, Feng Wuhan's expression was indifferent, and he said coldly, "Since when did the Nine Kings Council discuss killing participants within the venue during a meeting? Although I have never participated in the Nine Kings Council, this is too childish and ridiculous, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Mad King looked at Feng Wuhan and sneered, "Feng Wuhan, you were never qualified to participate in the Nine Kings Council in the first place, so you'd best shut up." Feng Wuhan heard this and wasn't angry, merely stating indifferently, "Today, I am also one of the capital envoys. Is it not appropriate for me to question the procedures of the Nine Kings Council? Or are you saying that the capital envoy, at the Nine Kings Council, actually has no right to speak? Are they just puppets? Then I must ask the other envoys, is this true? Does the capital envoy, here, not even have the right to speak?" Chapter 8:17 The envoy does not interfere. Feng Wuhan did not intend to directly confront the Mad King, instead, he immediately invoked his identity as a capital envoy. At today's venue, the identity of a capital envoy was no joke. If these capital envoys were truly here just to observe and held no authority, then that would be a huge joke. Moreover, to put it bluntly, regardless of which capital envoys were allied with whom, or what ulterior motives they harbored, Feng Wuhan had now shifted the conflict. Not answering? Not speaking? That was impossible. So, even the Mad King raised his eyebrows at this moment. Feng Wuhan was truly difficult to deal with. He didn't mean to target the capital envoys, but Feng Wuhan was now diverting the trouble, and yet, he truly couldn't say anything, because he had indeed said the wrong thing. "Feng Wuhan, don't be so unreasonable. I, the Mad King, did not mean to criticize the capital envoys. I am targeting you personally. Don't forget, you are not a capital envoy, you are merely Old Feng's grandson. What do you intend to do? Cause trouble here? Do you think everyone will fall for your tricks?" The Mad King still offered an explanation. Although he was the Mad King, seemingly boundless in his arrogance and showing no one any respect, he was the Mad King, not a foolish king. He had no desire to provoke so many enemies for no reason. However, at this moment, whether it was being unreasonable or deliberately causing trouble, Feng Wuhan had no intention of indulging the Mad King. Looking at the Mad King, Feng Wuhan smiled and said, "Targeting me? Heh, Mad King, what you said makes no sense. It's true that I am Old Feng's grandson, but today, I came as a capital envoy. Everyone knows this. Would you not know it? But you deliberately avoided mentioning this, not putting me in your eyes. Do you dare say you didn't mean to belittle the capital envoys? I, Feng Wuhan, am a capital envoy today, and Old Chen's grandson-in-law. Mad King, what do you intend to do?" After saying this, Feng Wuhan looked at the three capital envoys present and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yan, you have all witnessed the Mad King's actions today. In this solemn venue, he is wantonly venting his temper and resentment, making the hall a mess, and even attempting to kill a participant on the spot. This shows he doesn't regard us, or anyone, at all. It's my first time attending the Nine Kings Council, and I don't understand the situation here, but regardless of whether it's my first time attending, I'm very curious. Is this meeting always so chaotic? Kill whoever you want? Change the rules however you want? If so, then I won't say anything more, just do as you please." After Feng Wuhan finished speaking, he truly said nothing more, as if he had merely vented and it was no longer a big deal. But, now that these words were spoken, it was impossible for others not to speak up. Especially the capital envoys, although they each acted independently, representing different interests, here, in this venue, as fellow capital envoys, in some respects, they truly shared in both glory and loss. The Mad King didn't take Feng Wuhan seriously. To put it bluntly, wasn't he also not taking them seriously? Moreover, if it truly got out that they were inactive, their reputation would indeed suffer. The Mad King watched Feng Wuhan causing trouble here, his teeth itching with anger, wishing he could fight Feng Wuhan right now. However, before he could explain anything further, Mr. Wu looked at the Mad King with an indifferent expression and said, "Mad King, you are indeed a bit too arrogant. This is where the Nine Kings hold their meeting, killing a participant? You dare to even think of it? Abandon the thought as for the grudges between you, do as you please after the meeting adjourns. After Mr. Wu spoke, Mr. Zhang also smiled and said, rules indeed cannot be changed casually, but the Mad King actually hasn't broken the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called for a vote. It's just, Mad King, what you're doing is really not good. If you do this today, others will do the same tomorrow. Then what sense of security will this Nine Kings Council have? This is the highest level meeting in the underground world. Every person participating is a major figure, a giant. I repeat, your grudges, after the meeting adjourns, return to your respective territories and resolve them however you wish, but here, in the Nine Kings Hall, do not cause trouble. After Mr. Zhang finished speaking, he also fell silent. Everything that needed to be said had been said. And just as he said, if you find someone disagreeable today and initiate a vote to kill them openly, tomorrow others can do the same. In the long run, wouldn't this meeting become a joke? It was chaotic, very chaotic. For decades, this was the most chaotic Nine Kings Council. Everyone had different intentions, and no one was hiding anything anymore. This was a sign of great disorder. At this moment, the chubby Mr. Yin spoke with a chuckle, Mad King, you don't need to be unhappy. What we are doing is also for your own good. After all, being too arrogant can make you a target, and you will suffer greatly. Even the Heavenly King, who was so overbearing back then, never killed an enemy at the Nine Kings Council. For you to be more overbearing than the Heavenly King at this time is not a good thing. Of course, we capital envoys, by rights, do not participate in the proceedings of the Nine Kings Council. So, if you insist on being stubborn and proceeding with the vote, then, it is actually within the rules. It's just, are you sure you've thought it through? When Yin Fatty spoke, it seemed he was indeed reprimanding the Mad King and asking him to restrain himself, but from another perspective, he also gave the Mad King a reason. The capital envoys do not participate in the affairs of the Nine Kings Council. Of course, even if the capital envoys do not participate, their very presence is a deterrent, so their words must be considered by those attending the meeting. And Yin Fatty now said that the Mad King did not break the rules, which was also a fact, giving the Mad King a reason to feel at ease. Was this helping the Mad King? Mr. Wu and Mr. Zhang frowned slightly, looking at Yin Fatty, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yin, what do you mean by this? Do you want to see them descend into chaos? Yin Fatty heard this, put on an innocent expression, and chuckled, you truly misunderstand me. How could I want to see them descend into chaos? I was merely stating a fact. Rules are rules. Since he hasn't broken the rules, if he insists on becoming a target, a thorn in everyone's side, then, that's up to his own will. What Yin Fatty said truly made sense. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu frowned slightly and said nothing more. They had said what needed to be said. If the Mad King insisted on being stubborn, then that was the Mad King's business. And Feng Wuhan did not show any dissatisfaction, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. At this moment, however, the Mad King seemed to have a sudden realization and burst into laughter, saying, that's right. I, the Mad King, have not broken any rules. I am acting within the rules. What wrong have I done? Today, no one will disrupt my plans. I am casting this vote. As for those who find me disagreeable or are unconvinced, come and try me. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 8:18 Show you as hatred. The voting continued, and Feng Wuhan said nothing more. Just as the Mad King said, within the rules, his vote was beyond reproach, and in fact, Feng Wuhan truly didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing for him. If he killed Pajun and Red Eyes, the Mad King would stand by Ruan Hongxiu's side, forming a united front, and Ruan Hongxiu would not stand by and watch Old Man Feng be targeted like this. From this perspective, he should support the Mad King. However, those were Pajun and Red Eyes. Although Feng Wuhan hadn't been in the Feng family and hadn't experienced so much, he still knew what the Feng family had gone through during this period, who their enemies were, and who their helpers were. They were Yi Qing's subordinates, he should help them. But Yi Qing was already dead. At this moment, Feng Wuhan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. The situation made him unsure of what to do. However, no matter what Feng Wuhan thought, at this moment, the voting was still underway. Votes were cast one by one, with the majority being yes votes. Evidently, these people did not want to offend the Mad King, and there was no need to offend him. Yet, even so, the Mad King was still somewhat displeased and looked coldly at Xiu Yu, saying, don't you plan to vote yes? At this moment, Xiu Yu was practically fuming. She had seen bullies before, but never one who bullied like this. Did she, Xiu Yu, have to vote yes? Others cast no votes, and the Mad King didn't target them, but he specifically targeted her. What was he trying to do? Especially since everyone knew that she was Ruan Hongxiu's competitor for the queen's position. The Mad King and Ruan Hongxiu had joined forces, and the biggest victim was none other than her, Xiao Yu. Of course, she wanted to cast a no vote, but the Mad King, as if he had a problem, insisted on targeting her. What was going on? Mad King, do you intend to control even how I vote? If that's truly the case, then why even allow voting? Why not just do whatever you want directly? Xiao Yu didn't want to offend the Mad King, but now, it was no longer a matter of offending or not offending. The Mad King was too much, and she, Xiao Yu, had no choice. The Mad King looked at the sulking Xiao Yu and sneered, I naturally don't care how others vote, but you, I must control. You can only cast a yes vote if you dare to cast a no vote. I will kill you if you don't believe me, just try it. When I, the Mad King, decide to kill someone, I want to know who dares to save them, and who can save them. At this moment, the Mad King was incomparably domineering, but he infuriated Xiao Yu to the point of near collapse. This was forcing her to cast a yes vote. He even said he would kill her if she didn't vote. He was insane. The Mad King was truly insane. Why, Mad King? How did I offend you? Even if I did, there's no need to target me like this, is there? If I, Xiao Yu, am wrong, I'll just apologize to you, won't I? What are you doing? Are you trying to force me to my death? Xiao Yu was truly gnashing her teeth in hatred now. Today, she had truly encountered some terrible luck. Things were going incredibly poorly. Originally, today should have been a day of great harvest for her. Xiao Yu, how did it turn into this mess? Not only were they all targeting her, and the throne was becoming illusory, but now, how was it that even her own life was almost at risk? Looking at the Mad King, Xiao Yu angrily said, Mad King, don't go too far. Do you really think you can be with Ruan Hongxiu? This woman is just playing you. She will absolutely not be with you. Hearing this, the Mad King looked at Xiao Yu with icy eyes and said, do you dare to say that again? I'll kill you right now. Xiao Yu's words seemed to have touched the Mad King's bottom line. The killing intent was real. Anyone could see that the Mad King truly seemed to want to kill Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, helpless, gritted her teeth and said, Mad King, what exactly do you want to do? Hearing this, the Mad King snorted coldly and said, I don't want to do anything. I just don't like that you dare to be an enemy of my goddess. What? Is it not allowed for me to vent my anger for my goddess? I know what you, this cheap woman, are thinking in your head, and I'm too lazy to say more to you. You want to live, right? Fine, now, in front of everyone, kowtow and apologize to Queen Hongxiu, and I guarantee you'll live, and Queen Hongxiu won't attack someone like you who has already kowtowed and admitted your mistake. Come on, kowtow. These words almost drove Xiao Yu insane. Make her, Xiao Yu, kowtow and apologize to Ruan Hongxiu, her lifelong mortal enemy? What a joke. This was something Xiao Yu would rather die than do. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for so many unexpected events today, no, the biggest unexpected event was the Mad King. If the Mad King hadn't suddenly fallen madly in love with Ruan Hongxiu and stood on Ruan Hongxiu's side, then she would be the queen right now. Kowtow and apologize? It should happen, but it definitely shouldn't be her, Xiao Yu, kowtowing and apologizing to Ruan Hongxiu in her heart. Ruan Hongxiu should be the one kowtowing and apologizing to her. Mad King, he was insane, this lunatic. He would definitely not come to a good end. Moreover, he was an idiot. What kind of person was Ruan Hongxiu? How could she betray her principles just because of a few words from the Mad King? If Ruan Hongxiu were truly so afraid of death, so afraid of losing the throne, then she wouldn't have risked life and death to enter overseas to help Yi Qing fight. Clearly, Ruan Hongxiu was just playing the Mad King, and he actually took it seriously. Alright, you take it seriously, do you? Then I'll fulfill your wish. I want to see what kind of expression you'll have in the end when Ruan Hongxiu doesn't act according to your wishes at all. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, seemingly having made a decision. She looked at the Mad King and said coldly, Mad King, if you want to kill me, just come anyway. Today, I either succeed or die, but you won't have a good outcome either. Do you think you can move Ruan Hongxiu this way? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. If you don't believe me, then I'll let you see for yourself. Isn't it just about making me vote? Fine, I'll vote yes. I want to see if Ruan Hongxiu will really attack Yi Qing's subordinates. After saying this, Xiaoyu directly cast a yes vote. Seeing Xiaoyu obediently cast a yes vote, the Mad King no longer had any intention of continuing to target Xiaoyu. Instead, he burst out laughing. The voting was over. Although some people had cast no votes, it was harmless. The final result was good. The Mad King looked at everyone and laughed. I did not break the rules this time, it was a decision made by everyone's vote, so this is everyone's will. After speaking, the Mad King looked at Ruan Hongxiu and chuckled, Queen Hongxiu, now you can act without any reservations, because this time, it completely conforms to the rules, and no one will say anything. Kill them, attack them now and kill them, don't worry, if they dare to resist in any way, I will personally intervene and subdue them. Kill them, and I, the Mad King, will henceforth be on the same side as you. The Mad King looked at Ruan Hongxiu with fiery eyes, his finger pointing at Pajun and red eyes. And Ruan Hongxiu, at this moment, fell silent. Chapter 8:19 I won't kill. A moment later, seeing that Ruan Hongxiu was still silent and made no move, Mad King became a little displeased. Queen Hongxiu, I've solved everything for you, you just need to make your move. What do you mean by not speaking now? Ruan Hongxiu sighed softly, looked at Mad King, then turned to look at Red Eyes and Red Eyes. There was no hesitation in her eyes, it seemed she had already made her decision. At this moment, Red Eyes spoke. Queen Hongxiu, don't worry if you want to make a move, just do it. The fact that you went abroad to fight for Mr. Yi is something we owe you. In fact, as I said before, if it weren't for this overseas battle, you wouldn't have been pushed to this point, so whatever choice you make, we won't blame you. That's right, Red Eyes wouldn't blame Ruan Hongxiu. Red Eyes, even if unwilling, wouldn't blame Ruan Hongxiu either at this point. They couldn't even confirm whether Yi Qing was alive or dead. Perhaps he really was dead after all. Under those circumstances, it was almost a desperate situation with 10 deaths and no life. Even immortals might not have come out alive, let alone Yi Qing. Moreover, Yi Qing had been missing for a month now. So many things had happened in the underground world of Dragon Country, and even Yi Qing's base camp was being attacked and occupied, yet Yi Qing still hadn't appeared. This represented a terrifying truth. Either Yi Qing was truly dead, or even if he was still alive, he probably was powerless to act. In either case, he couldn't help them anymore. And Ruan Hongxiu, they indeed owed her now, returning the favor to her was not impossible. It was just a pity that they hadn't had a big fight yet, but if it truly came to this, Red Eyes and Red Eyes wouldn't just sit there and do nothing. Looking at Red Eyes softly said, once Ruan Hongxiu is confirmed to make a move, then let her kill us. This can be considered repaying this favor for Mr. Yi. However, before we die, some people must be killed. Red Eyes was feeling quite frustrated at this moment. After hearing Red Eyes' words, his mood instantly improved a lot, and he immediately laughed. Good, that suits me perfectly. If I were to just die like this, I would be a bit unwilling, but if I can go on a killing spree and kill some enemies before I die, then there will be no regrets. After saying these words, Red Eyes was silent for a moment and softly said, but will Ruan Hongxiu really kill us? I always feel that she probably won't choose that. Hearing Red Eyes' words, Red Eyes also sighed softly and said, I have that feeling too, but now, we actually have no chance to turn things around. Rather than all of us falling, it's better to protect her. This is also why I said those words to her just now. I believe she understood and will realize. It's just, I don't know what she will choose. And at this moment, Ruan Hongxiu finally spoke. Under everyone's gaze, Ruan Hongxiu slowly stood up, looked at Mad King, and gently shook her head, saying, I'm sorry, Mad King, I will not kill them. As soon as these words came out, Mad King was immediately stunned. Looking at Ruan Hongxiu, Mad King frowned tightly and asked in confusion, Queen Hongxiu, what do you mean? Why won't you kill them? Don't you understand the current situation? If you don't kill them, I can't stand with you. I, Mad King, have only this one request, that you clear your relationship with Yi Qing. Are you unwilling to do even such a simple thing? Kill them, and I, Mad King, will stand behind you and support you. No one will dare to harm you, but if you don't act against them, I absolutely cannot stand by your side. You, think carefully. Mad King's face was very unpleasant. In his opinion, and even in anyone's opinion, Ruan Hongxiu should not have refused, and Mad King's request, upon careful thought, was not excessive. At this time, killing Red Eyes and Red Eyes was the best way to resolve everything. All she had to do was act, and others would naturally help her clean up the mess. Moreover, Yi Qing was dead at this point, with her own throne and even life and death at stake. Yuan Hongxiu, in fact, had no choice at all. However, Yuan Hongxiu looked at Mad King and said calmly, "Mad King, I understand and appreciate your admiration for me, but to ask me to prove my innocence with Yi Qing in this way, that is not what I want to do. Between Yi Qing and me, there is a pure sibling relationship. Although we've only met twice, we felt like old friends at first sight, with no other private affections." At this point, Yuan Hongxiu's eyes swept coldly over everyone, and she said in a cold voice, "It's best to put away any sordid thoughts in your eyes. Is there no such thing as open and honest friendship where people appreciate each other? Moreover, Yi Qing went abroad to fight and killed evildoers, and I, called sister by him, fought for him. That is also my freedom. Now, Yi Qing's life and death are unknown, yet you want me to use the lives of his brothers to exchange for my prosperity and honor. I, Yuan Hongxiu, cannot do it." After speaking, Yuan Hongxiu looked at Mad King and said calmly, "If I, Yuan Hongxiu, were such a person, Mad King, are you sure you would still like me? So, there's no need for more words. I will not attack them at the same time. I absolutely will not allow anyone to attack them. If you want to kill me, come ahead. If you want to kill them, you'll have to get past me first." Not only did Yuan Hongxiu choose not to kill Red Eyes and Red Eyes, but at this moment, she directly stood on the side of Red Eyes and Red Eyes, publicly declaring that she would absolutely not allow anyone to attack Red Eyes and Red Eyes, otherwise, they would be her enemies. At this moment, the expressions of the people present varied. Some thought Yuan Hongxiu was foolish and shouldn't have made such a choice, that it was completely suicidal. Others showed admiration, feeling that this was the choice Yuan Hongxiu should make, otherwise, Yuan Hongxiu would not be the Yuan Hongxiu in their hearts. Only Zhou Yue was incredibly excited at this moment, even laughing out loud. "Ah, I knew it, you idiot Yuan Hongxiu, you would definitely make such a foolish choice. Mad King, wasn't I right? Yuan Hongxiu, she can't possibly do as you say. She is definitely entangled with Yi Qingxi. This is also looking down on you. Mad King, now you know how to vote, don't you? As long as you let me sit on the queen's throne and make Yuan Hongxiu's life worse than death, then Yuan Hongxiu will be yours to manipulate and bully however you wish, won't she?" Zhou Yue was overly excited at this moment. However, she didn't notice that everyone present, including Flower King and Sea King, frowned and showed expressions of displeasure when they looked at Zhou Yue. Not to mention Mad King, whose eyes were practically spitting fire. Chapter 820 Voting ends. Mad King was rejected by Yuan Hongxiu. Even though Yuan Hongxiu spoke righteously and clarified her relationship with Yi Qing, a rejection was still a rejection. Moreover, not only did she reject him, but she also declared in front of him that no one could bully Pujuan and Red Eyes. Whoever bullied or killed them, she, Yuan Hongxiu, would kill that person. Was this unrelated to Yi Qing? Even if it truly was unrelated, it became related. Most importantly, he, Mad King, one of the dignified 9 kings, an existence of immense power, had gone to such lengths for Yuan Hongxiu. Yet, in Yuan Hongxiu's eyes, he, Mad King, was not even as good as Yi Qing's subordinate? This was simply a great humiliation. At this moment, the venue was silent, as if no one dared to disturb Mad King, but Zhou Yue, like a madwoman, kept shouting. If Mad King could endure this, he wouldn't be Mad King. Zhou Yue, you're courting death. Mad King roared, then leaped directly from his seat, landing in front of Zhou Yue in one step. Then, his massive palm delivered a resounding slap directly across Zhou Yue's face. With that single slap, Zhou Yue lost several teeth, and her mouth was filled with blood. This was Mad King still retaining some rationality, knowing he couldn't kill people in the venue without consent, so he intentionally held back some strength. Of course, Zhou Yue's physical fitness was also not weak, otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, that slap would have absolutely killed them instantly. Zhou Yue was also on the verge of madness at this moment, covering her face, feeling utterly humiliated. Here, when she was full of joy thinking about becoming a king, she was brutally slapped by Mad King in front of everyone. This shattered all of Zhou Yue's dignity. Mad King, you bastard! Zhou Yue naturally knew she was no match for Mad King, and she was well aware that Mad King was currently in a state of fury at such a time. Angering Mad King and truly making him lose his mind meant that killing was not impossible. However, Zhou Yue had also lost her mind. Now she roared at Mad King, even wanting to rush forward and tear at him. The scene was chaotic, hardly resembling the highest level meeting of the underground world. it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a vegetable market. At this moment, as the host of the meeting, Central China King's expression was also extremely grim. Watching the few people who continued to act wildly, Central China King gritted his teeth, slammed the table several times, and roared, "Nonsense, all utter nonsense! What kind of decorum is this? What kind of decorum are you displaying? Mad King! King, stop it now! Haven't you caused enough trouble today? Stop immediately and return to your seat, otherwise, leave the venue at once." Central China King erupted even though his strength might not actually be stronger than Mad King's, and they were even considered allies. At this moment, he had no choice but to explode. Mad King was going too far, he simply didn't put anyone at this meeting in his eyes. As Central China King spoke, Flower King and Sea King, among others, also began to reprimand Mad King. Mad King was furious, but that didn't mean he had completely lost his mind. With so many people angry, he couldn't stand up to them, so Mad King snorted coldly and returned to his seat. However, at this moment, Mad King still hadn't given up. He looked at Ruan Hongxiu and gritted his teeth, saying, "Ruan Hongxiu, I'll assume you were momentarily lost in your thoughts just now. Think carefully and answer me again. I can let bygones be bygones." However, Ruan Hongxiu spoke indifferently, "No need, my words just now are my final decision and will not be changed. As for you, Mad King, I can only say that I was very pleased to see you hit Xiuyue, but I, Ruan Hongxiu, have my own bottom line in how I do things. You don't need to waste your efforts on me. We are not on the same path." These words were practically a direct slap in Mad King's face. Therefore, Mad King was enraged. He looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said coldly, Good, I, Mad King, have been so humiliated for the first time in my life. Ruan Hongxiu, you were good, you were very good. Now I actually think that Xiuyue's words, that cheap woman's words, might not be without reason. Since I treat you as a goddess and you refuse, then don't be a goddess anymore. Let's see if you'll still be so arrogant after you step down from your pedestal. After saying this, Mad King raised his hand and said coldly, regarding the vote for Ruan Hongxiu's queen position, I now cast my vote. I demand the dismissal of Ruan Hongxiu and that Xiuyue take over the position of queen. Mad King, after causing so much trouble, finally cast his vote. He voted to dismiss Ruan Hongxiu and gave his vote to Xiuyue, whom he had slapped earlier and with whom he had a deep hatred. At this moment, for Flower King and the others, things finally returned to normal. This was definitely a good thing. Otherwise, if Mad King had truly sided with Ruan Hongxiu, that would have been a disaster for them. And Xiuyue's expression at this moment was fluctuating. She had just been slapped by Mad King, and she had been bullied by so many people today. She thought her queen position was hopeless, but then Mad King, enraged by Ruan Hongxiu's rejection, furiously cast his vote for her. Should she be happy? Or should she be angry? Xiuyue gritted her teeth, looking at Mad King's back, wishing she could go up and fiercely slap Mad King. However, she knew very well that she couldn't be Mad King's opponent. If she dared to do so, Mad King would absolutely beat her until she was looking for her teeth on the ground. She couldn't do something so self-humiliating. Flower King then looked at Xiuyue and smiled. Xiuyue, although things had some twists and turns, the outcome is good in the end, isn't it? Some things, don't dwell on them too much. What's past is past. Once you sit on the queen's throne, who would still dare to mock you? At this point, Flower King whispered, as for wanting revenge, just think about it. That's for the future anyway, at least for today, let's get through it. And Ruan Hongxiu has finally been pulled down by you. She's left the throne, and her position is yours now. You should be happy. Flower King saw Xiuyue pouting and was afraid she would cause more trouble, so he spoke to persuade her. Xiuyue took a deep breath, pulled out a tissue, and wiped the blood from her face. Although she had lost teeth, and her open mouth was unsightly, it didn't matter, did it? She was the queen now. Ruan Hongxiu was finally under her feet. Taking a deep breath, Xiuyue suppressed her anger towards Mad King and instead looked at him with a smile, saying, Then, this humble girl thanks Mad King for his vote of approval. Central China King, I think there should already be a result regarding the ownership of the queen's position, right? When can it be announced? After all, this was at the Nine Kings venue. Even though everyone knew the voting had ended and the queen's position had been decided, it still needed to be announced by Central China King. Central China King had a faint smile on his face and nodded, saying, It seems our soon-to-be queen is a bit impatient. Well, anyone would be impatient in such a situation. Then, I will now announce the result. Chapter 821 The Throne Changes. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell upon Central China King. The words he was about to utter would determine the new queen of the underground world of Dragon Country. Although everyone knew the outcome, they still awaited the final announcement. And Central China King, without any hesitation, was about to speak with a smile. However, at this very moment, Pajuan gritted his teeth, stood up, and said, "Wait." After speaking, without waiting for anyone else to say anything, Pajuan looked at Yuan Hongxiu and said in a deep voice, "Queen Hongxiu, we know you are doing this for our sake. But you really don't need to do this. Losing your position as queen, and even falling into a more passive situation for us, is not what we want to see. I believe that if you change your mind now, Mad King will change his vote." Pajuan could already imagine the desperate situation Yuan Hongxiu would face after losing this position. In such circumstances, he could not remain indifferent. At this time, before Yuan Hongxiu could say anything, many people's expressions had already changed. Xiu Yu even directly roared, "Pajuan, the voting is over. Do you have any right to speak here? Shut your mouth, or you won't even know how you died." And Flower King, with a gloomy expression, sneered, "Pajuan, we all know what you want to do, but the voting is over. I don't think Mad King can change his mind. After all, he just humbled himself to Yuan Hongxiu, but what was the result? What did he get in return? All he got was Yuan Hongxiu's disregard and even humiliation. Mad King's face was trampled on the ground by Yuan Hongxiu at this time. You still expect Mad King to speak up for Yuan Hongxiu? That's simply idiotic. At this time, Sea King also spoke faintly. That's right, if Mad King could still change his mind at this point, he would truly become a laughingstock. So, you don't need to do such useless work. Everything is over. However, despite Sea King and Flower King's absolute statements, both of them were actually looking at Mad King, afraid that Mad King would suddenly change his decision and give Yuan Hongxiu another chance. It wasn't impossible. After all, Mad King was almost out of control now. He was completely off today. Whenever it came to Yuan Hongxiu, he seemed like a different person. However, under their gaze, they saw that Mad King actually hesitated. Bastard! Sea King cursed inwardly, then immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Mad King, you saw Yuan Hongxiu's attitude just now. She doesn't have you in her eyes at all. Don't be so obsessed. Although it's not pleasant to hear, as long as Yuan Hongxiu is dealt with, you can do whatever you want afterward. We are all on your side, so don't humiliate yourself." And Flower King also said coldly at this time, "Mad King, you have done too many unexpected things today. Everyone is tolerating you, but this tolerance is not indefinite. You should understand what I'm saying. So, don't listen to others' nonsense, and don't become a laughingstock for everyone to mock." Mad King's body trembled slightly, then angry flames shot out from his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. "You bastards, do I need you to remind me? I, Mad King, am mad, but I'm not a fool. I regarded Yuan Hongxiu as a goddess, but she didn't cherish me and even dared to humiliate me just for this. I cannot forgive her, so all of you shut your mouths, or I won't spare you." Hearing Mad King speak like this, Sea King, Flower King, and many people present all breathed a sigh of relief. Let him throw a tantrum. At least Mad King was still rational and knew what to do and what not to do. This was a good thing. And Mad King, looking at Yuan Hongxiu, who had a detached expression as if she wasn't worried about her throne being revoked, said coldly, "Yuan Hongxiu, I just regarded you as a goddess, and I was even willing to submit to you, but you, for the sake of two unfamiliar people, rejected me and humiliated me. I want to ask you, do you regret it?" Yuan Hongxiu looked at Mad King and said indifferently, "I, Yuan Hongxiu, never regret my actions." "Mad King, you don't need to add drama to yourself, nor do you need to talk about submitting to me or admiring me. Just let things be. I, or Yuan Hongxiu, would rather die than compromise myself." It was still the same words, still the phrase, rather die than compromise herself. However, at this moment, these words enraged Mad King to the extreme. Is being with me such a compromise? Even, it's not just being with me, it's just becoming friends with me, standing on the same side. Is that such a compromise? For the sake of a few strangers, treating me, Mad King, like trash, disregarding my goodwill, and even my obsession, this is simply outrageous and unforgivable. Good. Yuan Hongxiu, you are very good. You are truly very good. Since you treat me, Mad King, like trash, then I don't need to be polite to you either. Goddess, if you don't want to be one, then don't be. I'm waiting for the day you kneel before me, humble yourself, and submit to me. After speaking, Mad King looked at Central China King and said coldly, Central China King, why aren't you announcing it yet? What are you waiting for? Central China King nodded, then directly announced, according to the Nine Kings Council rules, Queen Yuan Hongxiu's position has been successfully impeached. From this moment on, Yuan Hongxiu is no longer one of the Nine Kings. At the same time, upon recommendation from several Nine Kings, Xiu Yu is the newly appointed Nine King, succeeding Queen Yuan Hongxiu's position, effective immediately. It's effective. That's right, this was considered effective. Although only those present knew, as soon as this meeting concluded, this decision would quickly be formalized into a document and announced to the world. At this moment, Yuan Hongxiu's expression remained unchanged, but Xiu Yu was so excited she almost jumped up. How long had she waited? How long had she anticipated this? Xiu Yu even thought that she would probably never ascend to the position of Nine Kings in her lifetime. However, unexpectedly, a battle overseas, or wrong decision, caused Yuan Hongxiu to fall from the throne, and she, Xiu Yu, finally became one of the Nine Kings. At this moment, Xiu Yu wanted to laugh heartily, and even wanted to jump onto the conference table and dance excitedly, but her rationality told her that she couldn't do that. However, while some things couldn't be done, some things could already be done. Watching Yuan Hongxiu sitting on the throne belonging to the Nine Kings with a detached expression, Xiu Yu slowly rose and walked towards Yuan Hongxiu. This throne, from now on, was hers. If anyone was to sit on it, it should be her, Xiu Yu. She was going to drive Yuan Hongxiu off. Chapter 822. The throne is mine. Watching Xiu Yu walk towards Yuan Hongxiu like that, no one present said anything. After all, Xiu Yu was already the queen. Although no announcement had been made yet, from the moment Central China King announced the result, Xiu Yu was the queen. There was no doubt about that. Given the conflict between Xiu Yu and Yuan Hongxiu, now that she had finally become queen, it wouldn't be in Xiu Yu's character not to go and talk to Yuan Hongxiu, or even humiliate her. The others didn't stop her either, each for their own reasons. Even at this moment, Mad King sat in his seat, saying nothing, clearly intending to watch Yuan Hongxiu become a laughingstock. Yuan Hongxiu's expression was indifferent, seemingly without any emotional fluctuations, as she watched Xiu Yu walk towards her. Finally, Xiu Yu reached Yuan Hongxiu. Looking at Yuan Hongxiu, the smile on Xiu Yu's face was extremely brilliant. Of course, due to her injuries, it was also true that she didn't look good. But at this time, who cared about that? Xiu Yu walked up to Yuan Hongxiu, looked at her, and indifferently stretched out her finger, saying coldly, Yuan Hongxiu, you didn't expect this situation today, did you? Now, do you still dare to be arrogant? Upon hearing Xiu Yu's words, Yuan Hongxiu rolled her eyes directly and sneered, idiot. Just these two cold words made Xiu Yu furious. Ignoring herself, despising herself, mocking herself, and even humiliating herself, in Xiu Yu's view, Yuan Hongxiu was doing just that. In the past, she was inferior to Yuan Hongxiu. She was the queen, and Xiu Yu was not, so that was that. But even then, Xiu Yu didn't tolerate it and frequently had verbal sparring matches and arguments with Yuan Hongxiu. Now, she was the queen, and Yuan Hongxiu still ignored her like this. It was simply outrageous. Yuan Hongxiu, it's come to this, and you still dare to be so presumptuous? You have quite the nerve. However, I know you're not in a good mood, and I don't want to bother with you too much, but now, you should get up. This is the seat of the Nine Kings. You are no longer the Nine Kings, and you have no right to sit here. Get up immediately. Xiu Yu pointed at Yuan Hongxiu and roared furiously, wanting Yuan Hongxiu to leave the seat and make way for her. At this moment, everyone present frowned slightly. Xiu Yu's actions, logically speaking, were not against the rules and were appropriate. After all, Xiu Yu was now the queen, and Yuan Hongxiu was not. Therefore, it was normal for Xiu Yu to claim the seat of the Nine Kings. But, it was a bit too rushed, wasn't it? The meeting hadn't even ended yet, and she was already so eager to change seats. This made everyone feel a bit uncomfortable. Yuan Hongxiu looked at the fierce Xiu Yu, and instead of being anxious, she even smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Xiu Yu, doesn't your face hurt anymore? You've lost a few teeth. Does your speech sound airy now? As soon as these words came out, Xiu Yu's face instantly became extremely ugly. If this wasn't humiliating her, then what was? Looking at Yuan Hongxiu, Xiu Yu wished she could go up and tear Yuan Hongxiu's mouth, and even more, she wanted to slap Ruan Hongxiu's face directly to see if she still dared to talk nonsense. However, such thoughts could only remain thoughts. She was no match for Ruan Hongxiu. Ruan Hongxiu, there's no need for you to say sarcastic remarks here. No matter how much you say, it cannot hide the fact that you are no longer the queen. Now, immediately leave your seat. This is minus for you. Whether you want to sit in a big shot seat or just find a place to stand, that's your business. But now, give me back my seat. What she said made perfect sense. It was her seat now, not Ruan Hongxiu's. Ruan Hongxiu had to give it up, no problem. However, if Ruan Hongxiu were to simply give up her seat according to Qiu Yu's wishes, then Ruan Hongxiu wouldn't be Ruan Hongxiu. Looking at Qiu Yu, Ruan Hongxiu said indifferently, the vote for this meeting just ended, and the announcement hasn't even been made yet. Are you in such a hurry to take my seat? Your seat? You're really full of yourself. Come on, I'm just sitting here. If you have the guts, make me get up. Ruan Hongxiu sat there indifferently, not moving an inch, her expression showing great disdain for Qiu Yu. She simply looked down on Qiu Yu and was certain that Qiu Yu wouldn't dare to make a move. If she really dared to make a move, a hint of killing intent flashed in Ruan Hongxiu's eyes. She wouldn't mind killing Qiu Yu right now. As for the consequences of killing Qiu Yu, that was not something she needed to consider. In fact, at this point, it had already reached a life or death situation where if she didn't kill her, she would be killed. What else was there to worry about? And Qiu Yu also caught the hint of killing intent that flashed in Ruan Hongxiu's eyes. A strong sense of crisis instantly made Qiu Yu break out in a cold sweat. Ruan Hongxiu wanted to kill her. That's right, she felt it. Ruan Hongxiu wanted to kill her. Make a move? No, she absolutely could not make a move. But she also had to sit in this seat. If she hadn't walked over to snatch the seat before, everything would have been fine, but she had already stood up, had already come to Ruan Hongxiu's front, and had already started to snatch the seat. If she were to be scared off by Ruan Hongxiu's few words, then she would truly become a laughingstock. This was the first thing she did after becoming queen, and it was to reclaim the queen's seat. She couldn't just let it go like that. Ruan Hongxiu, are you being a rogue now? Qiu Yu did not directly conflict with Ruan Hongxiu. She was not Ruan Hongxiu's opponent, so she dared not make a move. However, humiliating Ruan Hongxiu was always an option. Mad King just gave you a chance for the queen's seat, but you disdained it and made him lose face. Now you're occupying the queen's seat without budging. Ruan Hongxiu, Queen Hongxiu, you really aren't afraid of being laughed at. Qiu Yu began to mock Ruan Hongxiu, but what she said was also true. However, Ruan Hongxiu clearly didn't fall for it. Looking at Qiu Yu, Ruan Hongxiu said indifferently, if you want the queen's seat, just take it as for what's in a name. Qiu Yu, do you think even if you have the queen's position, you have the queen's strength? The throne is a good thing, everyone wants it, but you also need the strength to get it and to sit firmly. Qiu Yu, I'm too lazy to say anything more to you. Just one thing, the meeting hasn't officially ended yet, and your position as queen hasn't officially taken effect. If you want to sit in this seat, you can. But wait until the next meeting. If you're still alive, then you can sit. At this point, Ruan Hongxiu looked at Qiu Yu with deep eyes and chuckled, of course, I also think you probably won't live until then. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be a great pity to have gone through all that trouble to become queen only to not even sit in the seat for a day? So, how about this, you kneel on the ground and beg me to let you sit in this seat now. If I'm satisfied with your attitude, perhaps I'll let you have a seat. Come on, come and beg me. Chapter 823 Fighting for a Seat. Who should beg whom? At this moment, Qiu Yu was at the peak of her ambition. She had secured a position among the 9 kings, becoming one of them. Yet, Ruan Hongxiu was now saying that Qiu Yu should beg her, and even kneel to beg, before she would allow Qiu Yu to sit in the seat for a while. Qiu Yu could not tolerate such humiliation. Watching Ruan Hongxiu's arrogant demeanor, Qiu Yu was so angry her teeth ached. Ruan Hongxiu, don't go too far. Don't you really feel ashamed occupying the seat like this and not giving it up? Upon hearing this, Ruan Hongxiu coldly retorted, you slut, I am going too far. What are you going to do about it? I'll just sit here if you dare, come and take it. After saying this, Ruan Hongxiu slammed her hand on the table and coldly stated, I'd like to see who dares to take my seat today. These words were no longer just a threat to Qiu Yu, but a threat to everyone present. She, Ruan Hongxiu, was sitting right there. If anyone was unconvinced, they should come up and try to take it. At this moment, perhaps some people originally wanted to stand up for Qiu Yu, but after thinking it over, they decided against it. Looking at Ruan Hongxiu's icy demeanor, it was clear she wanted to kill someone. A former queen, who in their eyes was already desperate and cornered, was also a powerful expert on the dragon ranking, and a woman who held grudges. Such a person, at this point, had nothing left to lose. Whoever provoked her would likely not come to a good end. Even if they didn't die, if they were truly humiliated and dealt with by Ruan Hongxiu, it would still be a disgraceful matter. Therefore, standing up for Qiuyu for the sake of a seat was not worth it. Qiuyu was also startled by Ruan Hongxiu's sudden outburst, but things had already reached this point, and it was impossible for her to back down. Others might not be able to help her, but this was the Nine Kings Council. She refused to believe that no one would intervene. Qiuyu stopped looking at Ruan Hongxiu and turned directly to Central China King. Central China King, you are the host of this meeting, and my queen's position was personally announced by you now. I, Qiuyu, as the new Nine Kings, request Central China King to act, and request the Nine Kings Council to intervene. Reclaim the position that rightfully belongs to me, and drive away Ruan Hongxiu, who has fallen from the throne but still occupies the seat and refuses to move. Qiuyu, here, requests the Nine Kings to act. Qiuyu, as a queen, actually requested the Nine Kings to act and seize the seat. Moreover, she spoke so grandiosely and righteously that it was truly hard to find any fault with her words. As the host of the meeting, Central China King could not remain silent. Sighing, Central China King looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said, Ruan Hongxiu, Qiuyu is right, your queen's status is gone. It's not appropriate to continue sitting in this seat. Please, give it up to the new queen. Upon hearing Central China King speak, Qiuyu's face immediately showed excitement. It was enough that someone spoke up to help her. In fact, even if she couldn't actually get the seat, Qiuyu wouldn't be too upset. After all, she was truly one of the Nine Kings. Now her proposal was a proposal from one of the Nine Kings, and the Nine Kings Council had to take it seriously. This was an attitude, a qualification, a right. And Ruan Hongxiu, looking at Central China King, spoke indifferently, the Nine Kings Council stripped me of my queen's position, and I have nothing to say about it. If you say it complies with the rules, then it complies with the rules. However, the meeting is not over yet. During this meeting, I, Ruan Hongxiu, am still attending as a queen. If you want me to leave the seat, you can. I will naturally leave after the meeting concludes. But for now, don't even think about it, because this is my seat. Whoever wants to take it, I said, just come, I'll be waiting here. Ruan Hongxiu's attitude was very firm. She could give up the seat, but not before the meeting ended today. Just as Central China King was about to say something, Elder Feng spoke slowly, Central China King, and all of you present, is it meaningful for you to pressure Queen Hongxiu like this? Queen Hongxiu has already said that she respects the council's decision to strip her of her queen's position. However, she is attending today as a queen now, the meeting has not yet ended, and directly asking her to leave her seat, is this appropriate? Everyone, don't forget that you are all people of status and position. There's no need to push someone to the extreme. Aren't you afraid that this scene might one day fall upon your own heads? At this point, Central China King was also somewhat helpless. In fact, their goal had already been achieved. Ruan Hongxiu had already lost her queen's position. Even if she continued to sit there today, what did it matter? But Qiuyu was insistent on scramble this seat, which was somewhat inconsiderate of the bigger picture. Therefore, Central China King was very helpless. Looking at Elder Feng, Central China King smiled and said, Elder Feng, you don't need to say such things and be overly worried. Instead of that, you might as well think about your own situation. After all, the next king to be impeached will be you. Elder Feng heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he said, then Central China King doesn't need to worry. I have long been mentally prepared for that. Heh. If you want to impeach me and remove me, then come ahead, but for now, we are talking about Queen Hongxiu's matter. Central China King nodded, looked at Qiuyu, and said indifferently, Queen Qiuyu, you are already a queen now, but indeed, the meeting has not yet ended. Why don't you return to your seat first? After all, the throne is yours, why care about anything else? That's how it was said, and it was true. The throne was already hers, so it seemed unnecessary to fuss over anything else. But Qiuyu just wanted to fuss. If someone else were to sit in this seat, Qiuyu wouldn't mind. But Ruan Hongxiu couldn't. She was not happy. Looking at Central China King, Qiuyu gritted her teeth and said, Central China King, if it were anyone else, I would tolerate it, but Ruan Hongxiu, I cannot. Now I am the queen, why is she still occupying my seat? At this point, Xiaoyu looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said coldly, Ruan Hongxiu, if you are truly so reluctant to leave, fine, I can let you continue to sit here, but you must bow to me and apologize to me. Kneeling is not necessary, but bowing is a must. Upon hearing this, Ruan Hongxiu merely glanced indifferently at Xiaoyu, and then uttered 2 words. Idiot. Afterward, Ruan Hongxiu fell silent. She just sat there. If anyone had the guts, they could come and drive her away. As for saying anything more to Xiaoyu, she clearly had no intention of speaking to Xiaoyu. This clearly showed that she completely disdained Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was immediately enraged and intended to fight Ruan Hongxiu to the end. However, at this moment, the Mad King slowly rose. Seeing the Mad King stand up, even though Xiaoyu had become one of the 9 kings at this moment, she was still scared and turned pale. There was no way around it. Encountering an unreasonable person like the Mad King, who had even hit her, she would be lying if she said she wasn't wary of him. Chapter 824, Every woman will be envious. Mad King, what do you want to do? Xiaoyu suppressed her urge to retreat, looking at the Mad King and voicing her doubt. I am already a queen. My status is equal to yours, Mad King. If you make a move against me again and bully me, the 9 Kings Council will not agree. Was it a threat? It could be considered a threat, but this threat was pale and powerless, making people shake their heads. Xiaoyu, after all, was still a bit weak. Even becoming a queen couldn't change the fact of her weakness. The Mad King, however, clearly ignored Xiaoyu and looked at Ruan Hongxiu with an indifferent expression, as if the person who had been infatuated with Ruan Hongxiu to the point of madness before wasn't him. Ruan Hongxiu, since you are so attached to the throne, why did you refuse me just now? The Mad King finally spoke first in everyone's eyes. This meant the Mad King hadn't given up yet. Indeed, the Mad King's previous display of affection for Ruan Hongxiu had almost reached the point of obsession. If he were to give up so easily, it would truly be surprising. But did he really not care about his dignity at all? Things had already reached this point. Did the Mad King still want Ruan Hongxiu to change her mind? Many people present secretly shook their heads, thinking the Mad King was daydreaming and imagining things. Ruan Hongxiu looked at the Mad King, frowning slightly, and said, Mad King, even if I am attached to the throne, it has nothing to do with you, does it? Why wouldn't I refuse you? I've already made it very clear what happened just now, my attitude, my thoughts. I don't want to repeat myself. Also, Mad King, there has never been any affection between you and me. If there's nothing important, please don't talk to me. Ruan Hongxiu showed no respect for the Mad King's dignity at all. She even told him not to speak to her unless it was important. At once, the Mad King's face indeed became extremely ugly. Ruan Hongxiu was slapping his face and humiliating him again and again. At this moment, the Mad King didn't even need to look back to know how many people were laughing at him in their hearts. Yes, that's right, he had become a laughingstock. All of this was Ruan Hongxiu's fault. Taking a deep breath, the Mad King's eyes turned cold. He looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said, Ruan Hongxiu, it was you who forced me to become an enemy. You knew what you would face next, yet you still humiliated me like this. Good, very good. It seems that in your eyes, I, the Mad King, am just trash, worthless trash. Good, truly good. After speaking, the Mad King looked at Xiaoyu and said coldly, Xiaoyu, I voted for you just now. I'll ask you one thing, do you hate me? Do you still hate me for hitting you? Hate? Xiaoyu really wanted to say she hated him, and hated him to the bone, but it was clear that she couldn't say those words now. She was certain that if she did, the Mad King would definitely get angry. Moreover, Xiaoyu wasn't a fool. The Mad King's current situation clearly showed he was extremely angry, and his anger was directed at Ruan Hongxiu. She didn't know what he wanted to do, but it was a good thing. She was already a queen, and past events could be put behind them, especially since the Mad King was powerful. If they could resolve the conflict, it would definitely be a good thing. After thinking this, Xiaoyu smiled and looked at the Mad King, saying, Mad King, to be honest, at first, I was somewhat angry, even hated you, but now I've thought it through, so not only do I not hate you, but I also admire you. At this point, Xiaoyu said with emotion, What kind of status do you have, Mad King? One of the 9 kings, with Mad as your title. When have you ever bowed your head or softened? Yet, for Ruan Hongxiu, you bowed your head, softened your stance, and said all sorts of kind and gentle words. To be honest, I don't know what others think, but I, Xiaoyu, admire you, truly admire you. Because you, Mad King, are a true man, and a true man who, for love, for what he loves in his heart, fears nothing. This kind of person, this kind of emotion, is what all women in the world would want to have, and would envy. At this moment, Shoyu didn't know if it was genuine emotion or feigned deception, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that her words were sincere, and exactly what the Mad King needed. The Mad King looked at Shoyu, frowning slightly, and said, "You, too, envy?" Shoyu nodded heavily, saying, "Of course I envy. If there was someone with such status, position, and strength, who would be willing to defy the world for me, I would naturally be incredibly happy. Even if we couldn't be together, I would definitely treat him as my best friend." The Mad King heard this and smiled, but his smile was somewhat bitter. He looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said, "Ruan Hongxiu, did you hear that? Everything I, the Mad King, did for you, is something that all women in the world would envy, and would want to have, yet you, not only do not cherish it, but you even humiliate me like this. Do you regret it?" Ruan Hongxiu heard this, frowned, and said, "Whoever envies, go find them. Saying this to me is meaningless. Also, Mad King, if you truly adored me so much and were willing to give everything for me, you wouldn't have turned hostile so quickly when I refused you. I even saw your resentment. So, Mad King, what you love most is not me, what you love is yourself. You are just moving yourself." Were these words unreasonable? They were reasonable. Moreover, you can't expect that by giving everything, others will also give their heart and soul to you and do what you want. If that were the case, then all the simps in the world would get their wish. Unfortunately, people are different. The Mad King heard Ruan Hongxiu's words, looked at Ruan Hongxiu, and without any expression of regret, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. I, the Mad King, only love myself, and only move myself. Fine. Since you, Ruan Hongxiu, have made me a joke, then I will be a joke to the end. Ruan Hongxiu, since I offered you love and you don't want it, then you won't need love anymore. I will use other means to get you, and then, I will make you thoroughly regret what you did today." After speaking, the Mad King looked at Shoyu and said in a deep voice, "Shoyu, the throne is yours. Since she, Ruan Hongxiu, wants to sit until the end, then let her sit. While I want to see how long she can sit." When Shoyu heard this, she was about to say something else, but seeing the Mad King's expression, she knew she couldn't say anything more. Moreover, the result she wanted was already within reach. "Good, Mad King, since you said so, I'll listen to you and won't bother with her for now." After speaking, Shoyu looked at Ruan Hongxiu and sneered, "Ruan Hongxiu, you are truly foolish to the extreme. I also want to see your expression of regret. I believe I will see it very soon." After speaking, Shoyu did not return to her previous position, but instead sat on one of the vacant thrones among the 9 kings. This throne belonged to the Southeast King, which meant it belonged to Yi Qing. Chapter 825. The position of the King of Southwest. At the meeting, the 9 kings' seats didn't have a specific arrangement, as if someone had to sit in a particular spot. This was also because it was impossible to arrange the seats. They were all 9 kings, so who would sit where? If seats were to be arranged, what would be used to arrange them? Strength? Reputation? Influence? Power? Territory size? No one would be convinced by anyone else, so generally, no one arranged the seats. Moreover, this was a round table. If one wished, any spot could be the main seat. But today, the empty seat was Mr. Ye's, belonging to the Southeast King. Everyone knew this point. Because only Mr. Yi hadn't arrived, and only his seat was empty. Shoyu thus openly sat in the inner circle's king's seat. The people present didn't say much. After all, Shoyu was indeed a queen now. Even if no announcement had been made, so she couldn't snatch Ruan Hongxiu's position, and sitting on Mr. Ye's throne was fine. As far as others were concerned, Mr. Yi wouldn't be coming. However, while others didn't care, Pejun and Red Eyes raised their eyebrows and sneered. "Shoyu, that's my king's seat. Isn't it inappropriate for you to just sit there?" Pejun spoke indifferently, although he didn't directly tell Shoyu to get up. His words implied exactly that. Upon hearing this, Shoyu, who was already feeling annoyed, responded indifferently, "Oh, really? Is Mr. Ye's name written on it? When did the 9 kings' seats become fixed? Setting aside whether this is truly Mr. Ye's seat, even if it is, what if I just sit here? Can Mr. Yi still attend the meeting? Can he even make it? If he can't even come, what seat does he sit in? If we're talking about seats, then it belongs to Sima Deshao. If it weren't for your opposition during the recent vote, and everyone giving you face, Sima Deshao should be sitting here now. Since Sima Deshao hasn't even spoken, is it your turn to speak? What she said was truly flawless, but Sima Deshao remained silent. His seat? This wasn't his seat for the time being. After all, Xiuyu could sit and snatch the seat because Xiuyu had already become one of the 9 kings, which had been decided by vote. However, Sima Deshao's vote result had not yet been released. So, he bothered to say nothing more. At this moment, Central China King also didn't want the matter to continue escalating over such a trivial issue. Looking at Pajun and Red Eyes, he spoke indifferently. If Mr. Yi came, that would be his seat. He can't even come now, so what seat is there? Moreover, don't you two forget, you are here to attend on behalf of Mr. Yi, so, be mindful of your status. Don't cause trouble here. If you dare to disrupt the order of the meeting again, I will throw you out. Upon hearing Central China King dare to threaten them, Red Eyes immediately became enraged and was about to lash out. Pajun, however, held Red Eyes back and chuckled, we have no intention of causing trouble, but everyone knows who this seat was left for today. Of course, if Xiuyu insists on sitting in this position, we have no objection, but that is Mr. Yi's seat, and it's not so easy to sit in. Xiuyu, you can sit, but just don't regret it. Such threats were truly ineffectual. Xiuyu didn't even bother to respond. At this moment, Central China King spoke indifferently, alright, the meeting will proceed to the next agenda item, the removal of Elder Feng from his position as Southwest King. This matter can now be decided by vote. After speaking, Central China King looked at Elder Feng and smiled, Elder Feng, although this involves removing you from your kingship, there are still a few things I'd like to say. Elder Feng has been king for many years, overseeing the Southwest, and has made great contributions. In fact, this time, it's not impossible to avoid using terms like removal or impeachment. The best thing would be for Elder Feng to resign voluntarily. Elder Feng has worked hard for many years and it's time for him to enjoy his retirement. As long as Elder Feng resigns voluntarily, I believe many people would be willing to let Elder Feng retire peacefully and enjoy his later years. Elder Feng, would you like to consider it? Being removed and voluntarily resigning are absolutely not the same concept. Even if it's a forced resignation, it's still different from being driven out. The title sounds different. Elder Feng was not Mr. Yi, who was already dead in their eyes, nor was he Yuan Hongxiu, whom everyone targeted. Instead, he was a powerful figure whose strength had diminished, but whose family still had 2 strong individuals on the dragon ranking. Moreover, Elder Feng had indeed made great contributions and had sufficient seniority. If such a person could be avoided, it was better not to deal with him. Especially after Feng Wuan also appeared and became Elder Chen's grandson-in-law, many people actually didn't want to completely fall out with Elder Feng. Anyway, as long as the kingship was relinquished, allowing the Feng family to retain some influence and still enjoy wealth and status, it was not an intolerable matter. Coupled with the fact that the Northeast King also wanted to preserve Elder Feng's life, this was why Central China King made such a statement now. At this moment, Elder Feng smiled faintly and said, is that so? Central China King, can you represent everyone? As far as I know, there are quite a few people who want to kill me to eliminate future troubles. Are they all planning to let me go and live out my retirement? Upon hearing Elder Feng say this, the others were not surprised. Things had come to this point. It was already an open secret. If Elder Feng still held on to any hope at this moment, that would be truly pathetic. However, at the same time, things were also changing. Previously, Elder Feng was certainly going to die, but now, it might truly not be the case. Central China King smiled and said, Elder Feng, I naturally cannot represent everyone, but what I said is not without reason. I think that as long as Elder Feng voluntarily resigns and does not interfere with the subsequent matters, then he will definitely retire peacefully and live out his later years. Similarly, we will all give Elder Feng due respect. Although he will no longer be a 9 king, we will absolutely treat Elder Feng with the same courtesy as a 9 king, or even better, which is not impossible. So, Elder Feng, you don't need to worry about anything as long as you voluntarily resign, give up your kingship, and promise not to participate in any subsequent matters, then you, Elder Feng, will be the Elder Feng respected by everyone. These words were truly enticing. Moreover, Central China King saying this was also giving Elder Feng enough face. Although he was indeed forcing Elder Feng to abdicate, he also promised to give Elder Feng ample respect. Was it fake? No, this was not fake, let alone others. Elder Feng himself knew very well that what Central China King said was true. As long as he voluntarily resigned, he would no longer be targeted, and at the same time, he would definitely receive the respect given by others. In fact, it was that disrespect was not an option. Who made Elder Feng's side still have Wind Dragon overseeing things, and also his grandson Feng Wuhan. These two were Elder Feng's confidants. If others were not prepared to become enemies and fight with them, then Elder Feng's respect and dignity would absolutely be preserved, and perhaps even more so than before. It's not impossible. Chapter 826 Resign voluntarily. Watching Feng Lao remain silent, Central China King did not press him, but smiled and said, Flower King, Sea King, I think you two should also say a few words. At this point, was it really necessary to fight Feng Lao to the death? They only needed to get what they wanted. Feng Lao could not be killed if he were killed. Northeast King Lin, who would not be willing, Wind Dragon, a strong expert on the dragon ranking, would not be willing, and similarly, Feng Wuhan would not agree, and if Feng Wuhan did not agree, it meant Elder Chen would also not agree. It was not worth the trouble. Since that was the case, they should give Feng Lao the respect he deserved, allowing him to retire gracefully. Although he would no longer be a king, his dignity and respect would not diminish. Thus, Feng Lao should understand how to make a choice. Flower King and Sea King exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes, but it seemed this was the best option. Once decided, they would act. Flower King smiled and said, Feng Lao, Central China King's meaning is also my meaning. As long as you voluntarily resign, it will be an honorable retirement. The underground world of Dragon Country will not forget your great achievements, and the entire Dragon Country will not forget them either. Although you will no longer be a king, you will have more dignity and respect than when you were the Southwest King. As long as you say a few words, and if there's anything you want us to do, I believe no one would refuse you, Feng Lao. Therefore, please, Feng Lao, resign. After Flower King finished speaking, Sea King also nodded and said, Feng Lao has rendered great service in his position in the Southwest. Now that he is advanced in years, it is indeed time for him to enjoy his retirement. Feng Lao, please resign. We guarantee that the Feng family, for generations to come, will enjoy wealth and honor. Flower King and Sea King's intentions were very clear. As long as Feng Lao resigned, everyone would be happy. You get your dignity and wealth, and we get your king's position. Feng Lao would not die, and at the same time, the entire Feng family would not be implicated in any way, enjoying all the wealth and honor. To put it bluntly, this was already the best outcome. After all, there was no need for a life-and-death battle. He would only lose the title of Southwest King, but he would be alive and still have wealth and honor. Feng Lao should actually be satisfied. Even at this moment, Feng Lao himself clearly understood that, with so many enemies eyeing him, resigning was the best choice. As long as he resigned, Wind Dragon would not be in any danger now, and Feng Wuhan would not have to risk his life fighting for him. Plus, with Elder Chen's connection, even if Feng Lao stepped down from his king's position, he would truly be respected and courted in the future. A good outcome, truly, a good outcome he hadn't even thought of at first. However, at this moment, Feng Lao had no choice but to remain silent, had no choice but to hesitate. For him, this was the best outcome. But what about Ruan Hongxiu? What about Pejuan and Red Eyes, who were sitting in the meeting hall? Clearly, for them, this was the worst outcome. As long as Feng Lao accepted this proposal and resigned from his king's position, Feng Lao and the Feng family would be safe. However, Ruan Hongxiu and Pejuan would lose an ally, and with the ebb and flow, they would truly become more and more dangerous. Ruan Hongxiu's expression remained unchanged at this moment, seemingly showing no joy or sorrow. However, feeling Feng Lao's gaze upon her, Ruan Hongxiu smiled and said, Feng Lao, are you worrying about us? Sighing softly, Ruan Hongxiu shook her head and said, Feng Lao, you don't need to worry about us. This is the best choice for you. To be honest, Feng Lao has indeed rendered great service. I truly respect you. If I didn't consider personal gains or losses, I would actually think you should choose this. As for worrying about us, there's no need for that. After all, we made our decision from the very beginning. Feng Lao, you don't need to feel any burden. This is absolutely not a betrayal. Ruan Hongxiu knew that she shouldn't say these words. If she did, it might make Feng Lao voluntarily resign. If she didn't say anything, or even didn't agree to Feng Lao's resignation, then, given Feng Lao's character, he would probably immediately reject Central China King's proposal. But Ruan Hongxiu still said it. In fact, Ruan Hongxiu was right in what she said and thought. Things had come to this point, and they all knew what they would face next. Danger, extreme danger, a fight to the death, but the hope of victory was extremely slim. In this situation, it might not be a bad thing for Feng Lao to live honorably. And just then, Pujuan also spoke. Feng Lao, as Queen Wan Hongxiu said, you don't need to worry about anything, we have our own path. Moreover, this path is one that must be taken. Pujuan only said this one sentence, but the meaning was very clear. He, Pujuan, would not compromise, but he would also not blame Feng Lao. Feng Lao took a deep breath, looked at Wan Hongxiu and Pujuan, nodded, and said nothing more. Then, Feng Lao looked at Feng Wuhan. He didn't speak, but Feng Wuhan already knew Feng Lao's meaning. Chuckling softly, Feng Wuhan looked at Feng Lao and respectfully said, Grandfather, your meaning is Wuhan's meaning is for worrying about Wuhan, there's no need for that. Grandson has also grown up, and has made it this far by fighting his way through perilous situations. Besides, I already made my decision when I came this time. So, grandfather, whatever you want to do, you decide no matter what it is, grandson will not have any complaints. Grandson and grandfather will advance and retreat together. Feng Wuhan's words did not cause any ripples, after all, he was Feng Lao's biological grandson, which was an unchangeable fact. Moreover, he hadn't appeared for so many years, and now he suddenly came back. Obviously for Feng Lao's matter there was absolutely nothing wrong with him standing with Feng Lao. Feng Lao looked at Feng Wuhan, smiled, and said, Good, truly my good grandson. Then, grandfather will make the decision himself. Feng Wuhan heard this, smiled, and said, As long as grandfather is happy, anything is fine. Upon hearing this, Feng Lao then looked around, and finally, looking at Central China King, he smiled and said, Central China King, let's forget about this matter of voluntarily resigning. I feel that I am still hale and hearty, and still capable of continuing in this king's position, so, if you insist on taking away my king's position, then I will not agree. He refused. Yes, Feng Lao refused. He clearly refused this proposal, which was obviously the best for him. He would lose his king's position, but in reality, he wouldn't lose anything else. He would still have wealth and honor, and a transcendent status, but now, insisting on going against these people was a different situation entirely. Feng Lao must have become senile. Central China King took a deep breath, looked at Feng Lao, and frowned slightly. He really didn't want to be enemies with Feng Lao, not that he didn't want to, but rather, there were too many variables. Northeast King Lin Hu, even though he hadn't spoken since his outburst upon entering, anyone who ignored this Northeast King would be asking for trouble. And this Northeast King, quite obviously, had a very close relationship with Feng Lao. If it really came down to a final confrontation with Feng Lao, no one could guarantee that Lin Hu wouldn't interfere. Moreover, it wasn't just Lin Hu. At this moment, a hint of hesitation flashed in Central China King's eyes. Chapter 827 Conditions. Dealing with Red Eyes was originally a unified front, but now, Red Eyes giving up his position as Southwest King is actually the best option. Everyone, continue to show respect. But now, it's really hard to say. Central China King looked at Red Eyes and chuckled, Red Eyes, you know very well that our intentions are good, so why are you being so difficult? We've given you everything you deserve. Why insist on this position as Southwest King? What you gain after resigning might not be less than the position itself. Furthermore, we all know Red Eyes' character. He's not someone who clings to power. In fact, he seemed to have said more than once that he wishes to live out his days in peace. Today is the best opportunity, so why must you make things difficult for us? Upon hearing this, Red Eyes looked at Central China King and smiled. Central China King, what you're saying makes no sense. I, Red Eyes, am perfectly content in my position as Southwest King. It was you who insisted on initiating impeachment proceedings to seize my position. If we're talking about making things difficult, it should be you making things difficult for me. How can you say I'm making things difficult for you now? That makes no sense. Indeed, it made no sense, but sometimes, there is no sense to be made. Just as Central China King was in a difficult spot, Flower King smiled and spoke, Red Eyes, are you absolutely set on keeping this position as Southwest King? Red Eyes nodded and said, that's right, I must have this position as Southwest King. Flower King heard this, chuckled, and nodded, it's not entirely impossible. Now that we've already taken the positions of Southeast King and Yuan Hongxiu, retaining your position as Southwest King isn't too big of an issue. It's just, Red Eyes, what you're doing is truly making things very difficult for us. However, in consideration of Red Eyes' tremendous contributions, we can respect your opinion. You can continue to hold your position as Southwest King, but you must agree to 2 conditions. As long as you fulfill both of these conditions, then Red Eyes will not only not be our enemy, but we also guarantee that we will always respect Red Eyes in the future. Flower King actually started to propose conditions, and even offered to forego Red Eyes' position as Southwest King, which surprised many people, including Red Eyes himself, who was momentarily stunned. They compromised? He had originally thought they would never compromise no matter what, but unexpectedly, they actually did compromise. However, this was probably not a true compromise, because there were still conditions and demands to be made, and these conditions might not be something everyone could meet. Looking at Flower King, Red Eyes spoke indifferently, "Can you make the decision?" Flower King heard this and chuckled, "Red Eyes doesn't need to worry about that. Although I can't make the final decision, no one will object to what I say now. Whether it's Sea King, or Central China King, or even the newly appointed Queen Shoyue, I think as long as I speak, they won't object." These people were all in the same boat, their interests were aligned, so they clearly understood that Flower King wouldn't do anything detrimental to them. Therefore, if there was a better solution, there was no harm in listening. So, Sea King spoke directly. "Red Eyes doesn't need to worry too much. Flower King's meaning is my meaning." Red Eyes heard this, nodded, and said, "Then, speak. I also want to hear what Flower King's so-called 2 conditions are." Flower King smiled and said, "It's very simple. Truly, as long as Red Eyes isn't determined to make things difficult for us, then these 2 conditions can be met at any time. The first condition is that Red Eyes' position as Southwest King can be retained, but from now on, you must not be our enemy. Of course, if you want to cause trouble for us in the future, we won't necessarily stop you, but this time, no. Because something is bound to happen today, and I think Red Eyes understands what I'm saying." Red Eyes heard this, his expression unchanged, but his eyes were extremely cold. He, of course, understood. The so-called not being their enemy, the so-called something is bound to happen, it's very simple, one can guess it easily, without even needing to guess. It was nothing more than wanting to deal with Yuan Hongxiu, wanting to kill Pujuan and Red Eyes, and this was to ask Red Eyes to stay out of it and not provide assistance. Red Eyes did not speak, looking at Flower King and saying, "What about the second condition?" Flower King smiled and said, "The second one is also very simple. The Southwest's overseas operation this time, deploying a large army, can be said to have been a crippling blow, with heavy losses. Since that's the case, as 9 kings, we naturally have an obligation to help Red Eyes resolve some troubles and lingering issues. Therefore, we want to station troops in the Southwest underground world. I know that this might be somewhat difficult for Red Eyes to accept, but if you think about it from another perspective, this is not a bad thing. I ask you, which of the 9 kings and big bosses' territories are truly homogeneous? None. There will always be some other nails present, and we are merely helping Red Eyes resolve some troubles, so we ask Red Eyes to understand. Of course, Red Eyes is still the Southwest King. Even the personnel we send will respect Red Eyes' wishes, so Red Eyes will lose nothing and will still remain high above as your Southwest King, and will still receive our respect. This is a good thing that benefits both sides. I think Red Eyes should not refuse." What he said sounded really good. However, everyone present understood exactly what Flower King meant. Although he said he wanted to retain Red Eyes' position as Southwest King, he actually wanted to seize the Southwest King's power in a practical sense. This was to sideline Red Eyes. Of course, saying sideline might be a bit inappropriate, but entering the Southwest and sharing and seizing Red Eyes' power was also a fact. If Red Eyes really listened, even if he didn't become a mere figurehead, he would still lose a lot. Of course, if speaking about the worst outcome, Flower King's proposal really wasn't a bad idea. Flower King looked at Red Eyes and smiled. "Red Eyes, my 2 conditions aren't too demanding, are they? You can completely accept them." Red Eyes looked at Flower King, sighed, and said, "Not high, truly not high compared to what you originally wanted to do to me. These conditions are not only not high, but they are even considering my well-being. I think anyone who is sensible should know how to choose." Upon hearing Red Eyes' words, Flower King and the others all laughed. Although they didn't get the position of Southwest King, getting it in a practical sense was not impossible. Moreover, avoiding war with the Feng family and preventing the Feng family from assisting Yuan Hongqiu and Pujuan was also a very good thing. Overall, the gains were still huge. Central China King then laughed. Since Red Eyes is also satisfied, then these two conditions are agreed upon. Since that's the case, then let's form a treaty and record it. However, at this moment, Red Eye smiled and shook his head. Central China King, you're too eager. Although I think the conditions are good and the demands aren't high, I don't think I said I would agree, did I? After hearing Red Eyes' words, Central China King raised an eyebrow, looking at Red Eyes and saying, Red Eyes, you also know that this is the best choice. Are you going to refuse? Are you sure you know what you're saying? Chapter 828 Yi Qing is coming to kill us. Upon hearing this, Feng Lao looked at Central China King and said indifferently, I'm not senile yet, I naturally know what I'm saying. I refuse. I won't agree to either condition. This is my, Feng's, attitude. Central China King took a deep look at Feng Lao, then turned to Feng Wuhan and smiled. Young Master Feng Lao is advanced in years, and his thinking might be a bit muddled, unable to distinguish between advantages and disadvantages, but young Master Feng is young and promising, Feng Lao's direct grandson, and even Shen Lao's grandson-in-law. I believe young Master Feng should know what the best choice is. Young Master Feng, aren't you going to try and persuade him? After all, if Feng Lao chooses to refuse, it means impeaching Feng Lao's position, and even later, if Feng Lao wants to participate in battles he shouldn't, I'm afraid we won't be able to show mercy. Feng Lao and Yi Qing might have been genuinely deeply involved, but Yi Qing is already dead. There's no need to stand up for him like this. Furthermore, there wasn't much deep friendship between Yuan Hongqiu and Feng Lao. They were on the same side due to Yi Qing. Now, Feng Lao is stubborn, and Central China King hopes that Feng Wuhan can be more clear-headed and understand the importance of the overall situation. At this moment, Feng Wuhan looked at Feng Lao, smiled, then looked at Central China King, and said indifferently, Yen Fatty's grandfather's meaning is my, Feng Wuhan's, meaning. As for you all, do whatever you want. These words were spoken with such indifference, as if he didn't even put Central China King and the others in his eyes, as if, to Feng Wuhan, Central China King and the others were nothing. Just as Central China King was about to speak again, Flower King smiled, his face somewhat gloomy, and said, Central China King, there's no need to say anything more. This is their decision. They are determined to be our enemies, so let's fight. Central China King, begin. Impeach Feng Lao's Southwest King position. There's no need to hesitate. Seeing Flower King speak, and then looking at the expressions of the others, Central China King knew that at this point, there was indeed nothing more to say. Immediately, Central China King said, alright, in that case, let's proceed with the third agenda item, impeaching Feng Lao's Southwest King position. Now, everyone can vote. At this moment, Sima Dishao sat in his seat, sighing somewhat. Other matters were fine. But on Feng Lao's side, it was truly difficult to say. He still remembered what Northeast King Lin Hu had told him. Other matters, Lin Hu could ignore, but no one could take Feng Lao's life. In this situation, Feng Lao clearly intended to participate in the battle. Once the battle began, many things would actually become uncontrollable. Moreover, he, Sima Dishao, would most likely have to participate. After all, he had already sided with Flower King and the others. Just as Sima Dishao was sighing in his heart, the door to the conference room was actually opened. One of Sima Dishao's subordinates burst into the conference room in a panic. The scene instantly made everyone frown. What a joke. This was where the 9 kings held their meeting. No one, no matter what, was allowed to disturb the distinguished individuals present. Now, the meeting was still in progress, and someone actually burst into the conference room. What kind of rule was this? And Sima Dishao, at this moment, also frowned deeply. Paidu was his territory, and 9 Kings Hall was under his command, so these people were all his subordinates. Sima Dishao could naturally feel the dissatisfaction of the many big shots and magnates present. He immediately snorted coldly, slammed the table heavily, and roared, "You scoundrel, do you not know where this place is? How dare you barge in? Guards, drag him out and break his legs." Without anyone else needing to speak, Sima Dishao himself exploded in anger. He had to get angry. In such an occasion, daring to barge in, he, Sima Dishao, would at least be guilty of lax discipline. However, Sima Dishao was also very curious. These subordinates, especially those who could guard the venue, must have been strictly trained and understood the rules. Understanding the rules, knowing the consequences, and still barging in, it was likely that something serious had truly happened. But what else could happen? Seeing Sima Deshao erupt in anger, the others didn't say much more. And Sima Deshao's subordinate, hearing Sima Deshao's furious scolding, didn't care about anything else at this moment and quickly said, "Sir, your subordinate has an urgent matter to report to you." Sima Deshao frowned upon hearing this and said, "You scoundrel, this is when the 9 kings are holding a meeting. What could be more important than now? Get out. Whatever it is, talk about it after the meeting." After saying this, Sima Deshao cupped his hands and bowed to everyone present, saying, "I apologize. Everyone, I've made you a laughingstock. It's due to my lax discipline and neglect in daily management that they don't follow the rules. Please rest assured, I will severely punish this person." Hearing Sima Deshao say this, the others didn't say much more. It wasn't worth it. However, that subordinate of Sima Deshao, at this moment, had a mournful expression and looked at Sima Deshao, saying, "Sir, please step aside. Your subordinate truly has something to report to you." At this, Sima Deshao was also stunned at this point. This subordinate not only didn't leave but was still emphasizing that he had something to report. Then, it was likely that something not small had truly happened. Sima Deshao frowned slightly and said, "Speak, what is it?" Logically, at this moment, since Sima Deshao had spoken, this subordinate should have spoken too. However, this subordinate did not speak and instead signaled for Sima Deshao to temporarily leave the meeting room. Sima Deshao's heart stirred, and he frowned deeply, saying, "You scoundrel, if it's not something earth-shattering, see how I deal with you." He cursed under his breath, but Sima Deshao began to walk out. The others also wanted to hear what it was. After all, it seemed like no small matter. However, seeing that Sima Deshao had no intention of telling them, they didn't say much either. After all, what if it was a private matter? They were all big shots and magnates, who wouldn't have a few secrets? After Sima Deshao arrived outside the door, he quickly followed the subordinate into an empty room. Sima Deshao said coldly, "What is it? If it's a small matter, see how I deal with you." The subordinate, hearing this, quickly said, "Sir, it's not a small matter, it's something earth-shattering. Yi Qing, Southeast King Yi Qing, has come to kill." As soon as these words came out, Sima Deshao's eyes immediately flashed with brilliance. He directly grabbed the subordinate's neck and roared, "You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? Yi Qing is already dead. How could he come to kill?" Although he knew that his subordinate wouldn't dare to joke with him about such a matter, at this moment, Sima Deshao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. No, not just anger, but also a kind of apprehension. Chapter 829 Sima Deshao's decision. "Sir, everything I said is true. You're choking me to death." The subordinate struggled incessantly, his face flushed red from being choked. Sima Deshao frowned deeply, released his grip, and gritted his teeth. "Speak, what exactly is happening? Yi Qing? Are you sure that's Southeast King Yi Qing? If you dare to lie even a little, I guarantee I'll make your life worse than death." Upon hearing this, the subordinate didn't dare to hesitate and immediately relayed the reports and requests for help he had received. Many things they didn't know for now, but Yi Qing had already killed many people and was on his way to 9 Kings Hall. This was a recognized fact. Moreover, Yi Qing was still on a killing spree, and he was already within a stone's throw of 9 Kings Hall. "Yes, sir, there's also surveillance footage. Just look at the footage, and you'll know if it's Yi Qing." Immediately after, the subordinate played a segment of surveillance video on his phone, and Sima Deshao knew with just one glance that the situation was serious. It really was Yi Qing. Even if someone could impersonate him, could that powerful strength also be faked? Cold sweat instantly appeared on Sima Deshao, and he was engulfed in a mix of fear and apprehension, along with anger and unwillingness. Yi Qing's return had nothing to do with him originally. After all, he was the capital garrison overlord, and there was no enmity or conflict between him and Yi Qing. Even if Yi Qing came to kill, that would be someone else's business, not his. Yi Qing wouldn't intentionally trouble someone with whom he had no grudges. But now, it was different. He, Sima Deshao, had already chosen a side. Most critically, the position of Southeast King, which belonged to Yi Qing, was about to fall into his, Sima Deshao's, hands. This was the greatest animosity. Damn it, Yi Qing, wasn't he dead? Why wasn't he dead? Even if he wasn't dead, he actually came knocking on their door. Damn it, damn it, damn it. At this moment, Sima Deshao was somewhat enraged, even losing control of his emotions. Seeing Sima Deshao's anger, the subordinate knew it was undoubtedly Yi Qing. Sir, what should we do? Do we need to tell the powerful figures in the conference room that Yi Qing is still alive and has arrived? Sima Deshao shook his head directly. No, we cannot tell them. Guard the conference room unless I give the order. No one is allowed to enter. Hearing Sima Deshao say this, the subordinate nodded heavily. Rest assured, sir, we will guard the entrance for you, even if it means death. Sima Deshao's meaning was simple. They absolutely could not let the people in the conference know right now. If they knew Yi Qing was still alive, the current situation might be disrupted. At the very least, he had to wait until he successfully ascended to the position of Southeast King before anything else could be discussed. Otherwise, his position would be illegitimate, and his words would carry no weight. However, it was impossible for everyone to remain ignorant. Therefore, he would inform Flower King, Sea King, and everyone in his faction later, then have them send their people to provide support, obstruct, and even kill Yi Qing. Sima Deshao's eyes were filled with killing intent at this moment. That's right, he wanted to kill Yi Qing. Although Yi Qing was unexpectedly still alive, after experiencing the destructive war overseas, it was impossible for Yi Qing to be completely unharmed. Hiding for a month was definitely to recover from his injuries. This was certain, there was no need to doubt it. Now, many people wanted to deal with Yi Qing in Paidu. There were many powerful individuals. Killing Yi Qing might not be impossible. Even if they couldn't truly kill Yi Qing, they had to severely wound him again, making him understand a fact: even if he returned, he couldn't change anything. Sima Deshao quickly made his decision. He wanted the throne, so this was his only option. Otherwise, if Yi Qing had his way, not to mention the position of Southeast King, Southwest King, and Yuan Hongxue would probably be difficult to handle. Time must be gained. Yi Qing must either die or be severely wounded, unable to pose a threat. As long as these things were done, everything else would be easy to discuss. For Sima Deshao, it wasn't about underestimating Yi Qing. It was just that Flower King and Sea King were not weak, and their subordinates were also very strong. If they pooled their resources, they could indeed gather 5 dragon ranking level experts. Even Sima Deshao, had hidden experts, so it was impossible for the other 9 kings not to have them. After Sima Deshao issued his orders, he directly entered the conference hall. Upon entering, he saw everyone looking at him. Sima Deshao skillfully hid his emotions and said with a smile, "I've worried everyone. It's not a small matter, but it's not a big deal either. It's far less important than continuing the meeting. My subordinate was ignorant. Come, everyone, please continue." Hearing Sima Deshao say this, everyone stopped speaking, but the suspicious ones still had doubts. However, since Sima Deshao didn't say anything, they couldn't say much either. Of course, most importantly, no one present would have thought that Yi Qing was not only alive but had even come to their doorstep. This was simply unimaginable. It wasn't just about Yi Qing's life or death, it was also about someone daring to attack Paidu while the 9 kings were holding a meeting. This was truly incredible. Central China King didn't take it seriously either. Since Sima Deshao didn't want to say, he couldn't ask much, so he continued, "Then, let's continue the vote." However, at this moment, Sima Deshao said with a chuckle, "You all continue to vote, but since this matter is very important, I want to discuss it with some people." Then, to everyone's surprise, Sima Deshao walked up to Sea King and said with a light smile, "Sea King, please come aside, let's have a chat." There was nothing Sima Deshao could do. He couldn't care about others' questions now because in this conference hall, everyone had their communication devices confiscated, meaning no one had a phone. Aside from speaking in person, Sima Deshao had no other way. As for whether others were confused, he couldn't control it. He just let them guess. No matter how much they guessed, they could only make random guesses, and probably very few would guess it had anything to do with Yi Qing. It wasn't that Sima Deshao didn't want to hide the news, it was that he couldn't. He had to tell Sea King and the others that Yi Qing was alive, had arrived in Paidu, and was even close to 9 Kings Hall, because he still needed their support to send their powerful subordinates to intervene. Otherwise, Sima Deshao would not have the ability to stop Yi Qing. Not to mention killing him, he couldn't even stop him. Sea King was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. Instead, he walked directly with Sima Deshao to a corner of the conference hall. Sea King looked at Sima Deshao in confusion and said, "Sima Deshao, what is this about?" We're in the middle of voting, you called me over, has something major happened? Sea King wasn't foolish. Sima Dejiao's subordinate had just burst in, then Sima Dejiao went out, and upon returning, called him over. Clearly, something major must have happened. But what exactly it was, he didn't know yet. Chapter 830 Blocking Yi Qing. Sima Dejiao looked at Neptune and took a deep breath, scanning the surroundings to ensure that even if someone noticed them, they wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. He then cautiously said, "Neptune, something big has happened." Upon hearing this, Neptune frowned as he observed Sima Dejiao's expression. Sima Dejiao had been stationed in Paidu for many years, overseeing Nine Kings Hall. To put it bluntly, among the 18 big shots, Sima Dejiao's territory might not be the largest, and his influence might not be the strongest, but his personal strength was absolutely the most formidable. Paidu was different from other places. Of course, most importantly, because Sima Dejiao was stationed at Nine Kings Hall, both Nine Kings and the other big shots were quite familiar with him. This big shot, even without the title of a king, was not far from the strength of Nine Kings. Moreover, he was a profound and ambitious individual. To put it bluntly, Sima Dejiao was the kind of person who wouldn't bat an eye even if the sky fell, yet at this moment, he had lost his composure. Just based on this, Neptune knew that something major had definitely happened, and it was something closely related to him, otherwise, he would never be like this. Neptune didn't think much at this moment, because overthinking was useless. Sima Dejiao looked at Neptune and said in a deep voice, "Neptune, this matter is of great importance. No matter what you hear, you must remember to temporarily conceal the news and not show any reaction that would reveal it to others." Neptune was stunned for a moment. Sima Dejiao was actually starting to warn him, meaning that what Sima Dejiao was about to say would definitely shock him? Perhaps even shock him to the point of a drastic change in expression? If he didn't know that Sima Dejiao wouldn't joke around, Neptune would have lost his temper by now. Looking at Sima Dejiao, Neptune said in a deep voice, "Alright, what happened? Just tell me directly, I won't show it." At this moment, Neptune seemed to want to convey his relaxed demeanor, so he took out a cigarette, put it directly into his mouth, and lit it, appearing nonchalant. As for Sima Dejiao, seeing that Neptune was ready, he gently exhaled and said, "Neptune, Yi Qing has arrived." Cough, cough, cough. Neptune had just lit the cigarette, and after taking the first puff, he immediately started coughing as if he had choked. If someone who had never smoked did this, it would be understandable, but Neptune was an old smoker. Because of Neptune's cough, many people immediately turned their gaze towards them. Sima Dejiao had already been acting strangely, and now, it was even stranger. Neptune also felt the gazes of others and smiled, saying, "Excuse me, everyone, for making a fool of myself. I'm not used to smoking anymore. Please continue, continue." After placating the others, Neptune looked at Sima Dejiao. His expression remained unchanged, his voice was low, but one could hear the dissatisfaction and anger contained within. "Sima Dejiao, there's a limit to jokes. What kind of time is this to be making jokes?" Sima Dejiao sighed. He knew that anyone hearing this news would first disbelieve it. He himself was no different, but now, believing it or not was useless, because the person had truly arrived. "Neptune, do you think I'm the kind of person who would make such a joke? He's really still alive, and not only is he alive, he has already arrived in Paidu. His killing intent is very strong. He has already killed many of my subordinates. To put it bluntly, the killing has resulted in rivers of blood. No one knows this news yet because the venue is sealed, and all communication devices have been confiscated. Just now, my subordinate risked breaking in just to tell me this news. Moreover, I've seen the video, and it's definitely Yi Qing. So, Neptune, we must make a decision now." Upon hearing Sima Dejiao say these words, Neptune's body trembled slightly, then a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. He's really still alive? And he's already attacking? Although he was still asking, Neptune had actually already believed Sima Dejiao, because Sima Dejiao would indeed not joke about such a matter. No one would dare to joke about such a matter. Sima Dejiao nodded and said, "It's true. So, what do we do?" What to do? Neptune took a deep drag from his cigarette at this moment. He was extremely agitated indeed. It was difficult to handle. Yi Qing was actually alive. This was almost unbelievable. That kind of desperate situation couldn't kill Yi Qing? That massive explosion couldn't destroy him? Yi Qing's luck was simply incredible. But now was not the time for emotion. The key now was that Yi Qing was alive, and they were doing these things here, which meant they were enemies, and it would be an endless struggle. What do you say we do? Neptune looked at Sima Dishao, saying with some annoyance. Sima Dishao remained silent for a moment, then said, now, there are only two paths: either we completely make today's meeting a joke, overturn all the results, and all of us lose face, being laughed at forever, and from now on, never being able to hold our heads high. Of course, this also requires us to hope that Yi Qing, after seeing our sincerity, will not attack us and spare us. But I think the possibility is small. Neptune immediately said coldly, nonsense, of course the possibility is small, or rather, there's no such possibility. And what do you mean by overturning all the meeting results? This is slapping ourselves in the face. This is more than just becoming a joke and never being able to hold our heads high from now on. It's simply disgraceful and self-humiliating. Moreover, even if we do this, with Yi Qing's vengeful nature, after all the things that have happened today, he probably won't let it go. Neptune was not a fool. He naturally understood Yi Qing's character, especially regarding the matters today targeting Elder Phone, Wan Hongxiu, and Broken Army Red Eyes. If Yi Qing knew, how could he possibly ignore it? What's more, it wasn't just this much. Other places had also been activated, not to mention anything else. Just the underground world of the southeast 5 provinces had almost been conquered, and they were even attacking Yi Qing's old lair, Cloud Mist Villa. Based on these things, to put it bluntly, it was almost an endless hatred. Where was the talk of reconciliation? It was simply impossible for there to be any reconciliation. So, there's only one other path. Sima Dishao said in a deep voice, kill Yi Qing. Even if we can't kill him, we must prevent Yi Qing from rushing to Nine Kings Hall. Now he must be injured, and even if not, we should act while everyone is here. This, perhaps, is the only chance. Neptune, what do you think? Since things had reached this point, there was nothing more to say. In fact, there was no choice at all. A hint of killing intent flashed in Neptune's eyes, and his decision was made. Chapter 831, Feng Lao abdicates. Looking at Sima Dishao, the Sea King gritted his teeth and said, you're right, there's no choice at all. Then, let's kill him. It's best to kill him directly anyway. There's no room for reconciliation between us and him. Killing him is the best and only option. Afraid? No, not really. They were all powerful figures, giants who had walked through a life of danger. Even if Yi Qing's combat power was strong, how could they be weak? What's more, this time, it wasn't Sima Dishao or the Sea King facing Yi Qing alone today. Besides them, Flower King and Central China King would also make a move. Even Mad King might not be able to hold back. The advantage was with them. Sima Dishao heard this, looked at the Sea King, and said softly, then please ask the Sea King, Central China King, and Flower King to discuss the situation. However, the news must be kept secret and not leaked, otherwise, it will cause some unnecessary trouble. Especially Wan Hongxiu and Broken Army Red Eyes, as well as Elder Feng and his people, are all unpredictable troubles. If we keep them occupied now, unable to free their hands, then Yi Qing will be isolated and helpless. As long as Yi Qing is dealt with, perhaps this meeting will proceed more smoothly. The Sea King's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this, revealing a sneer. He said, you're right, they are still struggling to survive, and the biggest reason is probably that they still believe Yi Qing has hope of living. If we kill Yi Qing this time and throw his body in front of them, they will probably despair. Speaking of this, the Sea King stroked his chin and chuckled. Of course, it's not absolutely necessary to kill Yi Qing. If we can capture Yi Qing alive, torture him until he's unrecognizable, and control his life and death in our hands, then our advantage will be even greater. Good, very good. Yi Qing had a road to heaven but didn't take it. There was no gate to hell, yet he insisted on barging in. Alright, then let's capture him alive. If not, then kill him. Sima Dishao nodded, a glint in his eyes. As long as there was enough strength, then a crisis could also turn into an opportunity. Then, I'll trouble the Sea King to persuade everyone. I have already sent people to fight, but to deal with Yi Qing, I can't do it alone. The Sea King nodded gently upon hearing this and said, don't worry, we will all make a move. No time to lose, let's go. I'll go communicate with them now. Soon, the Sea King and Sima Dishao returned to their seats as if nothing had happened. However, in secret, the Sea King had already started looking for opportunities to contact Flower King and Central China King. At this time, the news still needed to be kept secret, so they naturally couldn't make a big fuss. And the voting, at this moment, was still ongoing. Central China King smiled and said, "Sea King, it's your turn to vote." The Sea King heard this, smiled, and said, "As for me, I truly feel for Elder Feng, who is advanced in age and still has to work so hard, so, Elder Feng, it would be best for him to rest." If the Sea King didn't vote in favor, then something truly would be amiss. In fact, by this point, the overall situation was already decided. However, the votes had not yet been fully cast. Xiao Yu looked at Central China King and chuckled, "Although the votes are already decided, and Elder Feng is surely going to retire, as the newly appointed queen, I must cast my first vote, right? I approve of Elder Feng's retirement." Xiao Yu sat in Yi Qing's seat and cast her vote. And she indeed had the qualification to vote. However, at this moment, Ruan Hongxiu was still in the venue seeing Xiao Yu vote as the 9 kings, even though she knew Xiao Yu's vote didn't matter. Letting Xiao Yu be happy would make Ruan Hongxiu unhappy. Ruan Hongxiu sneered, "Central China King, does Xiao Yu have the qualification to vote? Letting her sit here is already giving her enough face, but should she also be given the voting qualification of the 9 kings? The meeting is not over yet, the announcement has not been issued, and I, Ruan Hongxiu, am still sitting here." Central China King looked at the two women arguing again and felt a bit helpless. However, there was reason to both sides. Ruan Hongxiu had her reasons, and Xiao Yu also had hers. In fact, what both of them said was correct and conformed to the rules, yet they still clashed. This was unavoidable. After all, the 9 Kings Council had never seen such a scenario in so many years. Even if a king did abdicate, such a situation had never occurred. However, it seemed to truly not matter anymore. Central China King looked at Ruan Hongxiu and Xiao Yu and chuckled, "Why bother? But what you both said makes sense. Since that's the case, then I'll give both of you the right to vote. But the result will still be the same, so, let it be." Upon hearing Central China King say this, the others didn't say much, because the fact was that it made no difference if both of them had the right to vote. If one voted in favor and the other against, wasn't that the same as not voting at all? Ruan Hongxiu and Xiao Yu both frowned slightly at this moment, but neither said anything. At this moment, no one present noticed that after Flower King and the Sea King whispered a few words, their expressions changed, but then quickly returned to normal. And it was at this time that Central China King looked at Elder Feng and spoke. "Elder Feng, the voting results are out now, I'm afraid you can't help but retire." "Retire? It's good to retire. Enjoy your old age as long as Elder Feng doesn't get involved in things he shouldn't, then we will preserve your life, dignity, and even the dignity of the entire Feng family." The Feng family's strength was still very powerful. Wind Dragon and Feng Wuan made it impossible to ignore them. Therefore, Central China King's words were, in a sense, a final effort, hoping that Elder Feng could stay out of it and not participate in things he shouldn't. Elder Feng heard this, looked at Central China King, looked at the others present, and smiled faintly. "I never thought that I, Feng, having been Southwest King for half my life, would eventually be impeached." "Hee, alright, impeach then, if it makes you happy. You want me to retire peacefully? It's not impossible, but I also want to ask you all a question. Can the underground world of Dragon Kingdom truly not be peaceful? Where Yi Qing is, whether he's dead or not, I don't care now, but can Broken Army and Red Eyes, Yi Qing's subordinates, be spared? You can take the position of Southeast King, but please don't harm others, can you? And Queen Hongxiu's side, you can seize her position, but do you really have to exterminate them all? Gentlemen, you have already obtained what you wanted. Are you still not satisfied?" The comparison of strength was right there. They couldn't win, that was certain. Of course, the other side wouldn't win so easily, that was also certain. However, the final result was actually the same. Elder Feng had already seen the ending, but he didn't want to see this ending. Therefore, he wanted to make a final effort. Chapter 832 Feng Lao's Proposal. Looking at everyone present, Feng Lao sighed softly and said, "I've said everything I need to say. Do you think what I said is unreasonable? How many more people have to die before you'll be happy? You should know, according to your plan, even if you win, it will ultimately be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, we are not without the power to fight back. Is it worth it?" These words were not a threat to these people, but rather a statement of fact. Feng Lao, Ruan Hongxiu, Pei Jun, and Red Eyes would not surrender without a fight. It would have to be a battle to the death. Such a result was destined to be an extremely tragic battle. No side would emerge without losses. Many of the big figures present actually shared this thought, but unfortunately, they did not have the leading position. Those who did have the leading position now held the absolute upper hand, and they would not give up easily. Central China King smiled and said, "Feng Lao, you are truly benevolent. However, have you forgotten that we are all people of the underground world? The underground world itself is a place of bloodshed, where one walks on the tip of a knife. Moreover, where in this world is there anything perfect? Some things must be done." At this moment, Xiuyu spoke like a victor. "Feng Lao, we respect you because you are truly benevolent and powerful. Therefore, we 9 kings do not wish to be your enemy." Xiuyu was not shy at all. She directly proclaimed herself a queen, referring to herself as one of the 9 kings and even speaking on their behalf. However, no one corrected her, as in a sense, she truly was one of the 9 kings now. "But respecting you does not mean we must listen to everything you say. Central China King is right. We are people of the underground world, and what the essence of the underground world is, I think I don't need to remind everyone. Everyone, no matter how righteous you are, I believe there's no one whose hands aren't stained with blood, so at this point, talking about righteousness and morality is pointless." Xiuyu spoke very bluntly, and at this moment, no one corrected her. Watching Feng Lao frown slightly, Xiuyu smiled and said, "Of course, Feng Lao's desire for less bloodshed, or even no bloodshed, is not impossible. It's just that I'm afraid you wouldn't agree to our demands." Just as Feng Lao said, if we were to ask Feng Lao to completely abandon the Southwest Territory, to honestly retreat and hide, or even to have Wind Dragon and Feng Wuhan cripple their own powers and become ordinary people, eliminating their threat to us, would Feng Lao be willing? At this moment, the other people present just felt a toothache. This Xiuyu really dared to speak. However, what she said was the truth. The biggest threat from the Feng family, the one that could threaten everyone, was Wind Dragon and Feng Wuhan, who possessed dragon-ranking strength. If they lost their power, then they would not be feared and there would be nothing to target them for. Giving them wealth and status would also be insignificant. But then again, if they truly lost their power and became ordinary people, what would there be to fear then? Cutting the grass by the roots, for these big figures of the underground world present, carried no psychological burden whatsoever. Furthermore, for people of their status and position, who had reached where they were today, who could say they had no enemies? No one dared to say that. Therefore, crippling one's own power was a meaningless statement. No one would agree to it. Feng Lao looked at Xiuyu and said indifferently, "If that's what you mean, then there's nothing more to discuss. You're quite bold, to actually dare to say such words." Xiuyu smiled upon hearing this and said, "Xiuyu is naturally not timid. If I were, I wouldn't have dared to contend with Yuan Hongxiu for the position of queen. However, Feng Lao, everything I said is the truth. If you don't eliminate the forces that pose a threat to everyone, then we won't feel at ease. Since you are unwilling, then Yuan Hongxiu and the others will probably be absolutely unwilling as well. Then, this is a joke of course. If Feng Lao insists, it's not without other options. Isn't it just worrying about danger and enemy retaliation? We 9 kings can issue an order, forbidding anyone from retaliating against you. How about that? Of course, if that's still not reassuring enough, we can even assign personnel to provide you with 24-hour uninterrupted protection. In short, we will definitely ensure your lives. How about that? How about that? Definitely not. It's something that doesn't even need to be thought about, let alone people of their status and position, even ordinary people, who would be willing to be monitored 24 hours a day. Protection? In other words, isn't it just being constantly watched? And what's more, it's the kind where they can kill you at any time if they're unhappy. This is equivalent to completely handing over your life to others, and these others are former enemies. If they died then, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Only a fool would agree to this proposal. Looking at Xiuyu, Feng Lao smiled and said, "Then, there's nothing to discuss. It seems we have to go to the worst possible step. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say." Feng Lao was just trying to see if there was a better possibility, but now it seemed that this possibility did not exist. At this moment, Yuan Hongxiu spoke indifferently, "Feng Lao, there's nothing more to say to these people, let alone them not letting us go. How could I, or Yuan Hongxiu, let them go? Leaving others aside, Xiuyu must die." Xiuyu was not angry at this moment, as if she already had the upper hand and there was no need to be angry with Yuan Hongxiu. Looking at Yuan Hongxiu, Zhou Yu smiled and said, Yuan Hongxiu, you don't necessarily have to die. How about this? I'll give you a chance as long as you commit suicide. No, you don't even have to commit suicide as long as you break your own legs, and from now on, when you see me, you can only look up to me, then I will spare your life, not just your life, but the lives of your subordinates too. I can spare them. How about that? This condition is very lenient, will you agree or not? These words completely lacked any sincerity. In fact, Yuan Hongxiu didn't expect Zhou Yu to have any sincerity. Looking at Zhou Yu, Yuan Hongxiu sneered, Zhou Yu, there's no need to say so much nonsense. Don't worry, you are bound to die. This was already the several times Yuan Hongxiu had said she would kill Zhou Yu today. It showed just how strong Yuan Hongxiu's killing intent towards Zhou Yu was. At this moment, Central China King tapped the table and said, Alright, there's no need to say any more of these things. The meeting is not over yet. Since these three agendas have been achieved, and there is temporarily no specific candidate for the Southwest King's throne, let's first resolve the issue of the first agenda. Southeast King Yi Qing is already dead. Earlier, you wanted to strip the Southeast King of his throne and crown Sima Dishao as king. You disagreed, saying it couldn't be so fast, with the same agenda involving stripping, crowning, and a new king's ascension. What you said makes sense, so it was temporarily shelved before, but now, it's time to bring it up again. Therefore, I now announce that the meeting will continue. Meeting content: Sima Reni will succeed to the throne of Southeast King. Chapter 833 Two Thrones. At this moment, Sima Dishao was seated in his position, among the 18 magnates. And just now, he had already used means to transmit the orders from Flower King, Sea King, and Central China King within the venue. Kill Yi Qing. The three kings, along with himself, in addition to elite forces, would also dispatch 10 Tiger Rankings experts and 4 Dragon Ranking experts to jointly attack and kill Yi Qing. Of course, it would be best to capture him alive. If not, kill him. The worst-case scenario would be to severely wound Yi Qing. 10 Tiger Ranking experts, plus 4 Dragon Ranking experts, not counting other elites, this strength was sufficient. Although, according to legend, Yi Qing, while fighting overseas, killed 5 Dragon Ranking experts in a row and was directly called a quasi-emperor. A legend is just a legend, and no one knows whether it is true. Perhaps, something else happened? But even if Yi Qing really did something like that, with combat power so strong it made people despair, he was still injured after all. How much combat power Yi Qing can still exert now is hard to say, but at least, with so many experts going to besiege Yi Qing, there shouldn't be too many mistakes, that's for sure. As fellow 9 kings, they still had this much confidence. Now, the only thing that needed attention was to keep the news hidden and not let Feng Lao and others know, otherwise, if they intervened to rescue, then everything would truly be hard to say. Therefore, the meeting could not end, the meeting had to continue. However, despite saying that, at this moment, Sima Dishao still felt a bit lost. Hearing Central China King calmly talk about his succession to the position of Southeast King, Sima Reni no longer had the excitement and joy he had before, and instead felt a hint of panic and unease. If Yi Qing died, then it would naturally be a joyous occasion for everyone, and he would excitedly take over the position of Southeast King. But Yi Qing wasn't dead. Not only was he not dead, but he was also on his way. If the interception failed, Sima Dishao knew without thinking what his fate would be. At the very least, Yi Qing's enemies would definitely include him. So at this moment, Sima Dishao was a little flustered. And Central China King, with a slight frown, smiled and said, Sima Dishao, are you too excited? Well, that's understandable. After all, about to become one of the 9 kings, the Southeast King, excitement is to be expected. Especially you, your strength, status, and contributions are already sufficient. You just lack a title now. If you have this title, Sima Dishao's future competition for the Sima family head position will also be a sure thing. Good, but don't be too excited. After all, the voting hasn't started yet. Central China King was implicitly reminding Sima Dishao that he had already boarded this ship, and his men had already been dispatched, leaving no room for regret. He had to go all the way, and it had to be this way. What's more, there was also the position of Sima family head that he wanted to contend for. For this alone, Sima Dishao had endured for so long, and he should know what to do. Sima Dishao looked at Central China King, chuckled, and said, Thank you, Central China King, for the reminder. I, Sima Reni, am determined to get the position of 9 kings. As Central China King said, I need this king position. I won't say much about the specific reasons, but in short, I am determined to have this king position. A single phrase, I am determined to have it, truly needed no further explanation, as it represented Sima Dezhao's resolve. Central China King chuckled and said, since that's the case, then let's start the vote, but before voting, I'd like to ask, surely no one can object now, right? After speaking, Central China King looked at Feng Lao and smiled, saying, Feng Lao, you are no longer one of the 9 kings, but since you are still in this conference room, you still have the right to speak. But no matter what you say, I don't think you will prevent this vote, and you won't say anything more, right? Feng Lao sighed softly upon hearing this, and said, I really shouldn't say anything more, after all, anything I say is meaningless. But not saying a word is not the outcome I desire. Now, you have already stripped me of my king position, and temporarily there is no suitable candidate for the Southwest King. Why didn't you consider letting Sima Dezhao inherit the position of Southwest King? Wouldn't that be more appropriate? After all, whether Yi Qing is truly dead is still uncertain. Don't let Yi Qing still be alive, or you will be shooting yourselves in the foot. Is there any problem with my suggestion? And what Sima Dezhao wants is nothing more than the title and territory of the 9 kings, Southeast King or Southwest King. It shouldn't matter, right? Therefore, I suggest you consider it at least. Don't make a decision so quickly. The identity and territory of the Southwest King can be put to a vote for Sima Dezhao, while the identity and territory of the Southeast King should temporarily be handed back to Pujuan and Red Eyes for management. I am doing this for your own good. Feng Lao, speaking these words at this moment, surprised many people present. The Southeast King's territory was naturally better. This was certain, but, as Feng Lao said, what Sima Dezhao lacked was more of a title. So, whether it was the identity of the Southeast King or the Southwest King, as long as the title was sufficient, Sima Dezhao should actually have no objections. However, this proposal was clearly unfeasible. At least, what did it mean to hand over the Southeast King's territory to Pujuan and Red Eyes for management? Just this point alone made it absolutely impossible, because now, the Southeast King's territory was already on the verge of being captured. Having reached Yi Qing's stronghold, was it possible to withdraw at this time? Central China King looked at Feng Lao and chuckled, Feng Lao, you truly hold Yi Qing in high regard. I think he's almost like your own grandson. The person is already dead, yet you still protect him so much, Aren't you afraid your own grandson will get jealous? Feng Wuwen, hearing Central China King mention him again, spoke with an indifferent gaze. Central China King, if I don't speak, do you feel uncomfortable? Or are you saying that I, Feng Wuwen, in your eyes, don't dare to kill people? Don't dare to see blood? Feng Wuwen only said this one sentence, but it was enough. Everyone could see Feng Wuwen's temper. He was not to be trifled with, and he possessed great strength, a profound background, and Shen Lao as his backer. Under normal circumstances, it was best not to provoke him if possible. Central China King smiled and said, Young Master Feng, don't be angry, I have no other meaning. I just feel that Feng Lao seems to be a bit too good to Yi Qing. He's even willing to willingly hand over the Southwest territory. It's quite unexpected. To show respect for Feng Lao, I'm not entirely unwilling to ask Sima Dezhao's opinion. If Sima Dezhao also agrees, then it might not be impossible. After speaking, Central China King looked at Sima Dezhao and smiled. Sima Dezhao, you heard Feng Lao's words. What is your opinion? Do you insist on the Southeast King's territory and becoming the Southeast King? Or do you want to be the Southwest King? Chapter 834 Sima Dezhao's Little Thoughts. Sima Dezhao was stunned. He never expected things to develop to this point. Of course, putting everything else aside, the main thing was, what did it mean to want to be the Southeast King or the Southwest King? Since when was the 9 kings' position his to choose freely? This meeting was truly unprecedented. However, at this moment, Sima Dezhao's heart was indeed wavering. Originally, he had no choice, but now, he did. He, it seemed, could avoid direct conflict with Yi Qing? Of course, this was just Sima Dezhao's thought. It was impossible for him and Yi Qing to have no conflict. Because some things had already happened, but they might not be completely unchangeable. Thinking of this, Sima Dezhao looked at Central China King, smiled, and said jokingly, could I really just pick one at will? This isn't a joke, after all, these are 2 kingly positions. Central China King seemed not to have seen through Sima Dizhao's thoughts and said with a smile, in the past, of course, it wasn't possible, this is something no one expected, but since Elder Feng brought it up today, and to respect Elder Feng's opinion, it's fine for us to discuss it. The Southeast King and Southwest King, both kingly positions are vacant. You, Sima Dizhao, are the most suitable person to become one of the 9 kings now, so respecting your opinion is only right. What? Sima Dizhao, do you have any thoughts? Sima Dizhao heard this and shook his head with a smile. How dare I have any thoughts? To be able to become one of the 9 kings is my greatest wish. Choosing? Forget it, I truly don't have such a thought, nor do I dare to have such a thought. However, at this point, Sima Dizhao's tone suddenly shifted. But, Elder Feng's intention must be respected if Elder Feng insists on thinking this way, and if everyone else has no objection, then, I can actually be the Southwest King. Is this playing dodgeball? Sima Dizhao, is it necessary to respect Elder Feng so much at this moment? And the Southwest King, it's not impossible? Central China King frowned slightly, looking at Sima Dizhao. He always felt that this person's intentions were not entirely pure. The words he had just spoken, he feared, had given Sima Dizhao an opportunity. An opportunity to not offend, or to offend Yi Qing less. Thinking of this, Central China King smiled. Sima Dizhao, what you said puts me in a difficult position, but are you sure you can be the Southwest King? At this moment, Flower King and Sea King also showed faint smiles. They had also guessed Sima Dizhao's intentions, however, such petty thoughts were best avoided. Flower King tapped the table and said, Central China King, don't make things difficult for Sima Dizhao. Sima Dizhao and Elder Feng don't have any enmity since Elder Feng proposed this. It's only right for Sima Dizhao to cooperate. But, if Sima Dizhao were to take the Southwest King position and not the Southeast King position, then I think Sima Dizhao would not agree either. After all, many things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. Some grudges, once started, cannot be resolved just by saying so. Everyone is an adult, surely they can see this much clearly. Sea King also looked at Sima Dizhao at this time and said with a smile, Sima Dizhao, then tell us, do you want the Southeast King position or the Southwest King position? Hee, how lucky you are. To have 2 kingly positions for you to choose from. This is a kind of luck no one else has. However, while it's lucky, it might not necessarily be good luck, right? It seemed that Flower King and Sea King didn't say much, but in reality, they were threatening Sima Dizhao. They were warning him that if he chose incorrectly, then luck would turn into misfortune. Moreover, at this point, there was no room for regret. Sima Dizhao, to have other thoughts, that was a dream. Sima Dizhao understood and sighed inwardly. He had indeed thought too much. He originally thought this was an opportunity, but now that he thought about it, what kind of opportunity was it? Even if it were a good opportunity, these people would not stand idly by. If he were to forcefully choose the Southwest King position now, he would offend these people. Not offending Yi Qing meant offending them. There was no choice, absolutely no choice. Moreover, Yi Qing had already been offended, and just now, he had even contacted Flower King and the others and jointly sent people to intercept Yi Qing. At this time, he still wanted to be a fence-sitter? Sima Dizhao just sighed in his heart and made a decision. In fact, this decision was not difficult to make at all, because there was no choice. Hee, Central China King, Flower King, and Sea King, you are right. I just felt that since Elder Feng proposed it, I should give him some face, but not all faces must be given. Elder Feng, I'm sorry, Simarunny, will still be the Southeast King. As for the Southwest King position, actually, Elder Feng doesn't need to worry about it. I imagine someone will be chosen very soon. Elder Feng heard this, looked at everyone present, and said softly, I just thought that if it could be resolved peacefully, it would be best to resolve it peacefully. After all, you have already obtained the kingly position. Everything that should be obtained has been obtained. Do you have to be so absolute? Forget it, I won't say much more. Things have come to this, there's no need to say more than everyone, take care of yourselves. After Elder Feng finished speaking, he stopped talking. In fact, at this point, there was nothing more to say. Flower King and Sea King, they won a great victory, obtaining the benefits they wanted. However, was it really a great victory? That might not be the case, at least, the real crisis had not yet arrived. After all, these were just decisions made at the meeting, and after the meeting, that was when the real, lurking dangers would begin. Elder Feng could not stand idly by, Ruan Hongxiu could not surrender, and Pujuan and Red Eyes, they could not just leave. The real battle would begin after the meeting. And at this moment, just as Central China King and the others were voting for the Southeast King position, Yi Qing was truly just a few steps away from Nine Kings Hall. He could even see the building of Nine Kings Hall directly. However, this short distance was not so easy to enter. Along the way, Yi Qing truly came by stepping on blood and lives along the way. All those who blocked Yi Qing either died or lost their combat ability and lay by the roadside. At first glance, it could make one's heart tremble and scalp tingle. The path was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But at this moment, Yi Qing finally encountered an obstacle and stopped. Because, in front of him, 14 strong individuals blocked his way. And these 14 strong individuals were Yi Qing's last obstacle to entering Nine Kings Hall, and also the most difficult one to pass. Chapter 835. 14 strong men block the road. 14 experts, that's quite a number indeed. These are the experts sent by Sima Deshao, Sea King, Flower King, and Central China King to intercept Yi Qing. 14 experts, 10 Tiger Rankings experts, and 4 Dragon Ranking experts. This level of combat power is top tier anywhere. To put it bluntly, it's more than enough to attack a major force, yet at this moment, they are here to intercept Yi Qing alone. Not only that, but at this moment, Yi Qing looked composed. While these 14 experts appeared somewhat nervous in the past, this would have been impossible, but now, it was truly happening. There was no other way. They knew it was Yi Qing after all. And Yi Qing's achievements overseas had long spread far and wide, almost universally known. How strong must someone be to survive and even counterkill 5 Dragon Ranking experts? It was simply unimaginable. However, to say they were afraid, they weren't necessarily that scared after all. Yi Qing's achievements were terrifying, but what exactly happened was largely rumored, and no one truly knew. Perhaps it was luck? Of course, even if it was luck, one still needed sufficient strength. Otherwise, if it were any one of them facing 5 Dragon Ranking experts, even with immense luck, they would surely die. Yi Qing also stopped his steps at this moment, standing opposite these experts, looking at them, seemingly deep in thought. Behind Yi Qing, Blackbone and Lang Han stood in formation, and further back were Blackbone's subordinates, as well as Captain Lu, Captain Wang, and 7th Uncle Mu, who were held captive. Yi Qing had said he wouldn't kill them and would bring them along, and he had indeed kept his word. Otherwise, with so many people already dead, what would a few more matter? At this moment, Captain Lu and the others had ashen faces, their eyes devoid of any hope, filled only with despair and collapse. Yes, they were in despair, they had collapsed. There was nothing they could do along the way. They had witnessed Yi Qing replies like the Grim Reaper, yet no one could stop Yi Qing. Such a scene would make anyone who saw it despair. The 3 of them had no intention of communicating, even if no one stopped them. But at this point, what was there to communicate about? However, just as everyone stopped, Captain Lu and the others looked up ahead, and upon seeing what was there, a glimmer of light immediately appeared in Captain Lu's eyes. His originally despairing eyes now seemed to be filled with a hint of hope. What is that? What is that? Captain Lu involuntarily uttered a sound. He saw 14 experts blocking the way. However, most importantly, he saw a familiar figure. Among these 14 experts, there were 3 whom Captain Lu and the others were very familiar with, and Captain Lu was the most familiar, because he was a subordinate of Sima Deshao. Leopard? Am I seeing things? Is that Leopard? Leopard was not an animal, but a person's name, a name renowned in Paidu, because he was Sima Deshao's top general and most trusted brother. His true strength, though reportedly not on the Dragon Ranking, was said to be equivalent to that of a Dragon Ranking expert. Is that Leopard? If so, then are they saved? Following Captain Lu's soft exclamation, Captain Wang and 7th Uncle Mu also looked up, and then, a glimmer of hope, even a hint of excitement, appeared in their eyes. That's right, it's Lord Leopard. Is Lord Leopard here to save us? 7th Uncle Mu and Captain Wang both made a living in Paidu, so it was impossible for them not to know a prominent figure like Leopard, Sima Deshao's top subordinate. So, their first thought was that Leopard had come to save them. Captain Wang heard this and shook his head, saying, "No, it shouldn't be to save us. We aren't that important, but it's definitely to stop Yi Qing after all. Yi Qing has already killed so many people. Nine Kings Hall must have received the news by now. Lord Leopard's appearance is the best proof." However, at this point, Captain Wang's eyes dimmed slightly, revealing a bitter smile, and he said, "But, even if it's Lord Leopard, can he truly match Yi Qing?" I also saw the other two, they are also strong experts under Lord Sima, but even if it's the three of them, it won't be enough, will it? The enemy is Yi Qing. If Yi Qing's name was just a name before, now, for Captain Lu and the other two, it was much more than just a name. The bloody path behind him told everything. Captain Lu heard this and said excitedly, "Where are there only three? Didn't you see? There are over a dozen people opposite." Are over a dozen people many? Of course not. After all, the number of people Yi Qing had killed along the way was uncountable. To expect a dozen people to solve Yi Qing, don't joke around. However, at this moment, Captain Wang and Seventh Uncle Mu thought about it and both showed excited expressions. Yes, over a dozen people. These were not ordinary dozen people, but over a dozen experts. Old Lu, are you saying that all dozen or so people opposite are experts? Captain Lu heard this and nodded heavily, saying, "Although I don't know them, don't forget, at this time, Nine Kings Hall is filled with experts. Why other experts aren't taking action, I don't know, but those dozen or so people who stepped forward, did you see? Lord Leopard and the other three are standing in a row, and Lord Leopard doesn't seem to be the leader. The other two experts we know are standing with the other 8 people. What this means, I think I don't need to say more." Captain Wang heard this, his eyes instantly lit up, and he said excitedly, "Lord Leopard possesses the strength of a dragon ranking expert, so the other 3 also possess the strength of a dragon ranking expert, and the 10 people behind them possess the strength of tiger rankings experts. My goodness, this power is so strong, it's so powerful it makes people despair." It's no wonder Captain Wang and the others were so excited. It was simply a level of strength that brought despair. Dragon ranking experts and tiger rankings experts seemed numerous, as if they were constantly emerging to surround and kill Yi Qing. However, were they really that many? Let alone dragon ranking experts, even tiger rankings experts were respected guests of major forces, or capable of establishing their own forces and becoming local overlords. Normally, ordinary people could only look up to them, no, not even look up, but might not even get to see them once. Therefore, when so many experts appeared, it was no wonder that hope arose in Captain Wang and the others' hearts. Because this was true hope. Chapter 836 Bold. Captain Wang, Captain Lu, and Seventh Uncle Mu, at this moment, felt their despair significantly lessen, and hope surged instead. Although Yi Qing was incredibly powerful, that was only a rumor. Could he truly win in this situation? Perhaps not. Captain Lu took a deep breath and whispered, "Don't panic at this moment, we must be even more low-key. Otherwise, if Yi Qing loses, or shows signs of losing, they might take their anger out on us. Don't forget, we are still in their hands." At Captain Lu's reminder, Captain Wang and Seventh Uncle Mu immediately tried their best to control their emotions. It was hard enough to see a glimmer of hope. If they were noticed due to excessive excitement at this moment, it would truly be a miscarriage of justice. At this moment, the 3 of them had only one thought: kill Yi Qing, severely punish Yi Qing, and then rescue them. At this moment, no one paid attention to the 3 of them in this situation. Captain Lu and the other 2 were insignificant, like ants. At this moment, Yi Qing stood calmly in the middle of the road, without the slightest tension on his face. He naturally saw that these people were very strong. However, having experienced so much, why would he care about them? Moreover, even if he did care, would he stop moving forward? Lung Han didn't feel anything in particular after all. He was just an ordinary person. How could he tell who was strong and who wasn't? But even as an ordinary person, he could sense that the people who came to intercept Yi Qing this time were different from the ones before. Although there were few of them, they gave off a dangerous feeling. Black Bone, Yi Qing has stopped. The people opposite him are very strong, aren't they? They had already reached the entrance of Nine Kings Hall, but Yi Qing stopped because of these dozen or so people, which was clearly not right. And Black Bone, although not a dragon ranking expert, was definitely a strong individual. He knew much more than Lung Han. Very strong, extremely strong anyway. They are much better than me. Black Bone had no intention of deceiving Lung Han. He was telling the truth. At least 4 of the 14 strong individuals opposite him were dragon ranking experts, stronger than him, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. Upon hearing this, Lung Han immediately began to worry. Although he was confident in Yi Qing's strength and knew that Yi Qing was the Southeast King, one of the 9 kings. But the key issue was that Lung Han was no longer ignorant. In this short period of time, he had learned a lot of information. Yi Qing was strong, But there were many strong individuals on the other side. Yi Qing was the Southeast King, but the crucial point was that all the 9 kings and big shots were holding a meeting in this venue today, and none of them were to be trifled with. What should we do? Blackbone, is there any way to help Yi Qing? Just as Blackbone was about to say something, Yi Qing's calm voice reached their ears. Blackbone, don't scare Leng Han, he doesn't know much, so why make him worry? Brother Leng Han, don't worry, it's fine. Hearing Yi Qing speak directly, Leng Han was somewhat relieved, and Blackbone smiled and said, Mr. Yi, I'll also make a move. Although my strength isn't great, I can at least hold 1 or 2 of them back. However, Yi Qing shook his head indifferently and said, no need, I can handle it myself. This statement clearly indicated that Yi Qing did not consider the current danger to be insurmountable. At this moment, if there was any apprehension, it wasn't on Yi Qing's side, but rather, on the side of the 14 strong individuals opposite him. By now, how could they not know who the enemy was? The more they knew, the more anxious they became. After all, a person's name casts a shadow. Yi Qing was not some insignificant small fry, nor was he merely one of the 9 kings or a simple dragon ranking expert. Yi Qing was someone who had caused rivers of blood to flow overseas, fighting 5 dragon ranking experts by himself, and still managed to return alive. Regardless of whether there was any accident in that battle, being able to return was a testament to his strength. Leopard, are you sure that the message from your Sima Dishao was not conveyed incorrectly? Are we really supposed to deal with Yi Qing? At this moment, no one doubted Yi Qing's identity. After all, the trail of blood he had left behind proved everything. Leopard's mood was not at all relaxed at this moment. Hearing the person next to him speak, he said in a deep voice, Broken Blood, there's no need to doubt that. Don't forget, this time, our master Sima, Flower King, Sea King, and Central China King are all on the same boat. And what is the purpose of their alliance? I think others may not know, but we, who are here, should be very clear, right? Yi Qing is also their enemy. Not letting Yi Qing return, wanting Yi Qing to die, is also their goal. I don't need to remind you of this, you all know, don't you? Broken Blood sighed upon hearing Leopard say this, and said, indeed, the main purpose of this meeting, others may not know, but we all know it clearly. It's just that I didn't expect that we would actually become enemies with Yi Qing. And I never thought that Yi Qing actually didn't die. Not only did he not die, he even returned alive and came to 9 Kings Hall. It seems we have no choice but to make a move. After Broken Blood's words, the strong individuals around him all let out a sigh of relief. That's right, not making a move was impossible. Leopard smiled at this point and said, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Everyone says that as long as Yi Qing returns, he will have the strength of a quasi-emperor, saying how amazing, talented, and terrifying Yi Qing is. Aren't there many people who are unconvinced? So today, we have the opportunity to see for ourselves, what exactly makes Yi Qing so powerful. Leopard spoke casually, but in reality, no one present was not tense. Broken Blood said calmly, Leopard, this is your territory. You say a few words to him. If we can avoid a fight, it's best not to fight. Of course, that's definitely impossible. But, the necessary greetings must still be made. Leopard nodded upon hearing this, then stepped forward, looked at Yi Qing, and said indifferently, stop right there, you've killed so many people, yet you still don't surrender. This was pretending not to know Yi Qing. And Yi Qing didn't humor Leopard and his group. He said calmly, you don't know me? Or are you pretending not to know who I am? Surrender? Alright, I surrender, come and arrest me. As he spoke, Yi Qing actually spread his hands, indicating that he would not resist now and they could come and arrest him. However, would anyone dare? The person opposite was Yi Qing, and the Yi Qing who had killed his way here. If he were truly willing to surrender without resisting, only a fool would believe it. He was deliberately playing with them. Leopard's face immediately turned furious, and he pointed at Yi Qing and roared, how dare you? Chapter 837 You rebels. Bold? Leopard roared, as if reprimanding his subordinates. However, Yi Qing's response would only be more intense than his. Looking at Leopard, Yi Qing withdrew his hands, placing them behind his back, and angrily said, you are the bold one. Simply presumptuous. Who are you, and whose subordinates are you, to dare block my path? You damned things, get out of my way. Is Yi Qing good-tempered? Perhaps to many, Yi Qing's temper isn't bad, at least, he rarely gets this furious. Of course, killing and injuring people are not included in that. But if Yi Qing truly got angry, not everyone would be qualified to witness it. At this moment, Yi Qing was furious. He should be furious. And Leopard and the others seemed not to have expected Yi Qing to be so angry. They were all momentarily stunned. However, it was only for a moment of shock after all. They were certainly going to fight his enemies, so they naturally wouldn't yield to Yi Qing. Leopard looked at Yi Qing and said coldly, "Your Excellency, this is Paidu, this is the Nine Kings Hall. No matter who you are, to dare go on a killing spree in Paidu, even to the very gates of the Nine Kings Hall, you are challenging the Nine Kings' authority. You deserve to die." Even knowing that Yi Qing was the Southeast King, one of the Nine Kings, Leopard still chose to speak this way. He wanted to use these words to first establish his moral high ground. Even if he himself knew that saying these things in front of Yi Qing was useless, what needed to be said still had to be said. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately sneered, looking at Leopard and the others, and said in a deep voice, "Paidu, what a Paidu today, one person after another tells me that this is Paidu, and here, one must be honest, because this is where the Nine Kings hold their meeting. Then I must ask, as the Southeast King, one of the Nine Kings, why is it that after I entered Paidu, so many people want to shout and kill me? And you, why are you feigning ignorance here? Don't tell me you don't know who I am." Yi Qing had already killed to this point. Was it possible that the other side still didn't know who he was? If they didn't know who he was, could they have sent so many experts to intercept him? Yi Qing even felt the killing intent. These people, seemingly standing still, were actually all prepared to kill Yi Qing. As soon as the battle began, these people would absolutely not hold back, and they knew his identity. Knowing that he had already arrived at the main entrance, those important figures still hadn't appeared and were still continuing their meeting. They wanted to form a resolution before he entered. In an instant, Yi Qing had thought of all their intentions. However, he was not anxious, because there was no need to be anxious even if a meeting resolution was formed. What then? In this world, ultimately, whoever has the bigger fist gets the final say. As long as he dealt with these people, entered the Nine Kings Hall, and subdued those present at the meeting, then when the meeting ended and how it ended would be up to him to decide. Leopard and the others could no longer feign ignorance at this point. Looking at Yi Qing, Leopard said in a deep voice, "You say you are Yi Qing, the Southeast King, and so you are? Now, everyone knows that Southeast King Yi Qing has already died overseas. You, this person, dare to impersonate Southeast King Yi Qing. You are truly hateful and deserve to be killed. Don't think you can deceive us. You are an evil villain harboring malicious intentions, coming here to cause trouble, and it's even possible you were involved in the killing of Southeast King Yi Qing. You, surrender immediately, otherwise, we will not be polite to you." They couldn't admit it, at least for now. Even if they should admit it, they absolutely couldn't acknowledge Yi Qing's identity. Yi Qing smiled. They didn't even dare to admit his identity? If they didn't know he was Yi Qing, would they have sent so many experts to intercept him? This clearly wasn't the subordinate of one person. These were the experts from several people's subordinates. Otherwise, if one person could possess so many powerful subordinates, then there would be no game to play. Looking at Leopard and the others, Yi Qing sneered, "Since you dare to come and kill me, yet you dare not admit my identity, what are you afraid of?" "Heh, I know what you're afraid of, but just go with what you want. I want to see, I am right here. What can you do to me?" As Yi Qing spoke, he took a step forward and said coldly, "I am Yi Qing, Southeast King Yi Qing. You are all rebellious and insubordinate, and you deserve to be killed. You deserve to be executed. This is your last chance. Get out of my way immediately. I am one of the Nine Kings, here to attend the Nine Kings Council. Whoever dares to obstruct me, that person is a rebel, and rebels die." Moral high ground, they wanted it. Yi Qing didn't need it, but Yi Qing himself was the moral high ground. He was Yi Qing, he was the Southeast King, and that was enough. These people, no matter how strong they were, if they dared to obstruct him, they were rebels. If it were someone else, they might not dare to say this, as they were all experts, but Yi Qing dared. And the word rebel made Leopard and the others' faces extremely grim. Insubordination was one thing, but to brand them with the crime of rebellion, this was meant to kill them. Leopard's face was extremely ugly. Looking at Yi Qing, he roared, "Presumptuous! How dare you falsely accuse us, evil villain, you deserve to die." Though he said this, Leopard did not actively step forward. They were aware of Yi Qing's identity, so they were very clear about Yi Qing's terrifying combat power. No matter how Yi Qing survived the overseas battle, the fact was that Yi Qing was still alive. Such a person absolutely had the strength to kill them individually. Even if all 14 of them, experts, were gathered together now, some would definitely fall. And no one wanted to be the one to die. Yi Qing had also seen through their thoughts and sneered, "A bunch of cowardly good-for-nothings, daring to block me. Then, all of you, go die." As he spoke, Yi Qing actually took the initiative to step forward and engage in battle. Seeing Yi Qing take the initiative to attack, Leopard and the others all frowned. They had not intended to actively step forward to meet him in battle. Even though they had 4 dragon ranking experts, they didn't intend to go forward after all. The opponent was Yi Qing. Leopard looked at the approaching Yi Qing, then looked at the 2 tiger rankings experts and his faction behind him, and said, "You two, go kill him." Upon hearing this, the 2 tiger rankings experts' faces immediately turned ashen. Are you kidding? They go up and kill him? Kill whom? That was Yi Qing, an existence capable of fighting multiple dragon ranking experts. They were just 2 tiger rankings experts go kill Yi Qing? It was more like going to die. Did this leopard have a grudge against them? Otherwise, why would he send them to their deaths? Lord Leopard, we are not his match. We can't go, we won't be able to defeat him if we go. Chapter 838, seems to be defeated? How could Leopard not know that these tiger rankings experts would not be Mr. Ye's opponents? However, if these tiger rankings experts didn't make a move, were they supposed to let them, the dragon ranking experts, step in instead? Leopard looked at the 2 experts and said coldly, "I know you're not his opponents, but with so many of you together, you're more than enough to fight him. I don't expect you to kill him, but can't you even heavily injure him? Even if you can't heavily injure him, you can at least tie him down. Go, are you still daring to defy orders?" Hearing Leopard's words, these 2 tiger rankings experts, who were both under Sima Deshao, knew there was no escaping it. Leopard wouldn't let them sit back and watch the tigers fight. When one's strength is inferior, sometimes, there is no other choice. Fortunately, there were still 8 other tiger rankings experts joining the battle. Adding them up, a total of 10 tiger rankings experts. To put it unpleasantly, 10 people combined. Even if they were to besiege and kill 2 dragon ranking experts, it wouldn't be impossible. Of course, killing them was probably out of the question, but surrounding them was not impossible. And Leopard, naturally, could only command his own 2 tiger rankings experts. He didn't have the face to order the other 8. So, Leopard looked at Broken Blood and the others, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone knows the current situation, so I don't think I need to say much more, do I?" Broken Blood nodded upon hearing this and said, "Indeed, the decision you made is correct. Under the current circumstances, it's not suitable for us to act directly. Let these people test Yi Qing's depth first." After speaking, Broken Blood turned and nodded to his own people, and immediately, 3 more tiger rankings experts appeared, while the others, seeing this, said nothing more and directly issued orders to their own people. Instantly, 10 dragon ranking experts proactively stepped forward and charged towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing, a cold smile on his lips, thought, the enemies are not weak. However, for him, they were far from enough. If they had attacked him before the overseas battle, with so many people, even he couldn't guarantee his safety, especially with 4 dragon ranking experts stationed there. Yi Qing wouldn't be arrogant. After all, he survived the overseas battle, while everyone else died, but the crucial point was that his fight at the time was not easy. But now, it was different. Even if Yi Qing didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that in that overseas battle, by the end, his gains were immense, even colossal. The Red Lotus Emperor appearance was no joke. And this month of recuperation was not for nothing. A red glow gradually appeared in Yi Qing's eyes as he looked at the 10 tiger rankings experts charging towards him, and he said coldly, "Good, just in time for me to test how strong I am now." As his voice fell, Yi Qing directly turned into an afterimage and charged towards these 10 experts. Silently, there was no particularly strong aura, yet, the expressions of these 10 experts all turned grim. A fatal crisis, yes, it was a fatal crisis. They all felt it. However, in the next second, they were somewhat bewildered. Yi Qing's figure appeared, but he didn't harvest any lives. Instead, he was fighting back and forth with them. It had to be admitted that Yi Qing was indeed very powerful. One person fighting so many of them and still gaining the upper hand was already very strong, extremely powerful. Without mentioning anything else, just the 4 dragon ranking experts still standing by. If any one of them were to fight these 10, they probably wouldn't be so relaxed, and it's highly likely they would suffer greatly. From this perspective alone, Yi Qing was already very strong. However, this was still surprising, because Yi Qing's strength, while powerful, was far from what they had imagined. In their minds, Yi Qing was the one who fought 5 dragon ranking experts alone overseas and survived, even being referred to as a quasi-emperor level expert within the dark web. A quasi-emperor expert, just like this? He was strong, but far from as strong as expected. Not only that, at this moment, it seemed to these people that even if Yi Qing suppressed them and held an absolute advantage, they were not without a chance to counterattack. In fact, as long as they seized an opportunity to injure Yi Qing, thereby defeating him, it wasn't impossible. Most importantly, behind them, 4 dragon ranking experts were still standing. If Yi Qing only possessed the strength he was currently demonstrating, then not even all 4 dragon ranking experts would need to act. Even if one came out and joined them in besieging Yi Qing would be dead for sure. From this perspective, there seemed to be no danger at all. Immediately, the sense of crisis in these people's hearts dissipated, and one by one, they even showed expressions of disdain. Yes, expressions of disdain. As if they held Yi Qing's strength in utter contempt. Even the people fighting thought this way. At this moment, those watching the battle were also incredibly surprised. This is Yi Qing? Is Yi Qing's strength just like this? Leopard, who had been quite solemn, was now somewhat relaxed. Is this Yi Qing? Could we have mistaken him for someone else? Leopard looked at Broken Blood and the others, speaking with some doubt. And Broken Blood and the others also frowned slightly, always feeling that something was not right. The news from the higher-ups certainly won't be wrong, but this is indeed a bit off. If Yi Qing only has this level of strength, although still very powerful, it's too far from what we imagined. Could it be that the overseas battle was indeed as we thought, with too many unexpected factors, and those experts were not actually killed by Yi Qing? Many people held such speculations. After all, Yi Qing's sudden rise was accompanied by incredibly powerful strength that people simply couldn't comprehend. So, various speculations were quite normal. And now, the strength Yi Qing displayed seemed to further confirm their suspicions. Not only were they thinking this, but at this moment, Lang Han was also full of worry. He naturally didn't understand the world of experts, nor did he know how battles should be fought. But, in the current situation, who had the upper hand and who was at a disadvantage was clear at a glance. Yi Qing, who seemed to have the upper hand just now seemed to be falling behind. Black Bone, this Yi Qing seems to be losing to them. What should we do? Should we send everyone up to help? Lang Han's them referred to the hundreds of elites following behind them. Black Bone, upon hearing this, immediately laughed and said, Lang Han, Mr. Yi's battle is a battle of experts. My subordinates, though elite, cannot participate in this kind of battle. If they were to rush in, they would be the first to die. Besides, who told you that Mr. Yi is at a disadvantage? Chapter 839 Betrayal? Falling into a disadvantage? Black Bone looked at the battle before him and laughed, as if it really was the case. Now, Yi Qing was being besieged by 10 people, no longer suppressing them single-handedly. He was in a precarious situation. It certainly looked very dangerous. You didn't need an expert to see it. Any ordinary person could tell that Yi Qing was in danger. When Lang Han saw Black Bone laugh, he immediately showed his displeasure. Black Bone, it's fine if you don't help, but what are you laughing at? Aren't you Mr. Yi's subordinate? Yet now, when I ask you to send people, you don't, and instead, you're laughing here. What? Are you happy if something happens to Yi Qing? Or are you truly happy, thinking that after something happens to Yi Qing, no one will be able to control you, and you will be free? At this moment, Lang Han seemed to have discovered some secret. He unconsciously took a step back, looking at Black Bone with great vigilance. His gaze was not only full of vigilance but also hatred, as if Black Bone had already betrayed Yi Qing. Black Bone felt speechless at this scene. Lang Han's imagination was perhaps a bit too much. However, seeing Lang Han like this, Black Bone couldn't help but want to tease him and see if Yi Qing, who helped him so much, was truly worth helping. After thinking about this, Blackbone immediately showed a sinister smile, and his expression gave off an extremely dangerous feeling, as if his secret had been discovered and he was about to kill to silence the witness. Lang Han, I didn't expect that you, an insignificant ordinary person, though lacking in ability, still have some insight. Haha, you found out, but what can you do? You've seen my strength, and everyone behind me is my subordinate, what can you do? As soon as these words were spoken, Lang Han's face instantly changed, becoming extremely pale. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Thinking that Yi Qing was now facing enemies from all sides, and his trusted subordinate had also betrayed him, Lang Han felt only sadness for Yi Qing. Blackbone, how could you be like this? Yi Qing has been so good to you, trusted you so much, yet you want to betray him. Damn it, this is simply outrageous. Blackbone, it's still not too late to turn back now, otherwise, once Yi Qing deals with these enemies, I will definitely tell him about your betrayal, and by then, it will be too late for you to regret it. Now, as long as you are willing to help Yi Qing, I promise that I will not tell him about your intention to betray him. It will be as if it never happened. How about that? At this moment, Lang Han still wanted to negotiate terms, which made Blackbone wonder what to say. At this point, having discovered this secret, with his biggest backer currently in battle and already at a disadvantage, even unsure if he could return, wasn't the best choice to keep quiet? But Lang Han, on the other hand, not only didn't keep quiet but also threatened Blackbone. This either meant he genuinely wasn't afraid of death, or he was truly willing to go all out for Yi Qing. Blackbone smiled, deciding to scare Lang Han to see if he was truly fearless. Lang Han, what you said makes a lot of sense, but now that you're saying this, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you first? After all, Mr. Yi is currently in battle. Even if he wanted to help you, he wouldn't have time, and today, so many people here are his enemies. Killing you seems quite normal, doesn't it? As long as you die, then no one will know about my intention to betray him, right? After all, everyone here is my subordinate, they listen to me. As soon as these words came out, Lang Han's face instantly turned ashen, because everything Blackbone said was true. As long as Lang Han died, then truly no one would know about Blackbone's intention to betray. Moreover, although these people were said to be Yi Qing's subordinates, Lang Han knew that they were actually Blackbone's subordinates. Lang Han took a deep breath, looked at Blackbone's playful expression, and gritted his teeth, saying, Blackbone, Yi Qing hasn't lost yet, he is still the Southeast King. Why do you want to betray him? Could it be that you've already sided with Yi Qing's enemies? You want to take his place? Blackbone almost applauded Lang Han for saying that. He could really imagine things. But from Lang Han's perspective, this seemed to be the most logical explanation. And this indeed gave Blackbone a reasonable excuse. Blackbone looked at Lang Han and chuckled, taking his place, why not? The position of the Nine Kings is the supreme throne of the underground world, controlling everything in the underground world. Who wouldn't want to sit on that throne? You, Lang Han, are a frog in a well, merely an ant. If you don't want it, that's your business. But I do, is that wrong? Alright, Lang Han, I won't say much more to you. Do you have any last words? You can speak them now. The phrase "any last words" directly confirmed Lang Han's impending death. Blackbone wanted to kill him. Without Yi Qing's protection, he was doomed. Lang Han's face was pale, and at this moment, cold sweat poured down, not knowing what to say. However, the anger in his eyes showed that he really wanted to curse at this moment. Blackbone looked at Lang Han and smiled, want to curse me? It's fine, go ahead and curse. Cursing won't make you lose a piece of flesh anyway. Letting off some steam, in my opinion, it's nothing. However, Lang Han, you don't necessarily have to die. How about this? As long as you promise not to betray me, I can spare your life. Also, if you're willing to curse Yi Qing, or even deliver a fatal blow to him when he's at his wit's end as a token of allegiance, I'll spare your life. Anyway, weren't you with Yi Qing also for him to help you get revenge? I know what your revenge is. He can't help you, but I can. How about it? This offer is quite a bargain, isn't it? Not only will it save your life, but it will also allow you to get revenge. All it requires is for you to betray Yi Qing. Betraying him shouldn't be much pressure for you. After all, you've only known each other for a month. What kind of person was Blackbone? He was a ruthless person, even recognized by Yi Qing, in charge of the path of punishment, and manipulating people's minds and causing mental breakdowns was also a form of punishment. Actually, Blackbone didn't intend to torment Lung Han like this, but after Lung Han's own conjectures, Blackbone felt that testing human nature wasn't a bad idea. Yi Qing was truly good to Lung Han, but if Lung Han wasn't worthy of Yi Qing's kindness, then Blackbone felt it was better to expose Lung Han sooner rather than later. In fact, it wasn't necessary, which was also true. As long as Yi Qing remained strong, even if Lung Han had other intentions, he wouldn't dare to reveal them, because who would do something without benefit? But Blackbone just wanted to see. And now, Lung Han himself had provided this opportunity, so Blackbone had even less reason to refuse. Therefore, seeing Lung Han's dejected expression, Blackbone continued to tempt him. How about it, have you made your decision? Life, or death? If it's life, then wealth and honor, and you can get revenge. If it's death, then it's all over, and you won't need revenge anymore. Chapter 840 Traitors Deserve Death. Life, or death? That's right, the choice Blackbone presented to Lung Han was a choice between life and death. It was fake, but then again, it wasn't necessarily fake. At least, in Lung Han's eyes, all of it was real. Choosing life meant choosing to betray Mr. Yi, but he could live, get revenge, and achieve wealth and glory. Choosing death, however, truly meant dying, especially in this situation, where Mr. Yi was almost completely suppressed, seemingly without a chance to turn the tide. How to choose, it seemed, no longer required much thought. But at this moment, Lung Han's eyes burned with raging anger, filled with a desire for death he would not betray. You want me to be a traitor like you, Blackbone? You're dreaming. I, Lung Han, have never wronged anyone since I was little, it's always been others who wrong me. I may not have much ability, and in your eyes, I may indeed be an ant. I have nothing, I am nothing, and my great revenge is still unfulfilled. I am very cowardly. But I will absolutely never betray a friend, especially a friend as loyal and righteous as Mr. Yi. Blackbone, if you want to kill me, then kill me. If I, Lung Han, even frown, then I'm your dog. Come on, kill me. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let go of a treacherous villain like you. Come on, do it. At this moment, Lung Han stiffened his neck and shouted at Blackbone, looking truly like a brave martyr, an unyielding hard bone who would rather die than surrender. The test had reached this point, and it was, in fact, quite perfect. At least, Blackbone was very satisfied with Lung Han's performance. It wasn't in vain that Mr. Yi treated him as a good brother. Lung Han had indeed lived up to that trust. But anyone can speak big words, would it still be the same when truly facing life and death? Blackbone looked at Lung Han, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, Interesting, truly interesting. It's not that there are no people who aren't afraid of death, but are you sure you're not afraid of death? Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish. As his words fell, a strong killing intent suddenly appeared in Blackbone's eyes. This killing intent would shock even a strong person, let alone an ordinary person like Lung Han. Therefore, the moment Blackbone's intense killing intent appeared, Lung Han already felt that he was going to die, a death with absolutely no chance of survival. And the next moment, when Blackbone directly picked up a dagger and placed it on Lung Han's neck, Lung Han completely felt the arrival of death. He had even experienced the sensation of death. He didn't speak, he didn't beg for mercy, but he also didn't close his eyes. Instead, he stared wide-eyed at Blackbone, as if he wanted to engrave Blackbone's appearance into his soul, never to forget it in life or death. Blackbone naturally couldn't truly kill Lung Han, wouldn't he then truly become a traitor? Not to mention that Lung Han was currently acting fearless and loyal. Even if Lung Han truly chose to betray Mr. Yi when facing life and death, the handling of Lung Han would still be left to Mr. Yi. Looking at Lung Han, he could feel Lung Han's anger, but there was still a fear of life and death. You're about to die. Do you truly have no regrets? I can give you another chance. When experiencing the crisis of death and then being given a chance, many people would change their minds. At least, perhaps they wouldn't want to die anymore. But at this moment, Lung Han didn't. He looked at Blackbone and angrily cursed, You dog, you traitor! If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why don't you do it? Blackbone smiled. Lung Han had passed the test. Just as he was about to release Lung Han and tell him the truth, Captain Lu, Captain Wang, and 7th Uncle Mu, however, seemed to see hope, each of them incredibly excited. Mr. Blackbone, killing a useless person like Lung Han doesn't require you to do it personally. Release me, and I'll help you deal with him. We're all on the same side, so let's not act anymore, shall we? Mr. Blackbone, 7th Uncle Mu, no, my entire Mu family will support you, rest assured. We support you taking Mr. Ye's position. It could only be said that Blackbone's performance was too realistic, so much so that besides Lung Han being deceived, 7th Uncle Mu and the others also took it all seriously. They truly believed that Lung Han had betrayed, which was a good thing, a great thing. Their lives and deaths were now in Blackbone's control. If Blackbone had truly betrayed Mr. Yi and had some collusion with their master, then they could live. Captain Lu quickly said, Mr. Blackbone, we're all on the same side, why don't you release us first? Don't worry, Mr. Yi is the only enemy, we all know that. When we meet our boss, we will definitely report truthfully and explain Mr. Blackbone's sincerity. At this moment, Captain Lu and the others spoke one after another, the despair in their eyes turning into hope and excitement. And Lung Han was also provoked by these people's words. He looked at Blackbone and roared, Blackbone, you traitor! May you die a horrible death. Blackbone heard this and felt somewhat helpless. How did this acting get so immersive? And he truly couldn't say anything. Looking at Lung Han's fuming appearance, Blackbone knew that if he didn't open his mouth to explain something, Lung Han, fearing that Blackbone would use him to threaten Mr. Yi, might even plan to commit suicide, even if Blackbone didn't kill him. Patting Lung Han's shoulder, Blackbone smiled and said, Lung Han, Mr. Yi didn't misjudge you, and you didn't betray his trust. Very good, I'm very satisfied with your performance. Upon hearing this, Lung Han coldly said, What are you? Just a traitor? Do I, Lung Han, need your satisfaction? You dog, either kill me now, or you wait one day. As long as I'm alive, I'll make sure you die. Looking at Lung Han, Blackbone smiled and said, Alright, I was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Don't worry, I will absolutely not betray Mr. Yi. You don't need to worry about that. At this moment, Lung Han couldn't trust Blackbone. After all, Blackbone's actions just now didn't seem fake. And at this time, Captain Lu still couldn't tell, and kept shouting. Mr. Blackbone, kill him, release us. We're the ones on your side. Blackbone heard this and sneered, I was too lazy to bother with you just now, and now each of you truly thinks you're on my side? Men, cut off their ears if they dare to talk nonsense again, cut off their tongues. As he spoke, Blackbone's subordinates didn't even hesitate. They directly cut off Captain Lu's and the others' ears, to their great shock. And this scene also stunned Lung Han. This was not how one treated one's own people. Otherwise, if Blackbone had truly defected to others and betrayed Mr. Yi, treating his allies' subordinates so ruthlessly at this time would cause dissatisfaction. Lung Han frowned slightly, looking at Blackbone, and said, You really didn't betray him? Chapter 841. Just teasing you. Blackbone helplessly patted Lung Han's shoulder and said, Alright, I told you I was just joking with you. See, why don't you believe me? If I were truly a traitor, do you really think you would be alive right now? And still be able to curse at me? Lung Han actually believed Blackbone at this point, but precisely because he believed him, he became even angrier. So, he was just playing a trick on him. Blackbone, how dare you? You actually played a trick on me. Do you think that joke was funny? Simply despicable, utterly despicable. Although on the surface Lung Han appeared very angry at Blackbone at this moment, deep down, he was relieved. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but if Blackbone had truly betrayed them, his own death wasn't as important as the heavy blow it would be to Mr. Yi. After all, back in Little City, when Mr. Yi was in such a dangerous situation, he didn't notify anyone else, only Blackbone. Perhaps there were various reasons, but one thing was unquestionable, Mr. Yi trusted Blackbone deeply, very deeply. If not for that, Mr. Yi would absolutely not have notified Blackbone. If such a trusted person betrayed him, it would be more painful than any number of enemies. Remember our 101 Kenshokum. Blackbone also knew that his joke just now might have gone too far. Of course, it wasn't just a simple joke. In fact, Blackbone had intended to test Lung Han. If Lung Han couldn't withstand the test, then Blackbone's expression now wouldn't be like this. Even if he didn't kill Lung Han immediately, he would definitely have him under control, awaiting Mr. Ye's decision. Lung Han, don't be angry during the great battle. I saw you were very nervous, so I teased you to lighten the mood. See, you're not nervous anymore, are you? Lung Han seemed to have just thought of something, but there was still some doubt in his eyes regarding Blackbone. Was it truly just a joke? Watching Mr. Yi still battling 10 experts on the field, Lung Han frowned and said, if you haven't betrayed him, then go support Mr. Yi immediately. Right now, Mr. Yi is fighting very hard and is in great danger. Are you just going to stand here and watch? This time, Blackbone didn't just casually brush Lung Han off like before. Instead, he smiled and said, who told you that Mr. Yi is in great danger? Before Lung Han could refute, Blackbone smiled and said, don't worry, although I don't know why Mr. Yi hasn't directly killed all of them and is instead fighting back and forth with them, I know that if Mr. Yi wants to kill these people, none of them will survive. These words made Lung Han stun for a moment. He just wanted Blackbone to go and support Mr. Yi, but he didn't expect to hear such words from Blackbone. If Mr. Yi wanted to kill them, then none of them would survive? Lung Han glanced at the battlefield and thought carefully. It did seem to be the case up until now. Although none of the enemies had died or withdrawn from the battle, it seemed they had all sustained injuries, while Mr. Yi, though appearing to struggle, actually had no injuries at all. Could it be, as Blackbone said, that Mr. Yi wasn't unable to, but just hadn't quickly dealt with them for some unknown reason? Blackbone, let's assume what you said is true, but, although I don't know how strong the opponents are, there are still 4 people who haven't made a move, and they clearly aren't weak. If they really do make a move, you won't still be standing here doing nothing, will you? Lung Han had, after all, followed Mr. Yi on this journey. It's hard to say if his insight had improved, but he certainly understood some things from the previous conversations. It was clear that the remaining 4 people were very strong, probably even stronger than these 10 people. Blackbone had no intention of deceiving Lung Han and smiled. Your feeling is correct. These 4 people on the other side who haven't made a move are much stronger than the 10 who have. For dragon ranking experts, such power is truly hard not to be shocked by. However, I'll also tell you the truth. I only have the strength of a tiger rankings expert. Of course, I can deal with 1 dragon ranking expert, but 4 people, I truly can't handle all of them. Blackbone's words startled Lung Han. He had heard a lot about the dragon ranking and tiger ranking, and only then did he realize how terrifying the opponents truly were. Blackbone's bluntness, stating that he could only deal with 1 dragon ranking expert at most, made him feel even more despair, as he had witnessed Blackbone's strength. That powerful? Then isn't Mr. Yi in danger? Lung Han's face was very grim. He gritted his teeth and said, even if you can only deal with 1, Blackbone, you must make a move. This concerns Mr. Yi's life and death. Even if you can only help share the burden of 1 enemy, it will relieve a lot of pressure on Mr. Yi, but I'm just afraid you don't dare. At this point, Lung Han looked at Blackbone with an expression of distrust. Clearly, for him, Blackbone's previous words and demeanor still made him somewhat distrustful. Blackbone said nothing, just smiled and said, Lung Han, don't worry. Since Mr. Yi wants to act himself, he has confidence. Although the enemies are very strong this time, we all must trust Mr. Yi. Also, I know what you want to hear from me, so I'll tell you now. I, Blackbone, can give my life for Mr. Yi as long as Mr. Yi gives the order. Whether to fight or not doesn't matter. Even if he tells me to commit suicide here, I will do it without hesitation. I know you don't believe me, but I, Blackbone, have no need to lie to you. But right now, we can't go because Mr. Yi hasn't given the order. He wants to fight himself, so we can only watch him fight. Otherwise, not only would we be disobeying orders, but we might also interfere with some of Mr. Yi's thoughts. I imagine that's not what you want to see either, is it? So, stand here and wait. The other side is already restless and impatient. I think there will be a change soon. And we must trust Mr. Yi. Just wait and see. Mr. Yi might surprise you very soon. From beginning to end, Blackbone maintained a calm expression, without excessive tension, or even a hint of worry. This was not indifference to Mr. Yi, but rather, full confidence in him. In Blackbone's view, Mr. Yi was invincible. Although Lung Han still didn't dare to truly believe Blackbone, the fact was that even if he didn't believe him, he had no other choice. He couldn't defeat Blackbone, nor could he help Mr. Yi. It seemed he had no other path but to believe. Looking at Blackbone, Lung Han said nothing, then turned his gaze to the battlefield. Now, he could only hope that Mr. Yi was truly fearless of these people, as Blackbone had said. At this moment, changes also began to occur on the battlefield. Chapter 842: The Benefits of Killing Yi Qing. At this moment, it wasn't just Long Han and Black Bone watching the battlefield, Leopard and Broken Blood, for dragon ranking experts, were paying even closer attention. And at this time, these 4 dragon ranking experts couldn't quite articulate how they felt. The situation on the battlefield was actually much better than they had anticipated. However, this good felt somewhat unreal. Because it was too smooth. That's right, it was far too smooth, much smoother than they had ever imagined. Who was Yi Qing? Even if the news of him fighting 5 dragon ranking experts overseas alone was exaggerated, the fact that such news could spread clearly indicated that he was absolutely not weak. But now, his performance seemed a bit too mediocre? Of course, the so-called mediocrity was only in comparison to the rumors about Yi Qing. Otherwise, if any one of them were to fight these 10 tiger ranking experts alone, even if they could guarantee their survival, whether they could win was truly hard to say. After all, these tiger ranking experts were all seasoned veterans. Leopard frowned slightly, watching this scene, and said in a deep voice, "Is this all the strength Yi Qing has? Why does it feel a bit off?" This was not disparagement, it was doubt. And this doubt was shared by the others as well. Broken Blood looked at the battlefield and spoke indifferently. "Perhaps the rumors really are false, but even if they are, Yi Qing is actually not weak. He's been fighting to a stalemate so far, but he hasn't fallen into a disadvantage, has he? Moreover, these 10 experts are all strong, yet now, each of them carries injuries. If this battle truly continues for a long time, Yi Qing might not necessarily lose." The other 2 nodded upon hearing this. The battlefield was open, they could all see it, and everyone else could see it too. Yi Qing's battle with these 10 experts couldn't be called a guaranteed victory, but at the very least, Yi Qing seemed to have only expended stamina, while the others had all started to sustain injuries. Although Yi Qing seemed to gain the upper hand at times and fall into a disadvantage at others, overall, if no one interfered with this battle, Yi Qing's chances of victory were very high. After a moment of silence, Leopard chuckled. "Even if he gains the upper hand, it only means that Yi Qing's strength is truly not weak, and it's no problem for him to rank high among dragon ranking experts. However, to say he has the strength of a quasi-emperor is simply too exaggerated. If he truly had the strength of a quasi-emperor, he would have killed these people by now. Why would he be struggling here? But, let's not underestimate the enemy. If something unexpected really happens, we'll regret it later. While we have the chance, let's make our move. Kill Yi Qing, end this battle, and we can go back and report." As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Broken Blood's brows furrow slightly, but the other 2 also frowned, seemingly a bit reluctant. It wasn't that they pitied Yi Qing, or that they had any collusion with Yi Qing and wanted to defect. Rather, as experts, they always had their dignity and pride. Now, Yi Qing was already fighting 10 tiger ranking experts at this moment, let alone all of them attacking together. Even if only one person attacked, Yi Qing would likely fall quickly and certainly die. This was the outcome they wanted, but their expert dignity told them they didn't want to gang up. Experts all had their bottom lines and pride. Those who could reach this point had all experienced hardships, life and death, and countless battles where it was either you or me. Ganging up on one person? And ganging up on someone who was certainly going to die, they were truly unwilling to act. All 4 of us attacking? Is there any need for that? Yi Qing is about to fall. As long as one more person goes, he will surely die, or at least not live. Leopard, since you want to, then you make the move. After all, this is Paidu, and you are Sima de Zhao's man. It's only right for you to act. No one will say anything. As soon as Broken Blood spoke, the other 2 nodded in agreement. Indeed, among them, if someone absolutely had to kill Yi Qing, then Leopard was the most suitable candidate. Because this was Sima de Zhao's territory. Of course, to be precise, Nine Kings Hall was located in Paidu, and in fact, Paidu should be a place jointly governed by the Nine Kings. However, in reality, Sima de Zhao's strength was not weak, and his background was not weak either. If he wanted to be the true capital garrison overlord, naturally, no one would stop him. So, saying this was Sima de Zhao's territory was indeed a fact. And Leopard was Sima de Zhao's brother, his strongest subordinate. His action was reasonable and nobody could say anything about it. Leopard looked at Broken Blood and the others, paused for a moment, then chuckled. It's certainly no problem for me to act. I don't care if people say I'm bullying the weak with numbers. After all, the enemy is someone like Yi Qing, who is called a quasi-emperor. Even if people laugh, what can they laugh about? More likely, it's the various benefits that will come after killing Yi Qing. Fame, status, position, and so on, will all be greatly improved. If none of you are really going to compete with me, I'm actually more than happy to do it. But, are you sure no one else is going to make a move? Leopard asked, and in fact, it was true, the benefits of killing Yi Qing far outweighed any disadvantages besides. Were there really any disadvantages? Since his debut, Yi Qing had been endlessly murderous and incomparably domineering in the Southwest battle. He displayed divine power in the King Seizing battle. He directly forced Old Qin to flee and claimed the title of Southeast King afterward. In the overseas bloody battle, he faced 5 dragon ranking experts alone, displaying unparalleled combat power and earning the title of Quasi-Emperor. Such an existence, whoever could defeat and kill Yi Qing, would gain immense benefits. So, when Leopard asked, no one was truly unmoved, including Broken Blood, who was still hesitating. But in the end, none of the 3 moved. Broken Blood looked at Leopard and said in a deep voice, "This is your home ground, so we won't get involved of course. If you are no match for Yi Qing, then we will join the fight." Leopard heard this, glanced at the stalemate on the battlefield, and chuckled. If Yi Qing only has this much strength, then he can just wait to die. Since you all aren't making a move, then I, Leopard, will take this advantage. As he spoke, Leopard was about to step onto the battlefield to end the fight. Broken Blood frowned and said in a deep voice, "Leopard, be careful. I think Yi Qing might not have used his full strength. He probably has a hidden move. Don't capsize in a ditch. Of course, if Yi Qing truly is hiding his strength, we will definitely make a move." Leopard heard this, smiled, and said, "Then I thank you all. However, even if Yi Qing truly hides his strength, so what? The 10 Tiger ranking experts are not just for show, and my strength as a dragon ranking expert, Leopard, was also forged through countless battles, 1 slash, 1 spear, 1 bloody path. If Yi Qing wants to underestimate me, then he just needs to be prepared to die. Of course, when I make my move, he will surely die." With strong confidence, Leopard stepped forward without looking back, staring at Yi Qing, and laughed wildly. "Yi Qing, whether you truly only have this much strength, or you're hiding it, I'm here, so you can just die." Ha 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 ha. After a burst of wild laughter, Leopard directly charged into the battlefield, heading towards Yi Qing. At this moment, the red light in Yi Qing's eyes grew increasingly intense. He moved through the battlefield, amidst the 10 Tiger ranking experts, walking leisurely, as if he felt no pressure at all. He had indeed hidden his strength, not just to conceal it, but also to adapt to a new power. That's right, he was adapting to the Red Lotus power within his body. Compared to his previous power, this power was more domineering, more volatile, and also more destructive. And by now, Yi Qing had actually adapted almost completely. The remaining bit could be adjusted at any time. So, when Leopard, with a look of arrogance and wild laughter, charged into the battlefield, Yi Qing's lips curled into a cold smile, and he murmured, "The time is about right. You're as arrogant as a villain, so let's start with you." Chapter 843 Terrifying Strength. Originally, Yi Qing and the 10 powerful experts were engaged in a back-and-forth battle, as if neither could defeat the other, but from the moment Leopard charged into the battlefield with a wild laugh, Yi Qing seemed to have become a different person. With red lotuses appearing in his eyes, Yi Qing directly charged towards Leopard. Blocking Yi Qing's path were several Tiger ranking experts. These experts, while not underestimating Yi Qing, also didn't hold him in particularly high regard. In their opinion, Yi Qing was strong, but he couldn't overcome their combined efforts. So, seeing Yi Qing charge towards Leopard and ignore them, the Tiger ranking experts blocking his way immediately began to stop him, even mocking him. "Sorry, this road is impassable." Upon hearing this, a red light flashed in Yi Qing's eyes, and he instantly appeared before the expert who spoke, then slapped him across the face, causing the expert to spit out blood, fly backward, and crash heavily onto the ground. "Impassable my ass, I was just playing with you, and you took it seriously." This sudden change stunned everyone present. Yi Qing had been fighting them for so long, it was inevitable that some would be injured, but there was no instance of him so overwhelmingly swatting someone away. And it seemed as if Yi Qing hadn't even used his full strength. Also, what did Yi Qing mean by that? Playing with them? They, 10 Tiger ranking experts, had fought Yi Qing with all their might, and yet, for Yi Qing, it was merely a game? However, at this moment, they had no time for further thoughts and quickly realized that Yi Qing was not bluffing. Because, in the very next second, two more experts were directly sent flying by Yi Qing, spitting blood, and for a while, they couldn't get back on their feet. At this moment, Leopard's face changed drastically. His arrogant demeanor instantly vanished without a trace. He felt a huge threat, and even if he was unwilling to believe that Yi Qing truly hadn't used his full strength, seeing Yi Qing charging towards him now, at this moment, Leopard actually had the urge to flee. Broken Blood, go, go. Everyone, come over, attack together. Yi Qing is hiding his strength, he wants to defeat us one by one. Hurry! At this moment, Leopard immediately roared, believing that Yi Qing had hidden his strength and fought them back and forth just to prevent their 4 dragon ranking experts from swarming him, allowing him to defeat them one by one. At least, in Leopard's eyes, this was the truth. And Yi Qing, with a cold sneer, had already arrived before Leopard, striking a heavy punch at Leopard's face. Defeat one by one? You? Are you even worthy of me spending effort on you? Idiots, all of you, come at me. Yi Qing did not think highly of these people, even though they were very strong, and their combined strength was even greater, even comparable to the overseas war. It was only comparable. The experts in the overseas war were much more formidable than them, although they were all dragon ranking experts. Even among them, there was a distinction in combat strength. In the overseas war, Old Sheen and the others were battle-hardened veterans. To put it bluntly, if any one of them were to fight Leopard, the one who would die in the end would definitely be Leopard. At this moment, Yi Qing threw a punch, and Leopard's face changed drastically. In his eyes, Yi Qing's punch was incredibly powerful, like a small mountain pressing down on him, making him feel an urge to retreat immediately, believing he couldn't win. However, he couldn't retreat, so Leopard could only exert all his strength to block this punch. This punch was ultimately blocked by Leopard, but the sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Yi Qing had directly broken one of Leopard's arms with a single punch. Leopard endured intense pain and retreated in a panic, but Yi Qing followed closely, relentlessly pursuing him. At this moment, the changes on the battlefield also astonished the spectators. No one had expected that Yi Qing was truly hiding his strength, and from the current situation, Yi Qing was clearly incredibly powerful. A hint of coldness flashed in Broken Blood's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, Yi Qing is even stronger than we thought. We can't wait any longer. Everyone attack, otherwise, he will truly defeat us one by one." They were not surprised that Yi Qing could defeat 10 Tiger ranking experts, nor were they surprised that Yi Qing could defeat Leopard, who came to assist. However, seeing Yi Qing's attack, seeing Yi Qing instantly defeat several experts and break Leopard's arm, made it impossible for them not to be surprised. With Broken Blood's furious roar, 3 dragon ranking experts all charged towards Yi Qing. Seeing this scene, Leopard, who was currently being chased, felt his heart settle considerably. No matter how strong Yi Qing was, as long as they gathered together, then everything wouldn't be up to Yi Qing. However, before Leopard could fully relax, he saw Yi Qing catch up to him and directly grab his arm. Leopard's expression immediately changed drastically, and he roared at Yi Qing, "Yi Qing, it's not too late to surrender now, otherwise, you will surely die." Begging for mercy was clearly impossible, and begging for mercy would have no effect whatsoever. At this moment, he could only fight to the end. He hoped Yi Qing would hesitate for a moment. If he hesitated even for a moment, Leopard could retreat and rendezvous with Broken Blood and the others. Once they were gathered, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Qing to kill him. However, this short distance was the distance between life and death. Yi Qing directly grabbed Leopard, then pulled him over. Leopard had no ability to fight back and was directly grabbed by Yi Qing by the neck. Seeing Broken Blood and the others already close by, a cold smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. Then, let one die first. Upon hearing this, Leopard's expression instantly changed drastically. And Broken Blood and the others also seemed to sense something, roaring, "Yi Qing, stop." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing showed a disdainful expression. Then, without even looking at Leopard, he tightened his grip, and the sound of bones breaking rang out again. And Leopard, in the next second, plunged into darkness. His neck was directly twisted by Yi Qing. A dragon ranking expert, just like that, simply and without even having time to make a move, died in Yi Qing's hands. He died as if he were truly an ant, easily crushed by Yi Qing. In the next second, Broken Blood and the others instantly stopped, and all the other experts also halted their steps. Everyone looked at Yi Qing, or rather, at Leopard, who lay softly on the ground, completely dead. He just died like that? He died silently, unable to even let out a scream. It was only a few seconds from start to finish, not even enough time to kill a chicken, yet a dragon ranking expert just died like that. Terrifying. Horrifying. Now, no one dared to underestimate Yi Qing in the slightest. Each one looked at Yi Qing, filled with fear and panic. Especially Yi Qing's glowing red eyes. Everyone who saw them gasped, as if they had seen the gates of hell. Chapter 844, Encirclement and Killing. He's dead. Leopard, who was just laughing and chatting with them, died just like that. A powerful expert on the dragon ranking, he didn't even have a grand death, just silently killed like that. It wasn't that Leopard was too weak, nor that Leopard underestimated him. It could only be said that Yi Qing was too ruthless and too strong. Looking at Yi Qing, Broken Blood, and the others all stopped, their eyes filled with vigilance now. They still had 3 powerful experts on the dragon ranking, and 6 combat-ready experts on the tiger ranking. Their strength was still terrifying. Crushing anyone should, in theory, be no problem, but at this moment, everyone was extremely cautious, fearing that they would be the next to die. Yi Qing, you killed him. Do you know what you've done? Broken Blood's expression was extremely unpleasant as he questioned Yi Qing. Yi Qing also stopped, glanced at Leopard's body lying on the ground, and sneered, now you know I'm Yi Qing? Since you know I'm Yi Qing, how dare you question me? Is it wrong for me to kill him? Shouldn't rebellious subordinates who defy their superiors be executed? If he dared to block me and ambush me, if I didn't kill him, should I have left him to kill me? As he spoke, Yi Qing showed not the slightest hint of apprehension. Instead, he directly kicked Leopard's body away. This arrogant attitude instantly infuriated everyone present. He was, after all, a powerful expert on the dragon ranking. Even in death, he should have dignity, yet Yi Qing left Leopard no dignity at all, killing him and then kicking his corpse. This was simply outrageous to the extreme. Broken Blood looked at Yi Qing and angrily said, even if you were Southeast King Yi Qing, so what? We are here by order. Yi Qing, you act against the natural order. Your slaughter is monstrous. You are heinous and deserve to die. You should be killed. If you had surrendered earlier, you would have had a chance to live, but now, you have no chance. Now, either surrender, or we will beat you to death. Broken Blood now said no more to Yi Qing, directly presenting the order. They were here by order, and whose order it was already self-evident. Yi Qing also didn't humor them, make him surrender? Yi Qing would indeed like to surrender, but do they have the ability? Looking at the Nine Kings Hall within reach, Yi Qing chuckled and said, I said before that when I came here, I would use blood to dye a red carpet to welcome me into the Nine Kings Hall. Now, I have arrived at the entrance of the Nine Kings Hall, and you are the last piece of red carpet to allow me to enter the Nine Kings Hall. Of course, you are just the beginning, not the end. Soon, within the Nine Kings Hall, there will also be blood, and a red carpet will be laid. Then, using your lives to forge my Yi Qing's prestige and announce my return, I think it's quite good. Yi Qing's words were very blunt, so blunt that after Broken Blood and the others heard them, their brows furrowed continuously, and their hearts pounded uncontrollably. Yi Qing's words were very interesting. He planned to kill all of them, and not only kill them, but also go on a killing spree inside the Nine Kings Hall. As for who he would kill, it seemed there was no need to say more. Arrogant. Simply utterly arrogant. Since you are so stubborn and insist on seeking death, then, I shall grant your wish. Broken Blood would not underestimate Yi Qing, but strong individuals also have their own pride. They alone might not be Yi Qing's match, but by joining forces, they could definitely suppress Yi Qing. At least, that's how they saw it. And Yi Qing seemed genuinely disdainful of them, immediately extending a finger and saying dismissively, so much nonsense. If you want to come, then come. After saying this, Yi Qing even crooked his finger. If this wasn't mockery, wasn't contempt, then what was it? Broken Blood and the others were all enraged by Yi Qing's contemptuous demeanor at this moment. Intense killing intent flashed in their eyes, and even though fear still lingered, with so many of them, they truly weren't afraid of what Yi Qing could do to them. Kill! With a furious roar from Broken Blood, he took the initiative to attack. The remaining powerful experts on the dragon ranking and the powerful experts on the tiger ranking all roared and charged towards Yi Qing. The true great battle, a bloody battle, was about to erupt instantly. And at this moment, outside the main gate of the Nine Kings Hall, besides the guards, there were also many people watching the battle. Among these people, there were powerful experts on the dragon ranking, and likewise, powerful experts on the tiger ranking. They were all subordinates of the Nine Kings and various bigwigs. However, they had not received any orders to encircle and kill Yi Qing, so they could only watch helplessly from here. Bing Shan, is that really Yi Qing? It's clearly a fight to the death now, and the news came from inside the venue, but we can't even get in. Are we just going to watch like this? Aren't we going to find a way to notify the adults of each family? In front of the Nine Kings Hall, a group of powerful experts gathered in small groups. However, there was one person whose presence could not be ignored by anyone, and that was Bing Shan. He looked to be around 40 years old and didn't appear cold, but his name was Bing Shan. However, his true strength was extremely terrifying, and unlike others who hid their strength or withdrew from the dragon ranking, Bing Shan was listed on the dragon ranking, and his ranking was even higher than Ruan Hongxiu's. He was second on the dragon ranking. To be able to reach the second position on the dragon ranking, his strength could already be imagined. Even with many hidden experts, Bing Shan's strength would not be weak among them. Moreover, so many people were wary of Bing Shan, not only because of his formidable strength, but also because he and Northeast King Lin, who were fellow disciples from the same sect. The truly legitimate kind of fellow disciples. In fact, it could even be said that he was not a subordinate of Northeast King Lin Hu, but rather stood alongside Northeast King Lin, who was two kings, which would not be an exaggeration. However, Bing Shan seemed uninterested in these things. Listening to everyone speak, Bing Shan did not look at them, but his eyes were fixed on the battlefield. I don't need to tell you, everyone knows that this time, the Nine Kings Council is targeting Yi Qing and these people. Previously, it was rumored that Yi Qing had fallen in the overseas battle, but he has returned alive now. However, returning alive doesn't mean everything. If he can't solve the current troubles, Yi Qing won't survive, and neither will the others. As for us, we could intervene, but who would you be prepared to help? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many powerful experts present drifted. Yes, who to help? Since they had all followed various bigwigs, they obviously had to obey the orders of those bigwigs, or at least, they couldn't be enemies with the bigwigs they followed. How the bigwigs thought, there was no news yet, and they didn't know either. Given this, it seemed the only option was to watch the tigers fight from the mountain. Moreover, this seemed like a good choice. They could watch such an exciting battle without having to fight and kill. Bing Shan, what you said is correct, but now, do we really not need to enter the venue to notify the bigwigs? If we really go in, those people won't be able to stop us. Chapter 845 Suicide Attack. Indeed, with their strength, any one of them could directly force their way into the venue, and the guards there wouldn't be able to stop them. However, the Nine Kings Council has its rules, and forcing their way in at this moment, even to relay important news, who dares say they wouldn't be punished? And who dares say it wouldn't implicate the powerful figures behind them? Moreover, for them, this battle seemed to be none of their concern. Iceberg looked at everyone, shook his head, and said, "If you want to go, then go. I won't be going. The Northeast King has been neutral from the start. We didn't plan to deal with Yi Qing and his group, and similarly, we won't collude with the Flower King and Sea King. So, there's no need for me to notify anyone. As for you, I think it's best to keep calm. Such a battle between top experts, especially a siege battle like this, is not easy to witness. You are all experts, so watch carefully, perhaps you can gain some experience." Iceberg was clearly more interested in Yi Qing's battle and had no other thoughts. Since he said so, the others didn't say much more. However, when it came to the battle, some still couldn't help but speak. This Yi Qing really was hiding his strength before. He fought back and forth with those 10 people, but as soon as Leopard made his move, Yi Qing stopped hiding and easily crushed Leopard. Terrifying, one can only say it's truly terrifying. As someone expressed his feelings, others also offered their opinions. That's right, Leopard's strength was just average, but he was definitely an expert. Yet he was so easily killed. This was truly unexpected and surprising. Putting everything else aside, among us present today, is there anyone who could so easily kill Leopard? Even if Leopard was careless and didn't have a chance to use his full strength, I think it wouldn't be easy for just anyone to kill him so effortlessly. At least, I couldn't do it. Upon hearing this, many people nodded, acknowledging this view. Leopard definitely had a place among the strong experts on the dragon ranking, but whether he was incredibly powerful was debatable. However, no matter how weak he was still a strong expert on the dragon ranking. Many people could kill Leopard, but to kill Leopard as easily and quickly as Yi Qing did, that's not something just anyone can do. Yes, there are some, after all, Leopard's strength is just so, but the key to the problem now is not whether Leopard died easily or not, but how terrifying Yi Qing's strength truly is. I always feel that we might witness a spectacular show. At this moment, everyone nodded in their opinion. Yi Qing might not lose, even if the victory wasn't easy, he would still win. At this moment, in the battlefield, Yi Qing and his group had already engaged. After just one direct clash, Broken Blood's expression became extremely grim, because he felt that Yi Qing was even stronger than they had imagined. Everyone be careful, Yi Qing is stronger than we imagined. Be careful not to be defeated one by him. What he said was not wrong at this time, one had to be cautious, otherwise, they would truly die without knowing how. However, no matter how careful they were, it was useless. Yi Qing looked at them and said indifferently, my strength is almost fully integrated, so, next, you all will die. What does that mean? Broken Blood and the others' expressions immediately changed, feeling that after Yi Qing spoke those words, something despairing might happen. There was a change, definitely a change that would make them despair. No, it can't be like this, otherwise, they would all lose, and losing would probably mean death. A ruthless glint flashed in Broken Blood's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and roared, everyone, don't give Yi Qing any more chances. Fight with all you've got, right now. Even if you die, you must severely injure Yi Qing and let him know our power. Fight with all your might, fight. Otherwise, it will be too late to fight with all your might. The battle had actually just begun, but Broken Blood, at this moment, was directly and frantically telling them to fight with all their might. He even exaggerated by saying that if they didn't fight with all their might, it would be too late. As his voice fell, Broken Blood was the first to prove his words with action. He directly rushed in front of Yi Qing, trading injuries for injuries. And he traded the injury of a broken arm for a single scratch on Yi Qing's body. Not only was it not worth it, it was utterly not worth it. This injury would not affect Yi Qing's strength at all, but Broken Blood's left arm was truly broken, and his combat power would inevitably be affected, even if Broken Blood didn't use his left hand much. The others who saw the scene were all stunned, not expecting Broken Blood to be so crazy, but was it really necessary? And Broken Blood didn't explain anything to them. Looking at the still hesitant crowd, he immediately roared. What are you still standing there for? Even if one person pays some price, they must make Yi Qing bleed. We have many people with so many attacks, it will definitely cause serious injuries to Yi Qing, and even greatly reduce his combat power. Kill, kill. This is the only way, otherwise, we will all die. Idiots, go for it. As Broken Blood spoke, he once again charged towards Yi Qing, his eyes filled with madness, and even a will to die. It must be said that Broken Blood, this expert, was worthy of the name of expert. Reaching his level was no accident, he was a truly ruthless person who had fought his way up. And the others, at this moment, had no choice. One by one, they launched a frenzied attack on Yi Qing. Trading major injuries for minor ones, they were incredibly insane. Some people, even before dying, truly managed to inflict considerable wounds on Yi Qing. It didn't even take 2 rounds. After just this one round of attacks, Yi Qing's body was already covered in wounds, and blood was flowing more and more. It seemed that this attack method was truly unsolvable. At least, Yi Qing couldn't break it. He couldn't resolve the battle without taking any damage. Even if he killed these people, with this attack method, Yi Qing would likely be severely injured even if he didn't die. And a severely injured Yi Qing would probably find it a pipe dream to leave here alive, to leave Paidu. After all, the enemies were still alive, and the enemies didn't just have these methods. Moreover, who dares say that those who didn't make a move before wouldn't make a move after seeing an opportunity? Never put your safety on the mercy of others, let alone strangers, or even future enemies. The battle was very intense. More than a dozen experts directly used a method of trading injuries for injuries and lives for lives to deal with Yi Qing. Perhaps they were truly afraid. But in fact, they were not afraid enough. At this moment, Iceberg and the others fell silent, watching the battle in the arena, not knowing what to say, but if the battle continued like this, Yi Qing would be crippled even if he didn't die, and being crippled meant he would die. So the result was the same. Crazy, truly too crazy, but their choice is correct. Iceberg sighed and said, Broken Blood is still smart otherwise. According to the previous battle, if they didn't fight with all their might from the beginning, then it would have been much more dangerous. Now, it's just trading injuries for injuries, which is actually very cost-effective. In fact, not many people might die, but Yi Qing will definitely lose. At this point, Iceberg looked at Yi Qing, who was covered in blood and wounds in the arena, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Does he have any trump cards left? If not, then this battle already has a clear outcome. Chapter 846. What a pity. Yes, if Yi Qing didn't have a stronger trump card, then, although this battle was still ongoing, many people saw the outcome. Not only did they see it, at this moment, Black Bone also saw it. Lang Han, likewise, saw it. Lang Han had previously told Black Bone to rescue Yi Qing at that time. Yi Qing was merely surrounded, and in reality, he hadn't been injured yet. But now, Yi Qing was already covered in wounds. Yi Qing, after all, was just one person. No matter how powerful his combat strength, facing the suicidal attacks of over a dozen powerhouses, it was impossible for him to remain unharmed. At this moment, seeing Black Bone's gloomy expression, Lang Han urgently said, Black Bone, it's fine that you didn't act just now, but now, are you still not planning to act? Yi Qing is clearly at a disadvantage right now. If we don't help him soon, he'll really be in trouble. Lang Han did not rush into the battlefield himself. He was not foolish. He knew very well that those people were powerhouses, and any one of them could easily crush him. If he went to the battlefield, not only would he be of no use to Yi Qing, but he might also distract him. Therefore, the best way to help Yi Qing was to stand still and not affect him. However, Black Bone was different. Black Bone was a powerhouse. At this moment, Black Bone was also frowning, no longer as nonchalant as before. Looking at the battlefield, a hint of coldness flashed in Black Bone's eyes, and he said, These beasts actually used such a method to attack Mr. Yi. Damn it, truly damn it. Lang Han, it's not that I don't want to act, but that I don't dare to act. If I act now, I might help Mr. Yi solve some troubles, but I'm afraid Mr. Yi might not want me to. After speaking, as if he had already guessed what Lang Han was about to say, Black Bone waved his hand and then directly took a step forward. Let's try. We can't just let these people attack Mr. Yi like this. Black Bone intended to join the battle. And as if sensing Black Bone's thoughts, Yi Qing did not turn back, but his voice came out. Black Bone, this is my battle. You all, just stand where you are and wait. Upon hearing this, Black Bone's expression changed, and he then respectfully retreated 2 steps. He chose to believe Yi Qing. Since Yi Qing said so, it meant that Yi Qing had enough ability to resolve the current crisis. And everyone heard Yi Qing's words. At this moment, Broken Blood's left arm was broken, and his right leg bone was clearly visible. He was covered in injuries, and blood continuously flowed, yet there was no trace of despondency in his eyes, not even the despair from before. Instead, there was excitement. Yi Qing, at this point, you're still being stubborn. We admit, you were very strong, terrifyingly strong, so strong that you made so many of us launch suicidal attacks on you. But, no matter how strong you are, this is it. Are you refusing others help because you're afraid they'll die with you? Hee, unfortunately, even if you don't let them help you, once you die, they will also die. Surrender while you're still alive. As long as you surrender, we won't kill you. Otherwise, even if everyone dies, you will also die. But, if you surrender, you might not die. Upon hearing Broken Blood's words, Yi Qing had not yet spoken, but the others became displeased. A dragon-ranking powerhouse, looking extremely miserable at this moment, roared at Broken Blood. Broken Blood, we're about to win, why should we make him surrender? Kill him. Only by killing him can we quell the hatred in our hearts. And many others seemed to have similar reactions, as if they were displeased that they could kill Yi Qing but chose not to, giving him a way out. Having paid such a great price, only Yi Qing's death could compensate for their losses. Otherwise, what was the point? At this moment, a hint of anger flashed in Broken Blood's eyes looking at these people. If they didn't still need to fight together, he would have cursed them out. Are they idiots? Are they fools? Do they really think that injuring Yi Qing means they can deal with him? Yes, it seemed now that killing Yi Qing was highly probable if they fought to the end, but did they not understand the cost? They were all covered in wounds now, and each one of Yi Qing's injuries was exchanged for their reckless attacks. However, if Yi Qing was suffering, they were also suffering. If they truly fought to the end, there was no telling how many would die, and no one could guarantee their own survival. Including Broken Blood. It was precisely because he knew this would be the outcome that Broken Blood tried to persuade Yi Qing to surrender at this moment. As long as Yi Qing surrendered, whether he died or not was not important. What was important was that they could all survive. Moreover, the achievement of capturing Yi Qing would be enough. However, at this moment, Broken Blood clearly couldn't explain anything. Looking at the cold-faced Yi Qing, Broken Blood said in a deep voice, "Yi Qing, you've seen it. Everyone here is determined to kill you. However, I can protect you as long as you surrender. I guarantee no one will attack you. As for your fate, with your immense strength and being one of the 9 kings, no one should kill you. Everyone will want to subdue you at most. You'll just lose your kingship. But losing your kingship is better than losing your life, isn't it? Yi Qing, surrender. This is your best outcome." Broken Blood continuously persuaded Yi Qing. The battle seemed to slow down at this moment. However, Yi Qing looked at Broken Blood, looked at the others, and suddenly laughed. "Are you trying to corner me? Do you really think I'm doomed to die? Hee, I suppose so. I really have been made quite a mess of by you all. But, why do you all think you've got me cornered? Did I ever say I couldn't beat you?" Yi Qing suddenly stopped, and a red glow began to flicker in his eyes at the same time. His powerful aura suddenly receded. Yet, for some reason, at this moment, Yi Qing gave off an even more dangerous, extremely dangerous feeling. Broken Blood instantly stopped, no longer rushing towards Yi Qing, and the others also seemed to sense the danger, stopping one after another, watching Yi Qing with extreme caution. And Yi Qing lightly sighed, saying, "Truly, a hearty battle. If it were the old me, I might truly have been surrounded and killed by your tactics. Of course, you would also have perished together. But, unfortunately, I am no longer the old me." At this moment, Broken Blood and the others felt their hearts pounding. Yi Qing clearly looked so miserable, and they clearly had the upper hand to kill him before, but why did Yi Qing appear so calm? As if he was certain he wouldn't die? Also, what was he saying? What did he mean, he was no longer the old him? Broken Blood couldn't help but say, "Yi Qing, at this point, are you still trying to deceive us with this method? Let me tell you, being so mysterious won't work. Besides surrendering, you have no other path." "No other path?" Yi Qing chuckled lightly, saying nothing. However, in the next second, Yi Qing's body began to emit a red light. Then, in an instant, the red light shot into the sky, and a monstrous, terrifying aura, as if capable of destroying heaven and earth, erupted. This terrifying aura instantly spread out, causing countless people's hearts to tremble. Some ordinary people, those with weaker willpower, even knelt on the ground at this moment, as if facing divine wrath. Chapter 847. The Red Lotus Emperor reappears. Yes, the heavenly might is unfathomable. What exactly the heavenly might is, no one truly knows. But, it is nothing more than the aura emitted by a powerful individual, an aura that instinctively inspires awe in those who are weaker. However, at this moment, the aura emanating from Yi Qing was not merely awe-inspiring to the weak, even the strong turned pale and struggled to resist. It was an aura as if from a different level of life, a pressure seemingly from heaven and earth, making it impossible for anyone to harbor any hostile intentions. At this moment, Yi Qing was within the red light pillar, and no one could clearly see his face. But everyone knew that Yi Qing at this time must be terrifying, terrifying to the point of despair. Soon, the red light pillar gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly appeared before everyone. However, it would have been better not to see him. Seeing him only made people more desperate. Yi Qing's body was still the same, aside from the red lotus in his eyes and on his forehead becoming even more demonic, there seemed to be no other change. But, outside of Yi Qing's body, a clear, transparent yet solid illusory figure enveloped him. This phantom was 2 stories high, like a small giant. The phantom's face was clearly visible. It was Yi Qing's face, yet this phantom wore an emperor's crown, like an emperor who had crawled out from the depths of hell, bringing despair to all. The Red Lotus Emperor appearance manifested again. And this was Yi Qing's confidence. How strong he was with the Red Lotus Emperor appearance, even he himself did not know. And this time, it wasn't even Yi Qing's physical body transforming into a heaven and earth manifestation, but rather the formation of the Red Lotus Emperor phantom, yet, it was enough. What is this? Oh my god, what kind of person is Yi Qing? What in the world is this? This aura is terrifying to the extreme. It even makes me feel like I want to prostrate myself. A quasi-emperor, this is the aura of a quasi-emperor. The strong individuals in front of the Nine Kings Hall were all dumbfounded, their faces greatly changed. Before they only felt that Yi Qing was very powerful, making them not want to and not dare to be his enemy, then at this moment, they truly felt a life and death crisis. It was a complete suppression, a terror like encountering a natural predator, making resistance utterly impossible. Even the strongest among them, Ice Mountain, was pale at this moment, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. However, compared to others, although Ice Mountain's eyes also held crisis and awe, there was also a hint of unknown excitement. The specific reason was known only to Ice Mountain himself, but Ice Mountain clearly had some understanding of this. At this moment, Broken Blood and the others' faces all became extremely grim, each of them even filled with despair. Yi Qing, after assuming this state, had not yet made a move, but they had a feeling that as soon as Yi Qing acted, it would be earth-shattering, probably 1,000 times more terrifying than before. You, what kind of monster are you? You're not human at all. Broken Blood was terrified to the extreme at this moment. The unknown was fear, but his fear was not only due to the unknown, but also because that world-shattering, seemingly destructive aura was truly present. And Yi Qing, at this moment, had an indifferent expression, like a true divine emperor, expressionless, as if devoid of any emotion. Looking at Broken Blood, Yi Qing's indifferent voice seemed to come from the 9 nether hell. Traitors shall be executed. As Yi Qing's words fell, he took a step forward, and with just that one step, he instantly appeared before Broken Blood, as if teleporting. He struck out with a palm, and the Red Lotus Emperor appearance enveloping Yi Qing made the same motion. A force like that of heaven and earth, impossible to resist, making it impossible even to escape, directly struck Broken Blood without any surprise. Broken Blood was instantly killed. Yi Qing didn't even spare him another glance, turning directly to the others. At this moment, Yi Qing truly seemed to have transformed into the god of death. Wherever he went, strong individuals easily fell. Killing chickens was no different. Soon, incredibly fast, so fast that people couldn't even react, Yi Qing had killed everyone, leaving no one alive. It was not until the last strong individual fell into Yi Qing's hands that he stopped, standing in place, watching the blood spread to the entrance of the Nine Kings Hall, like a red carpet laid out. Yi Qing then let out a soft breath, and then the Red Lotus Emperor appearance slowly disappeared, and the red lotus in Yi Qing's eyes gradually vanished, only the red lotus on his forehead remained, like a brand, looking extremely demonic. The Red Lotus Emperor appearance disappeared, and Yi Qing returned to his normal state. The entire battle lasted less than a minute, but the outcome left everyone shattered and despairing. And Yi Qing's body was still bleeding, his entire being seemed to have exhausted its strength, feeling incredibly light and on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, Black Bone no longer hesitated, directly coming to Yi Qing's side and supporting him, as if afraid Yi Qing would simply fall. And Yi Qing said nothing more. Taking a deep breath and recovering some strength, he looked at the main entrance of the Nine Kings Hall and chuckled, "Finally, I've arrived. Let's go, it's time to deal with these troubles." Afterward, Yi Qing walked on his own, refusing Black Bone's support, leaving bloody footprints with each step, directly arriving at the main entrance of the Nine Kings Hall. At this moment, no one blocked him, and no one dared to block him. And at this moment, at the main entrance of the Nine Kings Hall, there were not only the guards of the Nine Kings Hall but also strong individuals from various factions. However, without exception, no matter who Yi Qing looked at, they lowered their heads. No one dared to meet Yi Qing's gaze at this moment, as if afraid that if Yi Qing was displeased, he would kill them all as well. Yi Qing looked at the many strong individuals watching from the side and chuckled, "Aren't you going to make a move? After the recent great battle, am already at the end of my rope. Killing me now might be the best time." Was it true? Or false? At this moment, Yi Qing's aura was indeed very weak. Although he could still walk independently, everyone could see that Yi Qing seemed to have truly reached his limit. However, to make a move? Making a move now might truly allow them to easily eliminate Yi Qing, as he said, but what if it wasn't true? Was Yi Qing a fool? From the beginning, fighting back and forth with 10 strong individuals on the Tiger ranking, to later fighting so many strong individuals impressively, until finally, Yi Qing directly revealed the Red Lotus Emperor appearance, easily annihilating all his enemies. Yi Qing was constantly refreshing people's understanding. No one knew if Yi Qing still had any hidden cards. Especially now, carrying the terror of having slaughtered numerous strong individuals, with Yi Qing standing here, who would dare to move? Strong individuals on the Tiger ranking and Dragon ranking might not have seen many deaths for years, but ever since Yi Qing appeared, they had fallen in droves. Chapter 848, Deterring the Strong. It sounds unpleasant, but it's all true. Since Mr. Ye's debut, too many strong individuals have died by his hand. You wouldn't know it unless you counted, but if you did, it would scare people to death. Once is an accident, twice is an accident, but 3 or 4 times can't all be accidents, can they? Mr. Yi fought a bloody battle overseas, killed so many strong individuals, yet he returned alive. Naturally, he would be crowned with the title of Quasi-Emperor. Perhaps, some people were still unconvinced before, just like every time, even though Mr. Yi was given enough importance, in reality, time and again, his abilities were still underestimated. But, when today's great battle concludes and the news of Mr. Yi single-handedly killing 10 Tiger ranking level strong individuals and 4 Dragon ranking level strong individuals spreads, will anyone dare to be unconvinced in the future? Putting everything else aside, most of the strong individuals in the underground world are now at the Nine Kings Hall. Almost all of those who are alive witnessed Mr. Yi's battle. Do they dare to be unconvinced? Looking at Mr. Yi, who appeared very weak, as if anyone could easily finish him off. None of the many strong individuals present had any intention of making a move. One reason was that the big bosses and magnates hadn't given the word. They weren't sure if they were truly enemies with Mr. Yi. And even if they weren't sure if now was the time to act. However, more importantly, they simply didn't dare. That's right, they didn't dare. Let alone with Mr. Yi still standing and able to move, even if he were lying on the ground, unable to move, probably few would dare to truly make a move and test whether Mr. Yi was truly finished. The so-called prestige, Mr. Yi, truly carved it out. He carved it out with the lives of so many strong individuals. Looking at Mr. Yi's indifferent expression, the others remained silent. Ice Mountain took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Yi, and smiled. Mr. Yi, we are not enemies. The enemies have all been slain by you. Besides, Mr. Yi's strength is immense and unparalleled. I believe we are no match for you, and none of us wish to court death. A faint smile hung on Ice Mountain's face. He was very wary of Mr. Yi, not only of Mr. Yi's strength but also of his ruthless cunning. Especially looking at the eerie red lotus on Mr. Yi's forehead, Ice Mountain felt his heart inexplicably pound. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Mr. Yi looked at Ice Mountain and said indifferently, I can sense that among the people here, you are the strongest. Who are you? Among strong individuals, there is naturally a sense of connection. Even without revealing their aura, they can still perceive it. Just as now, Mr. Yi stopped directly in front of Ice Mountain and spoke to him, not to anyone else. Ice Mountain chuckled and shook his head. Mr. Yi, you flatter me. I am Ice Mountain. I have some strength, but in front of Mr. Yi, it's not worth mentioning. Moreover, I am definitely not the strongest one. Mr. Yi nodded upon hearing this and said, Ice Mountain, Dragon ranking second. You don't need to belittle yourself. Your strength is very great. Even if I were to make a move against you, I would probably need to expend more effort. These words left Ice Mountain unsure how to respond. On one hand, he was told his strength was great, but on the other, that it would only take a bit more effort to deal with him? It wasn't that he couldn't be dealt with, or that it was impossible to deal with him, just that it would take a bit more effort? So, how much exactly was this bit more effort? Ice Mountain didn't ask, but he already had the answer in his heart. Mr. Yi's power is immense. we, naturally, are no match for you. Mr. Yi, please come in. I believe many people are also looking forward to your arrival. Ice Mountain stepped back, inviting Mr. Yi into the hall. In fact, at this point, no one dared to block Mr. Yi anymore. Whether it was Sima Dishao or Flower King and Sea King, the enemies who had previously tried to intercept Mr. Yi did not represent all of their forces, but at this stage, even if they had many strong individuals left, their numbers were limited. Mr. Yi also had no intention of fighting with these onlookers. He simply led his people directly into the Nine Kings Hall. Upon entering, what caught the eye was not the excellent environment of the Nine Kings Hall, nor how many enemies were still there, but rather, a number of people tied to pillars, looking very conspicuous. Mr. Yi stopped, stood before these people, and looked at those with expressions of grim determination. If he hadn't seen them yesterday, he wouldn't have known who they were. But he knew. These were the guards from the Nine Kings Hall who had stopped Elder Feng yesterday, and who had also been taught a lesson by Ruan Hongxiu. They had wanted to gain favor and elevate their status by humiliating Elder Feng, but they hadn't realized that food must be eaten bite by bite. Eating too much would cause them to choke to death. Mr. Yi had no desire to say more to them. He simply waved his hand and said, "Those who disrespect their superiors and insult the Nine Kings deserve death." After saying this, Mr. Yi walked towards the meeting place. And Black Bone, hearing this, seemed to have received a command. He bowed slightly towards Mr. Yi's retreating figure, then waved his hand and said with extreme indifference, "Execute them all." With Black Bone's command, all the people tied there were killed by Black Bone's subordinates. Outside the Nine Kings Hall, blood formed a red carpet, welcoming Mr. Yi's arrival. And inside the Nine Kings Hall, with a single word from Mr. Yi, blood permeated the air once more. Looking at the retreating figures of Mr. Yi and his group, the strong individuals standing at the main entrance each gasped. Ruthless, truly too ruthless. Mr. Yi, like a harbinger of death, brought death wherever he went. Ice Mountain, are you really not worried? This Mr. Yi is truly so ruthless that it makes one's heart tremble. As soon as these words were spoken, the others nodded in agreement. Mr. Yi's killing intent was too strong, so strong that it made them afraid. Ice Mountain, upon hearing this, looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Is worrying useful? What happens inside the venue is not something we can decide. Besides, apart from those who are already enemies, others will not provoke him without reason. If they were to provoke Mr. Yi upon his entry in this situation, then they would truly be seeking death and couldn't blame anyone else. Let's just pray they don't become enemies with Mr. Yi, otherwise, perhaps it will be our turn soon." Ice Mountain's words made everyone gasp, each filled with worry. Yes, it would be their turn, but would it be their turn to act? Or, like the others, would it be their turn to die? Ice Mountain didn't say, and they didn't ask, but if it truly came to their turn, the probability of death would likely be greater. Meanwhile, inside the venue, the voting was still underway. The battle outside, due to the sealed nature of the venue, did not affect the interior. Otherwise, if the people inside had known, it would have been a complete uproar. Sima Dishao had already made his choice. He would not be the Southwest King, but the Southeast King. And this choice was also what Flower King and Sea King wanted to see. They were all in the same boat now. At this point, wanting to leave themselves some wiggle room would be meaningless. Chapter 849, The Last Chance. Everyone, the voting can begin now. Sima Dishao has chosen the Southeast King's throne, not the Southwest King's, so next, it's time to vote for the Southeast King's position. Everyone present, what needed to be said has been said, and what needed to be done has been done. Now, let's vote properly. Before the voting began, Feng Lao made an effort, even willing to peacefully hand over the Southwest territory, just so that everyone would not be targeted and could survive. He no longer held out hope that Yi Qing would come, but he still wanted to find a way out for those present. Feng Lao would not die. He was already very clear on this. Northeast King Lin, who did not participate in other matters, but he would definitely protect his life. Plus, he still had Wind Dragon, and now Feng Wuan had also returned, so it was unlikely that others would be able to deal with him. However, Ruan Hongxiu would be in great danger. Qiu Yu was eyeing her like a tiger, and would absolutely not let her go. Mad King had also been offended by Ruan Hongxiu, and no one knew how things would develop next. Coupled with Ruan Hongxiu's own personality, which was to submit to no one and fear neither life nor death, there would inevitably be a fierce battle, a life or death struggle. As for Pa Jun and Red Eyes, there was even less to consider. These were Yi Qing's staunch confidants, and others would not let them off. The voting quickly began. Central China King, Flower King, Sea King, including Mad King, all cast their votes, supporting Sima Dishao to become the new Southeast King. At this moment, the outcome was actually already decided. Xiu Yu would naturally vote in support, but Yuan Hongxiu's vote could also be counted even if that vote was annulled. The result was already predetermined. Feng Lao was stripped of his kingship, but even if his vote was added, it would not be enough. At this point, no one was counting the votes of the 18 big shots anymore, because it was no longer necessary. Central China King smiled and said, "It seems the outcome is already decided. Northeast King, will you abstain from this vote?" As a neutral party, and one no one dared to provoke, Northeast King Lin, whose vote was actually very crucial, but he was not participating in these matters today, so no one listened to his opinion. Seeing everyone look at him, Northeast King Lin who smiled and said, "I don't have much presence today. In fact, I don't want this kind of presence. I won't participate in your affairs, but Sima Dishao is a friend of mine. As a friend, I can cast this affirmative vote, but there are some things I still want to say." "Sima, old thief, are you sure you really want to get involved? Are you sure you want this position as Southeast King? It's still not too late to back out now." The relationship between Northeast King Lin Hu and Sima Dishao was indeed good, otherwise, Northeast King would not have said so much to Sima Dishao last night. However, what was the point of saying more? It was useless if he couldn't persuade him. In Lin Hu's opinion, it was perfectly fine for Sima Dishao to honestly remain the capital garrison overlord. His strength and prestige were sufficient, and if things went smoothly, it was not impossible for him to become one of the 9 kings after all. With Lin Hu's support and the tacit approval of others, the possibility was very high. But this time, although it was an opportunity, it was even more of a crisis. This was not a natural succession of the 9 kings, this was someone plotting to seize power. To put it bluntly, this was a life and death war. And war involved casualties taking the wrong path or joining the wrong side. The consequences were unimaginable. Lin Hu originally didn't want to say anything. After all, people had already made their decisions, and if he said more, it would truly be unnecessary and would displease others. But at this moment, Lin Hu wanted to speak. He still wanted Sima Dishao to live. Because, although he hadn't gone out, he saw Sima Dishao's small actions with Sea King and others. After he went out, he knew without asking that something had happened outside. At this time, under these circumstances, what kind of event could make these people's expressions change drastically? And even make them deliberately hide their emotions? Not letting others know? Just thinking about it, he knew that probably the biggest unexpected event had occurred. So, under these circumstances, what would be the biggest unexpected event? Nothing else but Yi Qing. Yi Qing had returned. This was Lin Hu's judgment. Therefore, Lin Hu took the initiative to remind Sima Dishao at this time. Of course, Sima Dishao also knew this news, and was even the first to know, but he still wanted to be the Southeast King. Evidently, he had already made his decision. As expected, Sima Dishao smiled after hearing Lin Hu's words and said, "Northeast King, thank you for the reminder, but things have come to this point, and I have no other choice. I can only be this Southeast King." When Lin Hu heard this and was about to say something more, Flower King smiled and interjected, "Northeast King, this is the voting stage. It's not a question of whether he wants to be the Southeast King, but whether you, Northeast King, want to support him in being one. Saying anything else is meaningless. Besides, Sima Dishao's strength and prestige are sufficient. What's wrong with him being a Southeast King? Or are you, Northeast King, actually interested in this throne?" Flower King and the others had achieved a great victory this time, and they were so excited that they were speaking carelessly. Normally, he wouldn't want to provoke Northeast King Lin Hu for no reason. Indeed, when Lin Hu heard Flower King say that, his expression immediately darkened. Looking at Flower King, Lin Hu said coldly, "Flower King, are you taking advantage of my kindness? I don't care what you want to do, but when I, Lin Hu, am speaking, when is it your turn to criticize? Or do you think you're very powerful now and want to challenge me?" Lin Hu didn't humor Flower King at all, speaking without giving him any face. At this moment, Flower King's expression also turned ugly. but he was also somewhat afraid of Lin Hu and didn't dare to truly conflict with him. It was Central China King who smiled at this moment and said, Northeast King, Flower King didn't mean that, but it is indeed the voting stage now. It's not impossible to back out, of course, but it also depends on Sima Dezhao's wishes, right? After speaking, Central China King looked at Sima Dezhao and smiled. Sima Dezhao, Northeast King is advising you, and we can't say much more, but although the kingship has reached the voting stage, if you want to give up now, it's not impossible. After all, the position of the 9 kings has always been the goal of countless people. If you don't want it, naturally someone will rush to take it. So, you decide for yourself. Decide? What else was there to decide? Only Sima Dezhao himself knew how much he had paid to reach this point, and besides, putting everything else aside, he was already in cahoots with Flower King and Sea King. The news of Yi Qing's return had been revealed, and he had personally sent people to deal with him. At this point, he had no turning back. Chapter 850 Throw You Out. Sima Dezhao looked at Central China King, shook his head, and said, Central China King, what else do I need to decide? Others don't understand, but you know better than anyone that I have no turning back. After speaking, Sima Dezhao looked at Northeast King Lin Hu, his eyes somewhat complex. Finally, he sighed lightly and said, Thank you for Northeast King's kindness. I understand your thoughts, but, as I said, I can't turn back. I am determined to get the position of 9 kings. I know that, according to your idea, as long as I continue to accumulate strength, when the time is right, I will naturally take the position of 9 kings, and with your support, it won't be a big problem. But I can't wait that long. Besides, when that time truly comes, will it necessarily be stable? Compared to the current situation, the future might be even more complicated. So, thank you, but I can only do this. Sima Dezhao was not perfunctory towards Lin Hu. In fact, it was truly the case. He was very clear about how many people would compete for a 9 kings position and how much interest was involved behind it. It was precisely because he was clear that he knew that even if he and Lin Hu joined forces, the chances of winning in the future were not small, but it was only not small. But now it was different. Although many enemies had also appeared, and they were even very strong, there were also more opportunities. At least, the position of Southeast King was absolutely certain for him. Since danger was inevitable sooner or later, why wait until an unknown future time? Of course, if Yi Qing hadn't appeared, it would have been even better, almost a sure thing. Even if some price had to be paid, it wasn't unacceptable. But Yi Qing returned, and this was the biggest variable. However, thinking about the people sent out before, even if they couldn't kill Yi Qing, they should at least be able to seriously injure Yi Qing. In that case, there would be nothing to worry about. Northeast King Lin Hu looked at Sima Dezhao and knew that he couldn't persuade him. The 9 kings was a dream for many people, but for Sima Dezhao, it had even become an obsession. Without becoming a 9 kings, Sima Dezhao would never be content in his life. Sighing, Lin Hu looked at Sima Dezhao and shook his head, saying, Since that's the case, then do as you wish. I've said all I can to persuade you, but take care of yourself. At this point, Lin Hu sighed faintly and said, Perhaps things won't be as smooth as you think. You know what I'm talking about. Sima Dezhao's body trembled upon hearing this. He knew what Lin Hu was talking about. Perhaps he had just realized or guessed that Yi Qing had returned. It could also be because the combined strength of Elder Feng, Ruan Hongxiu, Broken Army, and Red Eyes was still not weak, and subduing them would definitely require a huge price. But there was no other choice, was there? Sima Dezhao nodded and said, I know, so I won't blame anyone. This is my choice. Since things had come to this, there was naturally nothing more to say. Sima Dezhao looked at Central China King, nodded gently, and said, Central China King, you can announce the result now. Indeed, nothing else was needed. At this moment, the voting results could be announced. Central China King nodded as he was about to speak. Broken Army couldn't help but stand up, look at everyone, and say in a deep voice, the position of Southeast King belongs to Mr. Yi. Before, since you were so stubborn, I had nothing to say. However, as Mr. Yi's subordinate, what I can tell you is that whoever dares to sit in this position will be my, Broken Army's, enemy. An irreconcilable enemy, an enemy to the death. At this moment, Red Eyes also stood up, saying angrily, a bunch of bastards. Is Mr. Yi's kingship something you can just give away to others? Alright, since you want to die, I won't say anything else, just try it then. Sima Dezhao, you want to take this kingship, right? Fine, I'd like to see if you have the life to sit on it. Broken Army and Red Eyes could not possibly remain silent, nor could they disregard this matter. This concerned Yi Qing's kingship, Yi Qing's honor and pride, and no one was allowed to destroy it. They couldn't stop anything, they didn't even have the right to vote, but they had their lives. They would use their blood and lives to defend what belonged to Yi Qing. Even if this kingship were truly taken away, they would use the most brutal methods to tell everyone that if they wanted to take it, they would have to pay a price, and they were afraid that this price was something they couldn't afford. What they could do was to make anyone who wanted to seize Yi Qing's kingship think clearly in their hearts whether it was worth it, whether they really wanted it. And Broken Army and Red Eyes' statements caused many people present to change their expressions. Especially Central China King. At this moment, he couldn't help but slam his hand heavily on the table. It was fine if others spoke, he couldn't say much, but Broken Army and Red Eyes, did they really think no one could subdue them? Repeatedly causing trouble, he, Central China King, was not to be trifled with. Presumptuous. Absolutely no manners. Is this how Yi Qing taught you? This is the Nine Kings Council. You two originally didn't even have the qualifications to enter. Now, letting you attend is already giving you immense face. But you keep causing trouble again and again. What do you want to do? Do you really think no one can deal with you? Believe it or not, I'll have someone kill you right now. Central China King was enraged, and he should be. After all, he was presiding over this meeting. At this moment, Sima Dishao looked at Broken Army and Red Eyes and smiled, saying, "So, you mean that as long as I, Sima Dishao, sit in the position of Southeast King, you will kill me, is that right?" Broken Army heard this and nodded indifferently, saying, "It's not that we want to kill you, we want to kill the person sitting in that position. If you don't sit there, then it has nothing to do with us." Hearing this, Sima Dishao smiled and sighed, saying, "So, in the end, you still want to kill me. After all, the one who is about to sit in the Southeast King's position is none other than me. But I must sit in this position, so you don't need to say anything more. If you want to kill me, wait until the meeting is over, then let's see what you can do." After speaking, Sima Dishao stopped talking. The meaning was clear, he would not give up. Even if it meant adding Broken Army and Red Eyes, two people who would definitely kill him, he would not give up. At this moment, Central China King knocked on the table and said indifferently, "All right, the farce should end now. Broken Army, Red Eyes, you two are truly courting death. Do you think you can act wildly here just because you have some ability? Simply foolish beyond measure. If I weren't giving you some face, and giving Yi Qing some face, I would have someone seize you right now and throw you out." However, at this very moment, the door to the conference room was suddenly knocked open directly. Several guards outside the conference room flew backward into the conference room, spitting blood. And an indifferent voice reached everyone's ears. "In that case, should I thank you for saving me face?" Chapter 851 Yi Qing, here we are. This sudden turn of events was completely unexpected by everyone. This was where Nine Kings held meetings, and the strictness of the rules and the intensity of the security were imaginable. If Sima Dishao's subordinates had run in, it would have been understandable. After all, this place was already under Sima Dishao's control, and the guards were all Sima's people. However, for the conference room to be barged into like this, and with people getting injured, was something that had never happened before. After all, this was Nine Kings Hall, and it was the time when Nine Kings was holding a meeting. To put it bluntly, countless powerful individuals were gathered at Nine Kings Hall right now. If someone really tried to cause trouble here, they would have been dealt with long ago. But now, the facts were laid out before them, people were indeed sent flying backward, spitting blood. And all of this, it seemed, was no longer important. What was important was the person who spoke, and the content of what he said. There was no need for anyone to recognize Yi Qing, just based on that sentence, they knew who it was. At this moment, everyone's expressions in the hall changed. Yi Qing is here. For people like Flower King and Sea King, who had known about Yi Qing's arrival in advance and sent people to ambush him, their faces were the most unsightly at this moment, because Yi Qing's presence in this place meant their ambush had failed. So many powerful individuals, yet they still couldn't stop Yi Qing. It was simply unbelievable. As for Northeast King Linhu, who had guessed but taken no action, he frowned slightly at this moment but said nothing and showed nothing, acting more like an outsider. On the other hand, Elder Feng, Ruan Hongxiu, Pujuan, and Red Eyes all stood up excitedly at this moment, their faces filled with pleasant surprise, looking towards the main entrance, anticipating Yi Qing's arrival. And in fact, Yi Qing quickly entered the conference room, his clothes already somewhat tattered, and through them, his bruised and scarred body could be seen coupled with the unclean blood on Yi Qing's face. Anyone could tell at a glance that Yi Qing had fought his way in. All the way here, Yi Qing was bruised and battered, covered in wounds. His pale face looked very weak, yet at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yi Qing. And Yi Qing, with a calm expression, walked into the conference room. Haha, why is no one answering me? Just now, who said they would give me face? I want to see what kind of face you gave me, exactly. As Yi Qing spoke, he stood at the main entrance, his gaze sweeping around. He seemed to be looking for the person who had spoken so arrogantly earlier. However, at this moment, no one answered Yi Qing, they were all still in shock. They didn't actually know Yi Qing, only a few people present had ever seen Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, you're back. Pujuan and Red Eyes couldn't help but go directly to Yi Qing, both surprised and worried, constantly checking Yi Qing's injuries, the killing intent in their eyes terrifyingly strong. Mr. Yi, why do you have so many injuries? And they're all new. Did someone try to kill you on your way here? Yi Qing heard this, smiled and nodded, saying, they're just minor injuries, nothing serious. However, they did cause me a considerable amount of harm. I think if any more powerful individuals were to attack now, I probably wouldn't be able to handle them. As he spoke, Yi Qing glanced around, his meaning making it even harder for people to figure out whether Yi Qing was truly gravely injured and powerless, or if he was deliberately saying this to provoke others into attacking him. And Red Eyes, at this moment, couldn't control his anger and roared, damn bastards. Who did this? I'm going to tear them all to pieces. Yi Qing patted Red Eyes' shoulder and smiled, alright, aren't I fine? But seeing your murderous aura, you've probably been holding it in for a while and taking a lot of abuse, but don't worry, there will be a time for you to vent. After speaking with Pujuan and Red Eyes, Yi Qing looked at Elder Feng and Ruan Hongxiu. Elder Feng's expression was also very emotional at this time, similar to when Feng Wuhan arrived. But amidst the excitement, there was also some worry and a sigh. Yi Qing, you survived. I knew you would definitely survive. Good, this is the best outcome, very good. Elder Feng held Yi Qing's hand, too excited to know what to say. And Yi Qing looked at Elder Feng, revealing a smile, saying, yes, Elder Feng, I survived. However, at this point, Yi Qing said with some emotion, it's just that I still feel a bit apologetic to Elder Feng. Southwest's elites followed me to fight overseas, but I couldn't bring them all back. Elder Feng, for this, I am very sorry. When Yi Qing went overseas to fight, the Feng family provided thousands of elites, and Wind Dragon even personally followed him into battle. That battle belonged to Yi Qing, but at the same time, it also belonged to the Feng family. However, many people went overseas to fight, but very few ultimately survived. Even if Elder Feng didn't blame him, even if everyone knew that in such a battlefield, deaths were inevitable, Yi Qing still felt some regret in his heart. Hearing Yi Qing say this, Elder Feng also sighed. They were all his elite subordinates, people who had followed the Feng family through life and death. Now, having lost so many, it would be a lie to say that Elder Feng felt no sadness at all. But, people's deaths can also be for a worthy cause. Those elites, whether for the stability of the border or for revenge, their deaths were valuable. Looking at Yi Qing, Elder Feng sighed and said, Mr. Yi, this matter will forever stay in my heart, but their deaths are not your fault. Moreover, they died for a worthy cause, they are heroes. What's more, in that situation, it was almost a certain death, yet Mr. Yi still disregarded his own safety and fought without hesitation. It was worth it for them to fight alongside Mr. Yi. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Mr. Yi, are you alright? I'll have someone find a doctor to treat your injuries right away. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, thank you for your understanding, Elder Feng, and thank you for your concern. These minor injuries are nothing serious, they won't affect anything. Elder Feng, we can reminisce later after I've chatted with you all. It's time to talk about serious matters with them. After speaking, Yi Qing did not immediately speak to others but looked at Ruan Hongxiu. Looking at this person who, after he called her sister, went overseas to help him regardless of the danger, Yi Qing was truly deeply moved. He was Yi Qing, not Ruan Shang, Ruan Hongxiu knew this better than anyone. He was not Ruan Hongxiu's younger brother, but it had to be said that Ruan Hongxiu treated him like her own younger brother. In fact, many people wouldn't even face danger or go to their deaths for their own biological brothers. But Ruan Hongxiu did. Just for this, Yi Qing recognized this sister. Chapter 852, Just Be Alive. Sister Hongxiu, I won't say anything more. No amount of words can express how I feel. I'll just say one thing. You are my sister from now on. Even if you don't acknowledge me, I will acknowledge you. Yi Qing actually had a lot he wanted to say, and he could have said it, but at this moment, he chose to say only this one sentence. In fact, only this one sentence was needed. Between siblings, many things don't need to be so calculated. And Ruan Hongxiu, upon seeing Yi Qing, was actually very excited. After all, it wasn't just about personal feelings. Yi Qing being alive was also a great help to them now. They were all ordinary people, who wouldn't have some personal thoughts? Hearing Yi Qing call her sister, hearing Yi Qing say that from then on, she would be his sister, Ruan Hongxiu finally smiled. Yi Qing, it's good that you're back alive. Nothing else matters. Yi Qing nodded at her words, but then smiled and said, it may not matter, but since Sister Hongxiu and Elder Feng helped me so much and were targeted for it, some things that should be taken seriously still need to be taken seriously. Don't worry, Sister Hongxiu, I know how much you've sacrificed for me, and I know you've been wrong during this time. It's okay, I'm back now, and I will get back everything for you. Ruan Hongxiu heard him and wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. However, there was one thing she always kept in her heart and couldn't forget. That was, when she was in danger, someone saved her. And the person who saved her was planning to look for Yi Qing. With Ruan Hongxiu's personality, she couldn't possibly treat a life-saving grace lightly. Yi Qing, let me ask you, have you seen someone completely shrouded in a cloak? She saved me. Is she okay? Yi Qing naturally knew who Ruan Hongxiu was talking about. Someone completely shrouded in a cloak, appearing on the battlefield and helping them. Who else could it be but Bai Ruoruo? Although he could no longer recognize Bai Ruoruo's appearance, that was still Bai Ruoruo. It was just that Bai Ruoruo was already unconscious at this moment, and Yi Qing temporarily had no solution, but he would definitely heal Bai Ruoruo in the current situation. Letting Bai Ruoruo rest was also good. She is severely injured and unconscious, but there is no danger to her life. Don't worry, Sister Hongxiu, I will wake her up. She will be fine. Ruan Hongxiu felt much relieved upon hearing this under those circumstances, especially hearing that Yi Qing might have died. Coupled with the news of the big explosion, Ruan Hongxiu had actually lost almost all hope. If Bai Ruoruo hadn't appeared on Yi Qing's battlefield, it would have been one thing, but if she had, she probably wouldn't have changed the outcome and would have been at high risk of falling herself. Now that Yi Qing said she was still alive, that was enough. As long as she was alive, there was still hope for everything. Good, it's good that she's alive. The rest can be taken slowly. She is my savior. When I see her later, I must thank her properly. No, thanks aren't enough to express how I feel. In short, it's good that she's alive. Yes, it's good to be alive. If you are alive, everything has hope. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, Bai Ruoruo's image also appearing in his mind. It was good to be alive, but who exactly turned Bai Ruoruo into her current state? Neither human nor ghost, with those scars all over her body, and the despair and struggle in her eyes, Yi Qing couldn't imagine what kind of suffering Bai Ruoruo had endured to become like this. Moreover, her increase in strength was also extremely terrifying. One should know that Bai Ruoruo was just an ordinary person before. To possess such strength in such a short period of time, many things already didn't need to be said. No matter what Bai Ruoruo had done in the past, she was Yi Qing's savior before, and counting this time, Yi Qing owed Bai Ruoruo another life, or even more than one. Just for Bai Ruoruo becoming like this for Yi Qing, enduring this pain, this favor was heavier than mountains and deeper than oceans. How could it ever be repaid? Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent flashed in Yi Qing's heart, an intent so heavy it could shatter the heavens and crack the earth. The suffering Bai Ruoruo had endured, he would definitely get it back tenfold, 100-fold. At this moment, Elder Feng had already pulled Feng Wuhan to his side and, looking at Yi Qing, smiled and said, Yi Qing, let me introduce someone to you, my grandson, Feng Wuhan. As you know, he hasn't been home for many years, but now he's back. Young Master Feng held a very important place in Elder Feng's heart. Elder Feng had never considered anyone else for the position of Feng family head, or even Southwest King. Even at the most dangerous times, Elder Feng said he would bring Feng Wuhan back to take charge of the overall situation. From this point, one could see Elder Feng's favoritism towards Feng Wuhan. In fact, it wasn't just favoritism now that Feng Wuhan was back. He possessed extraordinary strength and had also become Old Chen's grandson-in-law, serving as a capital envoy at this meeting. All of this proved that Elder Feng's trust in Feng Wuhan was not misplaced, nor was his favoritism. Today, if Feng Wuhan hadn't returned, Elder Feng probably wouldn't have been so calm. Many people would have targeted him, talking about so-called abdicating the throne and enjoying his golden years, or preserving his life and wealth. Even if there was such a possibility, it wouldn't have been obtained so easily. The reason these people changed their attitudes was all because of Feng Wuhan. He hadn't failed Elder Feng's hopes, and Elder Feng was very pleased. Therefore, at this moment, Elder Feng immediately pulled Feng Wuhan over to introduce him to Yi Qing. After all, in Elder Feng's eyes, Yi Qing could no longer be described merely as a young talent. He was a true supreme expert, a celestial giant with immense power and terrifying methods. Just by Yi Qing being alive this time, from now on, it would be truly difficult for anyone who wanted to kill him. Yi Qing looked at the pride in Elder Feng's eyes, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, "I've heard young Master Feng's name for a long time. Now that you're back, spend some good time with Elder Feng." Feng Wuhan was also a proud person, and he had the capital to be proud. However, looking at the scarred Yi Qing, and the calm and confident look in Yi Qing's eyes, Feng Wuhan knew that Yi Qing was not simple. And he was no match for Yi Qing. This was a feeling one could perceive without even having to fight. I have also heard of Mr. Yi's great name for a long time. I originally thought I might not have the chance to communicate with Mr. Yi again, but now that Mr. Yi has returned, I can certainly seek some guidance. Yi Qing chuckled at his words and said, "Let's talk about whatever you want after we've finished dealing with things here. I see they're all getting impatient. Good, the sooner we deal with it, the sooner we can drink together." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Central China King, the Sea King, and others, and said calmly, "Did you not hear what I just said? Who was it who wanted to throw my subordinate out and said it was giving me face? Is my, Yi Qing's, face so precious? Come, I'm here now. Let's see how much face I really have." Chapter 853. You are so outrageous. At this moment, Central China King and the others all had extremely grim expressions. They all knew the news of Yi Qing's return, so they immediately dispatched their strongest subordinates to kill Yi Qing. Their combined strength was unparalleled. However, although Yi Qing was covered in injuries, he survived, and moreover, he walked here alive. What that represented was already self-evident. Terror, absolute terror, a terror beyond imagination. At this moment, even if Yi Qing didn't speak, everyone knew that Yi Qing wouldn't just pretend nothing had happened. If he did, that would truly be a joke. Central China King, at this moment, put away his thoughts, slowly stood up, looked at Yi Qing, and said, "Mr. Yi is back, huh? It's good he's back, it's very good. What is more important than being alive? Mr. Yi went overseas and enhanced the prestige of our underground world of Dragon Country. This is a good thing, a great good thing. As for what was just said, it was merely a joke. Mr. Yi, you wouldn't take it seriously, would you?" Central China King took the initiative to speak at this time. Silence was useless. The words just now were spoken by him. If he remained silent, someone would still tell Yi Qing the situation, and he would lose face for no reason. Rather than that, it was better to speak directly. Regardless of whether he was cowardly or not, if he greeted him with a smile, Yi Qing wouldn't hold it against him, right? However, he overestimated Yi Qing's magnanimity and underestimated Yi Qing's anger. Looking at Central China King, Yi Qing spoke lightly, "Oh? A joke? Then this joke needs to be told well, but besides jokes, is there nothing else? Who are you?" Central China King heard this, looked at Yi Qing and smiled. "I am Central China King, one of the 9 kings, and also the host of this meeting. Mr. Yi, it was just a joke. There's no need to dwell on it too much. Besides, given our statuses in this occasion, your subordinates repeatedly spoke disrespectfully as the host of the meeting. Is there any problem with me reprimanding them a few times? After all, according to the rules, they actually don't even have the qualifications to attend the meeting. However, out of respect for Mr. Yi, we still allowed them to be present. This has already broken the rules. But they kept causing trouble. I think if it were Mr. Yi, he wouldn't be happy either, would he?" Central China King felt that what he said was correct, and everything he said was the truth. The highest level meeting among the 9 kings was not something just anyone could attend, and even being present was not something just anyone could do this time. Allowing Pejun and Red Eyes into the 9 kings hall to be present at the meeting truly broke the rules. Moreover, what he said was not wrong. Those present were either the 9 kings or the 18 big shots with them all there. Pejun and Red Eyes were only present at the meeting and had no right to speak at all. If they insisted on making trouble, that was breaking the rules. When breaking the rules, anyone present had higher status and position than them who could find fault with a few reprimands? Yi Qing heard this, nodded, and said, "Indeed, very well said. They are only here to be present at the meeting. What right do they have to speak?" Central China King, right? Very good. You are the host of the meeting? That's even better. As for me, I know today is the day the 9 Kings Council is held, so I came. Since that's the case, then, let's begin the meeting. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Still holding a meeting? Do not cause trouble? Just hold a meeting? Or is holding a meeting causing trouble? Now that Yi Qing had come knocking, he didn't mention a single word about the previous ambush and battle. What did this mean? Central China King smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Yi, the meeting has actually already concluded. Even if you hadn't come in, we were preparing to adjourn. After all the scheduled agendas have been completed." What he said was not wrong. This meeting had 3 agendas, and by now, all of them had actually been completed. The meeting could be adjourned. However, it would have been fine if Yi Qing hadn't come, but now that Yi Qing had arrived, could they still just adjourn the meeting as they pleased? Then what was the point of him rushing over so painstakingly? Looking at Central China King, Yi Qing spoke lightly. "Oh? Adjourned? I haven't even arrived in person and haven't cast my vote. What meeting is being adjourned? Also, what were the 3 agendas you conducted? Tell me about them. I think I should have the right to know, right?" What he said was not wrong. Yi Qing was still alive and was one of the 9 kings. He truly had the right to know these things. However, the key issue was that no one wanted to continue now. This Yi Qing was clearly going to cause trouble, and if they continued to follow Yi Qing's wishes, there would only be more problems. Central China King looked at Yi Qing, chuckled and shook his head. "Mr. Yi, of course you have the right to know these things. Look, Pejun and Red Eyes were both present at the meeting, so I think you can let them tell you the results of the meeting. As for us, we will leave first. After all, the meeting is over." After speaking, Central China King looked at everyone and smiled. "Everyone, I think there's no need for us to stay here any longer, right? Let's adjourn." Hearing Central China King say to adjourn and that everyone could leave, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Flower King and Sea King and the others. They were extremely anxious in their hearts. There was no helping it. Even though Yi Qing appeared very weak now, no one could deny that he was a great killer, and no one could guarantee what he would do next. At this time, staying in the 9 Kings Hall and facing Yi Qing was an extremely dangerous thing. However, looking at the people preparing to leave, Yi Qing stood at the door and chuckled. "Pejun, Red Eyes, guard the door well. Without my command, whoever dares to trespass will be killed without mercy." The soft phrase, "killed without mercy," was filled with murderous intent, making everyone present's expressions turn extremely grim. The 9 kings were holding a meeting, the 18 big shots were holding a meeting, and someone actually blocked the door, saying that if they didn't listen to him, they would be killed without mercy? This was something that had never happened before. This was simply not putting the 9 kings and these big shots in his eyes. At this moment, many people were enraged. Especially Central China King. He slammed the table heavily, looked at Yi Qing and angrily said, "Yi Qing, what do you want to do? What do you mean, whoever dares to trespass will be killed without mercy? The meeting is over, you're blocking the door and not letting everyone leave, and you even want to kill everyone. You are simply outrageous. Leave immediately, and I'll pretend you didn't say those words. Otherwise, this is 9 Kings Hall, it's not your place to act wildly." Central China King angrily rebuked Yi Qing. At this moment, he was truly enraged. After so many years, he had never heard of such an overbearing thing. Back then, when the Heavenly King dominated the 9 kings, he wasn't this arrogant and tyrannical. Yi Qing simply didn't put anyone in his eyes. Chapter 854, Coming in Blood. It wasn't that Central China King wanted to take the lead, rather, he had to take the lead. There was no room for reconciliation between him and Yi Qing, especially since he had already been involved in so much. At this, Flower King said with a smile, Mr. Yi's temper is truly startling. One who doesn't know might think Mr. Yi isn't a 9 kings, but an emperor. However, Mr. Yi, are you perhaps looking down too much on so many of us present? You haven't put us 9 kings in your eyes, nor these overlords, nor the capital envoy. Mr. Yi, could it be that your brain injury is too severe, and you haven't rested well until now? Otherwise, perhaps it's better to go back and recover soon. Flower King's words weren't truly instigation because what Yi Qing was doing and saying truly showed no regard for anyone present, granting no one face. Therefore, as soon as he spoke, many people in the room became increasingly displeased. No other reason, they were all influential figures, and Yi Qing was simply too much. Sea King also spoke indifferently at this time. Flower King is right. Mr. Yi has been through a series of major battles and has been recuperating for a month, so he must be severely injured, which led to this behavior today. However, we can all understand, so we're not angry, but, Mr. Yi, don't go too far. Everyone present, even if you don't know them, are considered your seniors yet. You seem to show little respect for your seniors. Mr. Yi, we know you are arrogant and domineering, having caused countless deaths since your debut, but this is 9 Kings Hall, not somewhere else. Don't lift a rock only to drop it on your own foot. There was animosity between Sea King and Yi Qing. His seemingly impolite words today actually showed a lot of restraint. Otherwise, with Sea King's temper, he would have already started fighting Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the crowd, not angered, and smiled, saying, whether my injuries are severe or not, you don't need to worry. However, after arriving in Paidu, I truly went on a killing spree. I killed until blood flowed like a river, creating a red carpet, and I walked here on that red carpet. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Sima Deshao and said indifferently, you are the capital garrison overlord. Most of those people were your subordinates. Are you heartbroken that they died? Of course, if you want revenge, you can do so anytime. After all, I don't intend to let the matter of being ambushed by 10 tiger ranking strong practitioners and 4 dragon ranking strong practitioners outside just now go. As soon as these words were spoken, those in the room who didn't know the situation instantly looked at Yi Qing. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. What did it mean, ambushed by 10 tiger ranking strong practitioners and 4 dragon ranking strong practitioners? They had thought Yi Qing was merely ambushed by some of Sima Dejiao's subordinates. In that case, with Yi Qing's strength, breaking in would be a natural occurrence, nothing to be surprised about. But, if it was as Yi Qing said, and in the end, there were 14 strong practitioners ambushing him, then that was truly terrifying. At this moment, many people's eyes instantly lit up as they looked at Sima Dejiao and his group. This reminded them of what happened before. They must have received news in advance, which is why they sent people to ambush him. Moreover, they did not let their guard down, sending so many strong practitioners, yet unexpectedly, Yi Qing still managed to break in. Elder Feng's face changed, and he angrily said, this is outrageous. Mr. Yi fought a bloody battle overseas, and after returning to the country, he actually encountered such an ambush. Damn it, absolutely damn it. Ruan Hongxiu's face also turned extremely cold, and she swept her gaze over some people, sneering, good, so you've all decided to lose face, haven't you? Then, let's all lose face. We might as well all die. Pajuan and Red Eyes were even more enraged, wishing they could strike down their enemies right now. However, Yi Qing remained calm, smiling, and said, it doesn't matter. Am I not standing here perfectly fine? Aside from being severely injured and losing some combat power, I am at least alive, and they are all dead. They are all dead. Yi Qing's single sentence shocked everyone once again. So many strong practitioners ambushed Yi Qing, yet Yi Qing could still be alive and standing perfectly fine. To what terrifying extent was Yi Qing's strength? It was already unimaginable. If some people still doubted Yi Qing's strength during the bloody battle overseas, then now, there seemed to be no need for any doubt. In the bloody battle overseas, 5 dragon ranking strong practitioners ambushed Yi Qing, but their strength might not have been truly stronger than those who ambushed Yi Qing just now. If anyone at that time thought Yi Qing might have survived due to some fluke, then this time, do they still need to doubt Yi Qing? Just thinking about it felt terrifying. From beginning to end, how many strong practitioners had died at Yi Qing's hands? Yi Qing alone had killed more strong practitioners than had died in the past 10 or even 20 years. No wonder he was so arrogant. Yi Qing had the capital to be arrogant. Yi Qing looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "Alright, no more nonsense since I've arrived, this meeting is not over. As for what the agenda was just now, I will inquire. You can also discuss whether the meeting should continue. Of course, if it doesn't continue, then, let's just consider it restarting, after all, I'm here." After speaking, Yi Qing ignored everyone and walked directly with Ruan Hongxiu, Elder Feng, and the others to the sofa in the corner of the meeting room, where they began to chat. Meanwhile, the faces of Central China King, Flower King, and others were extremely grim. Yi Qing had arrived alive and had killed their subordinates, leaving them like amputees. This made it impossible for them not to be angry. However, no matter how angry they were, they had to suppress it at this moment. Central China King and a few others exchanged glances, seeing the anger in each other's eyes. What should we do? Should we gather people now to kill Yi Qing? Central China King spoke, and his first words were to gather people to kill Yi Qing. The strong practitioners who died earlier could be described as their right-hand men, or even their strongest combat forces, but this didn't mean they had no other subordinates. If they truly united to ambush Yi Qing, it might not be impossible. Flower King frowned upon hearing this, and said in a deep voice, "Ambush Yi Qing? Didn't we already do that? If we're going to ambush him again now, how will we do it? Our strength is too depleted, we can't deal with him for now. Moreover, can we even ambush him now? Before, no one else knew Yi Qing had returned, only we did, so we could act. But now, how can we act? Ruan Hongxiu's side will absolutely not stand idly by. Prejuan and Red Eyes are right here, and Elder Feng and Feng Wuan will also not just watch. So now, there is no longer this opportunity. Unless, we go to full-scale war. But full-scale war, at this moment, we might not be their match. Damn it, are those people all useless? How did they let Yi Qing get here alive? The more Flower King spoke, the more he felt a sense of despair. How did a perfectly good situation turn into this? Yi Qing was said to have no combat power, but who would believe that? If Yi Qing was severely injured and controlled by their people, that would be a different situation, but that wasn't the case now. Chapter 855, all parties are trying to win over. It wasn't just Flower King who was anxious at this moment. Sea King and Central China King weren't much better. Yi Qing's return had disrupted their plans. Sea King gritted his teeth and said, "If he comes, what can he do? This is the Nine Kings Council, not a place for Yi Qing to run wild. There's nothing to fear unless Yi Qing wants to be an enemy to everyone. He'll know what he should do. At least, at this moment, whatever grievances he has, he must endure them. Moreover, the resolution of the meeting has just been passed. He, Yi Qing, is no longer the Southeast King. What right does he have to criticize here? As long as we are firm, are we afraid he will turn the world upside down?" Central China King nodded upon hearing this and said, "That's right. With the three of us combined, plus Mad King, our strength here is the strongest. Even if Yi Qing has immense dissatisfaction, he must endure it." After speaking, Central China King looked at Sima Deshao and said, "Sima Deshao, among us, you have the best relationship with Northeast King. We can ignore the others, but Northeast King must at least remain neutral. Even if he cannot stand with us, I'll have to trouble you with this." Sima Deshao's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing this, then he sighed and said, "My relationship with Northeast King is good, but you've also seen that Northeast King might not get involved, and it's even less likely he'll become an enemy of Yi Qing after all. Yi Qing still has Elder Feng on his side, and Lin, whose relationship with Elder Feng is also good. However, I can go and talk to him, but Mad King, there's no problem there, right? Don't let any more trouble arise." Central China King heard this and said solemnly, "It's enough if Northeast King remains neutral. We don't expect anything else. As for Mad King, we'll talk to him in a bit. Don't worry, even if he wants to cause trouble, he'll only cause trouble with Yi Qing. Don't forget, the main reason Mad King and Ruan Hongxiu had such a conflict earlier was actually because of Yi Qing. Now that Yi Qing is back, you've seen how happy Ruan Hongxiu is, and you've also seen Mad King's expression. So, the most angry person is Mad King." Upon hearing this, the others nodded one after another. Indeed, Mad King's expression at the moment was very unpleasant. Mad King's feelings for Ruan Hongxiu, at this moment, had ironically become a good thing that could make Mad King fall out with Yi Qing. Then let's not delay, let's start acting. In short, just one thing, perhaps we can't kill Yi Qing today, but the resolution formed at this meeting cannot change. Even if Yi Qing comes back, he must give up the position of Southeast King, Southwest King, and Yuan Hongshou's positions must also be given up. This is our ultimate goal. As long as this is achieved, everything else is easy to discuss. Several people nodded upon hearing this. For them, killing Yi Qing was naturally the best solution, but if they couldn't kill him, they had to strip him of his kingship. They wanted to obtain their own interests and gain legitimacy in the name of righteousness. As for reconciliation, there was no need to think about it, not to mention that they were actually involved in the overseas battle. Just this time's attempt to encircle and kill Yi Qing and prevent him from coming to Nine Kings Hall was already an irreconcilable enmity. They might be willing to reconcile, but Yi Qing would definitely not be. Just by looking at Yi Qing's ruthless and vengeful methods since his debut, one could tell what kind of person he was. Soon, Sima Dishao went to talk to Northeast King Lin Hu about this matter, while Flower King and Sea King also called Mad King over. Looking at Mad King's furious expression, they all breathed a sigh of relief and their hearts' anger was good. They were only afraid that Mad King would chicken out. Mad King, what do you think? Mad King said coldly upon hearing this. What do you mean, what do I think? What am I supposed to think? Central China King sighed and said, now that Yi Qing is back, don't you have any thoughts? He's not back to be friendly with everyone, he's definitely going to retaliate, and if he finds out about your situation just now, he won't let you off. It was instigation, but it was also the truth. The most crucial thing was that Mad King truly fell for it. After Central China King finished speaking, Mad King immediately said coldly, not let me off? I haven't even said I won't let him off. Fine, if he wants to attack me, let him come. If I, Mad King, even frown, I'm not Mad King. I'd like to see how ruthless Yi Qing really is, and why Yuan Hongshou is so good to him. Central China King quickly said, Mad King, we're just discussing how to respond, not intending to act. If you have such a thought, then forget it. After all, we all know how terrifying Yi Qing's strength is at this moment. If we go against Yi Qing, we'll be the ones to suffer. Especially you, Mad King. If you can't, just bear with it, otherwise, you'll really suffer a great loss. Was this meant to make Mad King endure? If they truly wanted Mad King to endure, they wouldn't have spoken like this now. As expected, after Central China King said this, Mad King was filled with rage, almost exploding. Endure my ass. Can he kill me or something? I, Mad King, have been rampant for so many years. Do you really think I'm a pushover? If you're not convinced, let's fight. If I can't kill him, I'll slaughter him. Alright, you don't need to pretend to be good people here. In short, if he dares to trouble me, I will absolutely not let him off, that's it. After speaking, Mad King ignored Central China King and the others and directly returned to his seat. Central China King, Flower King, and Sea King exchanged glances, all revealing smiles. It was enough. At this moment, Sima Dishao was trying to persuade Northeast King Lin Hu. Among all the people present, Northeast King Lin Hu's strength could be said to be the strongest. As long as Northeast King stood with them, they really wouldn't be afraid of Yi Qing. So at this moment, even though Sima Dishao knew that Lin Hu's greatest possibility was to remain neutral and not care about anyone, he still tried to persuade him. Lin Hu, can't I just beg you? You can't just watch me die, can you? Yi Qing won't let me off, and I must obtain the kingship, you know, I have no choice. At this moment, Sima Dishao no longer had his spirited demeanor, all he had was helplessness and unwillingness. If Yi Qing hadn't returned, he would already be the Southeast King by now. But now, not only might he not be able to become the Southeast King, he couldn't even guarantee his own life. Who wouldn't feel helpless and unwilling in his situation? Lin Hu looked at Sima Dishao and sighed, saying, I've asked you more than once if you regretted it, and I've told you more than once that this path isn't so easy to walk. Especially mixing with Sea King and Flower King, what good can come of it? I told you to wait, that your position would come sooner or later, but you just wouldn't listen. Now, what do you want me to do? Become an enemy of Yi Qing for your sake? Are you sure I'm his match? At this moment, Lin Hu's expression was indifferent, seemingly without much dissatisfaction towards Sima Dishao. But his words were already filled with displeasure. Chapter 856, Not the King Anymore? Is being an enemy of Yi Qing just talk? Is Yi Qing that easy to provoke? Northeast King Lin, who was not a fool, setting aside his achievements in the overseas battle, just consider the previous incident where 14 strong cultivators surrounded and killed Yi Qing. That was no joke, it was a real, life-or-death struggle. However, the fact that Yi Qing ultimately survived has already proven many things. At the very least, Lin Hu believes he couldn't have done it. Facing the same encirclement, even if Lin Hu survived, he would likely be severely injured. Sima Dishao looked at Lin Hu and gritted his teeth, saying, Yi Qing acts against the norm and is arrogant and overbearing, he will not come to a good end. But he won't let anyone else have an easy time either. Lin Hu, you've seen it, ever since he walked in, he hasn't put anyone in his eyes. He is 100 times more arrogant than Mad King. If such a person doesn't die or isn't subdued, no one else will have good days in the future. Lin Hu, you are the strongest among the 9 kings. If he wants to suppress everyone, he will definitely target you. It's useless even if you stay out of it. Instead of letting him defeat us one by one, why don't we strike first and gain the upper hand? Taking advantage of this moment, you, I, Zhou, Central China King, Flower King, and Sea King, let's all join forces. We won't have trouble dealing with Yi Qing. Don't hesitate, join us. As long as Yi Qing is dealt with, this world will still be our world. At this moment, Sima Dishao truly disregarded everything, but what he said actually made a lot of sense. No one fighting alone would likely be Yi Qing's opponent, but the strength of joining forces is not weak at all. However, Northeast King Lin Hu had no interest in hearing any of this. Not only that, but he frowned slightly, looked at Sima Dishao, and clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. Sima Rani, why do you insist on dragging me into this? If Yi Qing is arrogant, let him be arrogant. If he doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke him. I'll just maintain my neutrality. What can he do to me? Isn't Mad King arrogant? I'm still too lazy to deal with him. I'm actually very easy to get along with, but I'm not stupid or foolish. Sima Rani, we are friends, but if you don't want to be this friend, that's fine too. Do you have to treat me like an idiot? Do you have to make me your tool? Enough, don't say any more. I won't participate in your affairs. Before, Lin Hu used to call Sima Dishao Sima Old Thief, but now he directly called Sima Dishao by his name, clearly indicating that dissatisfaction had arisen in his heart. Lin Hu, I didn't mean that. I didn't intend to use you as a tool. Listen to my explanation. Sima Dishao also grew anxious and quickly spoke, wanting to explain. However, Lin Hu shook his head and said, there's no need to say anything more, Sima Rani. If you truly still consider us friends, then, there's nothing more to say. I will not stand with you all. Flower King, Sea King, Zhou, Central China King, look at the people you're cooperating with. Handle your own affairs yourselves. Don't even think about using me. Also, I can tell you that I won't help anyone. I'll remain neutral. As for anything else, I can't help. You're on your own. Good luck. After Lin Hu finished speaking, he stopped talking, his eyes cold, clearly indicating that he didn't want to continue speaking with Sima Dishao. At this moment, Sima Dishao also knew that more words were useless, and to receive a promise of neutrality from Lin Hu, for him, the mission was already accomplished. As long as Lin Hu didn't stand with Yi Qing and his allies, it was already a very good outcome. Sighing lightly, Sima Dishao revealed a bitter smile and said, perhaps, I really did take the wrong path, but since it's already like this, I have nothing more to say. Lin Hu, I have no choice. But please believe that I truly consider you a friend. After speaking, Sima Dishao sighed and turned to leave. His figure was somewhat desolate. However, Lin Hu frowned slightly and said nothing. At this moment, on Yi Qing's side, Elder Feng and Wan Hongxiu were telling Yi Qing everything that had happened before. This included all the decisions, and also who was allied with whom. Yi Qing listened quietly, without expressing any emotion, until everything was said. Yi Qing then spoke softly, so, in fact, the three of us have all been stripped of our kingships now? Elder Feng is no longer Southwest King, Sister Hongxiu is no longer the Queen, and I am no longer Southeast King? After Yi Qing spoke, he unconsciously laughed, feeling that it was a bit ridiculous. Although it was unknown what Yi Qing was thinking at the moment, that's how things were, there was nothing wrong with it. Elder Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, strictly speaking, the three of us are truly no longer among the 9 kings after all, the resolution has already passed." Thinking of this, Elder Feng shook his head and sighed, "It's fine for us, if we've lost our kingships, then so be it after all, we've been among the 9 kings for so many years, but for you, perhaps there's still a way. It can't be that the position of Southeast King hasn't even been sat in for a day, and it's already been taken away, that truly wouldn't make sense." Ruan Hongxiu also nodded upon hearing this and said, "Yi Qing, don't worry, you're back, and with us, they wouldn't dare say much. 2 kingships stripped is enough for them. If they insist on stripping yours too, then we don't need to give them any face. Whatever you say to do, we'll do." I think they know what they should do. At this time, Elder Feng and Ruan Hongxiu weren't thinking about their own kingships, they were thinking that Yi Qing's return could ensure the position of Southeast King remained. Although they had lost their kingships, their strength remained, and Yi Qing had returned. These people surely wouldn't dare to target them. If they didn't dare, then there was nothing more to say. However, Yi Qing shook his head gently and said, "Elder Feng, Sister Hongxiu, why did you give up your kingships? I never intended for you to give up your kingships, and at the same time, I will never accept a kingship that you compromised to obtain." Upon hearing this, Elder Feng and Ruan Hongxiu looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, "So, you intend to overturn the recent resolution?" It's not that it hasn't happened before, but it's very, very difficult. Moreover, they might not agree. Yi Qing heard this, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, "They won't agree? If they don't agree, then, they don't need to agree. I came here this time to kill people. Whoever wants to die, let them die." In short, do Elder Feng and Sister Hongxiu trust me? If you trust me, then, leave it to me to handle. His killing intent was very strong. Chapter 857. The title of Quasi-Emperor is well deserved. Feng Lao and Ruan Hongxiu exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. From beginning to end, they knew that Mr. Yi was not to be trifled with. Since he dared to come, he was prepared, but they did not expect Mr. Yi to be even more audacious than they imagined. However, it seemed quite good. They had endured so much indignity for so long. It was time to vent. Moreover, even if Mr. Yi hadn't returned, they would still have been unable to escape their fate and would have had to vent in the end anyway. Now, the worst outcome was merely returning to how things were before. There was nothing to hesitate about. Having thought it through, Feng Lao looked at Mr. Yi and smiled, saying, "Whatever decision Mr. Yi makes, I will absolutely support it. So, on my end, no problem." After speaking, Feng Lao looked at Feng Wuhan and chuckled, "Wuhan, this is between Mr. Yi and me now. If you feel it will implicate you, then you can stand by. Don't worry, I won't blame you. After all, you've grown up and have your own thoughts and plans." Feng Wuhan heard this and chuckled, shaking his head, "Grandpa, what do you think I came here for? Even if Mr. Yi hadn't returned, I intended to participate in this battle. Now that Mr. Yi is back, that's even better. I am honored to fight alongside Mr. Yi, a quasi-emperor who fought a bloody battle overseas." As he spoke, Feng Wuhan bowed slightly to Mr. Yi, expressing his respect. Mr. Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "If young Master Feng is also willing to join, that would be excellent. After all, young Master Feng's combat power is exceptionally strong. As for the title of Quasi-Emperor, it's just a joke from others, best not mentioned, best not mentioned." Feng Wuhan heard this but shook his head with a solemn expression. "How can it be a joke? Mr. Yi fought a bloody battle overseas, fighting 5 dragon-ranking powerhouses alone, and ultimately survived. This is the origin of the Quasi-Emperor title. Perhaps some people might think there were some accidental factors that led to Mr. Yi's victory, and thus feel that the title of Quasi-Emperor might be a bit exaggerated. However, little do they know, winning is winning in such desperate circumstances. No matter how many accidental factors there were, if it were them, could they have survived? Clearly, that's impossible. Moreover, this time when Mr. Yi came to Paidu, on his way to 9 King's Hall, 14 powerhouses blocked and ambushed him. In the end, Mr. Yi survived once again, and they all died. The name of Quasi-Emperor is well deserved, and no one will dare to question it again." Feng Wuhan spoke earnestly, seemingly treating the title of Quasi-Emperor with extreme solemnity. When Mr. Yi heard this, he nodded and said no more. He could see that Feng Wuhan was not simple, not just in terms of strength, but perhaps also involving some of his own secrets. However, none of these were the time to discuss now. The most important thing was to overturn the previous council resolution. To make Feng Lao still the Southwest King, to let Ruan Hongxiu continue to be her queen, and he himself was to be the Southeast King, not just the Southeast King, but the Southeast King who would suppress the entire Nine Kings Council. Since that's the case, then, let's begin. After speaking, Mr. Yi directly turned around and walked towards the conference room, then waved his hand, signaling Flower King and the others who were still discussing to come over immediately. Have you all finished discussing? At this moment, Flower King and the others had naturally finished discussing. Even if they hadn't, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't satisfy Mr. Yi. After all, if Mr. Yi was satisfied, how could they be satisfied? Central China King chuckled at this moment, saying, Mr. Yi has finally returned, and he insists on attending a meeting. We can't say much. Since that's the case, then this meeting, which hasn't ended yet, can just continue. Mr. Yi heard this and nodded indifferently, saying, it's not continuing, it's restarting. However, I'm too lazy to talk more nonsense with you right now. Let's go to the meeting. As soon as these words were spoken, Central China King and the others' expressions instantly changed. Continuing the meeting and restarting the meeting were completely different concepts. Continuing meant that the previous resolutions remained unchanged, but restarting meant that all previous resolutions were null and void. This was not the outcome they wanted to see. Central China King looked at Mr. Yi and said with a solemn expression, Mr. Yi, you are mistaken. The meeting will continue. The resolutions just made will not change. Of course, since Mr. Yi has returned, many things are negotiable, but I advise Mr. Yi to interfere less with other matters. Mr. Yi heard this, looked at Central China King, chuckled, and said, are you threatening me? Central China King heard this and immediately shook his head, saying, no, I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating a fact. Mr. Yi, we have given you all the face we can, but you also need to give us some face. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi burst into laughter, saying, you truly gave me immense face. 14 powerhouses ambushed me outside. Such face is not something everyone can have. Don't worry, I, Yi Qing, will not forget this face. Stop the nonsense now that I'm here. Do you still think you're in charge? Don't force me to settle accounts with you right now. When Mr. Yi mentioned the previous ambush, Central China King immediately stopped speaking. If they were to truly argue about it, they would indeed be in the wrong. Flower King chuckled at this moment, saying, whether we restart the meeting or continue it, let's first sit down and cool off. We can discuss things slowly. After speaking, Flower King sat down in his seat. And then, everyone else also took their seats one after another, including Ruan Hongxiu and Feng Lao, who also sat in their respective positions. However, at this moment, after everyone was seated, they realized that Mr. Yi was standing by the side, seemingly without a seat, because his seat had already been taken by Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue, at this moment, looked composed, sitting in her seat, looking at everyone, and calmly stated, I, after the recent vote, have become one of the 9 kings, the new queen of Dragon Country. This seat should be mine. If anyone is missing a seat, then go ask Ruan Hongxiu to leave. After all, Ruan Hongxiu is no longer one of the 9 kings, there's no place for her here. Zhou Yue felt that what she said was correct. Although Sima Deshao had been voted in, he hadn't officially taken his seat yet, but Zhou Yue, was sitting here, and although she was sitting in Mr. Ye's seat, she was also one of the 9 kings, so sitting here was appropriate. It was Ruan Hongxiu who was inappropriate. And this was also the intention of Flower King and the others, to use this method to give Mr. Yi a warning, to let him know that this was the 9 Kings Council, not a place for him to act wildly. Central China King chuckled at this moment, saying, Queen Zhou Yue makes sense. Queen Hongxiu, why don't you give up a seat? After all, you are no longer the queen, but Mr. Yi has returned. You are unwilling to give the seat to Zhou Yue, but you should not be unwilling to give it to Mr. Yi, right? They were actually asking Ruan Hongxiu to give up her seat. The targeting was very obvious. Who would believe that this wasn't a warning to Mr. Yi? Chapter 858. This is my place. Mr. Yi did not speak, standing beside Zhou Yu, seemingly waiting for her to get up. Meanwhile, Ruan Hongxiu looked at Central China King and calmly said, if I'm not mistaken, I said before that I would not vacate this seat until the meeting ends today. What? People leave, and the tea gets cold so quickly? Or has the meeting already ended? If it has ended, that's fine, but I don't seem to have heard anyone say it ended. Instead, I heard you say the meeting would continue. But if the meeting is continuing, I don't need to give up my seat, do I? Of course, if we're starting over, that's also good. If everything starts anew, then it's even more natural for me, Wan Hongxiu, to sit here. Central China King, I have no objection to you supporting that slut Xiuyu, but if you dare provoke me again, I will kill you. As she spoke, Wan Hongxiu looked at Central China King, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Yes, she was tough. Before, Wan Hongxiu was incredibly tough, and now that Mr. Yi was back, clearly intending to cause a stir, she had even less reason to hold back and could only become tougher. Central China King was furious at this moment. To say directly in front of so many people that she would kill him? This Wan Hongxiu clearly didn't put him in her eyes at all. However, on the other hand, Central China King was also startled at this moment, intimidated by Wan Hongxiu's gaze. This was no joke, they were already at a life or death stage, and killing was very normal. But not losing his temper was impossible, otherwise, he would truly become a laughingstock. Central China King slammed the table heavily, looked at Wan Hongxiu, and roared, Wan Hongxiu, how dare you? Do you have any respect for me, Central China King, one of the dignified 9 kings? At this moment, Mr. Yi smiled and said, Central China King, slamming the table and hitting the bench like that is hardly gentlemanly. Shouting so loudly at a woman, what kind of conduct is that? It's just a seat. If Xiuyu wants to sit, then let her sit. It's fine if I stand, but I think Xiuyu must be reasonable and will definitely give me the seat. After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at Xiuyu and smiled. Xiuyu, do you think I'm right? Is Mr. Yi's temper really that good? Many people present actually didn't know Mr. Yi very well, their so-called understanding was merely based on hearsay and analysis from various channels. Many people weren't sure if Mr. Yi had a good temper, but it was true that he was ruthless and truly unparalleled in his dominance. However, at this moment, Mr. Yi's smiling expression towards Xiuyu truly left no room for criticism. Is he really so kind to women? Especially Xiuyu, who was actually quite anxious, as Mr. Yi's and Wan Hongxiu's relationship was now common knowledge, and the conflict between her, Xiuyu, and Wan Hongxiu was almost irreconcilable in this situation. With Mr. Yi back, Xiuyu herself didn't believe he wouldn't vent Wan Hongxiu's anger. But with so many people on her side, Xiuyu wasn't very scared. Could Mr. Yi really dare to act here? And as long as he didn't act here, she, Xiuyu, seemed to have little to fear. But now, seeing Mr. Yi's smiling face, Xiuyu's little thoughts began to stir. So gentle? If so, is there a possibility of winning him over? Xiu유's eyes darted around. She didn't get up but remained in her seat, looking at Mr. Yi and smiling. This is my first meeting with Mr. Yi. I've long heard rumors that Mr. Yi is young and promising, handsome and charming, with immense power. Seeing you today, you truly are an extraordinary person, making one feel happy just by looking. Mr. Yi, I feel that we must have a connection. Really, this is the feeling I had the first time I saw you, as if we had met in a past life. Everyone knew Xiuyu was actively trying to seduce Mr. Yi. However, no one said anything. Even Wan Hongxiu just looked on with an expression of disdain for a lowly person, but she didn't stop Xiuyu. In her opinion, Mr. Yi would naturally handle everything, and it was clearly impossible for Xiuyu to seduce Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi looked at Xiuyu flipping her hair and chuckled, is that so? A connection in a past life might not be a good thing, it could even be a bad karma. Miss Xiuyu, although I am a gentleman, I imagine you wouldn't want me to run all this way and then not have a seat, would you? How about you trouble yourself to get up first and let me sit for a while? Seeing Mr. Yi so easy to talk to, Xiuyu immediately covered her mouth and laughed, looking at Mr. Yi and smiling. This throne is very spacious. I think we two wouldn't be crowded sitting together. Mr. Yi, if you don't mind, how about we sit together, so we can be closer and chat properly? After speaking, Xiuyu gave Mr. Yi what she thought was a charming smile. However, at this moment, Xiuyu seemed to have forgotten that she had already been beaten in this meeting, and her face looked quite miserable and frightening. Her so-called charm was just a joke. But Mr. Yi didn't take it seriously. He looked at Xiuyu and said with a smile, I don't mind, after all, I'm a man. I don't care about gossip, but it doesn't seem very good for Miss Xiuyu. Upon hearing this, Xiuyu immediately shook her head and smiled. How could it not be good? Mr. Yi is so young and handsome. If I could have a scandal with you, then I would feel deeply honored. At this point, Xiuyu seemed to want to go further, directly placing her hand on Mr. Yi's hand and softly saying, of course, if it's just a scandal, it doesn't seem very satisfying. If Mr. Yi doesn't mind, I also want to truly have something happen with Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi sighed, looked at his hand, and calmly said, is it fun? If it's fun, I can play with you a bit longer, but I don't want to play now, get up. At this moment, Xiao Yu hadn't sensed Mr. Yi's change and even wanted to go further. Mr. Yi, I don't want to get up. Mr. Yi smiled, nodded, and said, since you don't want to get up, then you don't have to. As he spoke, just as Xiao Yu thought she had won, Mr. Yi grabbed her hair and slapped her face twice, heavily. These two slaps were loud, heard and seen by everyone present. Especially when they saw blood flowing from Xiao Yu's mouth and her teeth starting to shatter. Not only was Xiao Yu stunned, but everyone else was stunned too. What happened to the gentleman? He just flipped his face like that? And he specifically hit her face. Mr. Yi's attitude, before and after, changed a bit too much. Mr. Yi, you dared to hit me? At this moment, Xiao Yu still seemed unable to accept this fact. Chapter 859, Woman? Just an enemy. Hearing this, Mr. Yi looked at Xiao Yu and said indifferently, shouldn't I hit you? How dare a slut like you try to seduce me? Do you really think I don't know what you've done? I haven't actively sought trouble with you, yet you dare to occupy my position and not let go. Do you really think my position, the position of Yi Qing, is something you dogs can covet as you please? These words seemed to be directed at Xiao Yu, but they were not just for Xiao Yu, everyone present understood. He was indirectly cursing them. At this moment, Central China King spoke, Mr. Yi, hitting a woman doesn't seem very good. No matter how wrong Xiao Yu was, she is still one of the big shots, and a woman at that. What you're doing is not gentlemanly at all. Hearing this, Mr. Yi looked at Central China King and said lightly, you are quite the gentleman. Then you come and save her. I'll give you the chance to be a hero saving the beauty. Come over here. As he spoke, Mr. Yi yanked Xiao Yu's hair again, making her grimace in pain. This was no longer a matter of being gentlemanly or not, this was clearly intentional torment of Xiao Yu. Before anyone else could speak, Mr. Yi said coldly, I, as a person, actually don't like hitting women, nor do I like men who hit women. However, I have another virtue, as long as I deem someone an enemy, then regardless of gender, age, or youth, if they deserve to be killed, they will be killed. It's an honor, Xiao Yu, that in my eyes, you are already an enemy, so, let alone hitting you, I can even kill you. After speaking, Mr. Yi looked directly at Central China King and said indifferently, do you want to be a hero saving the beauty? I can give you this opportunity. Not just you, but everyone present, whoever wants to be a hero saving the beauty, can come. If you want to save my enemy, the enemy of Yi Qing, then I will let you save them, but be careful not to get yourselves involved. This was Mr. Yi's threat, and at this moment, no one dared to take it lightly. Mr. Yi had killed his way here, his hands stained with blood this time. He had even directly stormed into Nine Kings Hall, leaving bones scattered everywhere and rivers of blood. Are they joking? Expecting Mr. Yi to give them face? They themselves knew they didn't have that kind of face. Although Central China King was very displeased, at this moment, he didn't dare to step forward a hero saving the beauty. First and foremost, that hero needed the strength to save someone, otherwise, it would just be delivering himself to death. However, it was also impossible for him to remain silent. Looking at Mr. Yi, Central China King frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, this is, after all, where the Nine Kings hold their meeting now. The Nine Kings, the big shots, and the capital envoy are all watching what you're doing. Even if you don't care about the impact yourself, isn't appropriate, is it? It's just a position. Since you don't want Xiao Yu to sit there, then just let Xiao Yu move. After speaking, Central China King looked at Xiao Yu and said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu, you were at fault first today. Is Mr. Yi's position something you can covet? Although you weren't sitting in the Southeast King's position, and your status and position are already established, you didn't do anything wrong. However, since Mr. Yi wants to sit there, just let him have it. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was still extremely displeased, but she also knew she had no choice. In this meeting hall, no one could help her now, at least at this moment. Those who could help her wouldn't, and the rest either didn't dare to help her or felt that confronting Mr. Yi at this time wasn't a good idea. Xiao Yu, had become a discarded pawn. Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with anger and helplessness, and even more so with grievance and unwillingness. Xiao Yu, even before this, was the only woman in the entire underground world of Dragon Country who could contend with Ruan Hongxiu. Of course, the so-called contention might have been because Ruan Hongxiu didn't take her seriously, but Xiao Yu didn't think that way. She was also immensely glorious, a person whom countless people revered, pampered, yielded to, and sought after. Yet today, she was bullied, humiliated, and beaten again and again. She had thought that she had become a queen and should have turned her fortunes around, but instead, she encountered this unreasonable Yi Qing again. Not only was she unwilling, but she was also enraged to the extreme. So angry, she wanted to kill. I won't move. I just won't move, so what? I, Zhou Yue, am the newly elected queen, chosen by vote. Why should I move? If anyone should move, it should be Ruan Hongxiu, Elder Feng, and the others. Their kingship has already been stripped, and they are not qualified to sit here. I, Zhou Yue, have been humiliated repeatedly today, and everyone thinks they can bully me. Everyone thinks I, Zhou Yue, can be bullied however they want, right? Fine, I'm here today. I'd like to see what you can do to me. Yi Qing, if you have the guts, kill me. Zhou Yue erupted at this moment. She erupted unexpectedly. Before this, she had endured, but when it came to Mr. Yi, she couldn't hold back anymore. It wasn't that Mr. Yi was easier to bully, it was simply that Zhou Yue couldn't take it anymore. She, Zhou Yue, wasn't about to become a laughingstock, she already was one. Therefore, she was indignant and unwilling. The others also said nothing, seemingly wanting to see if Zhou Yue, having resisted like this, would actually be killed by Mr. Yi. Looking at Zhou Yue's outburst, Mr. Yi sighed and said, I, of course, won't kill you. It's not that I don't dare or can't, but because your life must be left for my sister Hongxiu. However, you said it yourself, so many people bullied you, and you didn't dare to say much yet. After taking my position, I merely asked you to move, and you're full of dissatisfaction towards me. Is this looking down on me? Mr. Yi shook his head and said, since you look down on me, then I will make you look up to me. As he spoke, Mr. Yi grabbed Zhou Yue's hair fiercely and dragged her to the back before anyone else could speak, and before Zhou Yue's expression could change, Mr. Yi directly delivered a heavy kick to Zhou Yue's shin bone. The sound of bones shattering clearly reached everyone's ears at that moment. At the same time, Zhou Yue's shrill screams were also chilling. And that wasn't all. Mr. Yi kicked again, directly shattering Zhou Yue's other shin bone as well. At this point, both of Zhou Yue's legs were shattered. She couldn't stand and collapsed directly onto the ground, holding her legs and wailing in pain. Yi Qing, you bastard, how dare you do this to me? I'm going to kill you, I must kill you. And everyone else, at this moment, couldn't hold back anymore. One by one, they looked at Mr. Yi, their brows tightly furrowed, filled with wariness and displeasure. However, before anyone else could speak, Mr. Yi frowned and said in a deep voice, truly, very noisy. After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at Ruan Hongxiu and smiled, Sister Hongxiu, leaving one life for you should be enough, right? I really can't stand her noise anymore. If this continues, the meeting can't proceed. Hearing this, Ruan Hongxiu nodded and said, you can do whatever you want. Mr. Yi nodded, smiled, and then extended his hand immediately. Black Bone walked in from outside the meeting room and directly handed a dagger to Mr. Yi. And Mr. Yi, holding the dagger, looked at Zhou Yue. Chapter 860 Cruel and Merciless. At this moment, Yi Qing, holding a dagger with a cold expression, looked at Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue, who had been screaming and furious, instantly had her pupils dilate as a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. In the face of a life or death crisis, Zhou Yue finally sobered up. She regretted it to the extreme. Why did she provoke Yi Qing? So many people didn't dare to go against Yi Qing, yet she chose to be the one to stick her neck out. Zhou Yue regretted it so much she wanted to die. Wouldn't it have been fine to just give up the seat? But she, on the contrary, not only refused to give up the seat but also continuously provoked Yi Qing. If she didn't die, who would? This was Yi Qing, the one who caused rivers of blood and brought despair. How did she suddenly lose her mind? No, Yi Qing, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Let me go, please let me go, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Central China King, Flower King, Sea King, Mad King, save me, please save me. At this moment, Zhou Yue no longer had her previous arrogance, and her mouth was no longer tough. She pleaded with Yi Qing incessantly. She was afraid of death. There was nothing shameful about that in this world. How many people aren't afraid of death? If it were someone else, perhaps she would have thought she could save her life after all, so many big shots and magnates were here, watching who would dare to kill someone here? However, she was facing Yi Qing. Yi Qing had killed his way in. And at this time, Central China King and the others couldn't help but speak up. If they truly watched Xiou Yu die in front of them like this, what would their alliance be worth? An alliance that would break without anyone even attacking it, was that still an alliance? Central China King slammed the table heavily, pointing at Yi Qing and roaring, "Enough, Yi Qing, what do you want to do? What kind of place is this? Is it your turn to act wild and kill people here? Release Xiou Yu immediately." Yi Qing stopped, standing in front of Xiou Yu. He turned back to look at Central China King, who was glaring at him, and showed a slight smile, saying, "How many times have you slammed the table? You're quite impressive. I don't like it when people are so impressive, especially when they dare to be so fierce in front of me. I truly detest it. Which hand did you use to slam the table? Or did you use both hands? Let's assume you used both hands to slam the table. I'll take both of those hands." Upon hearing this, Central China King's expression changed drastically. He didn't think Yi Qing was joking with him. Given the ruthlessness Yi Qing had displayed today, he truly meant what he said and would act on it. However, he also hadn't expected Yi Qing to actually dare to say such a thing. He'll take both hands? Take Central China King's two hands? He truly dared to speak so boldly. However, backing down was not an option. Looking at Yi Qing, Central China King said coldly, "Yi Qing, you are indeed fearless and dare to say anything. You want Xiou Yu's life, and you also want my, Central China King's, hands. What? You're going to deal with all the 9 kings and magnates attending this meeting today, aren't you? You should also consider if you have the ability to do so." Central China King directly pulled himself and everyone else into it. In fact, he couldn't represent everyone, but he could indeed represent quite a few of them. At this moment, Flower King looked at Yi Qing and smiled, saying, "Yi Qing, seeing you is better than hearing about you. You are much more violent and have a much worse temper than the rumors suggest. Are you saying you don't intend to save any face at all?" Sea King also spoke with a grim expression, "Yi Qing, are you planning to be an enemy to everyone? Then there's no need for this meeting to continue. Why are you still stopping us? Release Xiou Yu from now on. Let things be as they are. Why waste time here?" Yi Qing looked at them and chuckled lightly, saying, "The meeting must continue, and the rules must be followed. I, Yi Qing, am the most rule-abiding person. Instead, why are you all so anxious? Did I say I wanted to kill Xiou Yu from beginning to end? Are you truly deaf, or do you have no brains? I seem to have just said that Xiou Yu's life should be left to Sister Hongxiu. Since that's the case, why are you all acting so surprised? You people don't keep your word, but I, Yi Qing, do." Hearing Yi Qing say that he didn't intend to kill Xiou Yu, these people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, then release Xiou Yu to cripple Xiou Yu's legs just for a seat. Yi Qing, your ruthlessness today will sooner or later be known to everyone. Yi Qing shrugged upon hearing this, saying, "If they know, then they know. Is this considered ruthless?" As he spoke, Yi Qing looked at these people, his expression utterly cold. Is ruthless a derogatory term? No, in my opinion, ruthless should be a complimentary term. What's wrong with being ruthless to enemies? I'm not afraid of others saying I'm not ruthless enough. I'm afraid of others saying I'm too benevolent, thinking I'm not ruthless enough, and thus trying to provoke me again and again. If I, Yi Qing, were truly so ruthless as to make all of you fearful, would such a thing happen today? I'm too benevolent, which is why I gave you opportunities and courage, allowing you to dare to treat me, my friends, and my brothers like this. Since that's the case, since you're not afraid, then from now on, I will make you truly afraid, so that you will never again dare to target me, my friends, and my brothers. I want to make you tremble with fear at the thought of being my enemy." Yi Qing wasn't just talking, he truly intended to do it. At this moment, everyone in the venue fell into a state of solemnity. Could Yi Qing do it? He could do it, and he had both the strength and the courage to do it, which was the most terrifying part. Ignoring the crowd, Yi Qing looked at Xiou Yu, directly throwing the dagger in front of her. He said indifferently, "You're too noisy, I don't like it. I don't want to bother with how many unpleasant things you've said, and I don't want to hear your pleas either. For the sake of the meeting proceeding smoothly, you cut out your own tongue. Yi Qing stood in front of Xiaoyu, looking down at her with extreme coldness, uttering words that made Xiaoyu despair and caused everyone else to turn pale with shock. He wouldn't kill Xiaoyu, but he actually wanted to cut out Xiaoyu's tongue, and even wanted Xiaoyu to cut out her own tongue. This was simply unimaginable. This was Xiaoyu. Whether she was a queen or not, she was still one of the magnates, and she should have her dignity. However, Yi Qing completely disregarded these things. He coldly threw down the dagger, demanding that Xiaoyu cut out her own tongue. Chapter 861. You are too cruel. Xiaoyu was also stunned, not expecting such a result. She thought she was dead for sure, and her heart was filled with terror, but now, she realized that Yi Qing had no intention of killing her. However, this current outcome was equally unacceptable to her. No, Yi Qing, I won't do that. I can't cut off my own tongue. I said I can apologize, I can even promise never to be your enemy again, but you can't do this to me. You can't. Yi Qing heard her words, shook his head lightly, and said, "You're wrong. I can do this to you. I just said I don't want to hear your voice again. You don't need to beg me anymore. It's useless. Do it at least. You'll still be alive." She would still be alive, but would that truly count as living? Xiaoyu was such a proud person, a queen-level figure who wanted to compete with Ruan Hongxiu, even contend with her to have reached this point, only to have her calf broken and her tongue cut out. What kind of life would she have left? She herself probably wouldn't want to live anymore. What kind of living was this? But Xiaoyu also understood clearly at this moment that begging Yi Qing to spare her was impossible. Yi Qing would absolutely not let her go. The only way, the only hope, was not to rely on Yi Qing's mercy, but for Flower King and Sea King to unite against Yi Qing. Only then would there be a chance to turn things around. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu looked at Central China King, Flower King, and the others, screaming hysterically. What are you still standing around for? Are you really going to watch Yi Qing torture me to death? He came here this time to kill, to deal with us. Do you think there's still a chance? There's no chance left, no chance at all. Only now, by uniting against Yi Qing, is there the only chance. What are you still standing around for? Do you have to watch Yi Qing torment us one by one to death? Do something. Hurry and do something. Had they not acted? Before, these people had already united and sent their subordinates, strong martial artists, to intercept and kill Yi Qing. 14 strong martial artists. 4 dragon ranking experts and 10 tiger ranking experts. To put it bluntly, the loss of these people was a significant blow to them. Even like losing an arm. To say they didn't hate, didn't feel pain, would be a lie. If anyone wanted to kill Yi Qing, no one wanted it more than them. However, they didn't dare. That's right, at this moment, they simply didn't dare. Yi Qing alone had killed so many people now, killing them would be even easier. Moreover, he had already reunited with Elder Foam and the others with such strength, who wouldn't be afraid? So, they could only endure the pain, hoping and firmly believing that Yi Qing would not and dared not act against them at the Nine Kings Council. As long as they were given a chance, there would still be hope in the future. Of course, now it seemed that Yi Qing truly didn't care about anything, and this was evident in his treatment of Xiaoyu. But even so, they still didn't dare to directly make a move. Besides the fact that Xiaoyu's status was inferior to theirs, another point was that they didn't dare to be the one to stick their neck out. Yi Qing did not stop Xiaoyu from calling for help. He stood there quietly, watching Flower King and Sea King with a playful gaze, as if he was anticipating their pleas for help. Gradually, Xiaoyu's voice grew softer and softer, and the despair in her eyes deepened, because she realized that these people would not save her, or rather, they simply did not dare to be enemies with the murderous Yi Qing at this moment. They were afraid of becoming the next her. Was that possible? Very possible. Even Xiaoyu could see Yi Qing's coldness, let alone them. Xiaoyu sighed softly, finally shaking her head in helplessness and despair, saying, "You people are all useless." Before Yi Qing returned, each of you was incredibly formidable, but as soon as Yi Qing returned, you all cowered? Haha, you 9 kings, you've completely lost face. But then again, what kind of 9 kings are you now? Disgraceful, truly disgraceful. I, Xiaoyu, actually believed in you, actually wanted to be associated with you. I was truly blind. After saying this, Xiaoyu glared fiercely at Yi Qing and said, "Yi Qing, even if I, Xiaoyu, die, I will not let you have your way." With that, a trace of ruthlessness and a hint of death flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. She directly picked up a dagger and was about to slash it across her neck. However, in front of Yi Qing, she couldn't even die. Yi Qing kicked Xiao Yu's wrist directly. The intense pain made Xiao Yu instantly drop the dagger, which flew upwards and landed in Yi Qing's hand. Without giving anyone time to react, Yi Qing immediately bent down, grabbed Xiao Yu's chin, and then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He directly picked up the dagger and put it into Xiao Yu's mouth. The next second, her tongue was cut off by Yi Qing and directly thrown onto the ground. Looking at Xiao Yu, whose eyes were filled with malice, Yi Qing seemed to have done something insignificant. He wiped his hands and said indifferently, "When I say you die, you can't even live. But since I let you live and not die, you can only live. Stay right here, and live well. Perhaps there's something you want to see." Under the intense pain, Xiao Yu couldn't hear anything, yet she still heard Yi Qing's last sentence. Perhaps there was something she wanted to see? It was this one sentence that gave Xiao Yu hope, allowing her to survive now. What she wanted to see, of course, was Yi Qing's death. At this moment, the person who most wished for Yi Qing's death was Xiao Yu. However, Yi Qing would not die so easily. But besides this, what Xiao Yu hated even more were Flower King and Sea King. If it weren't for them, perhaps she wouldn't have fallen to this state. If they had united to resist Yi Qing, perhaps she would have had a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, they did nothing and just watched with open eyes. Just for this, Xiao Yu hated them, and in some sense, she hated them even more than she hated Yi Qing. Looking at Xiao Yu's expression, Yi Qing smiled, waved his hand, and said, "Black Bone, keep an eye on her. I don't want her to die just yet." Black Bone heard this, bowed, and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, rest assured if she dies without your command, I will be buried with her." As he spoke, Black Bone also waved his hand, and immediately, medical personnel came forward to treat Xiao Yu. In fact, Black Bone was the most skilled in torture. He could kill, he could torment, and similarly, he was even better at saving lives. If he didn't understand human physiology, what was fatal and what wasn't, how could Black Bone punish people? At this moment, everyone present frowned. They hadn't seen Black Bone display much strength, but they could all feel that Black Bone was not weak. Not only was he not weak, but he was very strong. This made everyone's heart sink even further. What other trump cards was Yi Qing still hiding? Chapter 862. Is this too much? From the surface, Yi Qing's subordinates already include a dragon ranking expert, 2 tiger rankings experts ranking high, and a Black Bone who absolutely possesses the strength of a tiger rankings expert. This power, no matter when, would not be ignored. This wasn't just strong, this was extremely powerful. And that wasn't even the key. The key was that Feng Lao and Ruan Hongxiu were almost unswervingly on Mr. Ye's side, and that was truly terrifying. Flower King and the others looked gloomy, watching Xiao Yu being treated in agony, just to keep her from dying. At this moment their hearts felt a chill. Yi Qing, however, didn't think so much. He indifferently sat in the seat that belonged to him, which Xiao Yu had occupied earlier, and looked at everyone, chuckling. "All right, everyone, the meeting can continue." The factors affecting the meeting, while not eliminated, will not affect the overall situation, nor will they affect the meeting anymore. Come on, now we can discuss whether this meeting should restart or continue. Yi Qing wore a smiling face, seemingly harmless, but at this moment, everyone knew very well that Yi Qing was the biggest ruthless person. Smiling while hiding a dagger could no longer describe Mr. Yi. At this moment, Flower King and Sea King said nothing since they chose not to extend a helping hand when Xiao Yu called for help just now. Then at this moment, saying anything more was, in fact, meaningless. Central China King's face was extremely ugly. As for presiding over the meeting or not, at this moment, Central China King wanted to shed this title even more, which would make him feel a bit better. But now, he was the one presiding over the meeting. Many things others could keep silent about, but he could not. Taking a deep breath, Central China King looked at Mr. Yi and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, don't you think you're a bit too ruthless?" Ruthless? Anyone who saw Mr. Yi's performance would find him ruthless and vicious. Especially towards a woman like Xiao Yu, it was truly a bit excessive. Yi Qing, however, didn't say much. He just smiled and said, "Central China King thinks I'm a bit ruthless? Ha, is this the highest level meeting of the underground world? If so, then everyone present should be big shots and magnates of the underground world. Everyone's hands should be stained with blood. Is the word ruthless meaningful when spoken to me? Central China King, have you never killed anyone? Or are you saying, Central China King, you've never seen blood? Of course, if Central China King tells me now that you truly haven't killed anyone, or even seen blood, then that's another matter. I can guarantee that Central China King will also be safe and sound today, seeing no blood, and no one will die. Central China King, are you? Mr. Ye's guarantee was quite valuable, at least his meaning was very clear. If Central China King truly hadn't killed anyone or seen blood up to now, Mr. Ye could let Central China King off the hook. Everyone understood this underlying meaning, and Central China King was also very clear about it. But, did Central China King dare to say it? If he dared to say it, would anyone dare to believe it? To say that one of the dignified 9 kings of the underground world was so pure and kind would truly be an insult to people's intelligence. Central China King looked at Mr. Ye and said in a deep voice, "Yi Qing, what you're saying is meaningless. Ruthlessness and viciousness are common in the underground world, and we can all understand it. After all, this is a man-eat-man underground world, where everyone climbs up by stepping on others." But, regarding Qiuyu, haven't you gone a bit too far? Not to mention she's just a woman. Even if she wasn't, if you want to kill her, just kill her. Why torment her like this? What a kind Central China King. Yi Qing burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that Central China King's brows furrowed. Only then did Mr. Yi look at Central China King and shake his head, saying, "Central China King, kindness is fine, but if it's hypocrisy, then there's no need, is there? Whether I have a reason to deal with Qiuyu, everyone knows very well I don't care if I'm a bad person or a devil in her heart. After all, we are enemies, life and death enemies. I treated her this way today because she couldn't resist. If she had treated me this way, or even dealt with my friends before I arrived, you didn't seem so agitated then. Now you're talking to me about men and women, and about ruthlessness. Don't you think it's a bit too hypocritical? Especially, why didn't you stand up just now?" Yi Qing showed a hint of disdain, looking at Central China King, and sneered, "If you didn't react in time just now, which led to you not speaking up to plead for Qiuyu, or to vent your anger for her, then, I'll give you this chance now. Central China King, I am right here now. Do you want to avenge her?" "Ha, do you?" These few words left Central China King speechless, not daring to say anything more, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't dare. Yi Qing's expression was calm, as if he wasn't angry at all, waiting for someone to avenge Qiuyu. But everyone knew that if anyone dared to really cause trouble for Mr. Yi at this moment, then ultimately, the trouble would fall upon themselves. Even Qiuyu had fallen to such a state, they couldn't guarantee how much better their fate would be when it was their turn. "Yi Qing, talking about this now is meaningless. Let's talk about what you want to do. Restart the meeting? Do you take the 9 Kings Council as a child's play? How about this? Let me give you a suggestion. Your previous application for Southeast King has already been approved. The previous agenda item regarding Southeast King can be voided. After all, you came back alive, and that's better than anything. But, everything else will proceed as usual. This is the best solution. Otherwise, Yi Qing, you know you might not win, and you should know even more what situation you will face." As Central China King finished speaking, Sima Dejiao's expression immediately changed. However, at this moment, he could only endure it. Yi Qing had returned. Contesting the position of Southeast King was not impossible, but given the current situation today, it was probably unlikely. However, if Ruan Hongqiu and Feng Lao's positions were still revoked, then it wasn't impossible to contend for other seats. There was still a chance, and it wasn't necessarily about clashing head-on with Mr. Yi. And Yi Qing should also be aware of what it means for him alone to try and overturn the decision of the entire 9 Kings Council. Smart people should know how to choose. However, was Yi Qing a smart person? Yes, but Yi Qing was also a person who didn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. Most importantly, Yi Qing was a ruthless person, and a ruthless person with ability, strength, and courage. Looking at Central China King, Yi Qing smiled and said, "Do you have the final say? Does everyone support it?" Upon hearing Mr. Yi's words, Central China King's heart rejoiced. He wasn't afraid of Mr. Yi agreeing, only of him not agreeing. As for losing a king's seat, it was lost, and there was nothing they could do for now. At least, for now, they could only do this. "Yi Qing, rest assured, I have the final say. At least, on this matter, what I say counts. So, how about it? There are no disadvantages for you. You agree, right? Southeast King is yours, recognized by the 9 Kings Council. No one will object. Southeast King. The true Southeast King, not a pseudo-king anymore." Chapter 863, Give Up the Throne. This was the best solution Central China King could think of. Of course, it wasn't the most perfect, because the most perfect solution would definitely be to follow all of Mr. Ye's ideas, including retaining the positions of Elder Feng and Ruan Hongxiu. But if that were the case, wouldn't all their efforts, all their busy work for so long, have been in vain? Moreover, they had lost so many people. What exactly had they been busy with then? However, today was no longer suitable for being enemies with Yi Qing. If they continued, they would be the ones to suffer. Therefore, a compromise, in Central China King's opinion, was the best choice. Looking at Yi Qing, Central China King smiled and said, Mr. Yi, actually, this is the best solution. You should be clear that only this way will no one be considered a failure, otherwise, no one knows what will happen. I know Mr. Yi is uneasy, but it doesn't matter. I can solicit opinions now. Our side will reach a consensus, so as long as Mr. Yi agrees, everything will be fine. After speaking, Central China King looked at Flower King and Sea King and said helplessly, Gentlemen, I think I don't need to explain anything more. You've heard everything that needs to be said, so you know that what I'm saying is the only method right now. Flower King and the others fell silent, but in the end, they nodded with some difficulty. They tacitly approved of this proposal, because if they couldn't eliminate Yi Qing, then it seemed this was the only option. At least, it wasn't a complete loss, there were still some benefits. Of course, what they feared more was Yi Qing ignoring everything and directly attacking them. Although this possibility seemed small, they didn't want to become the next Zhou Yu. Seeing that Flower King and the others all agreed, Central China King looked at Sima Deshao side and said, Sima Deshao, don't even think about the Southeast King's position. Since Mr. Yi is back, it naturally belongs to its rightful owner. You, can you understand? This time, it was no longer about soliciting Sima Deshao's opinion, nor was it about letting him choose between Southeast King or Southwest King. He no longer had a choice. Sima Deshao wasn't angry, although he was a bit helpless. The reality was this, nothing he said would matter. Fortunately, he could still keep a king's position for now. This was already the best outcome. Looking at Central China King, Sima Deshao nodded and said, Since Mr. Yi is back, the king's position is naturally Mr. Yi's. I have no objections whatsoever. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Central China King's face broke into a smile. Looking at Yi Qing, he smiled and said, Mr. Yi, all the problems are resolved now. If you have no objections, then I think we can happily adjourn the meeting. Adjourn? If it were that simple to adjourn, why would Yi Qing have come all the way here for a meeting? Looking at Central China King, Yi Qing smiled and said, Are all the problems resolved? Central China King, are you taking me, Yi Qing, for a fool? Or are your own minds not working well? When did I say I agreed to your terms? My position as Southeast King is inherently mine. When did my position become a qualification for you to negotiate terms with me? Seeing Yi Qing's demeanor, Central China King sighed, knowing that things wouldn't be resolved so simply. Mr. Yi, then what do you want? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing sat in his seat, stretched, and said indifferently, Simple, my demands are very simple. If you want to resolve this matter, first, return the king's positions of Elder Feng and Sister Hongxiu to their rightful owners. If you don't want to restart the meeting, then return their positions to them. As for the rest, once you acknowledge this, we can talk slowly. This demand isn't excessive, is it? Yi Qing's expression was calm, not feeling at all that he had made an excessive demand. However, his words, heard by Central China King and the others, were utterly unreasonable to the extreme. Return Ruan Hongxiu and Elder Feng's king's positions to them? It sounded simple, but if they really returned them, wouldn't all the efforts and sacrifices made by Central China King and the others become a joke today? What's more, they had already sacrificed so much. Now, to make them return everything, wouldn't they have gained nothing, and instead, lost a lot? This was an absolutely impossible demand to agree to. Without consulting others, Central China King directly shook his head, firmly refusing. Impossible, Mr. Yi, we cannot agree to this demand of yours. It's impossible for all the good things to go to you, while we suffer in silence, and crucially, suffer so much in silence. We've done so much, lost so much, now you want us to give up everything. There's no such logic in this world. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing burst into laughter, looking at Central China King and the others, and said coldly, Did I ask you to do so much? Did I ask you to lose so much? You still dare to say such things in front of me? You're probably not dying fast enough, are you? All their efforts and losses were aimed at Elder Feng, at Ruan Hongxiu, and at Yi Qing. To put it bluntly, if they could kill everyone, they would naturally be most willing. But they failed, and now, they want the very people they targeted to share their losses. Is there such a principle in this world? Central China King was so provoked by Yi Qing's attitude that his heart was filled with extreme anger. Although what Yi Qing said was all true, did they have no shame? They were not completely without the ability to fight back. Looking at Yi Qing, Central China King knew that compromise would probably not yield the desired result, unless it was a complete compromise, a compromise to the extreme, but at that point, it would probably be another kind of vexation. Taking a deep breath, Central China King looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, things have come to this, we have failed. There's nothing more to say. However, if you think you've won, that's also a big mistake. With all of us combined, Mr. Yi might not be so easy to deal with. If we insist on fighting to the death, then we are not unwilling to accompany you, but is this truly the result you want?" Central China King took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, gritted his teeth, and said, "We can take another step back. Your position as Southeast King will be retained, and Ruan Hongxiu's position as Queen can also be returned to its rightful owner, but Elder Feng's Southwest King position must be yielded to us. This is our bottom line. If Mr. Yi still wants to refuse and insists on going head-to-head with us to the end, then we will accompany you." Indeed, according to their initial thoughts, the current outcome was truly a step back after step back. 3 King's positions were Central China King's initial ideal outcome. Now, out of 3 King's positions, only 1 remained, and the other 2 were all returned to their rightful owners. This loss was already considerable. Therefore, as Central China King finished speaking, before Yi Qing even reacted, their own people disagreed. Flower King and Sea King's faces instantly turned ugly. "No, we don't agree. What a joke. Giving up one is bad enough, but now we have to give up a second one? Are you messing around?" Chapter 864, Dog Bite Dog. Yi Qing remained silent, indifferent to whether his enemies were putting on a show or fighting amongst themselves. At this moment, Flower King looked at Central China King and said in a deep voice, "Central China King, I know what you're thinking. You simply believe that given the current situation, taking a step back is the best choice for everyone. But, have you forgotten how much we've lost? After losing so much, causing so many problems, and expending so much effort, we only managed to secure 3 king positions. Only then can we make up for our losses. Alright, giving up 1 Southeast King position, that's acceptable at most. We can absorb that loss and consider ourselves unlucky, but to give up a second one? What a joke. If that's the case, we might as well fight for it. Fight to the death, and the outcome might not be worse." At this moment, Flower King's tone was very firm, advocating for a direct fight, which might lead to a different result. As for whether it was genuine or feigned, or if it was to deliberately show how difficult things were for them, that was another matter. And at this time, Sea King also nodded and said, "That's right, I also think it's inappropriate. 2 king positions are our bottom line. If there's only 1 king position left, our losses would be too great and not worth it. Moreover, if things have come to this point and we can't find a good solution, then let's fight for it. So many of us have gone through thick and thin, licking blood from knife edges. Who doesn't have the courage to die? If it doesn't work, then we fight. In short, I will not agree to this demand, nor will I approve of it." Sea King also stood firm, as if he had suffered a great grievance. At this moment, Sima Dishao remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I don't care what you think, but my king position must be preserved. I don't want the Southeast King position, nor will I take the Queen's position, but I cannot lose the Southwest King position. I don't care what you think or say. In short, you cannot touch my king position." Sima Dishao also stated his position. He was finally taking a side, and even now, he had paid a heavy price. He wasn't sure about the losses of others, but he knew that if he lost this king position, his losses would definitely be devastating. In their words, everyone present essentially had one meaning: they disagreed with resolving it this way because the losses were too great and irreparable. Of course, if we're talking about losses, the enormous benefits brought by a king position might not be unable to compensate for their losses, but the key was that there were too many people. Central China King, Flower King, Sea King, plus Sima Dishao. This was no longer about the benefits given to Mad King. For people sharing the benefits brought by 1 king position, everyone would feel it wasn't enough. But in the current situation, being able to peacefully secure a king position was already the best solution, otherwise, they might not even get one, and the losses could be even more severe. Yi Cheng was not a soft-hearted person. Central China King had long expected these people to say this. In fact, if it were him, he would also say the same. But now, this half-truth, half-false statement was meant for Mr. Yi to hear, to let Mr. Yi know that their compromise came at a huge cost and was very difficult. This was to prevent Mr. Yi from being dissatisfied and continuing to cause them trouble. Looking at everyone, Central China King sighed and said, "Gentlemen, I know you have suffered heavy losses, but haven't I suffered heavy losses just like you? In many matters, one cannot only look at losses and gains, but also at other circumstances. Mr. Yi has returned. I know everyone doesn't want to offend Mr. Yi now that things have come to this point. Reconciling with Mr. Yi and resolving the misunderstanding is the most important thing. Even for Mr. Yi's sake, if there are losses, then there are losses. We can slowly make up for them later. I believe that Mr. Yi will understand us after seeing our sincerity. Flower King, Sea King, you two shouldn't maintain this attitude. Everyone knows how to fight to the death, but when it's not necessary, why risk your lives? Consider it a gift for Mr. Yi's return. I think, if I put it that way, you should no longer be unhappy." Speaking of this, Central China King looked at Sima Deshao again, shook his head, and said, "Sima Deshao, the preserved king position can still be yours, but you are well aware of how heavy the losses are for Flower King, Sea King, and me. Therefore, the king position can be yours, but we must share the benefits of Southwest. On this point, whether you agree or not, there's no room for negotiation." As soon as these words were spoken, Sima Deshao's face became extremely grim. Yes, he only wanted one king position and felt that this king position was more important than anything else, but that didn't mean he truly only wanted an empty title of 9 kings. If the benefits of Southwest were all divided among Central China King and the other two, then what would Sima Deshao have left besides the title of Southwest King? Central China King, don't go too far. You've taken all the benefits, leaving me with an empty title? You really have the nerve to say that. No, I don't agree. Central China King narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this, looked at Sima Deshao, and said, "It's not an empty shell. You are still capital garrison overlord. That's enough to compensate you. Otherwise, if you really become 9 kings, the position of capital garrison overlord must be relinquished. After all, capital garrison overlord is in charge of Paidu's underground world and oversees 9 kings hall. The position is extremely high, and the responsibility is extremely heavy, so 9 kings will not hold both positions." What he said was true from this perspective. It was indeed enough to compensate Sima Deshao. But what displeased Sima Deshao was that, according to their previous agreement, he was supposed to continue holding the position of capital garrison overlord, and now, it had become a reason for him to agree. It was simply ridiculous. But at this moment, Sima Deshao also clearly knew that he had little say. Compared to the others, he had actually suffered fewer losses and gained more if he continued to resist and express dissatisfaction at this point. Then, he would become a pawn. No room for negotiation? Central China King shook his head upon hearing this. Be content. Sima Deshao snorted coldly and said nothing more. At this point, Central China King looked at Flower King and Sea King, and said in a deep voice, "You two, it's time to give an explanation. I think I don't need to remind you anymore. What I said is the best outcome right now. The rest is up to you." Chapter 865, Retirement. Flower King and Sea King both had extremely unsightly expressions, gritting their teeth and saying, "We can agree, but our losses are truly too great, and if we agree today, we'll have nowhere to put our faces." Central China King, it's not just us who need to think clearly now, but you too. Are you sure you want to do this? Never mind the losses, it's truly humiliating. Indeed, it was humiliating. Even though they had already prepared themselves mentally, it was still humiliating. Perhaps many people wouldn't say much to their faces, but behind their backs, who knows what they'd be discussing. Especially if they did this today. From now on, they might not be able to hold their heads high in front of Mr. Yi. Of course, if they didn't do this, whether they'd have a chance to hold their heads high in the future would be another matter entirely. Central China King nodded, sighed, and said, "All right, there are gains and losses. That's inevitable since there's no better solution. Let's do as I said." What's so humiliating about it? We're doing this for Mr. Ye's return, giving up some benefits to congratulate him, so there's nothing to be ashamed of as long as Mr. Ye can understand our good intentions and empathize with our losses. Everything will be worth it. After speaking, Central China King looked at Mr. Yi, who had a calm expression, and smiled. Mr. Yi, you heard our conversation just now. We actually don't want to do this. After all, the losses are too great. However, to congratulate your return, and to avoid so many misunderstandings between us, I have persuaded them, and they have all agreed. The Southeast King's position and the Queen's position will all be returned to you, but we cannot give up the Southwest King's position, otherwise, our losses would be too great. This loss is something we cannot bear, Mr. Yi, you can understand, right? Indeed, compared to what they originally wanted, what they were getting now was extremely little. One could say they had given up a lot. But this was what they had given up, and it never belonged to them in the first place. Just as Mr. Yi was about to speak, Elder Feng smiled and said, Mr. Yi, before you speak, I want to make my intentions clear to you. Originally, I could have remained silent, but now that it involves me, I must speak. Elder Feng wanted to speak, and he should speak, because today, Central China King and the others had given up the other two king positions, but they were determined to keep Elder Feng's position and had no intention of giving it up. So, as the person involved, it would be inappropriate for Elder Feng not to speak. Mr. Yi naturally didn't stop Elder Feng, signaling him to say whatever he wanted. At this moment, Central China King's expression was a bit unsightly. He was afraid that Elder Feng would say something he shouldn't, and if that happened, wouldn't all his efforts just now be in vain? After all, Mr. Yi's temper was well known. If Elder Feng truly managed to sway him, it would be difficult to resolve. So, Central China King spoke first, before Elder Feng could. Elder Feng, before you speak, I'd like to say a few words. Consider it a reminder to you, old man, alright? Elder Feng nodded, looked at Central China King, and smiled. Central China King is kindly reminding me, so of course, I'm all ears. Central China King heard this, nodded, and said, Elder Feng, I know this might not be entirely fair to you, especially since we've returned the other two king positions, but we're still keeping yours. However, this is the best solution right now, and I believe you, Elder Feng, are aware of that. Mr. Ye's return is something we should all be happy about. Many unhappy things from before, let them pass. Don't bring them up. If we insist on bringing them up now, it will be a bit of a dampener. Elder Feng, you are very clear that if some matters truly escalate to an ugly point, then it will truly be ugly. Therefore, we are willing to bear losses, and we are willing to give up a lot of benefits, but everyone has a limit to their patience. If we are truly pushed too far, we also have the strength to fight. As for you, Elder Feng, you are not young anymore, and you should indeed enjoy your twilight years now. Your grandson has also become Elder Chen's granddaughter's husband, and the Chen family will inherit in the future. He may not even want the Southwest King's position. Since that's the case, why not just enjoy the happiness of family life like this? The interests of the Feng family, Elder Feng's dignity, everything of the Feng family, I guarantee, will still be Elder Feng's except for the title of Southwest King. Elder Feng will have everything else, and it will only be more, not less, than before. Elder Feng, that's all I have to say. I believe Elder Feng understands what I'm saying, so I hope Elder Feng will consider it carefully. After Central China King finished speaking, he remained silent, but he had already said everything that needed to be said and everything that shouldn't have been said. Whether it was a warning or a reminder, he believed Elder Feng would know how to choose. Of course, if Elder Feng remained stubbornly misguided, that would be another matter entirely. Elder Feng picked up the teacup in front of him, chuckled as he took a sip of tea, and then looked at Central China King with a smile. Central China King, actually, it doesn't matter if you didn't say all that. After all, I am indeed not young anymore, and there are some things I don't want to continue fighting for. I'd rather the people around me be safe and live good lives. So, I actually wanted to tell Mr. Yi my thoughts. Southwest King, I have indeed been it for too long. It's not bad to let someone else do it. At least, I still have the dignity I should have. Hearing Elder Feng say this, Central China King let out a sigh of relief. The pressure in his heart mostly released. He was afraid that Elder Feng wouldn't distinguish between what was important and what wasn't, and at this moment, would insist on fighting for it, which would make everything difficult. Elder Feng looked at Mr. Yi and smiled. Mr. Yi, that's actually what I mean. I can give up the Southwest King's position to them, and they have agreed not to take away the interests of my Feng family. So, actually, besides an empty king's title, I haven't lost anything. This, perhaps, is the best choice. If there are no problems, let's end this matter like this. I know Mr. Yi is unhappy and feels that we have been wronged, wanting to stand up for us, but there's no need for Mr. Yi to fall into danger again because of us, after he has just escaped it with such difficulty. Let's just leave it at that. The phrase, let's just leave it at that, indicated that Elder Feng was not willing to give up his king's position. Indeed, who would be willing to willingly give up a king's position they had held for so many years? However, in Elder Feng's eyes, this situation was perhaps the best solution. At this moment, Central China King and the others all breathed a sigh of relief at this point. They didn't want to fight Mr. Yi to the death, that was truly not worth it. Elder Feng acting as the mediator was the best outcome. And as Mr. Yi looked at Elder Feng, opening his mouth to say something, someone else spoke first. It was none other than Mad King. Mad King slammed the table directly, looked at everyone, and said coldly, "You are quite good at calculating. But it seems no one puts me in their eyes? Don't my interests, Mad King's interests, need to be guaranteed?" Chapter 866, The Mad King Goes Mad. Mad King spoke, expressing his displeasure by slamming the table. Mad King was like a transparent person. At this moment, no one paid him any mind, and he wasn't even included in the sit-in rows and share the fruits arrangement, which greatly displeased Mad King. Central China King and the others divided up the Southwest Territory, but from beginning to end, his name was never mentioned, and he knew very well that these people would not let him participate. One more person meant one less share of profit, and a greater loss. Mad King's previous cooperation with them wasn't deep enough, so it was normal for him not to be included. After all, in some respects, Mad King's losses were actually not much. Central China King looked at Mad King and said in a deep voice, "Mad King, now that things have come to this point, what's the point of you making a fuss? Moreover, it's not your place to cause trouble here, is it? We, who suffered heavy losses, have all agreed and said nothing. You have practically no losses, so what are you making a fuss about? Alright, that's enough. Don't forget, you still have a pile of troubles to deal with. Are you trying to find more trouble for yourself by making a scene now?" Central China King's meaning was clear: how Mad King had targeted Yi Qing, how he had targeted Yi Qing's subordinates, and how he had threatened Yuan Hongxiu. All of this was still vivid in memory, and no one had forgotten it. If there was trouble to be had, Mad King would truly have trouble. Now that everyone was ignoring him, he should have hidden away and remained silent. Making a scene now was just asking for trouble. And while Central China King's words seemed to be for Mad King's good, not wanting him to suffer a great loss, in reality, it would be truly unbelievable to say there was no intention of provoking him. As expected, no sooner had Central China King finished speaking than Mad King immediately flew into a rage. Mad King, was he afraid of anything? Especially in front of the woman he loved, Yuan Hongxiu. If he truly endured everything and said nothing, that would be the biggest joke in the world. "Shut up, Central China King, stop talking nonsense here. If you provoke me, I won't let you off. A bunch of bullies who pick on the weak. I thought you had great capabilities, but now it seems you've completely lost face. Each and every one of you, if you don't have the ability, then don't do such disgusting things. You did everything, and then when the situation looked bad, you started acting subservient. Don't you feel ashamed?" Central China King, hearing this, immediately bristled with anger and roared, pointing at Mad King, "Mad King, how dare you? How we do things is not for you to criticize." Before Central China King could continue his outburst, Flower King smiled and said, "Central China King, why get angry with Mad King? He's so arrogant, we can't compare. He can say whatever he wants about us, but at least he should have backbone and be tough himself. It's truly laughable if he's a coward himself and yet comes to mock us." Sea King nodded upon hearing this and said, "Indeed, let Mad King say whatever he wants. After all, compared to the losses we've suffered, Mad King not only has other losses, but he's also made a fool of himself emotionally. Alas, that's the most fatal and intractable problem. However, Mad King can also be called a ninja turtle. To endure this much is not easy at all. Let him vent. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's shortcomings." But these two kept poking Mad King's sore spots. They were just short of directly telling Mad King to his face how Yuan Hongxiu looked down on him, and how Yuan Hongxiu favored Yi Qing. They were just short of saying how big a green hat Mad King was wearing. Of course, that was inappropriate and not true. However, for Mad King, this was indeed his most painful and upsetting matter. Sure enough, enough, Mad King could no longer hold back. He slammed the table, stood up, and roared, pointing at Flower King and the others. "Shut your stinking mouths, you scoundrels! Do you even deserve to talk about me? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, but I'll tell you this, even if you have such thoughts, I won't take it seriously, because even if you didn't say anything, I wasn't planning on enduring it today. You want to see a joke, right? You want to provoke me into causing trouble, right? Fine, I'll cause trouble for you to see, just to prove one thing, you are all cowards." After speaking, Mad King angrily looked directly at Yuan Hongxiu. Yes, he looked at Yuan Hongxiu, not Yi Ching. At this moment, Central China King and the others chuckled, showing no intention of stopping him. It would have been fine if Mad King hadn't jumped out, but since he insisted on causing them trouble and actively jumped out, it would be strange if they didn't use this exploitable bomb. Whether there would be any extra surprises was hard to say, but even just watching a show was good for them. Did Mad King have no brains at all? No, he was mad, but that didn't mean he was brainless. If he truly had no brains at all, he wouldn't have reached his current position. Of course, sometimes, being too confident in oneself was another matter entirely. From birth until now, Mad King had a smooth life, smoother than anyone else, having almost never suffered any setbacks. Therefore, his mad personality was shaped by these many years of experience. Yuan Hongxiu was perhaps his only setback. It was normal for him to be unable to endure it. Moreover, as one of the 9 kings, and with Mad King being so arrogant and overbearing, it was normal for him to look down on Yi Ching. Even if Yi Ching was truly formidable, and Mad King knew Yi Ching was not to be trifled with, did that mean he wouldn't provoke him? Looking at Yuan Hongxiu, Mad King said in a deep voice, "Yuan Hongxiu, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Today, because of you, I, Mad King, have lost all face, been ridiculed and used by them, and I don't care, but aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Yuan Hongxiu, hearing this, only felt that Mad King was truly mentally ill. From beginning to end, it was Mad King who had provoked Yuan Hongxiu, yet now he wanted Yuan Hongxiu to give him an explanation. An explanation for what? Did she have to give herself to Mad King to make peace? Looking at Mad King, Yuan Hongxiu said coldly, "Mad King, regarding our matters, I think everything that needed to be said has been made clear. You and I have never had any possibility from beginning to end. As for other matters, I don't need to give you any explanation. Of course, if you insist on exaggerating and overthinking, that's your business and has nothing to do with me. Also, let me remind you, since you know you're being used as a pawn, are you just going to willingly accept it? Are you truly brainless?" After speaking, Yuan Hongxiu shook her head, as if greatly concerned about Mad King's intelligence. At this moment, Yi Ching smiled and said, "Sister Hongxiu, I've heard about what just happened. It seems that my involvement is partly why this trouble arose. Since that's the case, let me resolve it." Chapter 867. You are not qualified. After Yi Ching arrived, he had already understood what had happened at the venue earlier, including the Mad King's confession to Yuan Hongxiu, and how he targeted him, and how he wanted Yuan Hongxiu to kill Pajun and Red Eyes to prove her heart. In Yi Ching's opinion, this was simply utter nonsense. The reason he hadn't targeted the Mad King temporarily was also Yuan Hongxiu's intention, but now it seemed, this Mad King was quite insensible. Yuan Hongxiu looked at Yi Ching, frowned, and said, "It's nothing, Yi Ching. You don't need to bother. This person is just a lunatic. His mind is very problematic right now. Arguing with him will only make people laugh." Before Yi Ching could speak, the Mad King, hearing these words, could no longer tolerate it. "Who are you calling a lunatic? Yuan Hongxiu, you stinky woman, my feelings for you are so deep, and all I get in return is your sarcasm? Is it your disdain for me? And what's with the sister and brother nonsense? Who are you putting on a show for here? You two, a pair of scoundrels, must be having an affair." These words were very unpleasant. Not only did Yuan Hongxiu's face immediately turn extremely ugly, but even Yi Ching's face turned ashen. Truly, he was given face but didn't want it. He had originally wanted to give the Mad King some dignity out of consideration for Yuan Hongxiu, but now, it seemed the Mad King didn't want this dignity. Looking at the Mad King, Yi Ching said coldly, "Mad King, have I given you too much face? Can't you speak properly? If you can't speak, I can make it so you can never speak again, just like Qiu Yu." Now, immediately, apologize to us and swear that you will never do this again. I can spare you once, otherwise, today I will make you regret why you were so mad. Yi Qing's words completely ignited the Mad King's anger. Looking at Yi Qing, the Mad King directly smashed the water cup in front of him onto the ground with a heavy thud, and said angrily, "What are you, Yi Qing? When I, the Mad King, was dominating the world, you didn't even know where you were hiding. Now, with a little ability, you dare to yell at me and look down on me? What are you? And you want me to be like Qiuyu? What, do you really take me for trash like Qiuyu and them? You want to cut out my tongue, right? Come on, I'll stand right here, cut it and let me see. I'm telling you, Yi Qing, others may fear you and be wary of you, but I, the Mad King, am not afraid. You'd best be careful in front of me, otherwise, even if I, the Mad King, am not your opponent, I will bite off a piece of your flesh even if I die." At this moment, the Mad King displayed his fearlessness and intrepidity to the fullest. Without Yi Qing threatening him, he took the initiative to threaten Yi Qing. Meanwhile, at the venue, many people remained silent, all watching quietly. This was the situation they wanted to see. The Mad King couldn't help but make a move against Yi Qing. This was the best outcome. His status and strength were sufficient. Even if they couldn't probe Yi Qing's trump card, they could at least see how much strength Yi Qing still retained after being severely injured. Never mind the injuries from the overseas bloody battle, outside the Nine Kings Hall, fighting 14 experts alone. Did Yi Qing truly have no impact on his combat power? Right now, no one dared to make a move, but once the Mad King probed and found that Yi Qing's strength had significantly declined and his injuries were severe, then, it would probably be a different situation. At the very least, everything Central China King and others had promised would likely be null and void. And having lost Yi Qing's terrifying combat power, and having reached such a point, to put it bluntly, it was an unending conflict, and they would not hesitate to start a direct war. So, at this moment, everyone was watching, waiting for Yi Qing and the Mad King to fight. And Yi Qing, rolling his neck, glanced at the Mad King just as he was about to stand up. Pu Jun spoke directly. "Mr. Yi, to deal with such a madman, there's no need for you to personally act. I'll do it." At this point, Pu Jun's expression was very gloomy, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I've endured for a long time just now that Mad King disrespected Queen Ruan Hongxiu, and he even wanted to kill me in red eyes. If I hadn't thought the meeting wasn't over yet, I would have already made my move. Mr. Yi, leave it to me. I want to avenge this hatred." When Pu Jun spoke, no one felt there was a problem as Yi Qing's subordinate, and possessing the strength of a dragon ranking expert, coupled with the previous grudges between the Mad King and Pu Jun, it was only right and proper for Pu Jun to make a move, and no one could really say anything. However, if Pu Jun were allowed to make a move, it would disappoint many people. Central China King smiled and said, "Pu Jun, although you are strong enough and indeed qualified to make a move, the Mad King is one of the 9 kings. After all, you are only Yi Qing's subordinate, so doing this is not very appropriate." Flower King also smiled upon hearing this. That's right, if just anyone can make a move against the 9 kings, then what's the point of being a 9 king? It would truly become a joke. No matter how wrong the Mad King is, he is still one of the 9 kings. His kingship has not been revoked yet, so not just anyone is qualified to make a move against him. Sea King also nodded and said, "Although I also dislike the Mad King's behavior, the rough truth is that's how it is. The Mad King is one of the 9 kings. His quarrels with Yi Qing, Ruan Hongxiu, and even us, are internal conflicts within the 9 kings. If just anyone can get involved, that would be a slap in the face to the 9 kings." In their words, the meaning of these people was only one: Pu Jun could not make a move. His status was not high enough, and his qualifications were not sufficient. When Pu Jun heard this, just as he was about to say something more, Ruan Hongxiu slowly stood up and spoke indifferently. "Pu Jun, we all understand your intentions. However, since they have all said so, then let's do as they wish. The Mad King is looking for trouble with me, Ruan Hongxiu, isn't he? If that's the case, I think there should be no problem with me, Ruan Hongxiu, making a move." After speaking, Ruan Hongxiu looked at Central China King and the others, and said coldly, "If I, Ruan Hongxiu, have a match with the Mad King, surely you all wouldn't think I'm not qualified, would you?" After Ruan Hongxiu finished speaking, Central China King and the others all frowned. Indeed, if Ruan Hongxiu wanted to make a move, they truly had no reason to stop her. Ruan Hongxiu was one of the 9 kings, and she was the protagonist of this event. If she wanted to make a move, who could say anything? However, at this moment, the Mad King became even more furious. Pointing at Ruan Hongxiu, he roared, "Ruan Hongxiu, you're actually going to make a move against me for another man? Do you still dare to deny your relationship with him now? Sit down, Ruan Hongxiu, I don't want to hurt you. Don't think that just because you're dragon ranking 3rd, I'm not your opponent. Let Yi Qing come himself, the mighty Yi Qing, with such a great reputation, is he just a good-for-nothing hiding behind a woman?" Chapter 868, Hongxiu goes to battle. Those words were truly unpleasant to hear. If Yi Qing didn't act, he would become a good-for-nothing hiding behind a woman. The words were too arrogant and too insulting. At this moment, the smile had vanished from Yi Qing's eyes, replaced only by coldness as he looked at Mad King. "Originally, I truly had no intention of doing anything to you, but I've realized you are determined to seek death. Alright, since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. You dog, today, I'll first cut out your tongue, and then we'll see if you dare to spout nonsense again." After speaking, Yi Qing stood up, ready to attack Mad King. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu pulled Yi Qing, shaking her head gently, and said, "Yi Qing, I know you're very angry, but there's no need to get angry with someone like him. If you really get angry, then you've fallen into someone else's trap. We don't do such things. Let me handle it. I will teach him a good lesson." Ruan Hongxiu stopped Yi Qing from acting. Of course, she knew that Central China King and the others wanted to see Yi Qing act, to test how much strength Yi Qing still had, and how severe his so-called serious injuries truly were. They wanted to know if Yi Qing's current calm demeanor was just a facade. In fact, it wasn't just Central China King and the others who were suspicious. Even Ruan Hongxiu was actually worried about Yi Qing's body. They all knew Yi Qing's power and terror, but the battles Yi Qing had experienced before were no joke. Such battles would severely injure anyone else, so whether Yi Qing still had combat power, and how much, was a big question. They wanted to see, but Ruan Hongxiu absolutely wouldn't let them. Yi Qing knew that Ruan Hongxiu was doing this for his own good. Perhaps she believed his strength was fine, but she was also afraid of a real accident that might lead to him being targeted. However, Yi Qing still spoke. 101 Red Books 101 Cancom Full Manual, no error site. Sister Hongxiu, I am also a man. Although this matter is directed at you, my reasons account for the vast majority. Let me handle it. I know what you're worried about, but don't worry, it's fine. At this point, Yi Qing looked at everyone present and chuckled. You all want to see how much strength I have left, right? You want to see how severe my injuries are and if I can resolve the trouble? Hee, if you want to see, I can grant your wish, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Hearing Yi Qing's words, the others remained silent at this point. Anything they said would be meaningless. But Ruan Hongxiu frowned, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, I naturally believe in you, but please let me handle this matter. It's time for Mad King and me to settle things. Since you've called me Jia, will you listen to me? Since Ruan Hongxiu had said so, Yi Qing could only nod helplessly and say, alright, in that case, I'll listen to Sister Hongxiu. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Mad King and said coldly, Mad King, when fighting my sister Hongxiu, you'd best understand the situation. If my sister Hongxiu loses even a single strand of hair, I'll burn all the hair on your entire body. If you don't believe me, just try. These words clearly showed that he didn't think anything of Mad King. And Mad King, at this moment, was furious to the extreme. He knew the others wanted to use him to test Yi Qing, but he also truly wanted to teach Yi Qing a lesson. At other times, Yi Qing's strength was undeniable. His achievements were no joke. No matter how arrogant Mad King was, he couldn't completely disregard the facts. But now it was different in this situation. Who knew how much combat power Yi Qing had left? If he didn't cause trouble for Yi Qing now, when would he? Moreover, he wanted to deal with Yi Qing, not fight Ruan Hongxiu. Seeing that Yi Qing actually gave up so easily after a brief attempt to argue, letting Ruan Hongxiu fight instead, he was incredibly angry. Yi Qing, are you even a man? If you have the guts, come and have a real fight with me. Even if I lose or die, I'll be willing. But you're still hiding behind a woman. What kind of thing are you? Come, Yi Qing, fight. Fight like a man, unless you're not a man, unless you've truly lost your combat power now. Mad King furiously provoked Yi Qing, and Yi Qing looked at Mad King, calmly saying, compared to letting you have your way, I'd rather make Sister Hongxiu happy. So, since she asked me to wait, I'll wait. wait. As for you, don't rush, I'll have Sister Hongxiu spare your life, and then I'll make you understand how ignorant your provocation of me truly is. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu and smiled. Sister Hongxiu, spare his life. Ruan Hongxiu took a deep breath, nodded, and said, don't worry, I will. Originally, Ruan Hongxiu thought Yi Qing would be provoked, but seeing that Yi Qing wasn't angry, she felt relieved. Looking at Mad King, Ruan Hongxiu's expression turned incredibly cold. She slowly walked to the empty space nearby, pointed at Mad King, and said coldly, Mad King, since Yi Qing asked me to spare your life, rest assured, I won't kill you. But you made me angry, and I won't let you off easy either. Come, aren't you very arrogant? Let me see just how arrogant you are. Ruan Hongxiu's attitude made Mad King even more furious, not only because of Ruan Hongxiu's disdainful look, but also because Ruan Hongxiu was standing up for Yi Qing. Mad King roared in a fit of rage, walking directly in front of Ruan Hongxiu and angrily saying, Ruan Hongxiu, for the sake of such a person, you treat me like this? You are simply outrageous. Now, go back to your seat. I won't fight you if you have the guts. Let Yi Qing come. If he's not a man and doesn't dare to fight me, then he should kowtow and apologize now, admit he's a good for nothing, and I might even let him off, otherwise, he'll be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Ruan Hongxiu's expression turned cold. She immediately clenched her fist and savagely smashed it towards Mad King's face. What kind of thing are you, daring to insult Yi Qing? Today, I'll let you know what it means to bring disaster upon yourself with your words. Ruan Hongxiu showed no restraint at all when she started fighting. Her fist almost produced a sonic boom. Mad King's expression changed, and he instantly retreated. Ruan Hongxiu was indeed a woman, but Mad King would never underestimate Ruan Hongxiu under any circumstances. Her position as third on the dragon ranking was not given to her. Ruan Hongxiu earned it through countless battles, blade by blade, gun by gun. With just that one punch, Mad King immediately felt a strong sense of danger. If he didn't dodge, it would be a light outcome if it merely smashed his head open and made him bleed profusely. Ruan Hongxiu, you actually attacked me. Stop at once, or I won't be polite to you. Chapter 869, Resolving the Battle. You're welcome? Ruan Hongxiu completely ignored the Mad King, launching into a series of extremely fierce moves. To put it bluntly, Ruan Hongxiu's punches and kicks, combined with her speed and strength, were delivered with full force, showing no intention of holding back. If the Mad King was even slightly careless, he would likely suffer a great loss. Seeing Ruan Hongxiu remain silent and attack him with increasing ferocity, the Mad King also became ruthless. Ruan Hongxiu, since you insist on being so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite to you. After speaking, the Mad King gritted his teeth and also charged at Ruan Hongxiu with full strength. The two instantly engaged in battle, their fists and feet colliding with thunderous sounds, and their moves were extremely tricky, aimed at lethal points. The Mad King's strength was not exaggerated. Being able to claim the title already showed how strong the Mad King was. However, among the Dragon Rankings powerhouses, the Mad King was definitely not as strong as Ruan Hongxiu. This was widely acknowledged. But even if he was not as strong, the Mad King was still a powerhouse with Dragon Ranking strength. Coupled with the fact that Ruan Hongxiu's injuries had not yet fully recovered, the two exchanged blows, creating a lively scene. However, this so-called back-and-forth, evenly matched fight, was only temporary. Ruan Hongxiu's strength was clearly superior to the Mad King. Soon, Ruan Hongxiu directly kicked the Mad King hard in the stomach, sending him flying backward to crash heavily against the wall. At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu not only did not stop, but instead rushed forward, unleashing a storm of punches and kicks on the Mad King. At this moment, the Mad King could only parry but not counterattack. Soon, he was beaten to the point of spitting blood, his face bruised and swollen. Only his eyes showed no hint of begging for mercy, there was only anger and unwillingness. Looking at the Mad King, Ruan Hongxiu's expression was icy. She directly brought her foot down heavily on the Mad King's arm, instantly fracturing the Mad King's left arm. Only then did Ruan Hongxiu stop, and the Mad King's left hand had been brutally broken. Mad King, now, do you still dare to speak so arrogantly? Remember, this is just a small lesson for you. If there's a next time, I won't show mercy. The Mad King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, supported his broken left hand, and stood up. Looking at Ruan Hongxiu, he said with an unwilling expression, Ruan Hongxiu, even if you kill me, I won't submit. I'm willing to accept defeat at your hands, there's nothing more to say but to make me surrender and apologize to Yi Qing like this. I tell you, you're dreaming. I, the Mad King, have never bowed my head or shown weakness in my life. Yi Qing doesn't even dare to fight me. What right does he have? Unconvinced, unyielding, the Mad King, though defeated, still stood arrogantly in place, looking truly like a hero. However, if anyone present today could be called a hero, the Mad King would not even be in line. Seeing the Mad King still unrepentant, Ruan Hongxiu said coldly, "Stubborn as a dead duck, are you? Fine, today, I want to see just how tough your mouth is, Mad King. Do you really think that by acting so tough, I'll let you go? Mad King, to be honest, the more you act like this, the more foolish you appear in my eyes." After saying this, Ruan Hongxiu directly charged at the Mad King, once again attacking with full force. She held nothing back, still using her full power, and the Mad King, with one arm already broken, found it even more difficult to resist Ruan Hongxiu. So very quickly, the Mad King was directly beaten into a daze by Ruan Hongxiu, almost unable to stand. It was only then, seeing that Ruan Hongxiu still intended to continue her assault, that Central China King sighed and said, "Ruan Hongxiu, you've already defeated the Mad King. Do you intend to kill him? That's enough, stop." Only then did Ruan Hongxiu stop the punch she was aiming at the Mad King's forehead. Instead, she grabbed the Mad King's collar and said coldly, "Mad King, I'm asking you now, do you submit or not? Do you still dare to speak nonsense about Yi Qing?" At this moment, everything looked like it was spinning for the Mad King. He wanted to speak, but he simply couldn't open his mouth. Not only that, he even started vomiting directly, which made Ruan Hongxiu frown deeply. "You're a piece of trash. How dare you be so arrogant, being like this? Today, this is just a lesson for you. If you dare to cause trouble again, I promise, I will personally cut out your tongue." After saying this, Ruan Hongxiu directly threw the Mad King away as if he were trash. Then, Ruan Hongxiu looked at Central China King and the others and said coldly, "I know what your little schemes are. You just want to test how much of Yi Qing's strength remains, don't you? I, Ruan Hongxiu, will tell you today, never mind if Yi Qing's strength is still intact, even if he truly can't make a move today, I, Ruan Hongxiu, am here, and I will not allow anyone to harm him. Whoever dares will die. I said it." At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu was like a hen protecting her chicks, shielding Yi Qing behind her, not allowing anyone to bully him. Her words were unpleasant, causing Central China King and the others to frown in displeasure, but Yi Qing, upon hearing them, smiled. He certainly had strength beyond imagination, but he didn't feel it was shameful for Ruan Hongxiu to protect him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of peace of mind. Central China King looked at Ruan Hongxiu and said, "Ruan Hongxiu, by saying that, you're misunderstanding everyone. No one here meant that. You're just overthinking it. As for the Mad King's matter, you know his temper. Wasn't he like this before Yi Qing arrived? But don't you think you acted a bit too harshly? After all, the Mad King is one of the 9 kings. More importantly, he's your admirer. Have you forgotten how deeply devoted he was to you before? Where was this deep devotion? If the Mad King truly admired Ruan Hongxiu, even to the point of deep devotion, then his behavior just now would not have been like that. Everything was merely the Mad King's greed at work." Looking at Central China King, Ruan Hongxiu said coldly, "I have no need to explain anything to you. If you're not convinced, you can fight me like the Mad King. I'm ready anytime. However, I still stand by what I just said. Whoever dares to target Yi Qing will be my enemy. I will not let anyone go. I hope you will act wisely and consider carefully." After speaking, Ruan Hongxiu directly returned to her seat, not even glancing at those people. And Yi Qing looked at Ruan Hongxiu, smiled, and said, "Thank you, Sister Hongxiu, for standing up for me. However, I can handle such matters myself. If they want to see something, just show it to them. I have nothing to hide." Absolute strength equals absolute confidence. Yi Qing had no intention of hiding his strength. Even if he was injured, what of it? Dealing with these people, how much effort could it possibly take? Chapter 870. Let you be a king. Yi Qing sat in his seat, looking at the corner next to the conference room, and immediately started laughing. Xiao Yu, at this moment, was miserably slumped in the corner, almost wishing she were dead. And the Mad King, who was previously so arrogant and overbearing, now had a broken arm and was still dizzy and disoriented from the beating, not having recovered yet. Isn't it funny? It's simply too funny, and this seems to be just a prelude. Central China King looked at Mr. Yi, frowned slightly, and said, Mr. Yi, is it very funny? Do you find the fate of Qiu Yu and the Mad King ridiculous, and so you're mocking them? If that's the case, I suggest Mr. Yi stop laughing. After all, no matter what, they are both among the 9 kings and among the 18 big bosses. For them to end up like this, if word gets out, it will be a joke. Not just their joke, but our joke as well. The controllers of the underground world of Dragon Country, ending up in such a state during a meeting. If this joke spreads, it will truly make people laugh their heads off. Yi Qing looked at Central China King, chuckled and shook his head, saying, No, this is not my joke. This is their own joke, of course. If you insist on dragging yourselves into it, then, considering it your joke is fine too. Qiu Yu, not knowing her place, coveted the position of king and humiliated Queen Hongxiu. Her current predicament is self-inflicted. Anyone who knows what she did would not have an ounce of pity for her, only thinking she overestimated herself. As for the Mad King, he's even less deserving of pity. Arrogant, overbearing, conceited, delusional, and looking down on everyone. His current fate is still considered good. Don't rush. Perhaps later, his fate will be even worse. A joke? Joke? It will only be a joke to those who are blind, who provoke those they shouldn't, and covet what they shouldn't. Central China King, do you have an opinion? Central China King heard this, remained silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Alright, let's not talk about these matters anymore, Mr. Yi, let's get back to the main topic. The position of Southeast King will be returned to you, and the position of Queen will also be returned to Queen Hongxiu. This is the biggest concession we can make. As for the others, I think we cannot give up anymore. At this point, Central China King's attitude was resolute, seemingly leaving no room for discussion. Mr. Yi, you should be very clear that being able to do this much truly shows our sincerity and respect for you, but, for other things, we really cannot do it. After all, our losses are too great, and with so many of us combined, to put it bluntly, one Southwest is simply not enough to compensate for our losses, let alone any profits. However, to have a good start with Mr. Yi, and to show our sincerity, we can endure losses and make some sacrifices, but this is our limit. I think Mr. Yi should understand. Central China King spoke as if their losses were immense and their concessions significant. Of course, the losses were indeed not small, with so many people dividing the profits of Southwest, and still needing to leave enough face for Elderphone. It indeed made them somewhat dissatisfied. But, was this caused by Yi Qing? This kind of robber's logic made Yi Qing not know how to even laugh. Looking at Central China King, Yi Qing chuckled, So, your heavy losses are caused by me? This tragic drama is clumsy and uninteresting, so there's no need to mention it to me, right? Moreover, are you even qualified to say that? Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Central China King, and he said coldly, What did you lose? Was it the price you paid to try your best to intercept me overseas? Or was it the heavy price you paid for failing to intercept me just now, resulting in each of you losing your right-hand men? Central China King, I haven't even mentioned these things, yet you keep bringing them up. Do you have no brains? Or do you think my knife, Yi Qing's knife, isn't sharp enough, so I won't kill people? Giving me face? Making huge concessions? Alright, you're giving me face, right? Making huge concessions, right? Then I'll give you face too, and I'll also make a concession. You, Central China King, and also the Flower King and Sea King, the three of you, give up one king position. Don't worry, I'm not as greedy as you, wanting to drive all three of us out at once. I only want one king position from you. After saying this, Yi Qing waved his hand and said, Pejun, come here for a moment. Pejun was stunned when he heard this, but without a word, he immediately came before Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, your command. Yi Qing looked at Pejun and said with a smile, Pejun, your ability is unquestionable. I think being a king is no problem for you. Sit down. The Mad King's position is just vacant. We need one, so it will be you. As soon as these words came out, not only were the others stunned, but even Pejun was stunned. No one had expected Yi Qing to say such a thing. Pejun looked at Yi Qing, hesitated for a moment, and said, Mr. Yi, this isn't appropriate, is it? I think it's better for me to follow you, and besides, I don't have the ability to be a king. Pejun felt he wasn't qualified. Of course, more importantly, Yi Qing was one of the 9 kings, and if he, Pejun, also became one of the 9 kings, wouldn't that mean he was on equal footing with Yi Qing? Yi Qing knew what Pejun's concerns were, and immediately laughed, shaking his head. You just think too much and worry too much. It's just the 9 kings. Since the Mad King could do it, and even an idiot like Zhou Yu could do it, why can't you? In terms of strength, you, Pejun, possess the strength of a dragon ranking expert, but your greatest ability is not that, but rather management. So, being this king, you are more than capable. As for becoming one of the 9 kings, meaning you're no longer my person, that's even more of a joke. My person becoming one of the 9 kings, that's an even better thing for me. So, don't decline if I say you can do it, you can do it. Hearing Yi Qing say this, and knowing he was serious and not joking, Pejun pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, since Mr. Yi thinks I can, then I, Pejun, will take this position. As he spoke, Pejun ignored how ugly the other people's expressions were and directly sat down in the position that the Mad King had just vacated. Yi Qing also ignored the others' ugly expressions and looked at Pejun with a smile, saying, how does it feel? Pejun heard this, showed a hint of a smile, and said, it feels pretty good. However, just then, Central China King spoke up, somewhat angrily. Pejun, Yi Qing is just joking with you. You actually dare to sit? Get up quickly, otherwise, don't tell me you don't know the consequences. Chapter 872 Threat. Central China King looked at Feng Wuhan at this moment. He really wanted to explode, even if it meant killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. However, it was a pity that even if he exploded, there would be no killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. At least, Feng Wuhan was not a chicken, and Yi Qing was not a monkey. But, it was impossible not to respond to Feng Wuhan's words. Looking at Feng Wuhan, Central China King shook his head and said, young Master Feng, you know I don't mean that provoking you is impossible, and provoking Feng Lao is absolutely impossible. I'm just stating a fact. Feng Lao is advanced in years now. Is it really necessary for him to get involved in such matters? And you, young Master Feng, are also Mr. Chen's grandson-in-law, with a transcendent status. Getting involved in such matters at this time, I'm afraid, isn't appropriate, is it? Even if you don't consider anything else, you should at least consider Mr. Chen's thoughts. So, I am advising Feng Lao, and also advising you, young Master Feng, to think twice before acting. Yi Qing can be crazy, Wan Hongxiu can be crazy, but do you really need to be? Indeed, there was no need. Feng Lao's status and position were already established. As long as no one targeted him, even if he lost his king position, he might not lose everything. In fact, it could be said that because he no longer held the king position, his status might become even more transcendent. Of course, if one had thought this way before, it might have been unrealistic, but now it seemed absolutely possible. After all, Feng Lao's qualifications were there, Wind Dragon was supporting him from behind, and a powerful network of connections was also maintaining him. Then, coupled with Feng Wuhan's current strength and Mr. Chen as Feng Wuhan's backer, everything truly became very transcendent. However, if Feng Lao and Feng Wuhan were people who only considered these things and not other circumstances, then today's situation would not have occurred. Feng Wuhan did not ask for Feng Lao's opinion, but directly looked at Central China King and smiled indifferently. Central China King, don't bring up other things. As for me, it's still the same. Whatever choice Yan Fatty's grandfather makes, that is my choice. At the same time, you don't need to bring up Mr. Chen regarding this matter. Since I came today as Mr. Chen's grandson-in-law, it proves one thing: Mr. Chen knows what I might do, but he fully supports me in doing anything I want. Do you understand? When Feng Wuhan said this, his eyes became somewhat cold. Let me tell you the truth, today, I never intended to resolve this peacefully. It's just that Mr. Yi has returned, and I'm handing this home court to Mr. Yi, and I also trust Mr. Yi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Mr. Yi who is making things difficult for you right now, but me, Feng Wuhan. These words were direct enough. They didn't even give Central China King and the others any face. Central China King's expression became extremely ugly, but he couldn't say anything more. Central China King looked at Flower King and Sea King, their eyes met, and they both saw the grimness in each other's eyes. Things were worse than they had expected. Yi Qing had no intention of holding back at all, he was finding ways to trouble them. Taking a deep breath, Central China King looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, Yi Qing, are you really not considering anything and determined to continue like this? Aren't you afraid? Yi Qing smiled upon hearing this and said, afraid of what? Afraid you'll deal with me? Ha, if I were afraid of that, then I'd truly be a joke, wouldn't I? Besides, haven't you already dealt with me? Central China King, Flower King, Sea King, at this point, is it really necessary or meaningful to still be fantasizing about things that don't exist? I'll also tell you the truth, it's not impossible to give you a way out, but as I just said, the three of you, consider among yourselves who will relinquish their king position. Yi Qing's attitude was very resolute. There was no intention of compromise at all. And now, even if it was just Yi Qing alone, he was, in fact, enough to put sufficient pressure on all of them. Central China King looked at Flower King and Sea King and said in a deep voice, "You've seen it, things have reached this point, it seems there's nothing more to say. We sincerely wanted to coexist peacefully, but others don't give us face, they don't take us seriously. Flower King, Sea King, what are your intentions? You, speak." Flower King and Sea King exchanged glances, both seeing the anger in each other's eyes. It was false to say they weren't angry that such a good situation had turned out this way. The most infuriating thing was that they had compromised again and again, but Yi Qing was pressing them step by step. Was he trying to force them to their deaths? At this point, if they still harbored any other illusions, then they truly had no brains at all. Flower King looked at Central China King and said coldly, "Since others don't take us seriously, then let's take ourselves seriously. Do they really think being one of the 9 kings is so easy? Then, let's just see." Sea King also sneered upon hearing this, "I just don't believe it. Can they really sweep us all away? It's fine that we suffered losses before, but when we don't want to suffer losses, who can make us suffer losses?" Central China King, "There's no need to say anything more since there's nothing left to discuss. I think there's no need to discuss it. What else can he do to us? If things really escalate, who lives and who dies, who wins and who loses, is still uncertain." After receiving definite answers from Flower King and Sea King, Central China King felt much more at ease. What he feared most was that these two would change their minds at the last minute, which would truly leave them with no way out. Fortunately, Flower King and Sea King also clearly understood that Yi Qing would not let them go, they were already too deeply involved. With the three of them together, there was nothing to fear. Looking at Yi Qing, Central China King said with a somewhat cold voice, "Yi Qing, I'm giving you one last chance. Accept our terms, and then everyone will be happy, and no one will have to consider anything else. But, if you don't accept our terms and still insist on yours, then you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing Central China King's words, Yi Qing laughed directly and said, "Don't you think your threat is a bit too pale and powerless? Am I, Yi Qing, afraid of your threats? Besides, you're not just threatening verbally, haven't you already taken action against me? Since things have come to this, I have nothing more to say. My demand just now is my final demand. Agree to it, and you'll still have a chance to breathe, even if it's just barely surviving, at least you'll still be alive, right? But, if you don't agree, then, try it if you have the ability. Initially, you didn't want me to leave overseas just now, you didn't want me to reach 9 Kings Hall. So, I'll also say this, if I'm not satisfied today, then you won't be leaving this conference room either." Chapter 873 Seeking Death. Threats, who can't make them? Central China King and the others dared to threaten Yi Qing, and it wasn't just an empty threat, they took actual action, wanting to kill Yi Qing. So, Yi Qing naturally wouldn't show them any face. If they can kill, Yi Qing can also kill, and he can do it even better than them. However, some people are just like that, they can threaten others, but if others threaten them, that's simply not allowed. When Central China King heard Yi Qing's words, his heart pounded violently, and a strong sense of crisis instantly swept over his entire body. But at this moment, whether it was him, Flower King, or Sea King, they had no choice. They couldn't possibly back down now, could they? If that were truly the case, then there would be nothing fun about it, they could just surrender directly. Why bother entangling with Yi Qing for so long? Yi Qing, are you threatening us? In the sacred place of the 9 Kings Council, during this highest level meeting, are you threatening us? You are simply audacious. Even the Heavenly King from back then, who dominated an era, was not as arrogant as you. Yi Qing, I demand that you apologize now, immediately, in front of everyone, apologize to us. Central China King mentioned the Heavenly King, which was not only because he felt Yi Qing was going too far but also to remind everyone present that Yi Qing, being so arrogant, might just be the next Heavenly King. Never mind what would happen after he subdued them this time. Even before subduing them, Yi Qing's current behavior was clearly similar to that of the Heavenly King back then. No, even more excessive. Upon hearing these words, Elder Feng immediately grew anxious and quickly said, "Central China King, don't try to confuse the issue here. Yi Qing is Yi Qing, and the Heavenly King is the Heavenly King. They are not the same concept at all. Besides, is there anything wrong with what Yi Qing said? What? Is it only permissible for officials to set fires, but not for common people to light lamps? You can gang up and bully us, but when it comes to us, is even fighting back considered wrong? Central China King, watch your words. No one here is a fool. They won't believe your nonsense." Was it nonsense? Not really, at least. Yi Qing's current performance could be described as unparalleled in dominance. The appearance of one person directly changed the entire situation, which means Yi Qing already has the ability to influence many things. Remember the fastest novel site 101.com. Coupled with Elder Feng and Wan Hongxiu firmly standing by Yi Qing's side, many things were truly hard to say. Central China King snorted and said, "Elder Feng, no matter how much you explain or how much you say, you cannot deny this fact. Since Yi Qing returned, Xiaoyue was crippled with extremely cruel methods, and Mad King was also subdued to the point of being speechless. The ruthlessness of these methods is even greater than that of the Heavenly King back then." Elder Feng, am I being alarmist? Am I talking nonsense? Everyone has eyes, they can all see it. If it were just that, it would be fine, but Yi Qing even wants his subordinate to be one of the 9 kings. This isn't trying to be the Heavenly King, this is even more terrifying than the Heavenly King. This is trying to be a dictator. He, Yi Qing, wants to control the entire 9 Kings Council. He wants to be the one who calls the shots in the underground world of Dragon Country. Central China King wanted to use this method to force everyone to unite and also to make Yi Qing abandon some unrealistic fantasies. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Qing was much tougher than he imagined. Looking at Central China King, Yi Qing sneered, "If the 9 Kings Council is full of trash like you, if the 9 kings of the underground world of Dragon Country can only be people like you, then what if I control the 9 Kings Council? At least, it won't be worse than it is now." Was this an admission of his ambition? Central China King was startled, not expecting Yi Qing to be serious. However, this was good. This gave him even more reason to persuade everyone present. Listen, all of you listen. This Yi Qing finally couldn't hide it and exposed his ambition. He just wants to seize power, to ride over all of us. He wants to be the next Heavenly King. Everyone, we must unite now and drive Yi Qing out. Only then will it be the best choice for everyone. At this moment, Yi Qing sighed, looking at Central China King, and said calmly, "You foolish thing, even if I follow your wishes and tell you everything you want to hear, what then? Overbearing? Dictatorial? Today, I will truly do it." Speaking of this, Yi Qing slowly stood up, looked at Central China King and the others, and said coldly, "Originally, I wanted to watch you dogs fight among yourselves, but if you insist on being stubborn and resisting to the death, then I don't mind letting you die a worthy death. How about we start with you?" As his voice fell, Yi Qing actually leaped up directly, crossing the conference table and appearing in front of Central China King. He directly grabbed Central China King's neck and said coldly, "Since you are so unhappy, unconvinced, and so confrontational with me, then you, go die." After saying that, Yi Qing was about to exert force and directly twist Central China King's neck. At this moment, everyone present's expressions changed completely. Arguing is one thing, and such things have happened before. It's just an argument, and even a physical altercation is considered normal. After all, they are all big figures and magnates of the underground world. Normally, no one submits to anyone, so venting a little is not a bad thing. However, arguing is arguing, and fighting is fighting. Directly resorting to killing on the 9 Kings Council is not allowed. Flower King and Sea King's expressions immediately changed. Seeing Yi Qing about to strangle Central China King, they immediately roared in anger. "Yi Qing, what do you want to do? Let go of Central China King, let him go immediately. Audacious. This is simply lawless. Yi Qing, do you want to be an enemy of the entire 9 Kings Council? Release Central China King immediately." Yi Qing heard this, looked at Flower King and Sea King, and said indifferently, "Anxious? Why are you anxious?" "Anxious. If I kill Central China King, isn't that a good thing for you?" After all, I said I would make a spot for Pujuan if Central China King dies, wouldn't a king's position just open up? I'm not really crazy, at least for now, although I want you to die, unless absolutely necessary. I don't plan to kill all of you directly, but killing one first is always fine. If you want to save Central China King, then are you two ready to die? These words made Flower King and Sea King's expressions turn extremely ugly. However, a small calculation arose in their hearts. Yi Qing was clearly insane. If they couldn't subdue Yi Qing today, then they would definitely be the ones who suffered. But even if they were to suffer, no one wanted to suffer themselves. If Central China King died and it meant they could live, then it would actually be quite good. However, while they thought this, they couldn't actually do it. Flower King took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said in a deep voice, "Yi Qing, this is not a place for you to act wildly. Are you sure you want to do this?" After speaking, without waiting for Yi Qing to answer, Flower King looked at Ruan Hongxiu and Elder Feng, and said in a deep voice, "Elder Feng, Ruan Hongxiu, are you sure you want to watch Yi Qing court his own death?" Chapter 874, Becoming the Second King. Are you seeking death? Looking at it this way, Yi Qing does seem to be seeking his own death. What he's doing is burning all bridges. Elder Feng took a deep breath and said coldly, "I just said that no matter what decision Mr. Yi makes, I, Feng, will support him without hesitation. So, if Mr. Yi feels there's nothing more to say and must kill, then, let him kill." This so-called Nine Kings Council, these so-called Nine Kings, this so-called everything, because of you bastards, it has all become a joke. Since it's already a joke, why not break it to establish something new? Let Mr. Yi completely clear some obstacles and reorganize the Nine Kings Council. Elder Feng's words made his stance very clear. He supports Yi Qing. Even if Yi Qing truly intends to kill Central China King, or even more people, he will support him without hesitation. Ruan Hongxiu, hearing this, also chuckled lightly and said, "Since when does this world only allow you to kill people, but not allow others to kill you? From the moment you conspired and secretly harmed Yi Qing and me, you should have anticipated the current outcome. You can all unite to kill people, so what? Are people not allowed to fight back now?" Ruan Hongxiu's words resonated with everyone. Flower King and the others, when they united, to put it unpleasantly, they showed no one any respect, and their ambitions were never small. It was only because Yi Qing survived. Before Yi Qing arrived, when it wasn't certain if he was alive, weren't Flower King and Sea King very arrogant? They said Yi Qing was tyrannical, unreasonable, and a dictator. What about them? They directly denied people the chance to refuse, announcing the dismissal of Yi Qing, Elder Feng, and Ruan Hongxiu, dismissing 3 king positions at once, treating the Nine Kings Council and the underground world as their own. At this point, why didn't they say it was unacceptable? Flower King and Sea King looked at Elder Feng and Ruan Hongxiu, who were clearly determined to follow Yi Qing to the end, and understood that it was impossible to expect them to calm down and persuade Yi Qing. Good, Ruan Hongxiu, Elder Feng, we've given you all the respect due, but you insist on going down this dark path with Yi Qing. I hope you don't regret it. And don't think you call the shots here. If we truly go all out, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. After Flower King finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and looked directly at the silent Northeast King Linhu, and also at Jiangnan King Tu Xiuji, who had no presence today. Northeast King, Jiangnan King, things have escalated to this point. I imagine even sitting here, you won't be at ease. Yi Qing wants to kill Central China King, and even us, right here. Are you just going to stand by and do nothing? And the envoys from the imperial capital, I'd like to ask, do you also allow such things to happen? They couldn't resolve Yi Qing on their own in the current situation, they could only hope that others would speak up. Northeast King Lin, who had always been neutral, but he was powerful and extremely domineering. If he spoke, anything could turn around. And Jiangnan King Tu Xiuji was famously indifferent to worldly affairs, only caring about his own territory, ignoring other matters. However, this didn't mean Jiangnan King was a pushover. On the contrary, occupying the prime land of Jiangnan, Jiangnan King's wealth and strength were actually terrifyingly immense. But he was low-key, not showing off his strength, but anyone who thought Jiangnan King was easy to bully was gravely mistaken. If he were truly easy to bully, with the personalities of Flower King and Sea King, they would have probably already made plans. The reason they hadn't was due to many concerns, the biggest being Jiangnan King's excellent relationship with the imperial capital and his extremely mysterious background. Before Northeast King Lin Hu could speak, Jiangnan King Tu Shoji chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, I won't interfere in your affairs. I don't offend anyone, and at the same time, I can't afford to offend anyone. No matter who wins or loses, as long as you don't bother me, I'll support you. I can even provide money if you need it, or people if you need them, anything is fine. But just one thing, don't bully me. I just want to live my simple life peacefully. Thank you all." Tu Shoji finished speaking with a smile, even cupping his hands in salute to everyone present, truly as if he were expressing gratitude. At Jiangnan King's demeanor, Flower King gritted his teeth, furious, but at this moment, it was no longer appropriate to say anything more. He then shifted his gaze to Northeast King Lin Hu. "Northeast King, Yi Qing wants to dominate the Nine Kings Council and become the emperor of the underground world of Dragon Country. Do you have no objection?" This was placing hope on the Northeast King, and Flower King couldn't be blamed. After all, things had escalated to this point, and he had no other choice. Moreover, the Northeast King was powerful, and if he spoke, his words would carry significant weight. Northeast King Lin Hu looked at Flower King and the others, then at Yi Qing and his group, and finally spoke faintly, "My opinion of Yi Qing, I actually stated it before. I don't care about Yi Qing, nor am I concerned. I neither look up to him nor look down on him. His strength is his business. It has nothing to do with me, but if he provokes me, I, Lin Hu, am not someone who easily accepts death. However, as I also said, I deeply admire Yi Qing for going abroad to eliminate these scourges like Ko family head, and precisely because of this admiration, I am extremely disgusted by those who secretly stir up trouble." "Flower King, you know who I'm talking about, right? All of you, you know who I'm talking about, right?" Flower King and the others' expressions grew increasingly grim. Who else could he be talking about? Naturally, he was talking about them. He was saying that they secretly stirred up trouble, were despicable and shameless, and that they had dragged Yi Qing down. Since Lin Hu admired Yi Qing, he naturally looked down on them. Looking at Lin Hu, Flower King said in a deep voice, "Northeast King, many things are not as you imagine. Even if we are at fault, even if you truly appreciate Yi Qing, you have seen Yi Qing's actions. Can you truly tolerate his domineering nature? He wants to become a second heavenly king. Can you really tolerate it? Are you truly willing to submit to Yi Qing? I won't even mention Wan Hongxiu and Elder Feng, but the few of us absolutely cannot tolerate it. Jiangnan King, Northeast King, have you two truly lost all dignity?" Flower King was also anxious, even uttering words like "no dignity." This was not the attitude of someone asking for help. It was clearly an insult to Jiangnan King and Northeast King. It was as if their failure to act against Yi Qing made them cowardly and without dignity. Jiangnan King narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Flower King, and chuckled, saying nothing more, seemingly disdainful. Northeast King Lin Hu, on the other hand, looked at Flower King and said coldly, "Flower King, if you dare to spout nonsense again, believe it or not, if Yi Qing doesn't deal with you, I will definitely deal with you today." Flower King's threat was insignificant to the Northeast King. However, the Northeast King's threat was not merely a threat to Flower King. Seeing that things could get worse, Sea King quickly interjected, "Don't be angry, everyone, don't be angry. Flower King is just a bit anxious. In reality, he doesn't mean that, nor would he dare to mean that. Flower King, you've said the wrong thing, hurry up and apologize." Chapter 875, The Northeast King's Thoughts. Flower King also knew that he had indeed said the wrong thing, and seeing Lin Hu's icy gaze, Flower King's heart trembled. "I'm sorry, I was too impatient, so I spoke without thinking and said the wrong thing. I apologize to everyone. But my original intention was not wrong." Do we really have to watch Yi Qing continue to be so arrogant? Today, if he can treat us like this, then tomorrow, he can treat everyone like this. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing? Flower King was still unwilling to give up, wanting to drag Northeast King and the others into the water to deal with Yi Qing together. Sea King patted Flower King's shoulder and smiled, "Flower King, don't be too anxious. Everyone sees Yi Qing's situation, so they all have their own thoughts." After speaking, Sea King looked at Northeast King Lin Hu and smiled, "Northeast King, although Flower King is a bit impetuous and speaks carelessly, if you think about it carefully, his words, though rough, contain reason. Don't you agree?" Northeast King Lin Hu watched Flower King and Sea King sing in harmony, sneering incessantly. "You're determined to drag me into this, aren't you? Alright, since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. After speaking, Northeast King Lin Hu looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, "Yi Qing, you just heard what Lin Hu, said. I just want to ask you a few things." Yi Qing, at this moment, was still holding Central China King. Hearing Lin Hu's words, he nodded and said, "Northeast King, feel free to speak. There is no enmity between you and me, so I will tell you everything I can answer." Yi Qing certainly gave Northeast King Lin Hu enough face. Hearing Yi Qing's reply, Lin Hu nodded and said, "I want to ask Mr. Yi, is it true that during your overseas expedition, you almost died?" This question left everyone present a bit bewildered. Why ask this? What's the point? Besides, Yi Qing is alive, so where did this talk of dying come from? However, since Northeast King asked, Yi Qing began to answer seriously. The overseas operation was fraught with peril, a near-death experience. If not for a timely opportunity, I might not have returned. Yi Qing didn't exaggerate, as if the overseas trip was easy and effortless. In fact, as Yi Qing said, it was a near-death experience, even a certain death situation. To come back alive, it was truly because Yi Qing was lucky, and he truly had a breakthrough in battle. Otherwise, even if Yi Qing didn't die at the hands of those enemies, he would have been buried in the sea of fire. Lin Hu looked at Yi Qing and continued, "May I also ask, Mr. Yi, besides personal grudges, did your overseas expedition truly have the intention of resolving the troubles for Dragon Country and its borders?" "Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts?" Hearing Lin Hu's question, Yi Qing was silent for a moment before speaking. "I, Yi Qing, don't want to speak grand words, false words, or empty words. I'll say what I think. Going overseas to fight did involve personal grudges, but even without personal grudges, I would definitely eliminate people like Ko family head for no other reason than that when I was in Southwest, I learned of their evil deeds, I learned of their numerous crimes. When I was in Southwest, why did I kill the Ku family young master? Even knowing the enemy was powerful, I still did it, directly turning it into an endless conflict, because such criminals are not qualified to live and stand on the land of Dragon Country. I killed them because they deserved to die. What's more, Southwest King of our Dragon Country underground world was mocked and looked down upon by them. This is a contempt for our entire Dragon Country underground world. Even from this point of view, I had to kill them." Northeast King, I don't know if you are satisfied with my answer, but my answer is what I truly think. Hearing Yi Qing's answer, Lin Hu was silent for a long time before chuckling. "Mr. Yi, no matter what others say about you, to me, you are a responsible person and also a person with sufficient ability. Fighting bloody battles overseas, facing 5 dragon ranking experts alone, and then encountering 14 experts blocking your return path since they couldn't deal with you, it means you were meant to live, and you were meant to return. They all say you might be the next Heavenly King. No, in my opinion, you, Yi Qing, are not meant to be the next Heavenly King, because the Heavenly King ultimately did not become the King of Kings of the 9 Kings Council, nor did he become the Emperor of the Dragon Country underground world. But you, Yi Qing, might have that possibility. Quasi-Emperor level strength already provides the prerequisite for achieving all of this. Quasi-Emperor, how many people long for it, yet cannot attain it?" Lin Hu felt that Yi Qing would not become the second Heavenly King, because in his opinion, the Heavenly King's achievements seemed insufficient to satisfy Yi Qing's ambition. However, Lin Hu didn't seem to care about these things compared to them. What he cared more about was Yi Qing's strength, quasi-emperor level strength. "Mr. Yi, do you truly possess quasi-emperor level strength? Can you truly be called a quasi-emperor?" Yi Qing didn't know what Lin Hu was thinking, but it seemed there was no harm to him, so Yi Qing had nothing to hide. He immediately nodded and said, "I don't know how you define quasi-emperor, but I have heard some things, that if I came out alive from the bloody battle overseas, then I would be a quasi-emperor. If judged by this standard, then indeed, I possess what you call quasi-emperor level strength, and the 14 people who blocked my path earlier and were killed by me should be the best proof." Hearing Yi Qing personally admit that he possessed quasi-emperor level strength, Lin Hu's eyes grew even brighter. At this moment, Flower King and Sea King felt something was wrong. Lin Hu's attitude didn't look good. If they continued to chat like this, and the two of them eventually got along, that would truly be the worst thing. Northeast King, what do you mean by this? Does Yi Qing having quasi-emperor level strength mean he can suppress everyone? He can suppress others, but how can he suppress you, Northeast King? You are Northeast King Lin Hu. Everyone knows your character. You would never be subdued by anyone now, even you are going to bow your head to Yi Qing for survival? These words were absolutely provocative. This was to provoke Northeast King Lin Hu. And Lin Hu, hearing Flower King and Sea King's words, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He looked at them and said coldly, "Stop playing your tricks with me here. I know what you're thinking better than anyone. But I don't mind telling you the truth, I've long been displeased with idiots like you. What's more, what if I do bow to Mr. Yi? Do you idiots understand what quasi-emperor means? Stop talking nonsense, otherwise, if Mr. Yi doesn't act, I, Lin Hu, will." After speaking, Lin Hu looked at Yi Qing, smiled, and said, "Mr. Yi, there are some things we can discuss properly as long as we discuss well. I have no objection to you taking charge of the Nine Kings Council in the Dragon Country underground world. However, before we talk, I do have to say something for the three of them. You truly cannot kill them directly. It's not about whether it looks good or not, but rather, it's inappropriate. Mr. Yi, perhaps consider it." Chapter 876, Becoming the Emperor of the Underworld. Northeast King Lin, whose words were sincere, neither condescending nor obsequious, he was merely stating facts and reasoning. He did not deny his admiration for Mr. Yi, and he openly stated that he didn't mind Mr. Yi dominating the underground world of Dragon Country, but he had his principles. Mr. Yi looked at Northeast King Lin, who smiled, and said, "Northeast King, what do you want to talk to me about? And why can't these three be killed? If you don't mind me being the one who calls the shots in this Nine Kings Council, and you don't mind whether the underground world of Dragon Country is under my control, then what are you speaking for them? Since I'm the one calling the shots, then sometimes, some rules might need to be changed." Northeast King Lin, who heard this, smiled, and said, "That's true, but these three have people behind them. If Mr. Yi really kills them, he will completely offend the people behind them. If Mr. Yi doesn't mind, it's fine, but I think Mr. Yi should consider the territories they control. Three of the Nine Kings almost represent 1/3 of the territory and power in the underground world of Dragon Country. If it falls into chaos because of their deaths, I'm afraid it will be a big problem. We might be fine, but dealing with things always takes time. Given Mr. Yi's character and his declaration in Qin City, I think he wouldn't want ordinary people to suffer, right?" Other words might have been overlooked. But these words indeed struck a chord with Mr. Yi. Looking at Northeast King Lin, who, Mr. Yi smiled and said, "They all say Northeast King Lin, who is a neutral party, yet he is immensely powerful, incomparably domineering, and not to be provoked. But in reality, Northeast King is calmer and considers more than anyone else. Your words have convinced me. It's not a pity for these scoundrels to die, but if their deaths cause countless innocent common people to suffer, then that is their sin. It's not worth it at all." As he spoke, Mr. Yi released his hand from Central China King's neck. Central China King immediately clutched his neck, gasping for air. The feeling of escaping death made him want nothing more than to flee Mr. Yi's side, the farther the better. He was the one who was almost killed by Mr. Yi, so no one could understand his feelings more clearly. Just before, Mr. Yi truly wanted to kill him, and he could have killed him at any time, anywhere. The shadow of death suffocated Central China King. Mr. Yi glanced at Central China King, and that single glance directly scared Central China King so much that he no longer cared about his dignity. He scrambled backward, fearing that Mr. Yi would change his mind and directly strangle him. Mr. Yi sneered, shook his head, and said, "How spineless. Don't worry, since I said I wouldn't kill you temporarily, then I won't for now. With such little courage and such little strength, you still insist on causing me trouble, and the kind that seeks to kill me. I truly don't know where you get your courage. You say I want to be the second heavenly king, don't you?" Mr. Yi looked at them, his hands clasped behind his back, and spoke indifferently, "All right, then I'll show you. However, what I want to be is not the heavenly king. I want to be the master of this Nine Kings Council, the master of the underground world of Dragon Country. Do you understand?" As soon as these words were uttered, Central China King and the others' faces all grew increasingly grim. Mr. Yi had spoken these words without any reservation, yet at this moment, Jiangnan King ignored him, Northeast King remained silent, and young Master Feng and Ruan Hongshou naturally supported him. That left only them unhappy. But did their unhappiness matter? In fact, they now had to consider whether Mr. Yi was happy or not, otherwise, their lives might not even be safe. As Nine Kings, the Nine Kings of the underworld, they were respected wherever they went, but today, they were utterly humiliated. Central China King no longer dared to speak, fearing that Mr. Yi would be displeased and take it out on him. But Flower King and Sea King had no choice but to speak at this moment. "Yi Qing, I know you are powerful and ambitious, but you are thinking too much. It's fine for you to be the Southeast King, and even protecting Southwest King and Ruan Hongxiu is nothing, but if you want to be the emperor of the entire underground world, then you cannot succeed. Those people will not agree either. After speaking, Flower King looked at the capital envoy who was sitting in the envoy's seat, remaining silent as if it had nothing to do with him, and gritted his teeth. Envoys, aren't you going to speak? You represent the important figures from the capital. Are you going to just watch Yi Qing act so lawlessly here? He wants to kill us, and you don't speak now. He wants to be the emperor of the underground world of Dragon Country, the master of the Nine Kings Council. Are you sure you still won't speak? Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yan, aren't you going to speak? Northeast King and Jiangnan King were unreliable, and these three were the true capital envoys, the kind who came to attend the meeting. Young Master Feng actually didn't even count. The underground world of Dragon Country unified? An emperor dominating everything appears? This is impossible. At least, those celestial giants are unwilling to see this situation arise. How mighty was the former heavenly king? Yet he ultimately died mysteriously. Why? Wasn't it because the heavenly king's power was too great, and he even wanted to contend with those celestial giants? An underground world governed by the Nine Kings is necessary, as the underground world cannot be too chaotic, and it also involves issues of interest distribution. However, a unified underground world is not needed and cannot appear. Therefore, Flower King and the others sought help from the capital envoy, because they would never allow such a thing to happen. Indeed, after Flower King spoke, Mr. Wu looked at Mr. Yi with a grim expression and said, Yi Qing, your identity as Southeast King is not a problem for the capital envoy, but, as Flower King said, you want to become the second heavenly king, or even surpass the former heavenly king. This is absolutely impossible. However, given your strength and other circumstances, if you've been wronged, letting you vent your anger is not a big problem, but it is limited to this. And Mr. Zhang also nodded at this moment, saying, Mr. Wu is right. The underground world of Dragon Country cannot be controlled by one person, and in fact, even if it were given to you, you wouldn't be able to control it. Everything has rules, everything has a bottom line. There are some things we can concede, but in some situations, if you break the bottom line, that will be a disaster. Yi Qing, let's leave it at that. You haven't suffered any loss, so don't be so petty. These two made their words very clear, and they spoke in an unyielding, unquestionable tone, high and mighty, as if their words were decisions that no one could defy. And after they spoke, Flower King and the others clearly breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly feeling that they were already safe. At this moment, young Master Feng and Ruan Hongxiu's expressions also turned grim, as if they knew that nothing could be done. Only Mr. Yi remained calm, his gaze even more dangerous. Chapter 877 The Envoy Attacks. What you're saying is simple, but does it count for anything? Do I, Yi Qing, need to listen to you? Why are you pretending to be good guys here with me? If you were truly so reasonable, why were you silent when they conspired against us? When they bullied Elder Feng and Ruan Hongxiu in this hall, why did you not speak up? Why are you talking about fairness and justice with me here? Are you even worthy? The capital envoy, those who can hold this position are inherently people of status and influence. However, that's not the most crucial point. The most crucial point is that by becoming an envoy, their very existence doesn't represent themselves, but rather the forces and entities behind them. Therefore, humiliating them is, in fact, equivalent to humiliating those celestial giants. Mr. Wu and Mr. Zhang saw that after Mr. Yi heard their words, not only did he not obediently do as they said, but he also stood against them, even uttering the words, "Are you even worthy?" It was simply unforgivable. Mr. Wu couldn't hold back. He slammed the table heavily and pointed at Mr. Yi, shouting, "Yi Qing, how dare you? Speaking to you politely is giving you face. Do you know who you are speaking to? Do you know what consequences your current attitude will bring upon you? We, the capital envoy, generally do not get involved in your affairs, but since we have spoken, it is a decision whether you are happy or not. There is no other choice but to obey. Do you understand?" It was truly domineering. If they didn't speak, it was fine, but once they did, it was a decision, allowing no questioning, only execution. These words made many people present quite uncomfortable. After all, they were prominent figures in the underground world, but now, according to the envoy's words, they were nothing. No, it wasn't that they were nothing, it was that they weren't even considered important. When they didn't bother with you, you were individuals. Once they did bother, you could only be dogs. This was the meaning of these capital envoys. It was simple, clear, and very humiliating. Yi Qing smiled. It couldn't be said that these capital envoys overestimated themselves. It was truly that they had the capital and the strength. Did the 9 kings dare to provoke these capital envoys? Those who truly dared to speak a few harsh words to these capital envoys all had backing, but in a crucial moment, the people behind the capital envoys might not necessarily protect anyone. In fact, even Northeast King Linhu, at a critical juncture, probably wouldn't dare to be an enemy of these people. But Yi Qing was not them. Seeing the capital envoy so overbearing and arrogant, Yi Qing's smile became even more brilliant. If I recall correctly, when the Heavenly King was still alive, it seemed the capital envoy wasn't so unyielding. Not only that, but even the celestial giants behind you had to give the Heavenly King some face. Did I say something wrong? As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Wu's face immediately turned grim. When the Heavenly King was still around, he didn't have his current status and position, and he wasn't very old, but he had indeed witnessed the Heavenly King's domineering nature firsthand. To put it unpleasantly, the Heavenly King usually gave these capital envoys enough face, but when he didn't give face, he truly didn't give face. And even a slight lack of face, for these people, was a humiliation. Now, Yi Qing bringing up the Heavenly King's matter was clearly to humiliate them. Mr. Wu looked at Mr. Yi and said coldly, "So, the Heavenly King died. People who don't understand the rules, people who don't know their place, deserve to die. And the underground world will not allow a second Heavenly King to appear. Yi Qing, I advise you to think carefully, otherwise, you might well become the second Heavenly King." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi looked at Mr. Wu and chuckled. "Are you threatening me? Is it because of your identity as a capital envoy that you think I wouldn't dare do anything to you, so you're threatening me, right? Come, say it again. I'm listening here. Say it again and let me hear. You can bet whether you'll have a chance to say the next sentence after you finish this one. Don't talk to me about capital envoy or not. I, Yi Qing, am right here in this short period. The bloody battles I've experienced are more brutal than you can imagine. Why don't you also gather a dozen experts to besiege me and see if I die first, or if you die first?" After saying this, Mr. Yi revealed a cold smile and scrutinized Mr. Wu, saying, "I'm also very curious if the capital envoy's body is made of iron, or if it's just flesh and blood, and if killed, it's truly dead." This gaze, these words, made Mr. Wu frown instantly. Threat. Yi Qing was threatening him. However, facing Yi Qing's threat, Mr. Wu was truly scared, a fear from the bottom of his heart. This was Yi Qing, not just anyone. He was someone who had walked out alive from a desperate situation overseas, someone who had killed countless people in a short time, becoming a miracle. He truly dared. But at this moment, Mr. Wu couldn't back down, didn't dare to back down, otherwise, he would truly become a joke. "Yi Qing, are you threatening me?" After saying this, Mr. Wu looked directly at Elder Feng and Ruan Hongxiu, and said in a deep voice, "Elder Feng, Ruan Hongxiu, you all heard it. Yi Qing is threatening me, threatening the capital envoy. Not only did he beat the 9 kings, but he also wants to become the second Heavenly King. Now he's directly threatening the capital envoy. What kind of nature is this? What consequences will this have? I think I don't need to tell you, you all know. As long as I report today's situation, Yi Qing is dead. The various giants in the capital may have disagreements in their philosophies and interests, and different ideas, but they have one common bottom line: they absolutely will not allow a second Heavenly King to appear in the underground world of Dragon Country. And they will never allow anyone to challenge their authority. Whoever dares, dies." Just then, Yen Fatty, the smiling Yin family envoy, shook his head and chuckled. "Chief Steward Wu, what you said is a bit too overbearing. The celestial giants in the capital might be displeased if they found out. Besides, the giants are the giants, and we are just us. Although we represent them at the meeting, we still need to understand our own status and position. I have no objection to you, Chief Steward Wu, showing off your power here, but don't involve me. I, Yin Fatty, have no intention of being an enemy of Mr. Yi. On the contrary, I came here this time to make friends with Mr. Yi." After speaking, Yin Fatty gave Mr. Yi an extremely friendly smile. However, his words made Mr. Wu and Mr. Zheng's faces change completely. Chapter 878 The Yin Family Playboy. There are several capital envoys, naturally representing the interests behind several celestial giants. Mr. Wu is the general manager of the Wu family, naturally representing the interests of the Wu family. Mr. Zhang is the third son of the Zhang family, naturally representing the interests of the Zhang family. And Yin Fati, whose surname is Yen, is a member of the Yen family, and naturally represents the interests of the Yen family. Perhaps these celestial giants are all very friendly on the surface, but secretly, no one knows whose relationship is better or whose enmity is deeper. However, at least one thing is certain, since they have come here now, in the name of capital envoys, from this perspective, their interests are consistent. Especially when the matter involves the great upheaval of the Nine Kings, and even the great upheaval of the underground world, the interests of the capital envoys become even more aligned. Furthermore, Yi Qing indeed seems to show little respect for the capital envoys. This is not just about Mr. Wu losing face, Yin Fati's face should also be losing its luster. But now, Yin Fati said he came to make friends and actively showed goodwill to Yi Qing, which displeased both Mr. Wu and Mr. Zhang. Others can stir up trouble, but Yin Fati cannot. Looking at Yin Fati, Mr. Wu gritted his teeth and said, "Envoy Yin, what do you mean by that? It's your business if you want to make friends, but don't forget your current identity. You are a capital envoy now." Yi Qing clearly doesn't put the capital envoys in his eyes. In other words, he doesn't put the existences behind us in his eyes. Are you indifferent to such a matter? At this moment, Mr. Zheng's expression also became serious. He looked at Yin Fati and frowned. "Envoy Yin, I know you are naturally playful and enjoy making friends, and you are also a direct descendant of the Yin family. However, play when it's time to play, and when it's not, I think you should know the gravity of the situation. It's well known that you, Envoy Yin, are playful and don't participate in the core affairs of the Yin family on a daily basis, but since the Yin family sent you as this envoy this time, you shouldn't disappoint the people behind you, otherwise, you will truly become unsupportable in their eyes. At that time, will you still have the face to return to the capital?" Mr. Zhang is much older than Yin Fati according to family ties. It is reasonable for him to lecture Yin Fati as an elder. However, in this setting, using such a tone to lecture Yin Fati clearly has the intention of undermining him, and even not taking him seriously. The fact that Yin Fati can be treated this way even at a time like this shows how little he is valued among the big shots in the capital circles on a daily basis. Many of the celestial giants and bigwigs present did not speak but watched silently. The capital envoys are also having a conflict, and it's all because Yin Fati expressed his admiration for Yi Qing and showed a desire to make friends, resulting in him being ganged up on by the other two envoys. The rhetoric used was also very humiliating. Logically, at this moment, anyone should be angry, but Yin Fati seemed to have no intention of getting angry. A round face still wore a smile. Looking at Mr. Wu and Mr. Zhang, Yin Fati smiled and said, "Since you all know that I, Yin Fati, am unsupportable, do you think my family doesn't know? But there's no way around it. Even if I'm unsupportable, I'm still the Yin family's unsupportable, and a high-status one at that. Even if others don't like it, they can only endure it." At this point, a hint of arrogance appeared in Yin Fati's eyes as he said, "Yin Fati's grandfather is the Yin family's old ancestor, my father is the head of the Yin family, and my elder brother is the crown prince of the Yin family, destined to inherit the position as for who my mother is and the power of her family. I don't think I need to say more, do I? With all these identity bonuses, do I need to work hard? To struggle? To compete for things like you do? As long as I want it, I can have anything. What if I even make some mistakes? For others, those are fatal problems. For me, it might just be a matter of admitting a mistake. If it's more serious, it's just a bit of crying, and then it's fine. At most, I'll be confined for a period of time. What, is there a problem with that?" At this moment, Yin Fati was very proud, and his words were also very speechless, like a big villain, or rather, a profligate son of a rich family showing off his family background. But he was speaking the truth, and what he said made a lot of sense, leaving no room for criticism. His grandfather is a celestial giant who shakes the world, his father is the head of the Yin family, his elder brother is the highly anticipated heir of the Yin family, and his mother's status is equally noble. Why can't Yin Fati be a profligate? Moreover, although Yin Fati is a profligate and doesn't do serious work, he is different from other prodigal sons who only cause trouble. Although Yin Fati also has various flaws and constant minor problems, and has caused quite a few incidents, he has never really caused any major trouble. Furthermore, he is benevolent and charitable, and most sympathetic to the poor. Just this point alone makes him much better than many people. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu were almost angered by Yen Fatty's words. However, they also had to admit that Yen Fatty's family background was truly good, and his status was truly noble. There were indeed few who could compare to him in this regard. But then again, Yen Fatty was indeed a profligate and truly unmotivated. Mr. Zhang snorted coldly, looked at Yen Fatty, and said, "Envoy Yen, everything you said is correct, but have you never thought about your own problems? The Yen family has given you so much protection, and your relatives have earnest expectations for you. Can't you avoid disappointing them? Coming here to be this capital envoy this time, as long as you honestly stand with us, you would have completed your mission, but at this moment, you want to go against us? You are going to cause huge trouble for the Yen family, and you don't even know it?" After saying this, Mr. Zhang pointed directly at Yi Qing and said, "You want to make friends with him? No problem, not to mention you, many people want to. After all, Yi Qing's strength is here, and his status is also here. As long as he is willing to change, we are all willing to make friends with him. But the premise is that he must obey when he should obey, and not be full of ambition, insisting on becoming a second heavenly king, or even more. This is an absolutely unacceptable outcome. Yen Fatty, when Yi Qing wants to be the second heavenly king, are you sure you want to stand with him? Don't forget, what you represent now is not yourself, but the entire Yen family. Aren't you afraid of causing huge trouble for the Yen family? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by your father and Yen Fatty's grandfather when you go back? These words cannot really be called a threat. After all, if Yen Fatty really did that, in their view, it would cause huge trouble for the Yen family. Even if he wasn't beaten to death when he went back, he would probably receive a very severe punishment. Chapter 879. I come to be your friend. Hearing Mr. Zhang's threat, Yen Fatty didn't take it seriously. Obviously, it wasn't the first time he had caused trouble or made mistakes, and being punished had become commonplace, so he truly wasn't afraid of such threats. Mr. Wu also frowned at this moment. It was not uncommon for capital envoys, and even the celestial giants behind them, to have differing opinions at times. But this time, the situation was very special. The interests of the capital envoys and the beings behind them were aligned. Yen Fatty, this troublemaker, wasn't afraid of punishment, but they were. If things truly went wrong, they would undoubtedly face a lot of trouble upon their return. Envoy Yen, we know your status in your family is extraordinary, and you're accustomed to causing trouble and making a fuss on a daily basis, as no one will truly do anything to you. But this time, it's truly different. The underground world of Dragon Country absolutely does not permit the emergence of a single ruler. This is the tacit understanding and bottom line of those celestial giants. If Yi Qing wants to break this bottom line, he will be an enemy to everyone. Mr. Yen, you cannot bear this burden. Not only can you not bear it, but your Yen family probably cannot either. You should really think carefully before making a decision. There was nothing wrong with what was said. However, Yen Fatty, who had been smiling all along, suddenly changed his expression at this moment. He stared at Chief Steward Wu with a fierce look and said coldly, "Mr. Wu, Envoy Wu, Chief Steward Wu, are you provoking me? Provoking my Yen family? Or are you looking down on my Yen family? Looking down on Yen Fatty's eldest brother? My father? Even my grandfather? I, Yen Fatty, am making a friend, and as a result, you people are dragging my entire Yen family into it, even saying that my Yen family can't protect me? Are you looking down on Yen Fatty's eldest brother, my father, my grandfather? Fine, Chief Steward Wu, I've remembered everything you said today. I want to see what qualifications you, an adopted son of the Wu family, have to say such things. Do you represent the opinion of the Wu family?" As soon as these words were uttered, Chief Steward Wu's face immediately turned ashen. When did he ever look down on the Yen family? Let alone the Yen family master, who was a being whose stomp could shake the entire Dragon Country 3 times. Let alone Chief Steward Wu, even the beings behind the Wu family wouldn't dare to truly provoke the Yen family master. Now Yen Fatty had seized on his words and insisted on saying this. If this got out, regardless of whether it was true or false, he probably wouldn't fare well, and even personally visiting to apologize might not be enough. If an explanation truly needed to be given to the Yen family, the Wu family might directly tie him up and escort him to the Yen family, leaving him to their mercy. He was not Yin Fati, he didn't have so many important figures protecting him. Even if they protected him, they wouldn't be able to. So, at this moment, Envoy Wu felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Facing a difficult person like Yin Fati, he truly had no solution. Chief Steward Wu looked at Yin Fati, no longer caring about anything else. If he didn't explain this well, the problem would be huge. Envoy Yin, I didn't mean that. How could I possibly look down on the esteemed members of the Yin family? You've misunderstood. And Mr. Zhang, seeing Chief Steward Wu's appearance, frowned, sighed, and said, Envoy Yin, why be so aggressive? You clearly know that Chief Steward Wu didn't mean that. He was only looking out for you, afraid that you would do something wrong and be punished when you returned. Yin Fati scoffed at this. Whether I, Yin Fati, make a mistake or get punished, that's my own business. What? Are you going to discipline me on behalf of my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang immediately raised an eyebrow. Yin Fati was truly acting strangely today. Although he was usually arrogant and extremely unruly, he generally almost never did anything to offend people. But what about today? He came with ill intentions, immediately throwing out all sorts of accusations. What was he trying to do? Envoy Yin, you've misunderstood. How could I, Mr. Zhang, be qualified to discipline you on behalf of Old Yin? Old Yin is a being respected by everyone in Dragon Country, and the Yin family master is even more brilliant and admirable. Even your eldest brother, young Master Yin, is an outstanding talent who wouldn't give a thumbs up when he's mentioned. I, Mr. Zhang, admire him too much to have any other thoughts. Mr. Zhang directly blocked Yin Fati's path, avoiding any major accusations from Yin Fati. Although Mr. Zhang was the direct descendant of the Zheng family, with a significant identity and status, he had no intention of competing in this regard, and he couldn't afford to. Yin Fati saw that Mr. Zhang wasn't taking the bait, so he pouted and said nothing. Mr. Zhang, however, sighed and said, Envoy Yin, I don't know what you're thinking, but we are all well-intentioned. The capital envoys, in the Nine Kings Council, are a single entity. There can be disputes, and there can be other disagreements, but on certain matters, our interests are consistent. I think Mr. Yin should be clear about this. This isn't about stopping you from befriending Mr. Yi, but Mr. Yi has indeed gone a bit too far today. The Emperor of the underground world of Dragon Country is not so easy to become, nor is it something just anyone can do. I think, as long as Mr. Yi can give up this idea and coexist peacefully today, then, how Mr. Yin befriends him, and even if we all befriend him, it will not be a problem. After speaking, Mr. Zhang did not look at Yin Fati, but instead looked at Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, you've seen it for your matter, we capital envoys are almost fighting amongst ourselves, but I think you should also be clear about the seriousness of the problem. So, now, do you still insist on your opinion? Do you insist on going against us? You know, and you've heard, those important figures will absolutely not allow a second Heavenly King to appear, especially since your ambition is even greater than the Heavenly King's. At this moment, before Yi Qing could speak, Yin Fati quickly started to laugh. Mr. Yi, I still stand by what I said, he doesn't represent me. I want to be friends with you. Having such a powerful friend like you is simply wonderful. So, if you're angry with them, or even want to hit them, I have no objection, but don't hit me. I'm on your side. Yin Fati at this moment was very much like a sycophant. However, this attitude greatly angered Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu. What did he mean, Yi Qing hitting them? If Yi Qing dared to hit a capital envoy, that would be another matter entirely, far more serious than the current situation. Mr. Zhang looked at Yin Fati, gritting his teeth. Envoy Yin, if you don't stand with us, that's fine, but when we are discussing serious matters, I hope you won't interfere. Yi Qing smiled at this moment, looking at Yin Fati and saying, are you truly not afraid? After all, as they said, my ambition, Yi Qing's, is very great. What I want to do is not to become a second Heavenly King, but perhaps to become the Emperor of the entire underground world, a being that even those celestial giants in the capital would not dare to easily provoke. This indeed does not align with your interests, does it? If you stand on my side, you will inevitably be implicated, and even the people behind you might be misunderstood and targeted. Chapter 880. I just know the current situation. Yin Fati had been speaking up for him all day. Moreover, he seemed to be having a lot of fun, so Yi Qing was also somewhat interested in Yin Fati, which was why he said a few more words. After hearing Yi Qing's words, Yin Fati burst into laughter and said, it doesn't matter the more powerful you, Yi Qing, are, the happier I am. What's wrong with becoming the emperor of the underground world? Isn't it good? It's great to be on equal footing with those celestial giants. I don't know what others think, but I think it's excellent, and I really hope to see this happen. Compared to others who think I have a problem with my brain, I think their brains are the ones with problems. At this point, Yin Fati seemed to become arrogant, even revealing a hint of wisdom in his eyes. I, Yin Fati, am not very smart, but I at least know how to adapt to circumstances. At least, I can see some things clearly. I don't understand what those who oppose Mr. Yi are thinking. But thinking about it, I can understand. Before, they didn't know how powerful Mr. Yi was, so it's understandable that they targeted you and opposed you. However, your achievements overseas have already come out, and you're still alive. You're even called a quasi-emperor level expert for people to still trouble you and try to kill you. I truly can't understand it. Isn't that just seeking death? Especially just now, someone even sent people to ambush you. How sick in the head do you have to be to do something like that? Yin Fati shook his head, looking very speechless, as if he truly felt that people who did such things were very foolish. And the most foolish thing is that 14 experts, including 4 dragon ranking powerhouses and 10 tiger ranking powerhouses, failed to ambush you, Mr. Yi. This further proves that Mr. Yi's strength is immense, and he definitely possesses quasi-emperor level strength. Moreover, with Mr. Yi's methods, shouldn't these people be trembling and surrendering? Even if they want to save face and don't want to bow their heads, they should at least be low-key. But what about their performance? Heh, 9 kings? Big shots? They've been in the limelight for too long and have forgotten their own worth. No wonder the underground world of Dragon Country is now almost a laughingstock of the world's underground world. It seems like many people give it some face, but in reality, how many people truly revere the underground world of Dragon Country? Yin Fati seemed to have accumulated a lot of resentment, and at this moment, he vented it fiercely. Is Ku family head very powerful? He's just a clown, yet he acts tyrannical and wantonly bullies the people of Dragon Country's borders. This is an insult to the underground world of Dragon Country, and there are many more people in this world like Ku family head who don't care about or fear the underground world of Dragon Country. To put it bluntly, when the Heavenly King was around, although he was very overbearing and didn't give much face, at least when the underground world of Dragon Country was in his hands, it had much more dignity than it does now. Therefore, I support you, Mr. Yi, to be the emperor of the underground world, and I also believe that after you become this emperor, the underground world of Dragon Country will have much more dignity than it does now. As for whether these people understand or not, or support or not, that's their business. It has nothing to do with me anyway. I support you. To them, I can only say they are too foolish. Knowing Mr. Yi's methods and strength, at this time, instead of actively befriending him, they want to offend him to death. What is this if not foolish? I, Yin Fati, have no great ambitions, but I am a wise man who knows how to adapt to circumstances. I just favor you, Mr. Yi, and I just support you, Mr. Yi. My greatest wish, Yin Fati's, is to be a wanton fop. I now have Yin Fati's grandfather, a father, a mother, and an elder brother. If I also have a quasi-emperor expert like Mr. Yi, the emperor of the underground world, as my backer, who in the entire Dragon Country would I fear? Ha 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 ha. Yin Fati's words made everyone present lost in thought for a moment. They didn't know what to say or do. Was it unreasonable? It was simply too reasonable, and everything he said was true. The underground world of Dragon Country has indeed been somewhat too weak these past few years. There was infighting among the 9 kings, but it also has deeper reasons. When overseas forces bully you, you still have to consider whether you can fight, whether you should fight, whether someone will take advantage of the situation if you fight, and so on, coupled with some complex reasons behind it. The underground world of Dragon Country now probably only exists in name. And when the Heavenly King was around, even with many shortcomings, at least one thing was certain: at that time, they dared to fight and could fight others, even if they weren't afraid of the underground world of Dragon Country, at least didn't dare to bully them casually. This is a fact that cannot be denied. Moreover, the most reasonable thing Yin Fati said was that since Yi Qing had shown himself to be so powerful, instead of trying to curry favor, they were scrambling to be his enemy. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yin Fati, on the other hand, thought clearly enough and spoke bluntly enough. With Yi Qing as a backer, plus his own family background, he really was someone no one could afford to provoke. However, not everyone was Yin Fati, completely unconcerned about anything. Yi Qing looked at Yin Fati and said with a playful look in his eyes, "Everyone says you, Yin Fati, are uneducated and a fop, and you act that way too, but why do I feel that you have great ambitions and your own ideas? The world has probably been deceived by your appearance. Upon hearing Yi Qing's assessment, Yan Fadi burst into laughter and quickly shook his head, saying, Mr. Yi, you really think too highly of me. How could I be as good as you say? I just want to be a big fop, but I usually cause some trouble for people, and many people dislike me of course. Not many people dare to actually attack me, but as for backers, who would ever complain about having too many? With Mr. Yi's strength, if he also becomes the emperor of the underground world, then I, Yan Fadi, can truly walk sideways in Dragon Country. Haha, please, Mr. Yi, give me a chance. At this moment, Yan Fadi had not a trace of the capital envoy's demeanor, nor any of the Yin family young master's dignity. Instead, he looked more and more like a sycophant. But even so, even if someone disliked him, they couldn't do anything to him. Just as he said, he, Yan Fadi, had many backers, and he really couldn't be provoked. Yi Qing looked at Yan Fadi and chuckled, saying, You're very interesting, but are you so certain that I can succeed? After all, they all said that if I do this, I'll displease many celestial giants at that time. Who knows how they'll deal with me, and perhaps I'll be eliminated before I even become emperor. And you too, will offend people because of my affairs, be criticized, and even your family will confine you and punish you for this matter, not letting you out. Aren't you afraid? Yan Fadi heard this and chuckled, No, because Yan Fadi's grandfather also supports me. As soon as these words came out, everyone present's expressions changed. Yan Fadi's grandfather, Yan Family Master, was considered the stabilizing force of Dragon Country. He actually supported Yan Fadi in befriending Yi Qing? Was this true or false? This was an astonishing piece of news that caught everyone off guard. Chapter 881 My Grandfather's Words. At this, even Yi Qing was stunned. Some things can be joked about, but others cannot be taken lightly. Yan Fadi supporting Yi Qing and having a good impression of him was nothing. After all, he was a junior. Even with the title of capital envoy, not many people took him seriously. Who would have thought that Yan Fadi's reputation as a good-for-nothing was already well known? At most, people would say he was being mischievous. However, he claimed that the Yan family master greatly admired Yi Qing and supported his friendship with Yi Qing, which was a completely different concept. No one might care what Yan Fadi said. But, if the Yan family master merely coughed, the Dragon Country would tremble. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu were both stunned, then immediately looked at Yan Fadi and reprimanded him angrily. Yan Xiaolu, you're being absurd. It's one thing for you to be absurd yourself, but you actually dragged the old master Yan into this. Do you know what consequences this will have? Clarify it immediately, otherwise, you will be in deep trouble when you get back. Yan Fadi heard this, pouted, and said, Clarify what? What Yan Fadi's grandfather and I said, believe it or not, it's all true anyway. Otherwise, why do you think I'm serving as this capital envoy and came all the way to Paidu? Isn't there enough for me to do in the capital? Why would I meddle in your affairs when I have nothing better to do? It's definitely because of Mr. Yi. Yan Fadi's grandfather and I are both certain that Mr. Yi is alive and will definitely return, which is why I came here to be this envoy. Yan Fadi's grandfather personally approved my appointment as this envoy. What? Don't you believe it? If you don't, then why don't you go ask Yan Fadi's grandfather? These words truly left no room for fault, especially the suggestion to ask his grandfather who would dare to accept that? Who could accept that? The Yan family master, a pillar of the nation, was he someone who could be met just by wanting to? To put it bluntly, even if the 9 kings of the underground world present today might have a chance to meet other celestial giants, meeting the old Master Yen would be very slim. This was the status of the Yen family master, and he was also one of the few remaining pillars of the nation in the Dragon Country. His status was frighteningly high. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu were truly helpless at this moment. Yen Fati was essentially cheating. What could they say? However, ignoring it like this was clearly impossible. After all, they also represented the interests of other celestial giants. Moreover, it was a recognized fact that the underground world did not allow a single emperor to dominate everything. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Zhang looked at Yen Fati and said, even if old Yen truly admired Yi Qing, that was probably before, and he doesn't know that Yi Qing's ambition has now swelled to the point of wanting to dominate the entire underground world. I think if old Yen knew about this, he would definitely disagree and change his mind. So, Envoy Yen, you'd best think more, reflect more. After all, this matter is of great importance, and old Yen's meaning is probably not like this. Yen Fati heard this, looked at Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu, and smiled. That's quite a coincidence. Although Yen Fati's grandfather didn't know that Mr. Yi wanted to be the master of the underground world, when Yen Fati's grandfather and I were chatting, this matter was indeed brought up. At least, Yen Fati's grandfather also believes that the current underground world of Dragon Country is a bit too chaotic, and it has embarrassed us overseas. If there truly is someone who can take charge of the overall situation and let the underground world regain its prestige overseas, Yen Fati's grandfather would not object. Moreover, Yen Fati's grandfather thinks that this person can only be Mr. Yi. Otherwise, if the two envoys still don't believe it, how about I call Yen Fati's grandfather, and you can talk to the old man yourselves? Talk? Talk nonsense. Yen Fati dared to call, but they didn't dare to answer. Moreover, what made them feel most helpless was that even they now believed that old Yen had probably truly said those words. No other reason, old Yen's temperament and character were like that, and he was also from the military. Back then the underground world was indeed a bit chaotic and weak, and it was understandable that old Yen couldn't stand it. It was just that this matter came too suddenly, and they couldn't make the decision. Seeing Yen Fati's composed expression, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu were instantly at a loss since he was using old Yen's words as a reason. Whatever they said would be wrong. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wu, why are you standing there stunned? Do you have any other questions? If you do, I'm too lazy to say more to you. I'll just call Yen Fati's grandfather directly and let him give you two an explanation. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu's faces turned extremely pale, and they immediately waved their hands and shook their heads, saying, no need. How dare we trouble old Yen to explain to us? Since old Yen has his own ideas, then, we dare not say anything more. Yen Fati smiled brightly, nodded, and said, since both envoys have no objections, then let Yi Qing make all the decisions himself. Of course, I believe Yi Qing will handle it very well. At least, he will definitely save face for you. After all, you are capital envoys. You may not care about your reputation, but the entities behind you still do. Was that an insult? It was absolutely an insult, but at this moment, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu didn't want to say anything more. Just as Yen Fati said, he had a backer, a very powerful one, and he could even directly have his backer come forward. Could they? Clearly, they could not. Sometimes, one couldn't help but resent the unfairness of this world. How could a good-for-nothing like Yen Fati, who was unlearned and lazy, be so lucky? At this moment, seeing that Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu had stopped speaking, Yen Fati smiled and looked at young Master Feng, saying, young Master Feng, you are also considered a capital envoy today, representing old Chen. I assume you have no objections. Master Feng heard this, shook his head, and smiled. I have no objections whatsoever. Whatever Mr. Yi does, I, like Yen Fati's grandfather, will fully support him. Yen Fati smiled and said, then there's no problem. After speaking, Yen Fati looked at Yi Qing, smiled, and said, Mr. Yi Qing, there are no problems. The capital envoys will no longer obstruct you in any way. You can do anything you want. Of course, after all, it's still the Nine Kings Council, and after all, the necessary respect must still be given. So, if Mr. Yi wants to kill people, I think it's best to wait until later. This is my personal suggestion. If Mr. Yi thinks it's acceptable, then listen, if not, then pretend I didn't say anything anyway. I've said my piece, and I fully support you. A wonderful person, truly a wonderful person. Yi Qing looked at Yin Fatty, smiled, and said, okay, I will naturally give the necessary respect. However, Envoy Yan, I do want to ask, did old Yin truly say that? You should know that falsely transmitting an imperial decree is a very serious crime, especially in this situation. If you do such a thing, even if someone protects you when you go back, the punishment you receive will probably not be light. Also, I have many enemies. The future is destined to be full of thorns and rivers of blood. Are you sure you want to invest in me and be my friend? Aren't you afraid of being implicated by me? After all, you still have the Yin family behind you. Haven't you considered it? Chapter 882. Choose one person to die. After hearing Yi Qing's words, Yin Fatty smiled and shook his head, saying, Mr. Yi, don't call me Envoy Yin if you don't mind. I'll call you Brother Qing, and you can call me Yin Fatty. Seeing the way Yin Fatty was trying to build a relationship, Yi Qing looked at him and smiled. Call me brother? Between the two of us, you look older, don't you? Hearing this, Yin Fatty immediately shook his head and said, no, Brother Qing, just call me Yin Fatty. As for the brother part, let me be the one to say it. My age isn't actually that big, and besides, even if I were a few days, months, or even years older, it wouldn't matter. What's important is that the capable come first, the strong ascend, and the weak fall. Since you're so powerful, Brother Qing, you naturally should be the big brother. I'm already content to be your little brother. Brother Qing, please don't refuse. Yin Fatty's face was full of sincerity, but these words were not something an ordinary person could say. Yi Qing didn't want to dwell on it, so he nodded. Alright, you're quite interesting. I'm actually a bit interested in you, so don't worry about what happens here today. Since you've called me big brother, as your big brother, I can't let my own affairs cause you trouble, thus implicating you, and even the Yin family behind you. Don't worry, since I dared to come to Nine Kings Hall, I've made all the necessary preparations. If I can't even solve this small problem, then what other problems can I solve? Yi Qing looked arrogant, as if the troubles here were not a big deal to him. He even proactively told Yin Fatty not to interfere. But Yin Fatty still shook his head and said, Brother Qing, since you, as the big brother, are so righteous, I, as your brother, can't back down. Besides, rest assured, Yin Fatty's grandfather really said those words. I came here this time with Yin Fatty's grandfather's permission. Everything I said is true, I didn't lie to them. Brother Qing, please don't refuse. I see it's getting late. Brother Qing, whatever you want to do it quickly. We brothers have just reconnected, and I'm eager to drink and chat with you until we're both drunk. When he said this, the atmosphere was clearly tense, yet Yin Fatty acted as if it was nothing. Also, this was a matter concerning the power of the underground world. Was it not as enjoyable as drinking? He was indeed a big spendthrift. However, Yi Qing actually quite liked Yin Fatty's personality. At least, he lived clearly and thoroughly. Yi Qing smiled and said, alright, then I won't say any more. Just as you said, once this matter is resolved, we'll go drink and chat, huh? It's been a long time since I've seen my friends and brothers, and it's time to catch up. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu, the two capital envoys, and said indifferently, although Yin Fatty is willing to help me, I don't want to cause them any trouble. I don't want to provoke you, but if you insist on finding trouble with me, that's another matter. Regarding the Nine Kings Council, today, I must achieve my demands. However, I won't say anything like becoming an emperor of the underground world. Such words are too grand, and I can't utter them. This way, you also have an explanation, don't you? Mr. Zhang heard this, looked at Yi Qing, and said in a deep voice, what do you want to do? Yi Qing smiled and said, I don't want to do anything, but some people must be taught a lesson, and I will use the Nine Kings Council, and their previous method of voting. It's not easy to update. Remember to share 101 Kenshukum. I want them to vote unanimously to pass their own punishments, including the removal of their royal titles, and even the execution of a certain person. These words were truly arrogant and domineering, yet Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu both smiled. Yi Qing's direct and forceful intention to kill people was understandable to them, but now he was saying he wanted to deal with those people through voting, and it had to be a unanimous vote? Was this a joke? Alright, Mr. Yi, if you can achieve this, then it's reasonable and fair, we won't say anything and will let you do as you please. Yi Qing nodded, then looked at everyone present, his expression turning cold. I, Yi Qing, am indeed very disappointed with the current underground world, and also with all of you today. I was originally prepared to go on a killing spree, but a peaceful approach might also solve some problems. However, what happens next depends on whether you can satisfy me. I said, a unanimous vote. If anyone doesn't vote, then we'll have a good talk whether you consider it a threat or arrogance. I no longer want to consider anything. If you are dissatisfied and think I wouldn't dare do anything to you, then try me. There's only one chance. After these words, the big shots and magnates present were all at a loss for words. They were big shots and magnates, after all, but Yi Qing's words sounded like a threat, threatening all of them? One person suppressing the entire Nine Kings Council? He said it was fine not to be an emperor and fine not to control the Nine Kings Council, but if Yi Qing succeeded in this matter, wouldn't he become the true emperor of the underground world? Who would still object? Who would dare to object? However, even if someone was dissatisfied, no one spoke up at this moment. Outside, there were still the bodies of 14 strong individuals, and inside the hall, there was the miserable Qiuyu and the Mad King, who had regained consciousness but looked in pain and despair. Of course, there were also Central China King, Flower King, and Sea King, who hadn't had any trouble yet since they weren't stepping forward. It wasn't anyone else's turn to do so. Seeing that no one spoke, Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction and said, "You are all smart people, you all know how to choose. In that case, let's begin." After speaking, Yi Qing looked directly at the three, Central China King, and said indifferently, "I just said, the three of you, give up one royal title. Choose among yourselves who will relinquish this title. Oh, by the way, the one who gives it up will be the culprit. I, Yi Qing, only punish the primary offender. This can also be considered a small act of benevolence I'm showing you during my first appearance at the Nine Kings Council. You have 1 minute to choose the primary offender among you. The other two can live." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed completely. Yi Qing was not only going to kill people, but he was also going to watch his enemies turn on each other. This was a psychological attack. Central China King looked at Yi Qing and immediately became furious. "Yi Qing, you're too arrogant." What do you mean? Are you going to kill people? Are you going to kill people at the Nine Kings Council? How dare you? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at Central China King, sneered, and said, "Since you dared to ambush me, what else do I not dare to do? Instead of arguing with me here, you might as well think carefully about which of the three of you should die. Don't worry, I will make sure you die openly and honorably, because your death will definitely be approved by a unanimous vote of the Nine Kings Council. Therefore, there will be no such thing as random killing." Central China King, are you so eager to jump out? Do you want to die? If so, then I don't need to let you choose, I can just announce that it's you. How about it? Still choosing? After these words, Central China King was at a loss for how to respond. No one wanted to die, but the problem was that they couldn't stop Yi Qing. Moreover, with what Yi Qing said, Central China King didn't even dare to speak. If he agreed, the Flower King and the Sea King would be fine, but how unlucky would he be? Taking a deep breath, Central China King gritted his teeth as he looked at Flower King and Sea King, saying, "Let's go. I don't believe that Yi Qing would actually kill all three of us. Let's go, leave here. Since the Nine Kings Council has become Yi Qing's domain, then let's see if Yi Qing truly has the ability to uproot the forces of the three of us." Chapter 883 I Can't Kill You. Central China King wanted to pull Flower King and Sea King away. He had figured it out by now. Today, they couldn't deal with Yi Qing here. Not only could they not deal with Yi Qing, but they might also be dealt with by Yi Qing instead. The capital envoy didn't speak anymore. They were also shocked that old Yan actually admired Yi Qing. Given this, relying on anyone else would probably be useless. The only way was to leave. As long as they left this place and returned to their own strongholds, with the three of them supporting each other, no one would be able to easily touch them. They were three of the Nine Kings, with formidable strength. As long as they united, they truly might not fear anyone. This was Central China King's thought. At this moment, Flower King and Sea King exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness and despair in each other's eyes. Originally, they had come with great enthusiasm, believing that this 9 Kings Council would definitely yield satisfactory results, greatly increasing their strength, but in the end, things didn't go as planned. Yi Qing had returned alive, and his strength as a quasi-emperor was beyond doubt. At this point, dealing with Yi Qing was no longer possible. Leave? But the key question was, could they leave? Seeing the hesitant expressions on Flower King and Sea King's faces, Central China King's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "What are you two stunned doing? Do you want to listen to Yi Qing instead? Go! Go now, while there's still time, otherwise, even if you survive today, there's no guarantee Yi Qing won't act against you. He's a vengeful person, he won't let this go, he will definitely retaliate against us, he will." What Central China King said made sense, and Flower King and Sea King also agreed with it. But, it was still the same question, could they leave? Since they had come, since Yi Qing had spoken, and since no one present could help them, the outcome was already destined. Leave? Where would they go? Flower King sighed, looked at Central China King, and shook his head, saying, "Central China King, I know you're anxious, but please calm down, we're still alive, at least let us talk to Mr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Central China King gritted his teeth and said, "Talk about what? What's there to talk about? He's clearly trying to sow discord and make us go to our deaths at this point, there's nothing to say, at worst, we'll fight. I refuse to believe that together, we'd be afraid of him." Central China King's performance today, and even his past performance, had not been particularly outstanding. Even this time, joining forces with Flower King and Sea King, he wasn't the leader, but more like a participant. But now, Central China King was the most agitated, constantly on the front line of confronting Yi Qing, which was truly somewhat incomprehensible. Flower King side Central China King was truly anxious. "The crucial problem is, we can't leave, Central China King. Yi Qing won't let us leave." Upon hearing this, Central China King immediately gritted his teeth and said, "I just don't believe it, how could we not leave? If we insist on leaving, does he dare to stop us?" After speaking, Central China King, not believing in evil, directly walked towards the main entrance. Everyone present watched, while Yi Qing stood still, not speaking. Until Central China King reached the main entrance, Red Eyes directly blocked his path and said grimly, "Central China King, please go back, no one is allowed to leave the venue before the meeting is adjourned." Central China King was immediately enraged. He couldn't deal with Yi Qing, and now, even one of Yi Qing's subordinates dared to stop him? This was intolerable. Pointing at Red Eyes, Central China King roared with bloodshot eyes, "What are you? I am Central China King, one of the dignified 9 kings. I want to leave now, and you dare to stop me? Get out of my way, or I'll beat you to death." After speaking, Central China King raised his hand. The posture was meant to scare Red Eyes, not to directly hit him. However, seeing Red Eyes looking at him indifferently, showing no fear or intention of moving aside, Central China King finally couldn't hold back and slapped Red Eyes hard across the face. Red Eyes, without dodging or avoiding, took the slap squarely. It wasn't that he couldn't avoid it or dodge it, but that he didn't want to avoid it or dodge it. After all, the other party was one of the 9 kings. He didn't want Yi Qing to act without justification. But, having taken this slap, Red Eyes had a reason, and Yi Qing had an even better reason. Looking at Central China King, Red Eyes touched the injury on his face and chuckled, "Are you satisfied? If so, please go back and continue the meeting. Leaving is definitely not an option. If you're unhappy, why don't you slap me a few more times? It's fine, I don't mind." However, at this moment, Yi Qing's voice, extremely cold, directly came through. "Red Eyes, I don't need you to suffer such grievances for me. My brother, Yi Qing, will never suffer such grievances. Just now, I gave the order that no one is allowed to leave. You just need to execute the order. Anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy. Since you don't want to kill him, then hit him back." Upon hearing this, Red Eyes' eyes lit up. He bowed slightly to Yi Qing and said, "Yes, Mr. Yi." After speaking, Red Eyes directly turned around, looked at Central China King, and said coldly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi is unhappy. I seem to have overthought things and embarrassed Mr. Yi, so, you can't leave, and you will be hit back by me." Upon hearing this, Central China King immediately gritted his teeth and said, "You dare?" Red Eyes, however, sneered, directly grabbed Central China King's hair, and then, using both hands, slapped Central China King's face viciously. I don't dare? I'll beat you to death, you dog. I don't dare? I've long wanted to slaughter you scoundrels. How dare you cause trouble for Mr. Yi? Are you even worthy? If I didn't need you alive, I would kill you right now. Get out! After slapping Central China King 7 or 8 times, Red Eyes directly kicked Central China King heavily back into the meeting hall. At this moment, Central China King's face was completely red, and his mouth was full of blood and broken teeth. Red Eyes looked at Central China King lying on the ground, a cold smile on his lips. He didn't step forward, continuing to guard the entrance, and said coldly, without Mr. Ye's order, no one is allowed to enter or exit. Those who disobey will die. This time, no one doubted whether Red Eyes dared to act. Even Central China King, one of the 9 kings, was dealt with so miserably there was no need to imagine what would happen to others. However, it must be said that at this moment, a complex feeling arose in many people's hearts. No matter what, that was Central China King, one of the 9 kings, after all. Now, he was beaten until his face was covered in blood, with no dignity left. This was different from Qiuyu and Mad King, that was Yi Qing acting personally, but this time, it was Yi Qing's subordinate, Red Eyes, who acted. The times, they had changed. And at this moment, Yi Qing didn't care what these people thought. He looked at Central China King and said indifferently, this is a minor lesson. If there's a next time, you will surely die. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Flower King and Sea King and said, time waits for no one. You need to make a choice. Or should I choose for you? Or do you think I wouldn't dare to deal with all 3 of you at once? Chapter 884 Backstab. Flower King and Sea King exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. To be frank, their objective, up until now, had completely failed. As for Qiuyu, forget about the queen's position. Whether she could even survive was probably a question. Sima Deshao didn't need to be mentioned either. He was still fine for now, but his ambition to become one of the 9 kings would likely be extinguished, and even then, there was no guarantee Sima Deshao would safely pass this ordeal. Mad King was crippled, and Central China King was still sitting on the ground. Most importantly, the capital envoy couldn't do anything either. With Yin Fatty's declaration of full support and Old Yan's word, who else could say anything? One could only say that things didn't go as planned. Now, retribution had arrived. Flower King showed a bitter smile, looking at Mr. Yi, and said, Mr. Yi, in victory or defeat, we have lost, and we accept it, but is there truly no room for discussion? Do you have to make one of us die before you are satisfied? Perhaps things don't need to be done so absolutely. This will also affect Mr. Yi's reputation. People will say Mr. Yi is aggressive and unfeeling instead. Why don't we publicly apologize to Mr. Yi and guarantee that we will never target Mr. Yi again, even supporting Mr. Yi? This would be more honorable and more in line with Mr. Yi's interests, wouldn't it? Flower King still wanted to make a final effort, trying to get Mr. Yi to spare them. Otherwise, if one of them died today, who could guarantee that it wouldn't be them tomorrow? Of course, if they could return alive, the outcome would definitely be much better than now. At least, they would feel more secure, but the prerequisite was being able to return. Mr. Yi looked at Flower King, let out a light laugh, and said with some disdain, Flower King, you make it sound like I'm the biggest villain in the world, as if your current predicament is entirely my doing? Haha, if I'm not mistaken, the ones who have been secretly causing trouble, and even openly pressuring others, have all been you, right? Including the ambush against me, that was also you. It was clearly you who wanted to kill me and bully others, so how is it that now you've become the victims? That doesn't make sense, does it? Twisting black and white, confusing right and wrong to say such things in front of me, you truly aren't afraid of death. Mr. Yi wanted to laugh. Flower King and his allies were clearly the villains who initiated the trouble and wanted to harm others, yet, because Mr. Yi won, it became Mr. Yi's fault. It was as if Mr. Yi didn't let them off, he would be an unforgivable villain, a petty person without magnanimity. This was truly an unreasonable argument that wouldn't hold up anywhere. Flower King shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Yi, I had no intention of twisting black and white. I merely wanted to ask Mr. Yi to spare us. The current situation is enough to prove that we have completely failed, so we will absolutely never, and would not dare to, have any other thoughts about Mr. Yi again. In this situation, if Mr. Yi shows mercy and spares our lives, I believe everyone will be grateful to Mr. Yi and will remember Mr. Yi's benevolence. This would also be of great benefit to your reputation, Mr. Yi. Would it be like that? There was indeed such a possibility, repaying evil with good. Unfortunately, Flower King was mistaken. If Mr. Yi were that kind of person, then he wouldn't be Mr. Yi. Looking at Flower King, and at everyone present, Mr. Yi said indifferently, I, Mr. Yi, cannot be a saint, nor do I claim to be a good person. I now believe in one thing, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Sparing you might give me a reputation for benevolence, but in my opinion, that reputation would be utterly terrible. So many people were harmed, even died, because of you. If I were to forgive you and spare you just for my own reputation, would I be worthy of those people? It's not easy to update. Remember to share 101 XOCOM. So, if I, Mr. Yi, am a devil, then so be it. This way, I have a clear conscience. After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at everyone and said coldly, I'm not afraid to tell everyone present what kind of temper I, Mr. Yi, have in the future. When you want to provoke me, you'd best think clearly. Can you provoke me? Can you afford to provoke me? I, Mr. Yi, will always repay a grudge. If anyone wants to deal with me, come at me openly. I won't blame you, but if anyone tries to play dirty tricks behind my back, especially targeting my friends or my family, then, I'm sorry, but you will have to be prepared to die a very, very miserable death. Because I will retaliate 100-fold, 1,000-fold, making you experience what it means to wish you were dead, and to regret what you've done. Remember, as long as I am alive, even if I die, you'd best confirm whether I am truly dead. In fact, I'm not afraid to tell you, even if I die, I will leave behind contingencies to make sure that everyone who targeted me will pay a painful price. Don't doubt whether I can do it. If you don't believe me, you can try. And today, consider this a warning to everyone. Mr. Yi directly declared his intentions to everyone. This was a warning to everyone about who Mr. Yi was. For these underhanded schemes and calculations, Mr. Yi would use actual actions to completely extinguish others' hopes, making them unable to scheme, and not dare to scheme. Alright, I won't waste any more words with you. Everything that needed to be said has been said. You tell me, who lives, who dies? Flower King and Sea King's faces turned ashen. They knew there was no choice. Mr. Yi clearly intended to vent his anger and establish his authority through them. Pleading for mercy was no longer possible. Taking a deep breath, Flower King pointed at Central China King and said in a deep voice, if we must choose, then, let it be Central China King. I think Mr. Yi will also be satisfied with this choice. After all, Central China King has repeatedly defied Mr. Yi. This person deserves to die. The phrase deserves to die completely shattered their alliance of three. Before, they were good teammates, friendly with each other, but now, to save their own lives, they didn't hesitate to slander and harm each other. This was human nature. And this was also the result Mr. Yi wanted to see. Dogs fighting dogs. If they didn't, it would be boring. At this moment, when Central China King heard that Flower King had actually chosen him, his face immediately turned ugly. However, before he could say anything, Sea King also sighed and spoke. I also choose Central China King. His defiance of Mr. Yi indeed means he deserves to die. I only hope that after Mr. Yi deals with Central China King, he can spare us, as we are truly and sincerely remorseful. Among the three, two had chosen him. His fate seemed to be sealed. At this moment, Central China King was almost going crazy. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. At this moment, Central China King looked at Flower King and Sea King, and the hatred in his eyes was far greater than his hatred for Mr. Yi. What people could least bear was betrayal. And Flower King and Sea King had completely betrayed Central China King, even sending him to his death. No! You two bastards, how dare you make me die? You're the ones who should die. Chapter 885. Let's all vote. Central China King shrieked hysterically. He refused to accept it. He couldn't. If he did, he would be the one to die. Who wants to die when they can live? Even ants cling to life, and ordinary people resort to any means to survive, let alone someone like him, one of the 9 kings, almost at the very top of the underground world of Dragon Country. He had money and power. Every second he lived was a second of enjoyment, so why would he be willing to die? Flower King, Mad King, you two bastards, as long as we join forces, we're not entirely without a chance. As long as we join forces, Mr. Yi would have to think twice about killing us. He knows he can't kill us all at once, that's why he deliberately made us fight each other, so he can defeat us one by one. You two fools, don't you use your brains? Even if I really die at your hands today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Will someone like Mr. Yi let you go? It's still not too late for you to change your minds. What Central China King said made a lot of sense. In fact, no one present believed that the death of one person would be the end of it. They had somewhat figured out Mr. Yi's character, which was why they knew that Mr. Yi probably wouldn't let things go easily. Sure enough, before Flower King and Mad King could speak, Mr. Yi smiled and nodded. Central China King is right, he makes a lot of sense. I am a person who holds grudges, as I just said, so it's indeed possible that I'm trying to divide you and defeat you one by one. Why don't you reconsider whether to join forces? Mr. Yi had a smiling, harmless expression, yet the more he appeared that way, the more he gave off a devil-like aura at that moment. Flower King and Mad King didn't hesitate at all, shaking their heads directly. No need, Mr. Yi, to give us a chance and only punish the primary culprit, that is already your benevolence towards us. As for whether you will deal with us later, that's a matter for the future. At least today, after Central China King dies, we will at least be safe for now. This time, Mr. Yi didn't need to speak. Seeing that after all his talking, Flower King and Mad King were still determined to kick him out to die, Central China King was utterly enraged. You two bastards, fine, you're seeking death. After speaking, Central China King looked away from them and towards Mr. Yi, gritting his teeth. Mr. Yi, I, Central China King, admit defeat today, but some things must be made clear. I, Central China King, have no grievances or grudges with you, Mr. Yi. I admit that just now, I sent people to intercept and kill you. I did it, and I take responsibility, but I will not admit to things I didn't do. In the overseas battle, both Flower King and Mad King participated. Even if those people couldn't surround and kill you, Mr. Yi, they did surround and kill Ruan Hongxiu. This is a fact, and no one can deny it. Moreover, the plan against you, Mr. Yi, was entirely orchestrated by Flower King and Mad King. The others, including me, were at most just participants. If only the primary culprit is to be punished, then one of them should be chosen to be killed, not me. Mr. Yi, you cannot kill me. I swear, as long as you don't kill me, I, Central China King, will serve you faithfully from now on, like an ox or a horse. I just want to live, I want revenge, please grant me this, Mr. Yi. Central China King even said things like serving as an ox or a horse, showing how strong his desire to survive was. Moreover, he was right. If only the primary culprit was to be punished, then the primary culprit should be Flower King and Mad King, not him. At this moment, Flower King and Mad King's faces were extremely grim. Seeing Central China King, who was still rambling and turning against them, they kicked him hard in the face. Shut up, you bastard. You're on the verge of death and still trying to sow discord between us and Mr. Yi. You truly deserve to die 10,000 times over. Mr. Yi, we have already chosen. If you agree to proceed, you don't need to lift a finger, we can kill him right now. At this point, Flower King and Mad King actually wanted to kill Central China King directly, clearly afraid that Mr. Yi would change his mind. Meanwhile, Mr. Yi stood leisurely in place, watching Flower King and the other two fight among themselves, very satisfied. This was the outcome he wanted to see. No need to act yourselves, of course, whether he's the primary culprit, or who the primary culprit is. I'm too lazy to bother with it anyway. None of you three are good people, so if one has to die first, it doesn't matter who. As for you directly executing Central China King, don't be in a hurry. I said, everything will follow the rules, so let's follow the rules. Vote. After speaking, Mr. Yi tapped the table, looked at the big shots and the 9 kings present, and said indifferently, I just said it must be a unanimous vote, so it must be a unanimous vote. 1 vote short, and it counts as my failure. Now, I will make the first proposal. Central China King, stripped of his kingship and executed immediately. As for the reason, I think I don't need to explain. Everyone is very clear, of course. If you're not clear, then so be it. I don't want to explain any reasons. I only make the proposal, without any explanation. Now, let's proceed with the vote. Those who support Central China King's dismissal from kingship and immediate execution, please raise your hands. Mr. Yi's words left many people speechless. They could understand killing Central China King, but not only to kill him but also to vote, and even then, without a single extra explanation. This was executing one of the 9 kings, not some ago. But Mr. Yi had said it, so no matter how much dissatisfaction and helplessness they felt, they could only endure it. Mr. Yi was the first to raise his hand. Then, Wan Hongxiu and Elder Feng all raised their hands. After that, Mad King and Flower King also raised their hands without hesitation. They had finally managed to push Central China King out, and it had nothing to do with them now at this moment. They didn't want any problems to arise. Jiangnan King smiled, this time not saying anything neutral, and also raised his hand readily, and Northeast King Linhu, also very cooperative, likewise raised his hand. Then, Mr. Yi looked at the Mad King, who was still slumped on the ground, somewhat dazed, and said indifferently, "Mad King, aren't you raising your hand? Your kingship hasn't been abolished yet." Upon hearing this, Mad King opened his mouth and then dejectedly raised his hand. At this point, among the 9 kings, 8 kings had already raised their hands in agreement. Only Central China King himself, who was about to be executed, looked at everyone with anger, his hands impossible to raise. Are you kidding? This was a proposal to execute him. Would he raise his hand to support his own execution? How sick in the head would he have to be to make such a decision? However, even though he didn't raise his hand, Mr. Yi seemed to have no intention of letting him off. Looking at everyone present, Mr. Yi nodded. The big shots had all raised their hands, including Qiuyu. The 9 kings had also all raised their hands, except for Central China King himself. In other words, they were still 1 vote short of a unanimous decision. Mr. Yi looked at the crowd and chuckled, "This is my first proposal at the 9 Kings Council, and the result is very good. I'm very satisfied. However, as I said before, I want everyone to raise their hands in agreement, for my proposal to pass unanimously. So, it must pass unanimously, not 1 vote short will do." After speaking, Mr. Yi looked at Central China King and said indifferently, "Central China King, this is my, Mr. Ye's, first appearance at the 9 Kings Council, my first proposal. Everyone is supporting me. Are you not supporting me?" Chapter 886. Don't let the disaster affect your family. Yi Qing's words made many people present turn their heads. If it was truly calculated, aside from Central China King, the person involved, everyone else raised their hands in agreement, saying it was a unanimous vote. It could indeed be said to be unanimous, because Central China King couldn't possibly vote for himself. If it were a good thing, that would be one thing, but they were going to execute him. How could he smile and vote in agreement? What a joke! No matter how absent-minded, it wouldn't be possible. But Yi Qing didn't seem to think so. He actually took the initiative to ask Central China King, as if he absolutely needed Central China King to vote in agreement. Was this an insult? Was it even more a form of psychological torment? Yi Qing's behavior at this moment gave people a spine-chilling feeling. This could no longer be explained by the words ruthless and cruel. And Central China King at this moment seemed as if his ears were plugged, unable to hear what Yi Qing was saying at all. In fact, even if he did hear it clearly, he was doubting if he had misheard. "You, what did you say?" Central China King looked at Yi Qing, completely stunned at this moment. Yi Qing heard him and said with a smile, "Was what I said not clear enough? No problem, I'll say it again. I made a proposal to remove you from your kingship and sentence you to death. Now everyone has already voted in agreement. As for you, I'm giving you a chance to vote too, so you can also vote in agreement. After all, I said that if I, Yi Qing, want everyone to pass it unanimously, then it must pass unanimously. Not 1 vote less will do." Central China King finally understood completely, but having understood, he was also on the verge of going crazy. Yi Qing, he was doing this on purpose, right? What was he trying to do? Was he never going to stop? Stop? There was no bullying like this. Yi Qing, you are despicable. Are you even human? Yi Qing, if you want to kill or dismember me, I accept my fate. But what do you mean now? You want to kill me, and you want me to vote to support and agree to it? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Get lost. If you want to kill, then kill. If you want me to vote in agreement, you're dreaming. It was indeed a dream. Not only did Central China King think so, but others also thought the same. Yi Qing was clearly dreaming. If Central China King had any sense at all, and he was about to die, how could he possibly let Yi Qing have his way? Wouldn't that be so foolish as to be ridiculous? But everyone thought this way, except for Yi Qing. Looking at Central China King, who was slumped on the ground, Yi Qing wasn't angry. Instead, he said with a smile, "Central China King, aren't you going to reconsider? After all, this is my first proposal, and I also said that it needs to pass unanimously. If you don't cooperate like this, it's very difficult for me. Central China King heard this and said coldly, Yi Ching, what nonsense are you talking about here? Do you really think you're a god? You want me to vote, right? Okay, release me, choose to kill Flower King or Sea King, and if I vote for them to die, I'll vote immediately. How about that? Or, you can remove me from my kingship, but you have to spare my life. In that case, I can also vote in agreement and give you enough face. How about that? Hearing these words, Yi Ching smiled and shook his head, saying, naturally, no. Since I've already spoken, it's like spitting out a nail. Do you think I, Yi Ching, am like you people? Changing your mind on a whim? Like dogs fighting? How about this, Central China King? Perhaps I didn't make it clear to you. Although executing you is no longer changeable, how you die can still be chosen. After all, dying swiftly and cleanly is different from dying slowly and painfully. If you don't make me happy, then you, perhaps, won't be happy either. Central China King's expression changed indeed. What Yi Ching said was true, and it wasn't really a threat. Yi Ching had the ability, since he was already going to kill him. Was how he killed him still an issue? However, Central China King seemed to be determined this time as well. Looking at Yi Ching, he said through gritted teeth, Yi Ching, you want to scare me? Then go ahead and scare me, but I'm telling you, no matter how you scare me, I won't be afraid. Isn't it just about tormenting me? Fine, I, Central China King, have also walked through a path of licking blood from the blade. If I so much as frown, I'm not Central China King. Whatever methods you have, just use them. I want to see what you can do to me today. I just won't vote for you. I'll make you suffer. Ha! Central China King seemed to have found a good way to get revenge on Yi Ching anyway. He was going to die, so what was there to be afraid of? On the contrary, being able to make Yi Ching unhappy before he died would make him happy. However, Yi Ching had a calm expression, seemingly not taking it seriously. Looking at Central China King, Yi Ching shook his head and said, I can understand your thoughts, but I believe you will change your mind and beg to cast your vote for me. Just as Central China King was about to say something, Yi Ching directly waved his hand and said, Central China King, I have never said that I am a good person, and I have clearly told everyone that I don't mind becoming a demon. In fact, in the eyes of many, I am already a demon. What good will it do you to provoke a demon? Today, if you satisfy me, then although you cannot live, you can die alone. But if you insist on making me unhappy, I want to ask, how many people do you plan to have buried with you? Family? Friends? Subordinates? How many must die before you regret your current decision? As soon as these words came out, Central China King's face finally changed completely. He understood Yi Ching's meaning. As long as he was willing to vote, only he himself would die. But if he chose not to vote, then many, many people would die, including his family, friends, and subordinates. At this, Central China King became utterly enraged. Yi Ching, how dare you? Misfortune does not extend to family. Do you not even have a basic human bottom line? If you dare to touch my family, I won't let you off even as a ghost. Looking at the hysterical Central China King, Yi Ching said softly, I'm not afraid of you when you're alive, so why would I be afraid of you as a ghost? Saying these things is meaningless, understand? My patience is very limited. Wait a little longer, and perhaps I won't need your vote anymore. At this moment, Central China King looked at everyone else and roared. Are you just going to watch? Watching Yi Ching bully me like a demon, even breaking the bottom line and targeting my family? Are you going to do nothing? Say nothing? Today it's I, Central China King, who has fallen to this state, but tomorrow and the day after, it will be your turn. Join hands now and kill Yi Ching. Only then can we solve this once and for all. This is a demon who eats people without spitting out their bones. If you compromise today, you will all regret it later. Central China King hoped to use this method to incite the anger of everyone present, making them wary of Yi Ching and thus join forces. But the result was, Central China King was disappointed. Chapter 887 Execution of King Huazhong. No one paid attention to Central China King, letting him roar hysterically. No one bothered with him. Harm not one's family. This statement is actually correct, and it is also the bottom line. However, the bottom line had already been breached. Looking at Central China King, Yi Qing sighed and said, "Central China King, are you done talking? I don't think I need to remind you how to choose. Of course, everything is up to you. If you insist on dragging others to die with you, I won't stop you either." At this moment, Yi Qing's expression was utterly indifferent, as if he didn't care at all what Central China King would choose. Central China King looked at Yi Qing, then gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Qing, saying, "Yi Qing, why me? You clearly know that this shouldn't be me. It's him, Flower King, it's him, Sea King, they are the ones who should die more. Why must it be me who dies? Give me a chance, let me live. I swear, I will never do anything to harm you from now on. I'll be your ox or horse, but Flower King and Sea King won't do that. They will only hate you more and try every means to cause you trouble." Yi Qing, "No, Southeast King, give me a chance, okay?" Central China King wanted to live facing death. He only wanted to live with dignity. What else? None of it mattered anymore. At this moment, Flower King looked at Central China King and sighed, saying, "Central China King, stop struggling. No one will believe you even if they really believe you. What then? You deserve to die, and you still have to die." And Sea King also smiled and said, "Central China King, it's come to this point, don't have any more illusions, just go on your way decisively. This way, you can still save the lives of others, otherwise, you would really be harming many people. Moreover, I advise you not to have some thoughts you shouldn't have. Don't think that if you hide some people, no one will be able to find them. Hee. It's better not to dream such dreams. Putting aside everything else, just look at Information Queen. She is the Information Queen. She is best at finding people. Do you understand?" At this moment, Flower King and Sea King seemed to want Central China King dead more than anyone else. They kept talking here just to make Central China King quickly go on his way peacefully. At this moment, Flower King and Sea King were more hateful than ever. At least, in Central China King's opinion, that was the case. And the most hateful thing was that they were clearly the culprits in all of this. Central China King looked at Flower King and Sea King and roared, "You two bastards, you will surely die a horrible death. Even if I die, I won't let you off. I'll wait for you in hell, and then I'll see how miserable your deaths will be." After speaking, Central China King looked at Yi Qing, gritting his teeth and said, "You want me to die? Fine, I'll die. Use my death to bring your first proposal to fruition. Yi Qing, I will satisfy you, but I want to know, what about those two? Do they need to die?" Central China King pointed at Flower King and Sea King, asking Yi Qing, with such ferocity in his eyes, as if he was the one with an irreconcilable hatred for Flower King and Sea King, wishing he could tear them into a million pieces. Yi Qing looked at Central China King and calmly said, "You don't need to worry about their lives or deaths. However, since you want to know, there's no harm in telling you. They will live today. As for whether they will still be alive in the future, that is a matter for the future." This statement had actually answered Central China King, and what Central China King wanted was precisely this attitude. Central China King gritted his teeth and said, "Good, I'll die then. It serves me right for being blind, to actually cooperate with those two good-for-nothings, and it's my fault for not seeing the situation clearly, to actually be an enemy of you, Yi Qing. I deserve to die. Die. But I know you won't let them off. You, Yi Qing, are not a soft-hearted person. They treated you this way, and you will definitely retaliate. I'll wait for them in the underground world. I think they will surely be more miserable than me. Ha ha ha." After saying these words, Central China King raised his hand and roared through gritted teeth, "I, Central China King, vote in favor of Yi Qing's proposal, including the dismissal of my kingship, and the proposal to end my life. Ha ha ha, I'll die then. I'll watch you from the underground world, and I'll wait for you in the underground world. I'm the first, but I'm not the last. Flower King and Sea King are not either. I'm waiting to see you conquered by Yi Qing, submitting at his feet. Ha ha. The Nine Kings Council, this is a joke. From now on, it will be a complete and utter joke. Yi Qing, use my death to pave your way to becoming king and emperor. I accept it." Central China King laughed heartily, as if he had seen through everything, yet no one could ignore his words. The Nine Kings Council, starting today, perhaps, will no longer be the Nine Kings Council of the past. From now on, there will be a true decision-maker here. Perhaps it's not very obvious now, but it will probably become increasingly clear, and increasingly impossible for anyone to resist. Today, Central China King's death is just a beginning, just a prelude. Yi Qing, however, paid no attention to Central China King's words. Whether it was a reminder to those present, or an attempt to badmouth Yi Qing, what if it was a sincere blessing? Yi Qing didn't care. Looking at Central China King's raised hand, Yi Qing looked at everyone and smiled. Then, my first proposal today has passed unanimously. Central China King, from now on, you are dismissed from your position as Central China King. At the same time, because of the numerous crimes you have committed, I now represent the Nine Kings Council to announce your death sentence, to be carried out immediately. Does anyone have any objections? At this point, everyone had already voted and expressed their support. Who could still have objections? If there were truly objections, they wouldn't have voted in favor earlier. Looking at Yi Qing, everyone remained silent. Yi Qing nodded and said, "It seems no one has any objections. Then, proceed with the execution." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Pujuan and said, "Pujuan, the next agenda item is for you to take over Central China King's position, so, let you, the newly appointed Nine Kings, send Central China King on his way. Executed in the courtyard outside. The body will be handed over to the people. Central China King brought to transport back. Although he committed a great wrong and was an enemy to me, I will give him the proper dignity." Pujuan hadn't expected Yi Qing to actually ask him to execute Central China King. Moreover, Yi Qing's words made him completely confirm that Yi Qing was not joking. He truly intended to make him the new Nine Kings. Nine Kings, the Nine Kings of the underground world. What an unattainable and distant position that is. How many people dream of obtaining it? In fact, why hadn't Pujuan ever had such a thought? However, he also knew very well that with his own abilities, even if he reached the level of a dragon ranking expert, it would be impossible for him to become one of the Nine Kings. But at this moment, he knew that he was about to be. Chapter 888. The Messenger is not invincible. Pujuan took a deep breath, bowed to Mr. Yi, and said, "Mr. Yi, please rest assured, I will carry out the order immediately." With that, Pujuan said no more and went directly in front of Central China King. He did not force Central China King, but simply watched him quietly, watching this once powerful and influential Nine Kings. "Central China King, please." Central China King knew that he had no chance of turning things around. Death was the only outcome. Threats were useless, and begging would be equally useless. His death was inevitable. Even if it wasn't him, someone else would die, but since he was chosen, he could only blame his bad luck. Taking a deep breath, Central China King looked at Pujuan, smiled faintly, and said, "Please allow me to tidy my clothes and groom myself." A king, even in death, should maintain proper dignity. As he spoke, Central China King began to tidy his attire and comb his hair. Although he still appeared injured, he was at least much cleaner and neater. At this moment, Central China King's expression was composed. Without the slightest tension or fear, his demeanor carried an inviolable majesty. Looking at everyone present, and at Yi Qing, Central China King smiled and said, "I have been one of the Nine Kings for many years, and I was once high above. Not to be offended this time, I made the wrong choice. But even if I die, I will die with dignity. Even in death, I will face it calmly as a Nine Kings. As for you, whether you live or die in the future, I don't know. But I'm afraid you will never have the dignity you have now." After saying these words, Central China King said no more and walked directly towards the main entrance, calmly accepting his death. Pujuan followed closely behind Central China King, leaving together. Watching their retreating figures, Yi Qing sighed and said, "Actually, this was not my original intention. I, Yi Qing, am not a hypocrite, but this really was not my original intention. Southeast King was forced into this position, reluctantly taking it on. If I said that I once only wanted to live a peaceful and ordinary life, would you believe me? Unfortunately, in this world, there are no ifs. Being forced to this point, I have no way back." After saying these words, Yi Qing looked at everyone, chuckled softly, and said, "Central China King's death is not meant as a warning to you all. If you insist on calling it establishing my authority, that's fine, but in my opinion, I don't need to establish authority, because any enemy deserves to die. Alright, I think today's Nine Kings Council has lasted long enough. You all must be very tired and have a lot to digest, so I won't say anything more and will proceed directly to the last agenda item. I propose that Pujuan take over Central China King's position and become the new Central China King. You all can vote now. The old rule still applies. If you have any opinions, you can tell me now, but I hope my proposal will still pass unanimously." Yi Qing's expression was indifferent, his voice calm. Without any hint of anger. It was very casual, as if he were chatting and discussing with everyone. But in reality, at this moment, everyone knew that Yi Qing's words allowed no questioning. His proposal was no longer just a proposal, it was an order, it was the rule. Yi Qing's rule, the rule of the Nine Kings Council, from today onwards, everything changed. The voting began immediately. No one was a spoilsport. Central China King was already dead, and they all voted in favor at this point. Going against Yi Qing truly made no sense. However, even though everyone voted in favor, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu, the two capital envoys, still warned Yi Qing with displeased expressions. These two capital envoys had lost all face today. Most importantly, in front of them, not only was the Central China King dismissed, but Central China King was also killed. Now Yi Qing wanted to appoint a new Central China King from beginning to end. They had no say in anything. This was no longer a question of whether they had any dignity left. It was a matter of not putting anyone, including those behind them, in their eyes at all. If they went back and did nothing, their fate would not be much better. Looking at Yi Qing, Mr. Zhang said in a deep voice, "Yi Qing, what exactly do you want to do today? Do you know what you're doing? We couldn't stop you from dismissing Central China King's position, but to arbitrarily execute a Nine Kings, you're simply not putting anyone in your eyes. Alright, we won't stop you on that point either, but you also want to appoint Pejuan as one of the Nine Kings, to take over Central China King's position? This is outrageous. Do you really think the Nine Kings Council is yours? Do you really think the underground world is yours? I advise you to think carefully before making a decision, otherwise, it will be too late to regret." Yi Qing looked at Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu, sitting on the throne, and said indifferently, "You two don't need to say any more nonsense to me. What needed to be said has already been said. If we're going to talk about reason, then I'd like to ask you, when they dismissed me, dismissed Elder Feng, and dismissed Queen Hongxiu, why didn't I see you two so upset? When they dismissed us and wanted people to take our places, why didn't I see you two obstruct them so much? Even when they sent people to ambush me, did you two ever speak up to persuade them? Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wu, some things are best left unsaid. If you force me to say unpleasant things, you won't be happy either, so why bother? Besides, you can't stop me, can you? Since you've already acted like cowards, then just continue to do so honestly. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't. That way, you can live a little longer." At this point, Yi Qing's eyes became somewhat cold. Looking at the two capital envoys, he said coldly, "If a Nine Kings can die, a capital envoy might not be immune to death either. Your lives are not much more noble than Central China King's, do you understand?" If before, Yi Qing was merely disrespectful to these capital envoys, then these words now were not just a simple tearing of face, they were a threat, a fatal threat. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu's expressions all changed. Looking at Yi Qing, even with the best tempers, they couldn't stand it. "Yi Qing, what do you mean? Are you threatening us? Are you telling us that you, Yi Qing, even want to kill us? Even dare to kill us?" Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this, looked at the two capital envoys, and said indifferently, "If that's how you understand it, then yes." Chapter 889, The Quasi-Emperor Who Came Out. He thought Yi Qing would explain, or perhaps he wouldn't, but he couldn't possibly be so blunt. However, Yi Qing used his actions to tell them that he was precisely that blunt, that direct. An envoy, too, can die. What about a capital envoy? Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu couldn't help but slam their hands on the table, pointing at Yi Qing and angrily saying, "Yi Qing, you are provoking a capital envoy, provoking a celestial giant. You are seeking death." At this moment, Yan Fati smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wu, you might be mistaken. Mr. Yi Qing, I don't think he has that intention at all. It's you two who have been relying on your status to be aggressive, and that's not good at all." From the very beginning, Yan Fati had shown a very friendly demeanor towards Yi Qing, especially when he brought up Yan Family Master at the end, and no one said anything then. But, at a time like this? Yan Fati still dared to stand by Yi Qing's side, which infuriated Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu. "Envoy Yan, you'd best clarify your identity. No matter how much you admire Yi Qing, don't forget that you are now a capital envoy. I know what you were thinking, but don't go too far. There isn't just one celestial giant in the capital." These words were quite serious. Yan Fati's smile faded upon hearing this, and he looked at Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu, coldly saying, "Gentlemen, what do you mean by that? Are you warning me? Or are you not warning me, but my Yan family? Is it my grandfather? My father? Yan Fati's eldest brother? Can you two represent the people behind you? Are you declaring war? At this point, Yin Fatty stood up directly, a hint of anger showing on his chubby face, and said, "You two tell me, are you declaring war? If you are, good, I can represent the Yin family right now to respond to you. Our Yin family doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If you want to bully us, then just try it." At this moment, Yin Fatty acted as if he had suffered a great injustice, pointing at Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu with an unyielding look. But the words he spoke made Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu feel as if their heads were as big as buckets. Declaring war? Declaring war on the Yin family? Not only did they not have the courage, they also didn't have the qualifications. Those who could declare war on an existence like the Yin family could only be figures of the celestial giant level behind them, and they were nothing. To put it bluntly, if they really angered Yin Fatty and he talked nonsense in front of Yin family master, the two of them would very likely be treated as pawns and thrown out to appease the Yin family. Even if they knew Yin Fatty was deliberately looking for trouble, they couldn't do anything. Looking at Yin Fatty constantly mentioning his grandfather, father, and Yin Fatty's eldest brother, they really couldn't compare their status and position with Yin Fatty. No matter how unruly or unlearned Yin Fatty was, his status and position were truly unmatched by many, which, of course, was also related to the Yin family's extreme doting on Yin Fatty. But, they had to admit it. Yin Fatty, you're talking nonsense. No one wants to declare war on you. Don't confuse right and wrong here. We are merely questioning Yi Qing, and furthermore, Yi Qing's threat to a capital envoy is an undeniable fact that everyone present heard. Yin Fatty, you are also a capital envoy. Do you really not care at all? Yin Fatty sneered upon hearing this. How did I not see Mr. Yi Qing provoking a capital envoy? It's you two who are pointing fingers here, relying on your status as capital envoys. Since when did the Nine Kings Council of the Underground World need to give you an explanation? Alright, stop talking nonsense, otherwise, I'm afraid you really won't be able to leave Paidu. Don't forget, Mr. Yi Qing is not just the Southeast King, but also a quasi-emperor who killed his way out of hell. I advise you, if you want to die, don't cause trouble for the existences behind you, otherwise, no one can save you. After saying these words, Yin Fatty sat down directly in his chair and said nothing more. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu had grim faces, but they had no recourse, and Yin Fatty's words had indeed reminded them, Yi Qing truly dared to act. He was a ruthless person who stopped at nothing. Moreover, he was a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor who killed his way out. They were not ordinary people, so they naturally understood the true weight of a quasi-emperor. Coupled with some other reasons, they truly could not continue to confront Yi Qing head-on. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wu exchanged glances, then said, "We have no intention of opposing Mr. Yi Qing. We just feel that Mr. Yi Qing should consider his decisions more carefully. After all, dismissing and executing a king of the underground world is no small matter, and appointing a new king of the underground world is also no small matter. I think everyone understands this point and can relate to it. Mr. Yi, our considerations are actually not wrong, and they are for your sake, to prevent you from being misunderstood by others because of this matter in the future. You can understand, right?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Qing nodded with a smile and said, "Understand, of course, I understand. As long as you can understand me, then it's nothing for me to understand you too. However, understanding is one thing, but what needs to be done still needs to be done. Two envoys, I suggest that from now on, you don't say anything. Otherwise, if some misunderstanding truly occurs and something happens to you, that would truly be bad." This time, the two capital envoys did not make fools of themselves again. Yi Qing looked at Yin Fatty and smiled. "Yin Fatty, there are some things I can handle myself. What kind of situation is it for you to stand in front? Is this trying to make me owe your Yin family a favor?" Yin Fatty immediately shook his head with a smile upon hearing this. "Mr. Yi is mistaken. I absolutely have no such intention. It's just that, as fellow capital envoys, I also want to save their lives. Of course, whether they are grateful or not is another matter." The two capital envoys' faces turned ashen upon hearing this. So they were supposed to be grateful for Yin Fatty's life-saving grace? What a chaotic mess this was. Yi Qing smiled and looked at everyone, saying, "I think everyone should have no objections. Since that's the case, let's wait for Pujuan to return. After he returns, we will announce him as the new Central China King, one of the 9 kings. At that time, the meeting can pretty much be adjourned. After all, everyone is very busy, and it's time to rest." As he spoke, Yi Qing's eyes looked towards the main entrance. And outside Outside the main entrance, in the courtyard, at this moment, Pujuan was executing the Central China King. And at this very moment, almost everyone knew this news. Those who could watch were watching from afar. After all, this was the execution of a 9 kings, something that had never happened before. Chapter 890, Facing Death Calmly. The large plaza of 9 Kings Hall was already covered with blood, yet everything seemed to have just begun. Of course, it might also be a temporary end, but no matter what, 9 Kings Hall today had opened everyone's eyes. In all these years, whether it was for meetings or other times, even when the Heavenly King was the sole dominant power, there had never been such a river of blood, let alone the direct execution of one of the 9 kings. This was something that had never happened before, and no one dared to imagine. But today, it was to be witnessed by everyone. Watching Central China King being escorted out, King Pujuan stood beside him, and the two walked directly to the center of the plaza, just so everyone could see clearly. Although Central China King was covered in wounds, the expression on his face was very calm, as if he was calmly going to his death, without any intention of struggling. However, the more he was like this, the more chilling it was. This was Central China King, one of the 9 kings, a man of immense power. If he didn't want to die, who could make him die? Even if Central China King had no advantage here, as long as he chose to leave and return to his own territory, no matter who he faced, he could at least struggle. But Central China King's expression showed that he had no desire to struggle, which made it almost impossible to understand. However, while they couldn't understand, it also made them realize one thing: the terror of Mr. Yi was probably even more terrifying than they imagined. It was so terrifying that even a 9 king was unwilling to struggle and instead calmly accepted death. How horrifying this was. King Pujuan looked at Central China King and said indifferently, "Central China King, do you have any last words to say? Or, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Hearing King Pujuan's words, Central China King laughed directly. Looking at King Pujuan, Central China King smiled and said, "King Pujuan, you've really shot up in the world. Mr. Yi insisted on killing me just to make room for you in the 9 kings position. Now you're asking me for last words and unfulfilled wishes. What? Do you feel guilty and want to make it up to me?" Hearing Central China King's words, King Pujuan shook his head and said indifferently, "I have nothing to feel guilty about towards you. This was originally a life and death struggle. If you had one, we would be the ones dying now, wouldn't we? Unfortunately, we won. Mr. Yi is back, so this is the outcome you deserve, Central China King. The reason I'm letting you speak your last words and wishes isn't because of guilt, but because you are the first 9 king to die by my hand. At the same time, I am about to take over your position as Central China King, so I'm giving you some face. Of course, if you don't want this face, or if you think it doesn't matter, then I have nothing more to say. Get ready, and then set off." At this moment, King Pujuan held a long, incredibly sharp sword, which made one's scalp tingle just looking at it, and this long sword was the weapon that was about to send Central China King to his death. Central China King took a deep breath, looked around, and sighed softly, saying, "I never thought that after a lifetime of heroism, I would end up like this. There's much I'm unwilling to accept, but since it's already irreversible, I'll calmly go to my death. But I'm not reconciled. King Pujuan, I don't want to say anything else. I just hope Mr. Yi can keep his promise. After I die, please don't target my family and friends. Let them live. I also know that when you take over the position of Central China King, you might encounter some difficulties and obstacles. There's not much I can do to help you, but I will try my best to ensure a smooth transition for you. So, in this situation, I also ask you, please do not go on a killing spree. A new emperor brings new courtiers, especially with the changes in the underground world, many people will die." Central China King had even seen the scene of blood flowing like a river. But, there's no need, and no meaning, isn't there? He himself was dead. What was the point of those loyal subordinates following him to their deaths? It would be better to live well. Although King Pujuan hadn't expected Central China King's words, upon careful thought, he could understand. Nodding, King Pujuan said indifferently, "I cannot make any promises to you. After all, the transition in the underground world is not a peaceful one. It's probably impossible for no one to die. I can only tell you that if they are not too excessive, I will consider sparing their lives. It's even not impossible for them to continue serving me. That was enough, already much better than Central China King had expected. As for whether to trust King Pejun, he actually had no choice, but he still chose to trust King Pejun, because King Pejun's character was indeed like that. Looking at King Pejun, Central China King smiled and said, "Then, thank you, King Pejun. If you ask me what other wishes I have, what I most look forward to now is waiting to see Flower King and Mad King come down to accompany me. I imagine it won't be too long, right?" His hatred for Flower King and Mad King had surpassed his hatred for Mr. Yi. This was Central China King's most genuine thought deep in his heart at this moment. If not for Flower King and Mad King, he, King Pejun, would not have fallen to this point. In fact, if Flower King and Mad King had just been able to confront them head-on together, plus the capital envoy, Sima Deshao, Mad King, and Xiaoyue, they might not necessarily have been at a disadvantage, or even died. Unfortunately, one wrong step, and the whole game is lost. When one person accepts their fate, everyone else follows suit, losing completely. King Pejun looked at Central China King, nodded, and said, "I don't know when they will die, but if they do, I will have someone inform you at your grave." Central China King set off. However, at this moment, dozens of furious people stood out and roared, "Don't harm our king." It was no one else would stand up for Central China King at a time like this. These were the subordinates Central China King had brought, and every big boss and 9 king brought their guards. Those they brought were trusted elites. Now, although some strong individuals had died, there were still some alive. Seeing these people stand out, a look of relief appeared on Central China King's face, and then he looked at King Pejun and said, "King Pejun, don't harm them, they won't cause trouble." King Pejun nodded and did not act, which was considered agreeing to Central China King's request. At this time, Central China King looked at his dozens of confidants, sighed softly, and said, "Xiao Sun, don't do anything foolish. My death is already a destined outcome, it cannot be changed." Indeed, it couldn't be changed. It wasn't that no one in this world could save Central China King, but at least, it certainly wasn't something these people in front of him could do. Besides sacrificing themselves in vain, they could do nothing. King. Although they heard Central China King's words, Xiao Sun and the others were still furious. "Even if we die, we cannot watch you be killed. If they want to kill you, let them kill us first." These words were not false, Central China King could see that they were serious. At this moment, Central China King smiled, a very gratified smile. Chapter 891 The enemies are Kao and Neptune. Indeed, he was very gratified even at the brink of death, he still had so many loyal subordinates willing to go through fire and water for him. This made Central China King very happy. At least, the terrible mood he felt from being betrayed and sold out earlier had improved a bit at this moment. Looking at Xiao Sun and the others, Central China King smiled and shook his head, saying, "Xiao Sun, don't talk nonsense in the underground world, it's all about the victor and the vanquished, don't you understand these things? Today, I lost, so this is my fate, there's nothing to complain about. If I had to talk about regrets, there are many, but I won't say more at the last moment, there's no need for sentimentality. But I have some words to instruct you, and I hope you can convey all my words to our brothers. If you still consider me your boss, then listen to me." This was Central China King's final will, spoken to his own brothers. Xiao Sun and the others, no matter how much anger they felt or how much they wanted to save Central China King, could only listen in silence at this moment. "You speak, and we will definitely comply." Central China King smiled and said, "Consider it my final order, I order you not to avenge me. After my death, no one shall retaliate against Yi Cheng and Pao Jun. Not only that, I also want you to calmly transfer my 9 kings' power to Pao Jun. No one shall retaliate, no one shall target, no one shall resist. Do you all understand?" These words stunned Xiao Sun and the others. They never expected that Central China King's last words would be this, that he would not allow them to take any retaliatory action? And he also wanted a peaceful transfer of all power? What was this supposed to be? "King!" Xiao Sun roared unwillingly. However, Central China King shook his head and said, "This is my final order, are you unwilling to carry it out?" Xiao Sun and the others looked at Central China King, their mouths agape, not knowing what to say, but this was his final order. They could not disobey, dared not disobey. We obey the order. Central China King finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Good, worthy of being my good brothers also. I know you want revenge, but the ones who harmed me like this are not Pao Jun, nor Yi Qing, but Flower King and Sea King. Remember, it's Flower King and Sea King, those two scoundrels are the ones who harmed me like this. However, I also don't support you going for revenge in my opinion. Your lives are far, far more valuable than theirs. But that doesn't mean you can't get revenge, it just means you need to pick the right opportunity. Flower King and Sea King are the culprits. Yi Qing will not let them go. Wait, I want you to wait when Yi Qing goes to deal with Flower King and Sea King. If you want revenge, then go avenge me." As these words were spoken, among the onlookers, the group belonging to Flower King and Sea King all turned pale. Although they didn't know the exact truth of what happened in the hall, almost everyone today knew that Flower King, Sea King, and Central China King were in a relationship where they prospered or suffered together. The three of them were in an alliance, but now, Flower King and Sea King were still sitting safely in the hall, while only Central China King had been dragged out and was about to be executed. What exactly happened in between perhaps no longer needed to be said. Xiao Sun and the others immediately roared, "Don't worry, we will absolutely not let go of the people who harmed you like this. Flower King and Sea King, we will not let them go." Central China King nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Pao Jun and smiled. "Pao Jun, I have said everything I needed to say. Do it, I have no regrets." Pao Jun nodded, sighed, and said, "Central China King, then, may you rest in peace." As Pao Jun's words fell, the long sword directly cut across Central China King's neck. A streak of blood dripped from the long sword, and Central China King completely lost his life. At this moment, even though Xiao Sun and the others were furious and wanted to attack Pao Jun, they still held back because they couldn't, and because they couldn't get revenge, but they still had to live, and they had to convey Central China King's final order from today. "My king, rest in peace. We swear, we will definitely avenge you, definitely." Xiao Sun and the others came before Central China King's body, all kneeling down and weeping bitterly. Pao Jun looked at Xiao Sun and the others, sighed, and said, "I hope you truly listened to Central China King's last words. I promised Central China King that I would not lay a hand on his subordinates unless absolutely necessary. I hope you will not make me break my promise." The promise was real, but a promise did not mean that Pao Jun would spare their lives if these people retaliated against him. Pao Jun's word was truly his bond, but Pao Jun was also by no means pedantic. If these people could truly pose a threat to Pao Jun or harm Yi Qing, Pao Jun would absolutely show no mercy. Looking at Pao Jun, it was false to say that Xiao Sun and these people harbored no hatred. Central China King was killed by Pao Jun right in front of them. This was a fact no one could deny. But they also knew that revenge was impossible. "Pao Jun, we can't kill you, and we know we can't get revenge, but can we collect our king's body now?" Pao Jun nodded and said, "You may take Central China King away." Xiao Sun looked at Pao Jun and nodded, then these subordinates carefully picked up Central China King's body and left the Nine Kings Hall. The matter ended here. No one expected that this meeting would result in the death of a king, and that it would be so full of twists and turns. Looking at the onlookers present, Central China King remained silent for a moment, then said nothing and began to return to the hall. After he left, the place finally erupted. Everyone was discussing the situation inside the hall. It was really hard to say now. Yi Qing's subordinates were guarding the door, and no one dared to trespass. Ice Mountain was still the backbone for many people here. Even if they weren't from the same faction, Ice Mountain's strength was the greatest, and he had indeed conversed with Yi Qing. "Lord Ice Mountain, what do you think of today's events?" "Yes, Northeast King also has a bad temper. Will he be in any danger in the hall right now?" "Lord Ice Mountain? Do we need to make some preparations?" Hearing these people start speaking one after another, Ice Mountain frowned tightly, looked at them, and said in a deep voice, "Alright, stop overthinking. No matter how much you think, it's meaningless. Since Central China King is dead, it's likely there's already a result inside the hall. As for preparations? What do you want to prepare? What can you prepare? Heh, even a Nine Kings was executed just like that. If you're tired of living, don't drag me into it. I'm not interested in being buried with you." After saying this, Ice Mountain snorted coldly and left the place directly. Being buried was not a joke. People would truly die. And at this moment, the most distraught were none other than 7th Uncle Mu and the others. Although they had long been despairing, they had thought there might be other variables here. After all, this was the Nine Kings Hall, and the people holding the meeting inside were all big bosses and magnates. But now, Central China King was killed just like that. It would be strange if they weren't afraid of this sight. Chapter 892, King Pujuan. Black Bone looked at the trembling 7th Uncle Mu and the others, chuckled and said, "Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it wonderful? Don't worry, there's something even more exciting for you to see, but you probably won't have any more illusions, will you?" How could there be any illusions left? Even Central China King was executed. These small fry were just ants. At this moment, 7th Uncle Mu wanted to cry but had no tears. How did he end up in such a state? Looking at Long Han, who was also standing by, with no expression on his face, 7th Uncle Mu could no longer hold back and directly knelt down towards Long Han. "Brother Lang, no, my lord, I beg you, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I will never dare to offend you again. Please, let me go. The matter with Ernyo, it's all my fault, entirely my fault. Isn't she just a woman? I'll give her to you, is that not enough?" 7th Uncle Mu wasn't a fool. He naturally knew why Long Han had come, as for the idea that Long Han didn't have the ability and relied entirely on Mr. Yi. It was meaningless to discuss that now. He could see that Mr. Yi was very good to Long Han, and the reason he was targeting himself was entirely for Long Han. And Long Han hated him for only one reason, Ernyo. If it weren't for Ernyo, none of these things would have happened. She was truly a femme fatale, a genuine femme fatale. If he had known this day would come, 7th Uncle Mu would have died rather than think about Ernyo. He had money and power, and didn't need to resort to any schemes. Plenty of beautiful women would have actively sought him out. Long Han looked at 7th Uncle Mu kneeling before him, feeling as if it were a dream. These were scenes he had never even dared to dream of, yet now they were happening, and today, he had witnessed too many miracles. "Beg me? Beg me for what? 7th Uncle Mu, I am just an ordinary person. I cannot save you." Upon hearing this, 7th Uncle Mu looked at Long Han, snot and tears streaming down his face, and cried out, "No, no, you can save me. Only you can save me. Long Han, Brother Lang, I beg you, please say a few good words for me in front of Mr. Yi. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. I truly returned Ernyo to you. I swear, as long as you are willing, you can take Ernyo away anytime, anywhere. Don't you like her? You even weren't afraid to die for her. I'll give her back to you. Please let me go, okay?" Without even mentioning Ernyo, Long Han's heart was already furious when Ernyo was mentioned, and his feelings for Ernyo were brought up. Long Han's anger burned even more fiercely. "Shut up, you scoundrel. You, a person like you, would abandon your woman when in danger. You are simply not worthy of being human. Get lost. Don't waste any more of my time, otherwise, I will definitely have Mr. Yi kill you." At this moment, Black Bone chuckled as he grabbed 7th Uncle Mu's hair, dragged him to the side, and laughed. "7th Uncle Mu, don't disturb Long Han at this time. Besides, what kind of ruckus is this? If you disturb the people inside, you'll find it hard to even die." Upon hearing this, 7th Uncle Mu quickly covered his mouth, afraid that even breathing would be a mistake. Black Bone then smiled and looked towards the venue. At this moment, inside the venue, a new king's coronation ceremony was taking place. This new king was not Mr. Yi, but King Pujuan. It was truly moving to think about King Pujuan. How long had he been with Mr. Yi? In the blink of an eye, he had become one of the 9 kings. Even if he ultimately had to obey Mr. Yi and was Mr. Yi's subordinate, being one of the 9 kings was still being one of the 9 kings. This was no joke. Although it was called a coronation ceremony, there wasn't really a formal one after all. Today was simply too sudden, and there were more than just 1 or 2 unhappy people. But, once it was announced in the venue, everything became a fact. Mr. Yi looked at King Pujuan, waved his hand and smiled. "Come, King Pujuan, sit here." Pointing to the seat that originally belonged to Central China King, Mr. Yi told King Pujuan to sit. Although King Pujuan knew this outcome, the thought of truly becoming one of the 9 kings still made him inevitably a little apprehensive, in addition to his excitement. Looking at Mr. Yi, King Pujuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Yi, do you really want me to sit in this position? I'm afraid I'm not qualified enough, and I'm also afraid I won't do a good job. Mr. Yi burst into laughter upon hearing this. There's no such thing as not being qualified enough. If I say you are, then you are. As for whether you do a good job, does it matter? It's nothing more than managing the underground world. I know that Central China King's former subordinates will definitely not accept you, and there will be a lot of trouble. It's okay, at worst, just kill. Kill. Kill until heads roll and blood flows like rivers. I think some will eventually listen, and then it will be much simpler. The word kill was spoken with a chilling murderous intent that made one's scalp tingle. Mr. Ye's murderous intent was too strong in everyone's eyes. Ever since Mr. Ye's debut, he had been accompanied by bloodshed. The number of people who had died directly or indirectly because of Mr. Yi was simply countless. King Pejun took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Yi, and relayed Central China King's last words and final command. Then King Pejun said, Mr. Yi, since Central China King did that, it can be considered giving us enough face, so I think as long as those people don't cause any trouble, I don't want to kill them. I hope Mr. Yi can understand this point. Mr. Yi nodded and said, don't worry, I understand the position is yours to sit in, so you get to decide. However, I have only one thing to say, if they truly don't listen, then kill them. When people are scared enough from killing, there won't be as much trouble. Of course, this is my understanding, and I will do the same. After saying this, Mr. Yi looked at everyone present and smiled. If you all have no objections, then King Pejun will take over Central China King's position and become the new King Pejun, one of the 9 kings of the underground world. Yen Fati was the first to stand up, applauding and laughing. No objections, naturally no objections. King Pejun becoming one of the 9 kings is a great joy for the underground world, a good thing, a great thing. I wholeheartedly support King Pejun. No one was surprised by Yen Fati's behavior now. It seemed he was determined to be Mr. Ye's sycophant, so whatever he did was not unexpected. Since things had come to this, the others also knew there would be no changes and expressed their support one after another. Mr. Yi smiled, pulled King Pejun to sit in the 9 king's seat, and said, King Pejun, from today, from this moment on, you are King Pejun, one of the 9 kings of the underground world. King Pejun sat on the throne belonging to the 9 kings, and at this moment, he was filled with emotion. He had become a king. Chapter 893. It's time to adjourn. Yes, he became a king. It was that simple. King Pejun did nothing, yet he directly became one of the 9 kings, a position countless people yearned for. But was it really that simple? How many people died, how much blood was shed, how great a price was paid, and others still couldn't cross the threshold yet for King Pejun. It seemed he became a king simply because of a single sentence from Mr. Yi. However, in reality, both King Pejun and everyone present knew one thing. King Pejun's kingship was not easily gained. It was Mr. Yi who exchanged it with one life and death crisis after another, and one bloody battle after another. No one else could do such a thing, nor would they dare to, but Mr. Yi did it, and this was the treatment he deserved. King Pejun knew very well why he became a king, and he understood even more clearly that without Mr. Yi, his kingship would likely be a king in name only. Even if he could sit in that position, he might be pulled down at any time, and perhaps not even know how he died. Becoming a dragon-ranking powerhouse was King Pejun's confidence. However, after becoming one of the 9 kings, this confidence was no longer mere confidence, because the benefits brought by being one of the 9 kings could not be suppressed by a simple dragon-ranking powerhouse. Mr. Yi understood this, King Pejun knew it clearly, and everyone else understood it even more. Without Mr. Yi, King Pejun would probably be the first to be purged. Looking at Mr. Yi, King Pejun sat down, then stood up again. Mr. Yi, whether I, King Pejun, am one of the 9 kings or not, I will always be your subordinate. I said this before, I say it now, and in the future, it will be my motto. Mr. Yi, I, King Pejun, will always be your most loyal subordinate, until death without regret. After saying these words, King Pejun bowed deeply to Mr. Yi, expressing his submission. Mr. Yi smiled, shaking his head and saying, there's no need for that. These things don't exist between us. You are my subordinate, but you are also my brother. If there truly comes a day when all my brothers betray me, then I, Mr. Yi, deserve it. King Pejun heard this and said solemnly, Mr. Yi, that day will never come. I, King Pejun, will never betray you. Whoever dares to be your enemy is my enemy, and I will kill them. Mr. Yi smiled and said nothing more. Many things were understood implicitly, without the need for many words. He trusted King Pejun, and King Pajun would not disappoint him if that day of disappointment truly came. For Mr. Yi, it might truly be a disaster. Everyone present, watching the scene of Mr. Yi patting King Pajun's shoulder, clearly understood that from now on, the underground world had changed. Mr. Yi had not yet claimed emperorship in the underground world, but was that day still far off? Mr. Yi was not yet the emperor of the underground world, but King Pajun, Old Phone, and Ruan Hongxiu were all fiercely loyal to Mr. Yi. Flower King and Sea King were fortunate to even keep their lives for now. As for how long they would live, that was truly an unknown. Everyone knew that Mr. Yi would not let them off. And unless some highly influential figure protected them, unless a miracle occurred, their end was truly uncertain. Mad King was already on the verge of collapse. It was obvious that Jiangnan King would not and dared not oppose Mr. Yi. Northeast King had a good relationship with Old Phone, admired Ruan Hongxiu greatly, and from his performance today, it was clear he admired Mr. Yi's overseas battle. All circumstances indicated one thing: even if Mr. Yi did not claim emperorship in the underground world, he was undoubtedly the emperor. His power now was almost on par with the heavenly king of yesteryear. Half of the underground world was acting on Mr. Yi's orders. He was already an uncrowned king. Looking at the people present, Mr. Yi smiled and said, "Since matters have concluded, I think this meeting can adjourn." Although the meeting wasn't perfectly complete, for now, this is how it will be. Everyone, the meeting is adjourned. However, before we adjourn, there are still some omissions that may need to be resolved. Was the meeting not perfectly complete? Mr. Yi had executed one of the 9 kings and promoted King Pajun to King Pajun. One could say Mr. Yi had gained immensely from this, but for him to say it wasn't perfectly complete wasn't entirely wrong, as the people who deserved to die had not yet died. Mr. Yi looked at Ruan Hongxiu and smiled. "Sister Hongxiu, for Choyue, do you plan to deal with her now? Or wait until the meeting is over?" Choyue was certainly going to die. Ruan Hongxiu had no intention of letting her go, and neither did Mr. Yi. If Choyue had held any glimmer of hope before, then after Mr. Yi executed Central China King, that hope had completely vanished. Now, Choyue's mind was filled only with how she could survive. Her previous ambitions had completely disappeared. If she couldn't win, she could only choose to live ignominiously. Ruan Hongxiu glanced at Choyue before she could say anything. Choyue had already broken down, crying out to Ruan Hongxiu, "Queen Hongxiu, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Please give me a chance, spare me. I swear, I will never oppose you again. I can give you all my power and wealth. As long as you let me live, I'll do whatever you want." The saying "better to live a dog's life than die a glorious one" was never a joke. Only those who reached this point, on the brink of death, would feel it more acutely. At this moment, Choyue couldn't even consider that once she lost everything, even if she lived, her life would probably be worse than death, and she would regret today's choice. But now, she only wanted to live. However, Ruan Hongxiu had no intention of tormenting Choyue. Looking at Choyue's utterly miserable pleading, Ruan Hongxiu's expression was icy, without a trace of pity. Pity? It depended on whether the person was worthy of pity. At least Choyue was absolutely not worthy of pity, because today, if Mr. Yi hadn't turned the tide, if they had lost, Choyue would not only not have spared Ruan Hongxiu and her subordinates, but it would probably have been extremely difficult for them to even die a quick death. "Choyue, you don't need to beg me, because begging me is useless. I will definitely kill you. However, you don't have to worry about dying right now. This is where the 9 kings hold their meeting. You are not worthy of dying here. At the same time, you are not qualified to waste everyone's time, so I will have someone take you away, and then find a random place to kill you. Don't hope to receive the same treatment as Central China King, or even be honorably buried after death. Rest assured, you don't have that qualification. You will only die a miserable death, and no one will collect your corpse after you die." At this moment, Ruan Hongxiu was like a demon, her words making one's scalp tingle. She wouldn't even let Choyue die quickly, and wouldn't allow anyone to collect Choyue's corpse after death. How much hatred and ruthlessness was this? Choyue's face turned ashen. She couldn't imagine the fate Ruan Hongxiu spoke of. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle and her body fill with despair and terror. She didn't want to die, and she certainly didn't want to die like that. Looking at Ruan Hongxiu, she knew begging wouldn't help. If she had any backbone, at this moment, she should have been tougher, even if it meant dying standing. Unfortunately, Choyue couldn't do it. She just wanted to live, even though she knew she couldn't. Looking at Ruan Hongxiu, Xiao Yue's face was covered in tears, crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain, on the verge of a complete breakdown. No, I beg you, Queen Hongxiu, give me another chance, I beg you, please give me another chance. Just spare my life, I know I was wrong, I swear, I truly know I was wrong, please forgive me, I beg you, I beg you. As she spoke, Xiao Yue even crawled towards Ruan Hongxiu, completely losing her dignity and directly hugging Ruan Hongxiu's thigh. However, at this moment, no one laughed at Xiao Yue. There was nothing to laugh at. Facing Xiao Yue's desperate situation, if it were them, they might not have performed much better. Ruan Hongxiu looked at Xiao Yue, her brows slightly furrowed, and she snorted coldly, saying, "Where is your backbone? You were once almost on par with me, and wasn't your dream always to replace me? Just now, you almost achieved that wish, becoming the true Queen Xiao Yue, but your current appearance is utterly disgraceful. Xiao Yue, have some shame, isn't it better to die with some backbone, even if it's death?" Ruan Hongxiu's words made sense, but Xiao Yue couldn't hear them at all, still tearfully and snot-nosed, desperately pleading with Ruan Hongxiu. Ruan Hongxiu snorted coldly and directly slapped Xiao Yue across the face, instantly knocking her unconscious. Looking at the unconscious Xiao Yue, Ruan Hongxiu looked at everyone and said indifferently, "Sorry for taking up your time, don't worry, I will handle the matter between her and me." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, "This Xiao Yue, such trash, how can she even compete with Sister Hongxiu? I really don't know what she was thinking, or even how she got to this point today, it's simply ridiculous." After speaking, Yi Qing waved his hand, and immediately several people came and took Xiao Yue away. Then, Yi Qing's expression turned to Mad King. 101 Reading 101 Cancom fully handwritten, no error site. The arrogant Mad King, at this moment, had lost all pride, possessing only desolation and helplessness. Yi Qing looked at Mad King and said indifferently, "Mad King, you are still alive, you should feel lucky, right?" Feel lucky? Just because he was still alive? But was he still considered alive now? He was alive. However, what was the difference between that and being dead? Today, at the Nine Kings meeting, in front of everyone, to fall to such a state, Mad King could be said to be better off dead. However, the once sworn words, such as preferring death over humiliation, could not be uttered by Mad King today. The reason was simple, because he would truly die. Central China King's body was still warm, his blood still steaming, but Central China King was dead, truly dead. Central China King's death told everyone present a fact: 9 kings could also die, and they could die very, very quickly. Looking at Yi Qing, Mad King took a deep breath, unwilling to bow his head, but he dared not say anything more. "Yi Qing, today, I admit defeat, do what you will, I have nothing to say." After speaking, Mad King raised his head, as if he had accepted his fate. Yi Qing looked at Mad King, a cold smile appearing on his lips, and said, "If you continue to be stubborn in front of me at this moment, there won't be a good outcome. I don't think I need to remind you of that. Are you sure you want to continue speaking to me with your neck stiff? I'll ask you one last time, are you sure?" Yi Qing wasn't menacing, he just looked at Mad King indifferently, but it was this indifferent expression, as if death itself was gazing, that left Mad King speechless for a long time. Tough? Tough? He truly didn't dare, so he couldn't be tough, because he was genuinely afraid that if he were tough, Yi Qing would kill him. Others might not do such a thing, but Yi Qing definitely would. Fortunately, Yi Qing didn't say much more. Looking at Mad King, he sneered, "Since you don't have the courage to die, then learn to bow your head. I know what you said and did before, and I think you've already received some of the lessons you deserved. But that's not a reason for me to let you go, although you can't be considered to have colluded with them or been in cahoots. It's pretty close, isn't it? But I am willing to give you a chance, so cherish it, live well, and think carefully about what you should do in the future. I will have someone contact you. At that time, I hope I can get the answer I want and hear the words I want to hear." Yi